It is well known that Obito has already forgiven the fourth Hokage and his wife. A black-haired boy sat up from the bed, clutching his head, as if in great discomfort. Fragmented memories flooded his mind. Just yesterday, while watching Naruto, he received a phone call from his grandmother's house, saying the neighbor's Sao was pregnant. He rushed out on his electric scooter without turning off the computer, and the voice of the second Hokage echoed from the screen. On the road, a red container truck barreled toward him like it had a tracker, leaving him no room to dodge. The boy's name was Daito. His mind was in utter chaos, as if two sets of memories were merging, causing him splitting headaches. After crawling around the bed in the dark for a while, he finally sat bolt upright with wide eyes, extending one hand, and discovered it had shrunk. Something was wrong. He had actually become a child. He surveyed the modest room and the view outside the window, then finally walked to a mirror. He could no longer deny the truth. He had transmigrated, and he had become the legendary Uchiha Obito. "Obito, what are you doing up so early?" A gentle voice called out. Obito turned to see his grandmother watching him with concern as he made faces at the mirror. "Ahaha, it's nothing. Tomorrow is my first day at the Ninja Academy. I need to prepare in advance." Through the original owner's memories, Obito learned he would be heading to the Ninja Academy tomorrow. It was time to show the world what he could do. First, he needed an outfit upgrade. The orange goggles were hiding his natural good looks. Obito walked curiously through the streets, observing the people and buildings around him. Though the original owner's memories had prepared him, his first time transmigrating left him nervous, and his curiosity about everything was natural. At this time, the Uchiha compound hadn't yet been relocated to the village outskirts. Obito headed to a clothing store within the compound and bought a standard high-collared Uchiha outer garment. The moment he put it on, he felt an inherent Uchiha pride radiating from within. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Obito nodded in satisfaction. Uchiha people really were blessed with looks, and clothes made the man. He was very pleased with his new image. After browsing through several Uchiha compound shops and finding them dull, he bought some ordinary equipment until his money ran out. His last coins went toward a black cloth strip to cover his eyes. Sensing someone at the doorway, Obito lifted the black cloth strip wrapped around his eyes. A very cute little girl stood at the entrance, her face adorned with two purple markings. This was Noara Rin, a character who appeared rarely, yet wove through the entire story. "Yo, long time no see, Rin." Obito pulled off the cloth covering his eyes and gave the girl before him a casual greeting. "What's with this outfit? You look really handsome today." Rin circled around Obito with fresh curiosity. "After all, I'm heading to the Ninja Academy tomorrow. I'm naturally evil. Ahem, I'm an Uchiha. Dressing too shabbily would be embarrassing." Obito laughed and walked out of the Uchiha compound with Rin. "What are we doing today?" Rin looked at Obito with excitement. They had been friends since childhood. Looking at her cute face, Obito suddenly thought of Kakashi and muttered that childhood companions could never compete with a destined love. How about trying fishing?" "Sure. But last time you didn't catch a single fish, and even fell into the water. Be careful this time." Rin giggled behind her hand. "No problem. The me of now is completely different." Obito flipped his palm, and a kunai suddenly appeared in his hand. "Amazing." Rin's eyes sparkled with little stars. She had no idea how Obito had produced that kunai. Let's go. With just a small trick, Obito could make a little girl happy. This was how to win her affection. Leaning on her constantly wouldn't attract a girl, especially a gentle one. She liked boys who could make her laugh and who were excellent in their own right. "Grandma, I'm home." Obito returned home and excitedly headed back to his room. This world had too many new things for him to explore. "Obito, aren't you eating?" Grandma's voice called out. "No thanks, I ate outside earlier." After responding, he had already darted back to his room. He had just felt chakra firsthand and was brimming with confidence about training. Earlier, while fishing with Rin, he had used his experience to catch two decent-sized fish. He skewered them on branches and used fire release to roast them. The real highlight wasn't the fishing. It was the first time he had personally channeled chakra and breathed fire from his mouth. The sensation was almost dreamlike, something every boy dreams of. Obito sat cross-legged on the bed, emptying his mind to clearly sense the energy hidden in his abdomen. This was chakra. When he had used fire release to roast the fish, he could sense this energy clearly. After sitting in meditation for a while, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, because he could now channel part of his chakra to flow within his body. As expected of an Uchiha, no, as a transmigrator, my talent is extraordinarily high. Obito rose confidently from the bed, placed one foot against the wall, and after attaching chakra to the sole, felt a gravitational pull drawing him to the wall. When he lifted his other foot to walk up the wall, the chakra on his planted foot wavered, and he slid down, landing heavily on his backside in a most undignified manner. Damn it! Obito rubbed his backside and stood up again, lifting his foot to try wall walking once more. "Oh my, why are you up so early today? And your eyes?" Grandma had already prepared breakfast, looking with concern at Obito, who sported dark circles under his eyes. It's nothing, Grandma. Just got a little too excited last night, and slept late." Obito accepted the bread Grandma had prepared, tossed it into his mouth, and ran outside. "See ya. Be safe." Obito pulled out an exquisite black cloth strip from his clothes and wrapped it around his eyes. The cloth was specially treated, allowing faint visibility even when worn over them. Perhaps because he had risen early, Obito didn't encounter any slow-moving grandmothers on the road and arrived at the Ninja Academy well ahead of time. "Obito, I didn't expect you to arrive this early." Obito, who had been standing at the academy gate contemplating life, was interrupted by a voice. He turned his head, but did not remove his blindfold, recognizing Rin's voice. You're here pretty early too. With his arms crossed, the slight smile on his lips, and the black cloth wrapped around his eyes, Obito looked rather cool, somewhat resembling a certain masked teacher. Fortunately, ninja students dressed in all manner of strange outfits, like someone cosplaying a green kappa, or another wearing a black mask. I've been wanting to ask since yesterday, why are you wearing a blindfold? Rin asked curiously as they walked together. Well, it's to hide my Sharingan. After all, our clan's ocular jutsu is well known, and you'll see more strangely dressed people once we enter the academy. Obito couldn't possibly say it was just for looking cool. Is that so? Forget it. Rin thought about it briefly before giving up her questioning because she noticed a white-haired person eyeing Obito, who had his eyes covered by black cloth, with a strange gaze. Without time to pay attention to this, Obito opened his mouth, then his face uncontrollably broke into a satisfied smile. If not for the crowd, he might have awakened the legendary Uchiha manic laugh, and joined the ranks of the 4 maniac laughing jokers. Just now a heavenly sound rang through his mind, the one every transmigrator dreams of. Ding. Congratulations to the host on successfully transmigrating to the Naruto world. The Naruto villain system will now serve you. Although he had been looking forward to the system's arrival, why did he receive the villain script? Obito was utterly perplexed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully transmigrated to the Naruto world. The ninja villain system is at your service. He had no concern for whether it was a righteous or villainous system. Having a system was a good thing. Although the mechanical voice was cold, it made Obito's blood boil with excitement. He immediately thought to himself, bring out all the goodies system. The system did not respond. Instead, a blue panel appeared before him with Ninja Villain System written at the very top. Host Uchiha Obito Youth. Clan Uchiha. Current task none. Main quest not yet unlocked. Identity Rookie Ninja. System reward Beginner's Gift Pack X1. Warm reminder, please firmly walk the path of the ninja era's new villain, and beware the blonde pacifist who preaches friendship. What is this? Obito glanced at the warm reminder, his eye twitching slightly. However, all his attention was fixed on the Beginner's Gift Pack. He immediately called out to open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the single Tomo Sharingan and 1 unit of chakra. A 3-choose-1 selection has been triggered. Please choose one. Basic Shuriken Jutsu 2. Basic Jinjutsu 3. Basic Taijutsu. That 1 unit was roughly equivalent to Kakashi's chakra capacity, which counted as a measurement unit. Obito nodded. Although it was somewhat meager, the system was indeed meant only as an auxiliary, and he was still quite lacking compared to other elite. These rewards were enough for him. He replied inwardly. I choose option 2, Basic Jinjutsu. Ding. The reward has been distributed. Obito suddenly felt a surge of chakra flowing toward his eyes, followed by a stinging pain. At the same time, knowledge of how to use Jinjutsu appeared out of nowhere in his mind. However, he did not immediately remove his headband. Then a warm sensation spread through his abdomen. He clearly felt his chakra significantly increase. 1 unit of chakra was already considerable. It could support 2 to 3 uses of Kamui. Combined with his original chakra reserves, he now qualified as someone with a large chakra capacity. The opening ceremony did not last long. After the instructor on stage finished speaking, each student received a document envelope, and the ceremony ended. Obito casually tossed the envelope in his hand, one hand in his pocket, and turned around coolly to become the first to leave the ninja academy. Covering your eyes with that headband. Can you really become a ninja, oi? A slightly mocking voice came from beside him. Kakashi shrugged and walked past Obito, seemingly trying to provoke him without even glancing back. Obito smiled and hooked the edge of his headband with his thumb, choosing to ignore Kakashi. He thought to himself, this guy is just naturally incompatible with me. In the original story, Kakashi had also mocked Obito for being late. Rin chuckled and came over to the two of them. Obito tossed the envelope in his hand, raised his chin, and looked at Kakashi through his nostrils before waving the envelope toward Rin. I have something to take care of today, so I need to head back early. Want to walk together? As Obito walked, he chuckled, inwardly thinking to himself, clown Kakashi, who cares about you? Far away, Kakashi seemed unprepared for Obito to completely ignore him. His face flushed slightly, though thankfully his mask hid it from view. Obito returned to the Uchiha district. Nearby there were dedicated training grounds and forests for practice. He entered a forest clearing used for training, where a wooden dummy made of stakes stood before him. Some targets hung from nearby trees meant for shuriken practice. With elegance he pulled the black headband from his face and slowly opened those crimson eyes, so beautiful and enchanting. The color resembled gemstone with a single tomo encircling the black pupil. As soon as Obito opened his eyes, he felt a stark difference from before. He could see dust floating in the air, detect faint traces on the grass where someone had walked, and even predict the landing point of flying insects. So this is the Sharingan. Obito proudly curled his lips and quickly began forming hand seals, the only offensive jutsu he currently knew. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball large enough to swallow a person surged forth, devouring the training dummy before him in an instant. Fortunately, the dummy had been specially treated. It was only charred on the surface and could still be used. Obito shook his head. Although far stronger than the basketball-sized fireball from before, this was still far from sufficient. Extending his right hand wrapped in bandages, 3 kunai instantly appeared as his wrist flicked. Using the Sharingan to observe the surrounding targets, he jumped high with great confidence, released the kunai mid-air, performed an elegant flip, and landed gracefully, rising slowly, with one hand supporting his weight on the ground. Ugh. But compared to this stylish display, his shuriken jutsu was even more astonishing. He had thrown 3 kunai, and not a single one hit the bullseye. Obito pretended nothing had happened, and walked around to retrieve the thrown kunai. Then he narrowed his eyes, and aimed at a distant target, throwing 1 kunai. Although it barely struck the target, it fell far from the center. Rotating his wrist, Obito sensed how unaccustomed his body was to wielding these weapons. Even with enhanced dynamic vision allowing him to precisely trace the flight path of the kunai and predict its landing point, his body simply could not keep up. To help his body adapt to the Sharingan, Obito trained until late at night before leaving the training ground. After nearly a full day of practice combined with the Sharingan, he could now hit targets with remarkable precision using both kunai and shuriken. His body's reaction speed had roughly caught up with his eyes, though his frame remained too frail. Although his body screamed with exhaustion and soreness the moment he stopped, and a sprained pain radiated from his wrist, the feeling of growing stronger made it all worthwhile. Being a villain, huh? Sounds not bad. Obito's faintly glowing Sharingan gradually dimmed until his pupils returned to black. Even among the Uchiha clan, keeping the Sharingan active constantly consumed chakra. Satisfied, Obito wiped the sweat from his forehead and suddenly froze in his tracks. He had been planning to go eat a bowl of ramen when he ran face to face with a father and son. The silver-haired man wore a gentle smile on his face, one hand resting atop the head of a short silver-haired boy wearing a mask. The boy's expression showed clear displeasure, yet he did not pull away. "Yo, Kakashi, wanna grab a bowl of ramen together?" Obito extended his hand toward Kakashi and smiled. "Tch no." Kakashi glanced at Obito and refused flatly. "What a shame. Never mind then, Gato." Obito carefully observed this Konoha white fang, Sasami Hatake, who carried a short blade on his back. Despite his gentle smile, merely observing his stance was enough to determine that this man was exceedingly powerful. Obito smiled and nodded at him, then turned and left. Sasami Hatake watched Obito's departing figure, then lowered his head, and said to Kakashi, "This fellow is very strong. He may one day become your rival, or perhaps your benchmark to surpass." Kakashi gave no definite response, merely glancing toward Obito from afar. He wondered why his father would hold such high regard for him. Sasami's evaluation stemmed from his perception of the vigorous chakra surging within Obito. Its magnitude had already reached the level of a jonin. Moreover, the evaluator was a member of the Uchiha clan, where geniuses were abundant. But this was merely innate talent. It was only when Sasami saw Obito's hands calloused and worn from training that he offered such a high praise. For this was not simply a gifted prodigy, it was a hard-working genius. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window as the classroom door of the Ninja Academy was pushed open, and a boy wearing a black eye patch strode in with an air of swagger. "Hey, Obito, you're late again. And how many times do I have to tell you to take off that eye patch?" Teacher Ningawa Gangband stepped forward from the podium and reached out to grab his eye patch, but the instant his hand stretched out, the person before him had vanished. "Oh dear, I seem to have gotten lost on the path of life while coming to school, so I'm a tad late." Obito elegantly ripped off the eye patch, covering his eyes, and somersaulted over to the last seat by the window. "Oh, no wonder they call you Brother Tsuchi's so cool. Girls, don't you think our Lord Kara is even more handsome?" "Huh, are you blind?" Having been at the Ninja Academy for over a year now, Obito was far from the loser described in the original story. Instead, he was a prodigy on par with Kakashi. His theoretical knowledge and written exam scores were nearly perfect, matching Kakashi's precisely. After all, he had survived the Gaokao in his past life, so the theoretical difficulty of Ninja Academy was something he could master in a single all-night study session. His practical combat skills and shuriken jutsu had also ranked near the top of the class from the beginning, though a gap still existed compared to Kakashi. Without the Sharingan, his shuriken couldn't always hit the bullseye. However, after rigorous training, he could now strike the center every time, even with his eyes covered. The moment Obito sat down, a heavy drowsiness washed over him. Listening to theoretical lectures was truly unpleasant. Suddenly he jolted awake and slapped his own face. How could he be thinking about slacking off during such a class? This didn't require any brainpower, just slack off directly. He mused that perhaps being a child again made one instinctively want to follow rules, but for someone who aimed to become the strongest villain, that was impossible. Obito pulled out a scroll he had found at home, seemingly one once used by his father. It recorded some ninja technique usage tips. For instance, the most basic fire release fireball technique could be simplified to just 1 or 2 hand seals with proficiency. But the more he read, the sleepier he became. After glancing at it for a moment, Obito laid down on the desk and fell asleep. "Next, you will demonstrate the clone technique, starting with you." Teacher Ningawa Gangband began calling students one by one to the front to showcase their clones. A burst of laughter finally woke Obito, who still had a drool mark at the corner of his mouth. "So noisy. Do you guys want to dance too?" Obito opened one eye while the other remained closed, and a snot bubble had formed in his nostril, clearly in a half-asleep state. On the podium stood a figure with a green bowl-cut hairstyle, hands still holding a hand seal posture, while beside him lay a pile of green clothing. Obito finally woke up. It was Mato Guy, whose clone technique had failed. Watching the dejected guy, Obito smiled and recalled this legendary man. By morning a peacock, by afternoon a tiger, after the evening phase comes the night guy dance. Having walked the road of the underworld, his youth burns forever. The evening primrose blooms, but for a moment, morning battles, evening withers. With a mortal body, he shook the power of the six paths. His youth never fades. The sweat he shed is the glory of youth. For some reason, he felt a surge of passion. Obito wore a smile, and when Guy looked up and gave him a thumbs up in encouragement, something unexpected happened. He was moved to tears. But the oddly dressed, hot-blooded Green River Hippo had always been like this, and the classmates had long grown accustomed to it. Next, Hatake Kakashi. Teacher Ningawa frowned, noticing Kakashi hadn't even left his seat. Hands in his pockets, maintaining a cool demeanor, the teacher was about to urge him a second time, when suddenly several puffs of smoke erupted in the classroom. As the smoke cleared, several Kakashis with hands in their pockets appeared. Not only the teacher, but all the students were amazed by Kakashi's clone technique. The teacher praised, as expected of Sajumo's son, "You've already mastered the multiple clone jutsu. Father, so geniuses truly exist in this world." Mato Guy couldn't help but silently sigh in his heart. A flash of red light appeared in Obito's eyes. He had already seen Kakashi secretly forming hand seals the moment the teacher called his name, then pretending to stand coolly with hands in pockets. All for the sake of showing off. Last one, Uchiha Obito. Just as everyone was still marveling, Obito's name was finally called. Obito scratched his head, and the next moment, several smoke explosions rang out in the classroom. When the white smoke cleared, the entire classroom was filled with Obitos, and two were even hanging upside down from the ceiling. The classroom fell silent for 2 seconds before a wave of gasps filled the air. These clones were also contributing to global warming, of course. The original Obito had already mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu. It was merely a B-rank technique easily grasped after training. Using his Sharingan, he had captured Kakashi's chakra flow and replicated it. Backed by his enormous chakra reserves, he perfectly recreated the multiple clone technique and even surpassed Kakashi in number. After dispelling his clones, Obito turned to glance at Kakashi, only to find the other also looking sideways at him. Their eyes met, both pausing in surprise, before simultaneously snorting coldly and turning away. Obito thought to himself, as expected of Kakashi, mastering the multiple clone technique at this age already qualified him as an advanced genin. In the original story, Itachi had been allowed to graduate early from the Ninja Academy after being discovered using shadow clones for independent study. Next up is combat training. Take a break, then head to the training ground. Teacher Ningawa Gangban left the classroom. With 2 prodigy ninjas appearing in his class, he needed to report to the higher-ups. "Kakashi, I'll challenge you to a duel after this training." A voice full of passion rang out. The Green River Hippo with a watermelon haircut, Mato Guy, had already flashed his bright front teeth in front of Kakashi. "I'd rather not." Kakashi wore a look of utter despondency, clearly having rejected this many times before. Obito took out his black eye patch again, wrapped it around his eyes, put his hands in his pockets, and strided out with an irrepressible swagger. A cute girl with 2 purple markings painted on her face stared at that retreating figure, a trace of worry crossing her features. She murmured softly, "What's wrong with Obito lately? He feels like a completely different person." To avoid exposing himself too early in certain people's eyes, almost nobody knew about Obito's Sharingan use. He only activated it during training. To prevent subconscious use of the Dojutsu in daily life, he wore a black eye patch imitating that certain white-haired handsome guy who had been split in half. After all, this not only trained his other 4 senses beyond vision, but also looked pretty cool. After leaving the classroom, Obito checked the weapons concealed on his body. He had already found his sparring target for today's combat training class, Hatake Kakashi. They had both been hailed as the Academy's 2 greatest prodigies, yet the two had barely ever sparred seriously. Occasional sparring sessions always stopped short of true combat. Obito had no intention of competing against a genius like Kakashi, but recently, he couldn't find any other way to rapidly improve his strength. If he showcased his talent, the Uchiha clan would surely take notice of him. At the very least, obtaining some family traditional ninja scroll techniques shouldn't be difficult. On the training ground, let's start with the shuriken test. Hikawa-sensei stood beside the training tree stump, holding a clipboard ready to record the data of these outstanding students. Obito's attention in this class was not only on Kakashi, but also on another seemingly unremarkable individual. He was a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan, yet he acted with extreme humility, named Hyuga Tsukishi, a character absent from the storyline. Obito speculated that this person had perished during the Third Shinobi World War. Next, Hatake Kakashi. Hikawa-sensei's voice rang out, followed by the cheers of the other girls, their cheeks flushed pink in admiration for Kakashi. "TCH, that Kakashi guy sure is popular." The speaker let out a snort through his nostrils. He had an ordinary appearance, but his most striking feature was a bullet-shaped head. His name was Hiroshima Adam, and Obito remembered him well because of his peculiar name. Kakashi closed his eyes, hands in his pockets, and sauntered lazily to the wooden stump. He casually tossed the shuriken forward, then turned and walked away with confidence amidst the envy of the boys and the screams of the girls. Perfect score. Kakashi was indeed the only one to achieve a perfect score in the shuriken test so far. After all, these students had only entered the Ninja Academy a year ago, and due to the war, they had been enrolled early, making them relatively young. Mastering such skills was no easy feat. Several boys shot glares of displeasure at Kakashi. "That guy is so arrogant, keeping his hands in his pockets just to attract the girls' attention." "Exactly. I wish someone would put him in his place." "How about you challenge him in the practical later?" a random passerby asked passerby B. "Huh, do you think I'm stupid?" Everyone who challenged him before got taken down in just a few moves. Only a fool would take such a loss of face. Not necessarily. This time we have to save face for us. Right, Obito? Several people turned to look at Obito, who was fiddling with his eye patch. Although he was also hailed as a genius like Kakashi, others found Kakashi unapproachable, so Kakashi wasn't popular among the boys. Obito, unlike Kakashi, might be a bit flamboyant, but he got along well with other boys. After all, he was nearly 20 years old in his past life, so handling relationships among kids was a breeze. Obito smiled warmly, his trademark fake smile that nevertheless gave people a sense of closeness. Well, since you've said so, I'll be sure to teach Kakashi a lesson for you all later. His words were met with cheers from the boys. Next, Uchiha Obito. And indeed, Hikawa-sensei called his name. Obito took out his shuriken and effortlessly threw the first few for perfect scores. But he didn't intend to settle for a simple perfect score. That would be too dull. So he saved 2 shuriken for last. Whoosh! A piercing sound cut through the air as the first shuriken flew in a strange arc, not aiming for the target at all. Obito quickly threw the second shuriken. With a clang of metal, the two collided mid-air, changing their trajectories simultaneously and both speeding toward the bullseye. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Obito turned and walked away gracefully. One shuriken was still spinning slowly while the other had precisely pinned it to the center of the target. Even Hikawa-sensei's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long moment. After a silence of 2.5 seconds, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. This time not only the girls screamed, but even the boys raised their arms in cheers. Obito's daily training, aside from honing the ninjutsu he had already learned, consisted of taijutsu and shuriken training. With the Sharingan, his shuriken jutsu had surpassed that of some jonin. The previous maneuver was so practiced that he could do it effortlessly without even removing his eye patch. Next up is practical training. You'll be paired up. Hikawa-sensei clapped his hands to gather everyone. Kakashi, face me. A loud, passionate voice rang out as Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Kakashi stared with dead fish eyes, completely unwilling to duel the guy before him. Obito walked over to Might Guy and placed a hand on his shoulder. Well, you'll have plenty of chances to duel. Let me have Kakashi this time. Kakashi looked at Obito, a battle intent flickering in his eyes. He was quite interested in this Uchiha genius who was praised as equally talented as himself. Hikawa-sensei and the students gathered at the sidelines. With the 2 most talented geniuses in the class dueling, even just watching could teach some talented students a lot. Who do you think will win? A boy nearby asked eagerly. Definitely Kakashi. He's the son of the Konoha White Fang. I think Obito will win. He's from the Uchiha clan, the strongest in Konoha. But I heard he's an orphan. Even if he's from a big clan, he probably doesn't get much support, right? Kakashi is the undisputed #1 genius. The idea of Obito beating him is laughable. A freckled girl glanced at Kakashi with a lovesick expression. Don't laugh at Obito. His results have always been on par with Kakashi's. To become this strong without resources just shows he has even greater talent. A few boys were annoyed. Obito was their friend. How could they allow these insults? Clearly among the girls, Kakashi was more popular than Obito. A girl with a purple mark on her face clasped her hands together, watching the two on the field with concern, not joining the others' arguments. Rin, with her gentle nature and a face that could be anyone's first love, was no wonder Obito loved her so much in the original story. Kakashi and Obito stood in the center of the field. They raised their middle and index fingers to their chests, forming the opposing seal. Begin. With Hikawa-sensei's wave signaling the start, Kakashi charged forward, first wielding a kunai in a simple thrust to probe. Obito slowly pulled off his eye patch, revealing his eerie red eyes glowing before everyone. Kakashi was taken aback, leaping backward twice to create distance. Though he had never fought someone with the Sharingan, he knew something of its power and abilities. His first instinct is to retreat and avoid eye contact, then keep his eyes on my feet and hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Obito suddenly threw shuriken in 3 different directions. Kakashi's eyes were instantly drawn to the shuriken, but he was surprised to find that only one of the 3 trajectories could actually harm him. A flash of red light passed through Obito's eyes, and he immediately threw 2 more shuriken. What followed was astonishing. The 2 shuriken collided with the earlier ones, altering their paths and converging on Kakashi from all directions. Bam! The moment the 5 shuriken touched Kakashi, he turned into a puff of white smoke, leaving behind a log. Under such pressure, he used the substitution already. Sweating now, huh, buddy? Kakashi was shocked. Obito was already so adept with shuriken, and such precise control was definitely at the Jonin level. Seeing Kakashi create distance, Obito rapidly formed hand seals, then put his fingers to his mouth, took a deep breath, and expelled a scorching fireball. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Kakashi reacted quickly, forming hand seals in rapid succession, and just before the fireball hit him, slammed his hands on the ground to release his earth-style wall. Kakashi's wall began to crack. As the fireball dissipated, the earth wall was on the verge of collapse. Obito had already copied the hand seals for the earth-style wall. Seeing that Kakashi, realizing his ranged combat was stronger, was preparing to close the distance, Obito quickly formed hand seals, earth-style wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground. Obito used the momentum of the rising wall to leap high into the air, completing a second set of hand seals midair. Fire-style Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Obito spat out a slightly smaller fireball, then took out 3 shuriken and threw them into the flames. The shuriken, engulfed in fire, swooped down from the sky, like blooming phoenix flowers, though this phoenix seemed withered with only 3 petals. But because this technique was performed mid-air, and he was not yet proficient, 2 of the shuriken failed to hit Kakashi, and the last was deflected by a kunai. Obito was startled. Seeing the triumphant smile on Kakashi's face, he realized that being airborne before landing was a huge opening. He fumbled for a kunai from his pocket, looking flustered. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. It was the first time he had seen Obito so flustered. Bam! The kunai bypassed Obito's hasty defense and pressed against his neck. Looks like you lose. Obito smiled, then with a poof, turned into smoke, leaving a log on the ground. It was a substitution jutsu. A cold kunai pressed against Kakashi's neck from behind. Obito appeared behind him. But Kakashi, without any panic, also turned into smoke, leaving nothing behind. As Obito stood stunned, a hand emerged from the ground and forcefully pulled him into the earth. Seeing Obito's head poking out of the ground, Kakashi smiled happily. He had never had such an exhilarating fight with someone. Looks like I win, Obito. But as he met those blood-red eyes, he felt the world spin. To his shock, he realized he was the one buried in the ground. Obito was reaching out with a friendly smile. I win, Kakashi, but I have to admit you're strong. It turned out that when Kakashi first used the earth style, his real body had burrowed into the ground, leaving a clone above. Such a subtle move was meaningless before Obito's Sharingan. Thus the entire series of subsequent moves was under Obito's control. The fight left everyone stunned. Even Hikawa-sensei forgot to act as referee, watching the two with the same dumbfounded expression as the students. The winner is Uchiha Obito. Obito pretended to scratch his head shyly, then extended a hand to pull Kakashi out of the ground. The two hooked their fingers together, forming the seal of reconciliation. The moment their fingers touched, a mechanical voice rang in Obito's ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Toy with Kakashi. Reward: random Earth-style scroll. Obito kept his gentle smile, but the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He thought, how did I toy with him? This was just a normal sparring match. The ones who had said Obito couldn't beat Kakashi fell silent. Watching the smile on his lips, they changed from don't laugh at Obito to don't smile Obito. What? That Obito actually defeated the kid from the Hitaki clan. The key point is not that, but a 6-year-old child has awakened the Sharingan. The fact that Obito defeated Kakashi was already a topic among classmates to share with their parents at home. However, when the news that a 6-year-old child had not only beaten the genius of the Hitaki clan, but also awakened the Sharingan spread, it reached an even wider audience. In the past few days, Obito had roughly figured out the concept of the system. Apart from the initial gift package, the rewards were extremely difficult to trigger, similar to the super counter of the young Minato and the perfect intangibility of the broken masked Obito in mobile games. Most of these rewards were tied to main quests, such as defeating Kakashi, for which he obtained the Earth Release hardening technique. This technique made his skin as hard as stone, covering his fists or feet to effectively provide defense or attack power. Although it was not a particularly powerful jutsu, it was highly practical during this period. After deliberately exposing his Sharingan, Obito stopped wearing his eye patch. When he noticed Umbu agents tailing him, he would turn his Sharingan on and glare in their direction, acting with sheer arrogance, much like a young Gojo Satoru. Sure enough, just one day after the news of him awakening the Sharingan and defeating the Hitaki genius spread, members of the Uchiha clan sought him out. Obito, how are you doing at the Ninja Academy lately? His grandmother asked while eating, striking up a conversation about the academy. Don't worry, Grandma, I'm doing great at school. Obito chatted cheerfully with his grandmother while shoveling rice into his mouth. Just then a knock came at the door. Excuse me, does Uchiha Obito live here? A member of the Uchiha police force wearing a green vest stood politely at the entrance and inquired. Before his grandmother could respond, Obito himself ran out. That's me. Obito put on a friendly fake smile while using his peripheral vision to observe the 3 police force members following behind. Oh, I see. Police Force Captain Fugaku-sama wishes to see you. Are you free now? Ding! Quest triggered. Leave a deep impression on Uchiha Fugaku and gain his recognition. Reward: intermediate taijutsu talent, enhances the 5 senses and doubles taijutsu training speed. A smile curled at the corner of Obito's mouth. He said to his grandmother, I have some matters to attend to, I might be back a bit late. Waving his hand, he followed the Uchiha members to the door of an office in the Konoha Police Force headquarters. The leader knocked. Clan leader Fugaku, we've brought the person you requested. Come in. A calm, steady male voice came from inside. As soon as Obito entered, he saw a man standing with his arms crossed, his back to him. The men who had guided him quietly closed the door and left. I heard you awakened your eyes. After a moment of silence, Fugaku noticed that Obito was merely looking at him respectfully, without any intention of speaking first, so he broke the silence. Obito gave a slight bow. Yes, Clan Leader Sama. At this time, Fugaku had just transitioned from young clan leader to clan head, serving as the chief of the police force. However, he didn't have many loyal followers, or rather among the proud Uchiha clan, many still didn't recognize him. Well, don't be so nervous. I just wanted to have a chat with you today. Fugaku appeared very cordial. Normally, as the clan leader, he wouldn't treat a junior this way, even if that junior was a once-in-a-century genius. There was only one possibility: he intended to groom him to make Obito his trusted subordinate. After all, a genius like Obito, who lived only with his grandmother and was not aligned with any other faction within the clan, was highly sought after. Losing him to another Uchiha elder would be a loss. Uchiha rarely attend the ninja academy, most are trained within the clan and then join the police force for experience. Fugaku watched Obito, who was stroking his chin in thought, and continued believing that a genius like Obito must have many schemes and couldn't be treated like an ordinary child. So you want me to join the police force? Obito asked after listening. In truth, joining the police force wasn't bad, but it would only grant him access to some clan resources, not make him significantly stronger. That's for you to consider. If you do join the police force, I'll have you take a test, but it'll just be a formality. Someone with your Sharingan who has defeated the Hitaki kid, even if a bit young, already meets the requirements. Fugaku closed his eyes, arms crossed, his tone conveying both affirmation and expectation, while also elevating the police force's status to entice Obito to join. Obito shook his head. Clan leader Sama, although I have always admired you, I have bonds at the academy that I cannot abandon. Those bonds are my true motivation to grow stronger. I'm sorry, but I cannot join the police force. Oh, at the Ninja Academy, becoming stronger is much more difficult because there are few good resources there. Only the Uchiha can help you unleash the full power of your Sharingan. Fugaku revealed his 3-tomo Sharingan, staring directly at Obito. Obito suddenly found his entire body bound by chains, with Fugaku standing before him, arms crossed, red eyes gleaming, looking down on him. The Sharingan has 3 abilities: Enhanced Perception Genjutsu, and the copying of Non-Kekkei Genkai, 5-element ninjutsu. Without specialized training from our clan, it's hard to master these basic abilities. Fugaku intended to make him feel the power of a Sharingan Genjutsu and convince Obito that the clan was the best choice, but before he could finish, he saw the illusory world he had created crack and shatter into nothingness. Meeting Fugaku's astonished gaze, Obito said respectfully, I've already grasped the basic abilities of the Sharingan. I have some confidence in Genjutsu. The initial Genjutsu talent he chose from the starting gift pack was no joke. It enhanced both his Sharingan's naturally low Genjutsu affinity and his own comprehension. He could still break free from an ordinary Sharingan Genjutsu cast by Fugaku. Since the clan leader has summoned me, I presume you recognize my talent and wish to mentor me. Obito's tone remained respectful, but now carried a hint of confidence. Naturally, we place great importance on the geniuses of our clan. Fugaku did not deny it. Then a visionary leader like you should not merely confine me within the clan, but rather deploy me as an asset in Konoha. Obito didn't finish his sentence because the expression on Fugaku's face told him the clever man had already understood his idea. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. At just 6 or 7 years old, you already possess such farsightedness. Fugaku knew the relationship between the village and the Uchiha. The Uchiha had always been ostracized by the village, or rather the clan had never wanted to integrate into it. He had also considered planting spies in Konoha, but it was still too early. He had just become clan leader, not yet stable himself, let alone being able to intervene in matters between the village and the clan. I'm a child without parents, and the clan has given me no resources. I'm a perfect pawn for Konoha to win over, or to infiltrate the Uchiha. No one would suspect a naive child of my age. I can become the clan's spy. Obito tilted his head, the light of his Sharingan flickering faintly. Fugaku smirked. Given how clever you are and the fact that the Uchiha haven't given you any benefits, if you're leaning toward the Uchiha, you wouldn't volunteer to be a spy without reason. What do you want? Obito nodded, smiling as he clasped his hands together. The clan leader's house must have many inherited secret techniques and cultivation resources related to Uchiha members. That's all I want. Fugaku nodded. These demands were not excessive. He smiled and said, then the deal is struck. For the sake of the Uchiha clan, I appreciate your efforts. Obito waved his hand. My liking for the Uchiha is only slightly above that for the village. I don't have much emotional attachment. The Uchiha are not peaceful internally either, and my deal is only with you, clan leader. Fugaku paused for a moment, then showed a satisfied smile, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked at Obito. Good. The police force will always reserve a captain position for you. Once you officially become a ninja, I will elevate your status within the Uchiha. Although you are still young, I have high expectations for you. Yes, I will not disappoint your expectations, clan leader Sama. Obito knelt respectfully on one knee. Ding, you have left a deep impression on Uchiha Fugaku and gained his recognition. Quest completed. Reward delivered. Ding, intermediate taijutsu talent acquired. Friendly reminder, focus on taijutsu training. The Uchiha body slam is a forbidden technique, do not use it casually in combat. Obito left the office with a smile, but his mouth twitched slightly when he heard the friendly reminder. Even if the game developers nerfed him into the ground, Uchiha Obito would never resort to the Uchiha body slam. A low-level taijutsu on par with 1,000 years of death. A boy with white bandages wrapped around his head sat with his arms crossed by an unobtrusive windowsill, basking in the sunlight with his eyes closed. Obito and Kakashi, as if by silent understanding, both chose the last row, one against the wall, the other by the window, while the boy with white bandages on his forehead sat directly in front of Obito. He had originally intended to sit in the first row beside Rin. After all, such a lovely girl could provide endless entertainment when the teacher's lectures grew dull. But then he remembered White Zetsu might be monitoring Konoha. He needed to cultivate an aloof, unfriendly image. If he appeared to care for no one, helped no one, and acted solely for his own benefit, Madara would likely overlook him. Rin turned her head and glanced toward the back row. She saw Obito leaning by the window, his expression blank as he stared out, while Kakashi remarkably wasn't listening to the teacher either. His brow was furrowed, his head bowed in deep thought. A worried expression crossed Rin's small face. She and Obito had once been close, often hanging out with Kakashi as a trio. Those times had been incredibly joyful. But recently both had seemed like different people. Kakashi growing increasingly taciturn, Obito no longer carefree, often wearing an expression of weariness far beyond his years. He would also zone out for long stretches during class, seemingly lost in thought. Hyuga Geshoku, why do you have a cloth tied around your forehead? A sniffling brat glared at Geshoku with an arrogant expression, flanked by two smaller kids, who were clearly his lackeys. Boys like him, eager to show off, always loved provoking classmates during break time. None of your business, Geshoku said with his arms crossed, completely ignoring the mentally unstable child in front of him. Obito finally withdrew his gaze from the window and cast a glance at the sniffling brat. This kid was notorious in class for stirring trouble, bullying the weak and cowering before the strong, always trailed by his two lackeys. Ordinary students could only endure his harassment in silence. His name was Zhang Benhin, with bulging eyes and a strange metal dental brace. Zhang Benhin's parents were both ninja who had perished in the war, leaving behind a decent inheritance. His two lackeys, believing himself to be the descendant of a hero, followed him blindly. Seeing that Hyuga Geshoku had completely ignored him, Zhang Benhin's chubby face quivered with rage. With malicious intent, he extended his hand toward Geshoku. How dare you disregard me? Stand up now. However, Geshoku's eyes narrowed and several veins bulged around his temples. He extended a single finger and tapped several points on the guy's body. His movements were so swift that hardly anyone noticed he had already struck Zhang Benhin. A flash of crimson light flickered in Obito's eyes. With his Sharingan, he had clearly seen Geshoku's technique. He had activated the Byakugan and precisely pressed several acupoints on Zhang Benhin. The once arrogant Zhang Benhin now lay on the floor like a dead pig, his eyes wide open and staring at the utterly calm Geshoku. His two lackeys, still processing what had happened, rushed over to support him, exchanged a few threatening words, and then dragged him off to find the teacher. A faint smile curled at the corner of Obito's mouth. This Hyuga Geshoku was something else. Judging by the white cloth wrapped around his head, he was likely a branch family member of the Hyuga clan, using it to conceal the caged bird seal. The Hyuga were surprisingly unpretentious, sending most of their children to the ninja academy. Unlike the Uchiha, whose members were nearly invisible at school. At that moment, the class teacher Nichuan Gonban entered the classroom with a grim expression. Glaring at Hyuga Geshoku in the back row, he demanded, "Did you knock out Zhang Benhin? His acupoints are sealed in multiple locations. He won't regain consciousness within a day. Only the Hyuga clan could do this." Hyuga Geshoku shrugged indifferently. "You're making baseless accusations. Where's the evidence?" "The evidence that I struck him. We saw it with our own eyes." The two lackeys who had been following Zhang Benhin immediately jumped forward to testify. Obito wanted to continue watching the drama unfold, but a voice echoed in his mind, clearly unwilling to let him remain idle. Ding. Task option triggered. Option 1. Rescue Hyuga Geshoku and become close friends with him. Reward: 1 true friend. Lightning release, Jutsu comprehension intermediate. Option 2. Stand by and watch coldly. Reward: single character title. Sure. Obito's facial muscles twitched. He thought you could have forced me to complete the task, yet you're kind enough to offer a choice. I'm deeply moved. Using your clan's gentle fist on a classmate with such vicious intent constitutes serious misconduct and could result in expulsion. Teacher Nichuan said, his expression hardening. He was convinced Hyuga Geshoku was the one who had attacked. Whispers began to spread through the classroom. Everyone had witnessed the incident, though few had clearly seen Geshoku strike. But Zhang Benhin had collapsed right in front of him. There was no doubt who was responsible. Teacher, that's not how it happened. The one who struck wasn't Geshoku-senpai. Obito, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them as his voice fell. Within those eerie, beautiful red pupils, a single tomo revolved lazily, radiating an inexplicable oppressive aura. We saw it with our own eyes. The two lackeys shrank back, hiding behind Teacher Nichuan. So you're saying my Sharingan is inferior to your pig eyes? I'm speaking with the teacher, and I'd appreciate it if no one interrupted. A flash of crimson light erupted from Obito's eyes, and both lackeys collapsed to the ground simultaneously. Yet the teacher acted as though nothing had happened, nodding mechanically. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Surprised expressions appeared on everyone's faces. The teacher had just watched two students fall to Jinjutsu, and simply accepted it. Kakashi turned to look at Obito, who had now retracted his Sharingan. So that was one of the basic applications of the Sharingan, using Jinjutsu to control enemies. Obito rubbed his slightly aching eyes. He had specifically trained Uchiha Jinjutsu techniques under Fugaku. Logically, a single Tomo Sharingan should have been sufficient to control someone as weak as Teacher Nichuan, who was considered below average even among Genin. He hadn't expected the teacher to break free from the Jinjutsu so quickly after losing sight of him. When a Jinjutsu released through ocular techniques is forcibly broken by the target, it causes backlash on the caster. The stronger the Jinjutsu, the greater the backlash. For instance, when Itachi's Tsukuyami cast through his Mangekyo Sharingan was forcibly shattered, his eyes suffered severe backlash, producing excruciating pain. Hyuga Geshoku turned in surprise to look at Obito, then wore an apologetic expression. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Thank you so much. It seemed Teacher Nichuan had some connection with the deceased parents of Zhang Benhin. If Obito hadn't intervened, Geshoku might have faced some trouble, but nothing severe since he was after all a member of a great clan. Few people in Konoha would dare provoke the Hyuga. After school, as Obito stepped out of the academy gates, two figures fell in a step behind him. One was Rin, who usually walked home with him. The other was none other than Hyuga Geshoku. Though he hadn't followed too closely, Rin hadn't even noticed him trailing at a distance. When they reached Rin's house, Obito smiled and waved goodbye. But instead of heading home along their usual route, he walked toward a quieter area and stopped beside a tree, crossing his arms. No need to hide anymore. I spotted you long ago. Hyuga emerged from behind the tree and scratched his head awkwardly. I came to thank you. Obito smiled. There's no need for thanks. I simply can't stand by when injustice occurs. Besides, you and I are both prodigies. He then extended his hand, his smile as bright as sunlight. Let's look after each other from now on. We're friends now. Hyuga's eyes widened slightly. He then extended his hand and grasped Obito's firmly, saying solemnly, please take care of me. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and gained a true friend. Hyuga. Reward Lightning Release Jutsu Comprehension Intermediate has been issued. Obito sensed the unusual sensation flowing through his body. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about it, but now that he possessed Lightning Release Comprehension, he could attempt to develop Chidori on his own. After all, he currently lacked a signature technique. Under the blazing midday sun, Obito stealthily slipped out of the Uchiha clan grounds, then used the transformation technique to assume the guise of an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He should have been at the Ninja Academy, but he sent a shadow clone in his stead as he was a bit short on funds and decided to try his luck at a nearby gambling den. Before long, he arrived at a bustling casino. After observing for a while, he took a seat at a table. A new face. A beginner. The man shuffling the cards, a cigar clenched between his teeth, had a towering pile of chips before him, clearly a skilled player who had won a fortune. Obito smiled faintly. I know a thing or two. Not exactly a novice. As he glanced at his cards, a faint crimson light flickered in Obito's eyes unnoticed by anyone. He clearly saw the cigar-smoking man's fingers move with lightning speed, swapping cards. Luck was a lie, true masters were cheats. A smirk curled on Obito's lips. After the middle-aged man finished his sleight of hand, he kept a poker face, observing the other three players' expressions. Obito took his cards, and the moment he touched them, he concealed his own hand. By the time he held them, his cheating was already complete, leaving no trace even under scrutiny. Soon Obito had amassed a towering stack of chips, his opponents coming and going, none able to defeat him. Then a strikingly beautiful woman appeared. Her chest, no, her bosom, was exceptionally ample, belonging to the D-cup, no, the E-cup category. Everyone was stunned, including Obito, but not for her beauty. He recognized her. She was Tsunade, one of the Sannin granted that title by Hanzo. Due to the deaths of her lover Daito and her younger brother Nawaki, Tsunade had temporarily abandoned being a ninja, indulging in gambling and drinking, though gambling had always been her pastime. Seeing this legendary big losing sheep sitting across from him, Obito breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer needed to cheat under the intense pressure of the onlookers, because with Tsunade as his opponent, he would win no matter what. Indeed, after effortlessly winning all afternoon, the woman before him lost every last coin. The young girl holding a piglet beside her couldn't help but scold Tsunade. Tsunade smashed the table with a single punch, rising in fury. You bastard, you must have cheated. Or you used ninjutsu. Obito quickly raised his hands, waving them innocently. How could that be? I'm still a child. Ahem, I'm just an ordinary person. How could I do such things? Just pure luck. Tsunade studied him for a moment, then suddenly threw a punch that nearly scared Obito to death. He grabbed his winnings, did 2 backflips to create distance. Getting hit would be life-threatening. Tsunade strode out with her arms crossed, looking at the flustered man, and snorted disdainfully. Judging by your appearance, it's a transformation technique. So you're a ninja, huh? Seeing he was exposed, Obito scratched his head, sheepishly dispelled the technique, and said, well, I did use the transformation technique, but I neither cheated nor used ninjutsu in our gambling. Oh, you're just a kid out gambling. At your age, you should still be in the Ninja Academy, right? Do your parents know? Obito's eyes drooped slightly, a hint of sadness in his expression. My parents have both passed away. Shizun, standing beside Tsunade, tugged at her sleeve, making Tsunade realize she might have said the wrong thing. Since you and I seem to have a connection, how about I treat you to a meal? After all, you've lost all your money. Seeing that his pitiful act had won their sympathy, Obito instantly changed his expression to a mocking grin. Both women were stunned by his abrupt shift. Tsunade raised her fist in anger. Who wants you to treat me? Losing all my money is nothing. It won't starve me. But after patting her pockets, Tsunade fell silent for a moment, then displayed a face-changing skill rivaling Obito's, flashing a sweet smile. Since this young gentleman so kindly invites us, it would be rude to refuse. Their rapid mood swings left Shizun with a dark line on her forehead. Sometimes she felt that being too normal made her stand out among those around her. Having spent the afternoon at the casino, they arrived at the tavern just in time for dinner, the sky already darkening. Obito's shadow clone had parted ways with Rin and Kakashi. The memories from the clone flooded into his mind. That idiot had actually agreed on his behalf to a spar with Ryuga and Kakashi in 2 days. He wondered why Kakashi would challenge him. Probably because he had thoroughly beaten Kakashi once, and the stubborn kid didn't want to admit defeat. Tsunade noticed the clan crest on Obito's clothes as he took off his robe. She said in surprise, "You're from the Uchiha clan." Obito nodded calmly. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Uchiha Obito." Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden mission. Gain Tsunade's favor, obtain the first Hokage's necklace and Tsunade's death kiss. Reward Palm Sage proficient ninjutsu development talent basic. Obito was momentarily stunned, though his expression remained unchanged. His heart beat a little faster. With proficient palm sage, he could heal himself and save comrades in critical moments. The ninjutsu development talent would allow him to upgrade ordinary techniques or even create new ones. The system's tasks seemed unrelated, but clearly the rewards and impacts were calculated. If the system had a consciousness, it must be orchestrating a grand scheme. Hey kid, are you listening to me? Tsunade had already started eating and drinking leisurely. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. Obito gave a gentle smile reference Suguru Geto. What an impolite brat, Tsunade said as she grabbed a bottle of sake and drank directly without any pretense. I asked you at your age, why aren't you at the Ninja Academy? Why are you in a casino? Obito was thinking about how to complete the mission when Tsunade repeated her question. The Ninja Academy. Lately I've been sending shadow clones there. Obito told the truth. Oh, you're a talented kid, but you use shadow clones to skip class. Tsunade looked at the serious, almost adult-like Obito with curiosity. It's not really skipping class. My real body is training on the training ground. Today I just came to the casino to earn some money. Obito shrugged nonchalantly. I'll take your word for it. But why do you train so hard even skipping class? Tsunade still used a condescending tone, clearly not taking Obito seriously, merely seeing him as a talented Uchiha kid. Because I'm going to become the Hokage. Obito flashed a bright youthful smile, raising his thumb to point at his forehead, though there was no forehead protector there. Tsunade was just taking a hearty drink when she heard Obito's declaration. She stopped drinking, lifted her head, and stared at the boy. For a moment, she seemed to see double. Two figures overlapping perfectly with the boy before her. Shizune, about the same age as Obito, ignored their conversation and focused on eating. The Hokage is garbage. Only idiots want to be one. Tsunade sneered, belittling the position. Obito's gentle smile vanished instantly. With a ding sound of his Sharingan activating, his eyes turned cold and eerie. The crimson eyes stared at Tsunade. I won't allow you to slander the Hokage. Obito's entire aura changed, as if he were a different person, not at all like a 6-year-old child. Oh, Tsunade was slightly surprised. She grabbed a bottle of sake and chugged it down, perhaps to hide her astonishment. You're only about 6, yet you've already awakened the Sharingan. Obito sneered. Lady Tsunade, even if you're called one of the legendary Sannin, I won't forgive you for insulting the Hokage. As a future Hokage, I'll have to teach you a lesson. He cracked his wrists, perfectly embodying a passionate young man, fearless in the face of a strong enemy for his dream. Tsunade found it amusing a mere kid still in the Ninja Academy dared to challenge her as Sannin. Alright. Tsunade and Obito stepped outside. Her face still flushed from drinking, she raised a finger and twirled it in the air. As a Sannin, I won't go easy on a kid. I can defeat you with one finger. Obito had been following his plan, every move a brilliant performance. But hearing Tsunade belittle him so much, he grew furious, veins bulging on his forehead, as if his blood were boiling. Was this the Uchiha's battle instinct? Do you want to dance? As a Sannin, if you can't entertain me enough, I'll be disappointed. With that, Obito casually threw 2 shuriken. He never lost at trash-talking. Tsunade found it amusing. Did he think shuriken could hurt her? She casually dodged the 2 attacks and started walking forward, but then heard a sound behind her. In the dim light, a glint flashed. Obito moved his fingers, and 2 thin transparent wires connected to the shuriken. He remotely controlled them, aiming again at Tsunade's back. Has your Sharingan developed to this extent? Tsunade praised his talent. She turned around, her eyes tracking the shuriken's trajectory, then casually extended a finger to stop them. The 2 shurikens spun slowly on her extended index finger. Impressive, Tsunade, Obito thought. Without the Sharingan, she could easily read the shuriken's movement and precisely insert her finger into the holes to halt them. This was terrifying skill. But before Tsunade could gloat, a fiery ball came rushing toward her. You can even use offensive ninjutsu. I underestimated you. Tsunade leaped into the air, the fireball missing, leaving a scorched patch on the ground. Earth-style hardening technique. Obito's fist turned as hard as stone, and he punched at Tsunade before she landed. A smile curled on Tsunade's lips. Her specialty was monstrous strength. A 6-year-old trying to get close to her was asking for trouble. To Obito's disbelief, the moment his hardened fist touched Tsunade's index finger, cracks appeared. The earth chakra coating shattered. No, it was smashed. Boom. A cloud of dust rose. Obito emerged slightly disheveled, patting his shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of respect, as expected of Lady Tsunade. Even with just 1 finger, you're incredibly powerful. Tsunade boasted again. Before you pass out, I have a question. Why are you so obsessed with the title of Hokage? Finally, this was the moment. He had fought her for this very question. Because being Hokage is my dream. The classic line triggered the world's passive effect. Tsunade's vision briefly blurred, and she saw 2 silhouettes behind Obito, slowly merging with him. The figures of her younger brother Nawaki and her former lover Daito. Tsunade was moved, her eyes flickering. Seeing her reaction, Obito quickly formed 3 hand seals, gathering and charging chakra. Originally, this technique was a no-seal jutsu, but at his current level he needed hand seals to barely execute it. The world fell silent. In that stillness, the sound of 1,000 birds chirping filled the air. Tsunade snapped out of her daze, alerted by Shizune's reminder, and looked at the boy before her. Obito flashed a confident smile. His palm glowed with blue lightning chakra dancing arcs, emitting the sound of 1,000 birds. But it was still an incomplete technique. What technique is this? I've never seen nor even heard of it. Tsunade couldn't help but ask. This is a ninjutsu I created myself. It's still a prototype. I call it Chidori. Though it was Kakashi's invention at this point in time, he hadn't developed it yet. If Obito created it first, the copyright would belong to him, Uchiha Obito. If perfected, this technique would undoubtedly reach A rank, or even S rank. Obito shot forward like an arrow, dragging the crackling Chidori towards Tsunade. The ground was torn up by the uncontrolled lightning chakra, dust flying everywhere. Tsunade finally became serious. Her eyes locked onto Obito, then she raised a finger and brought it down, carving a deep trench in the ground. Seeing Obito, his technique incomplete, leave an opening and be knocked down by her single finger, Tsunade sighed, but still sneered, defeated by one finger. So this is why a dreamy kid like you says such nonsense about becoming Hokage. Obito brushed off the dust and stood up, a crooked grin on his face. It was just too sudden today. My technique isn't finished. Give me 2.5 days and I'll master it perfectly. So confident. You created an S-rank technique. Let's make a bet. If you truly master it within 2.5 days, I'll give you this necklace worth 3 mountains. Obito glanced at the necklace around Tsunade's neck, the first Hokage's legacy. Though those who wore it often met ill fates, a ninja must carry out missions. The system task was also a mission. See you later then. Ja any Tsunade's sister. Obito turned and waved, leaving only his back. Hearing the words sister, Tsunade trembled, as if seeing her deceased brother Nawaki. With his back to Tsunade, Obito wore a triumphant smile, slowly deactivating his Sharingan. Though Tsunade had proposed the bet, she had already recognized him in her heart. Everything was going according to his plan, but he hadn't yet obtained the necklace, so the mission wasn't complete. A full day had passed since his meeting with Tsunade. Obito lay sprawled on the ground with a thoroughly defeated expression, channeling a thread of wind-style chakra beneath his clothing to cool himself down. Hey Obito, you look like you've seen better days. A casually toned voice drifted down from above. Obito immediately glared upward, ready to confront whoever dared mock him. Kakashi, but I'm at the Ninja Academy. Did you skip class to come here? Obito stared in surprise at the white-haired youth sitting before him. For your clumsy shadow clone jutsu, stands no chance of fooling me. Kakashi crossed his arms. He had long suspected Obito had been secretly training. No wonder he'd managed to defeat him. Obito sat up from the ground and looked at Kakashi with a serious expression. You've come to challenge me again. Kakashi nodded and spoke calmly. I plan to graduate directly as a genin. There's nothing worthwhile to learn at the Ninja Academy. Is it because of the white fang of Konoha? Actually, you can learn quite a lot at the Ninja Academy. Obito had not wanted Kakashi to graduate early as a genin. After the death of Sakomo Hatake, Kakashi had changed dramatically, becoming a ninja who would abandon his comrades just to complete a mission. You say that, but you're not attending the Ninja Academy yourself. You're secretly training right here. Kakashi pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch as he watched Obito stand. Though Kakashi had not yet hardened into the person he would become, the news of Sakomo Hatake abandoning his mission to save his teammates had already spread, and Danzo was behind it once more. These rumors were already poisoning the present Kakashi. While Kakashi ignored what those villagers said, Uncle Sakomo has always been someone I deeply respected. I've heard what happened. If it were me, I would have made the same choice, to save my comrades. Obito drew his kunai and clashed with Kakashi. The metallic ring of steel filled the air as sparks flew in every direction. What do you understand? As a ninja, the mission comes first. That is the very first lesson you should learn upon entering the academy. Kakashi's attacks grew faster upon hearing Obito's words, clearly unwilling to revisit that topic. Obito wrinkled his nose and said no more, instead quickening the pace of his kunai strikes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering a side quest, save Sakomo Hatake and alter Kakashi's tragic childhood. Mission rewards best friend Kakashi X1, Explosive Clay Blueprint X1, Advanced Earth Release Secret Technique, also known as Explosion Release Scroll X1. Setting aside the fact that the rewards were extraordinarily generous, by far the most impressive Obito had received since binding to the system, he was not the type to accept quests blindly just for their prizes. He had noticed something deeply odd about this so-called villain system. Every mission it issued pushed him toward the good, never the sinister. It behaved nothing like a true villain system ought to. Yet there had to be a reason it bore that name. His present inability to grasp the system's larger design simply meant Obito lacked the capability to perceive its true purpose. When the system's voice echoed in his ear, Obito froze for a moment, and Kakashi seized the opening, kicking him squarely and sending him rolling awkwardly across the ground. You dare let your guard down during a duel against me? Do you look down on me? Kakashi's hands moved in rapid seal formation, and he brought his palm crashing down onto the earth. Earth Release Spiked Ground Technique. A thin line appeared on the ground surface, extending all the way to Obito's feet. The earth cracked apart in jagged sections, erupting with a sharp spike of dirt. But that was only the beginning. A second spike of fourth, then more, erupted unpredictably from beneath the soil. A crimson glow flashed in Obito's eyes. He instantly read through every spike's trajectory, evading them all with movements so unnerving that not a single strike found its mark. Since the battleground lay within a forest dedicated to training earth and timber were all he could command, deploying Earth Release for offense was undoubtedly the most chakra-efficient approach. Kakashi launched 6 shuriken with pinpoint accuracy toward Obito's position. 2 of them collided mid-air, altering their trajectories and curving back toward him, a technique Obito recognized as something he himself had once taught Kakashi. Obito inhaled deeply formed seals in a flash and spat a powerful torrent of water toward the ground. Water Release Water Fortress Wall. The incoming shuriken struck the rising wall of water, and instantly lost their momentum. Yet before the water barrier dissipated into a puddle, a wall carved with a dog's head materialized at Obito's position, deliberately crafted as a nod to Kakashi's future habits. Kakashi was startled. He had seen this technique before. It was not merely earth flow wall for defense, but a method of redirecting force. Instinctively glancing upward, he felt a scorching torrent of air bearing down upon him. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball engulfed Kakashi's position in an instant. But when Obito perched on a branch to survey the aftermath, he found only a charred stump where Kakashi had stood. That Obito, his chakra reserves must now rival a Jonin. To unleash 3 distinct jutsu in a single breath. Kakashi kept both hands crossed over his chest, sheltered behind a tree. He had barely escaped the fireball's direct impact by using a substitution technique. Obito formed the hand seals for Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a burst of smoke, an identical copy of himself appeared at his side. The two moved like monkeys through the canopy, hurling shuriken at any sign of Kakashi. When Kakashi retaliated, the real Obito would split from the clone and leap between branches above him, disrupting his vision. Trapped in this exhausting back and forth, Kakashi felt entirely on the back foot. Frustration and irritability bloomed within him, and he fixed his full attention on the 2 shadowy figures bouncing above. Just as Kakashi's impatience peaked, a hand erupted from the ground, seizing his ankle and dragging him underground with brutal force. Inner substitution jutsu, is it? Caught off guard by his own agitation, Kakashi had no time to react before he was swallowed whole into the earth. Kakashi, it appears you've brought someone you shouldn't have. Obito narrowed his eyes. Within his crimson irises, the single tomo of his Sharingan rotated slowly as he gazed toward a broad leafy tree in the distance. He then casually pulled Kakashi from the soil, where he had been buried. Kakashi halted his movements and followed Obito's line of sight. The tree's canopy began to tremble, and 2 figures clad in Anbu masks emerged from behind its trunk. As expected of an Uchiha prodigy, you detected our presence, even with our chakra concealed. Obito studied the 2 Anbu operatives and sensed something was amiss. Uchiha Obito, we are Anbu operating directly under the Hokage's command. Someone wishes to meet you. Please come with us. The operative wearing a cat-faced mask extended the invitation in his gentlest tone. Were they not supposed to be monitoring Kakashi? So these 2 were actually after him. Anbu or not, they could hardly bother emphasizing that they answered directly to the Hokage and speaking as though someone simply wished to see him, as if he were some child to be summoned. You're rude, aren't you? Danzo's personal subordinates. Obito slipped both hands into his pockets with complete disregard, lifting his chin to meet their gaze. He was now the Uchiha clan leader's designated confidant. Even the police force had reserved a squad captain position for him. 2 rude operatives possessed neither the authority nor the courage to simply detain him. As expected, reasoning with you is pointless. The ANBU requires an Uchiha, and your talent satisfies that need. This is an order. The root ninja trailing behind spoke with unmistakable arrogance. Challenging me. Obito already had 2 fingers raised before his chest, seemingly poised to unleash a jutsu at any moment. You little brat, barely a ninja yourself, yet you dare challenge an elite ANBU member. The root ninja behind him seethed with barely contained rage. But the root operative who had been speaking with Obito pressed a hand against his companion's shoulder, shook his head, and turned back to Obito. I hope you will give this careful consideration. I will come for you in one day. In an instant, both figures vanished from sight. Kakashi regarded Obito with puzzled concern. Who were those ANBU operatives? Obito frowned. Danzo's personal forces, Root. Since this is Uchiha training grounds, they dared not act recklessly. My provocation was deliberate. I wanted the nearby clan members to apprehend them. Kakashi fell silent at Obito's explanation, lost in thought. Kakashi, your father, the White Fang of Konoha, was a remarkable man. If his own son cannot trust him, how devastating must that be for him? Obito turned away. That is all I wish to say. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll leave you to your training. Obito gazed at the wounds covering his left hand, then at the 2 large trees he had just shattered with a single blow. He lay on the ground gasping for air, yet a joyful laugh escaped his lips involuntarily. I did it. After resting for a moment, Obito climbed to his feet and left the Uchiha compound in search of Tsunade. Tsunade, drinking so early in the morning isn't good for you. Obito's voice came from the ceiling. Tsunade, who was sitting in a pavilion drinking and enjoying the scenery, looked up and saw Obito hanging upside down from the ceiling. Come to admit defeat, you arrogant brat. Tsunade said with a sneer, but her flushed cheeks and the uncontrollable smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her delight at seeing Obito. Accompanied by little Shizen, Tsunade watched the silhouette of the young boy walking ahead, bathed in sunlight. She sank into memories, and with each cry of Nason, the figure before her blurred and merged with that of her younger brother. After finding Tsunade, Obito sensed 2 chakra signatures following them from a distance. Their concealment skills were rather sophisticated. If he didn't stop and carefully focus, he could barely perceive their presence. He deliberately avoided the Uchiha training grounds and chose a training ground in a secluded forest where hardly anyone ever trained. Aren't you taking me to your clan's training ground? Tsunade asked, still somewhat tipsy, looking at the boy before her. As a descendant of the Senju, it might not be appropriate to go to the Uchiha compound. But if you want, it's not impossible. Obito turned around and smiled. Choosing the secluded training ground was part of his plan. You're just a kid, yet you know quite a lot. Tsunade snorted softly, losing any interest in heading to the Uchiha training ground. Tsunade, I'll be taking that necklace worth 3 mountains from you. Obito wiped his nose with his thumb, flashing a supremely confident smile. It's fine. If you can truly master and use that level of ninjutsu perfectly, you'll have created an A rank or even S rank technique. With such talent, becoming Hokage is only natural. Tsunade spread her hands, slowly grasping the pendant on her chest. Obito's eyes flashed red as his Sharingan activated. He spoke, "You've been following us the whole way. If you don't make a move now, you'll lose your chance." A gust of wind blew, a few leaves fell, and 2 masked Umbu ninjas appeared, kneeling respectfully on one knee. "We greet Tsunade-sama. We are Umbu assigned to protect you." Can't even tell a lie. Obito looked at the two with contempt. If they weren't still useful, he would have had Tsunade send them flying. Obito wore an expression of mocking disdain and waved at them. "Do you take me for a fool? I saw you yesterday at the Uchiha compound. I at least remember your voices." The two Umbu exchanged glances behind their masks, then slowly stood up. Looking at Tsunade, they said, "We are Umbu directly under the Hokage. The third Hokage wishes to see him. Tsunade-sama, we hope you will not interfere in this matter." Their reasoning had some merit. Tsunade had essentially retired from being a ninja and was out of the loop. If they could deceive her, everything would be fine. Obito had already drawn a kunai. Seeing Tsunade clench her fists with a hint of anger, he couldn't help but smirk. It seemed Tsunade was sharp enough to distinguish between Umbu and Root. Schwa! A blade flashed, and crimson blood splattered. Obito struck first without honor, deliberately creating blood to trigger Tsunade's hemophobia. It was all part of his calculation. He planned to take down one of the two Umbu with a surprise Chidori. Killing one was feasible. He was certain they were Root members. Apart from the higher-ups, no one in the village knew of Root's existence. As a student at the Ninja Academy, fighting back against fake Umbu impersonators was completely justified. He was also convinced that Danzo, that old fox, had sent them behind the third Hokage's back, so even if his men died, he wouldn't dare make a fuss. Deliberately drawing blood was to provoke Danzo's 2 dogs into attacking. If they knew about Tsunade's hemophobia, they would no longer fear her status as one of the 3 Sannin, and perhaps this could even cure her condition. Obito saw Tsunade behind him start trembling, hugging her shoulders, staring blankly at the blood splattered on her hands with a look of terror in her eyes. Obito immediately waved to Shizune, who was equally stunned. "Take Tsunade away. These guys pretending to be Umbu are probably rogue ninja." "Rogue ninja." Hearing this brat call them rogue ninja, the two nearly choked with rage. They were Root ninjas executing justice in the shadows. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Being labeled rogue ninja was an insult that infuriated them. The cat-masked one who had been wounded also drew a kunai. Danzo had ordered them to bring the boy in alive, but if Obito resisted like this, they would have no choice but to use force. "You want to fight me?" Obito's face lit up with glee. He charged forward, splitting into 2 shadow clones, and engaged them in a melee supplemented by shuriken. As expected of Root members, just one of them repelled Obito and his 2 clones. The cat-masked one possessed formidable taijutsu, while the dog-masked one seemed to be setting up something. Probably Root's favorite tricks, like wire-trap shuriken techniques. In the original story, Shursui and Itachi, both young, easily defeated 2 Root ninjas. Although Shursui might have been older than Obito, now Itachi was about the same age. Obito refused to believe he was weaker than Itachi. Fire style. Obito quickly formed hand seals and spat out a fierce fireball. The cat-masked opponent before him showed no fear, slamming his hands on the ground to raise an earthen wall. "This earthen wall can really stop me, eh?" Obito swiftly pulled out a scroll from his waist, pressing his palm on 2 characters. One hand materialized a short sword, while the other seal erupted into a tornado-like vortex of air. Great Fire Tornado. The whirlwind caught the flames, forming a new combined ninjutsu. The fire tornado was far more powerful than either the wind or fire style alone, smashing through the earthen wall and surging toward the cat-masked ninja. "No way. You call this a student not yet graduated from the academy?" The cat-masked ninja instantly used a substitution, appearing somewhat disheveled on another branch. Since Obito lacked a wind-release ninja tool, he had sealed the jutsu in a scroll. Though it was a one-time use, it caught the opponent off guard. Now he held a short sword. This blade and the scroll were both swindled from Uchiha Fugaku. Though not high-grade, it was still a decent ninja tool. Uchiha-style flame slash. Blazing flames erupted on Obito's short sword. As he swung a fiery blade, aura was launched, streaking straight toward the cat-masked ninja, who had just substituted. This was a tool that could channel fire nature chakra to enhance slashing power, maximizing its effectiveness when combined with Uchiha-style sword techniques. "That's just a normal slash, you know," the dog-masked ninja quipped, tossing 2 shuriken toward Obito. But he deflected them easily with his short sword remaining unharmed. "Your shuriken jutsu, on the other hand, is very mediocre." Obito's crimson eyes with their tomo slowly rotated a full circle. In his vision, he could clearly see every move of the 2 opponents. 2 shuriken whizzed past Obito's neck. The moment he dodged, another pair was already thrown. Obito leaped high, twirling gracefully in the sunlight, his Sharingan's tomo spinning slowly as he clearly traced the shuriken's trajectory. He hurled his short blade, piercing through the holes in the center of both shuriken and pinning them to the ground. "It's remarkable that you have the courage to challenge me, but that's the only thing I can praise you for." Obito landed softly on the hilt of his short blade, backlit by the sun, looking down at the dog-masked figure who had thrown the shuriken. As his words fell, a glint of light appeared in the air. The dog-masked figure before him triumphantly drew a blade, gazing at the fine threads he had personally set, and said smugly, "Though you are a bit arrogant, I must admit that possessing such strength before even becoming a full-fledged ninja is indeed genius. But you have already fallen into my trap." With that, the dog-masked figure swung his blade, cutting a silver thread. The sound of countless ropes snapping echoed. The umbu in the dog mask trembled as countless nearly invisible threads bound him tightly, even cutting into his flesh. Blood trickled down the threads, staining them all red, and dripped onto the ground. It turned out that the root operative in the dog mask had been using shuriken combined with ultra-thin steel wires to set up a barrier among the surrounding trees. Cutting any one of them would cause the intersecting ropes to misalign due to the loss of tension, ultimately binding Obito tightly. But he had dismissed Obito's words. He never expected that Obito had truly seen through everything, including his well-practiced wire assassination technique. Each of his shuriken had been subtly deflected and repositioned by Obito, and the dog-masked man ultimately died by his own technique. No. Impossible. The cat-masked figure finally felt fear. Just a moment ago his comrade had been killed by his own technique, and the one responsible was the little demon before him. Blood dripped, staining the ground red. The dog-masked figure resembled a fruit squeezed in a juicer, his blood being wrung from his body. Next, Obito held his short blade, the blood on the ground reflected in his eyes, stirring an inexplicable excitement within him. This was likely the innate, battle-hungry bloodline of the Uchiha clan. At that moment Tsunade, seeing a man dead, gritted her teeth, and tried to stand but failed. The sight of blood made her collapse again, yet she still reached out, and shouted to Obito, "Be careful. Run. The enemy is at least a Chunin, or even a special Jonin." Obito raised his thumb pointing at the clan emblem on his back, and said with firm determination, "I am the man who will bear the Uchiha clan crest, and become Hokage. Before I achieve that dream, I won't be taken down so easily. You a Uchiha brat. How could you ever become Hokage?" The cat-masked figure seemed enraged. The audacity of this little brat, with a single Tomo Sharingan, made his blood boil. The man took off his coat, revealing a large cleaver hidden beneath it on his back. Clearly he was a power-based fighter, and his chakra reserves were not insignificant. He was a ninja skilled in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Taking advantage of his smaller build, Obito swiftly leaped and changed positions around the cat-masked figure, finally stopping directly in front of him. He gripped his short blade with both hands, and as he infused it with chakra, the blade glowed with a faint red light. Uchiha-style flame slash. "Want to compare blade techniques with me?" The cat-masked figure swung his large cleaver in a wide arc, striking directly at Obito's slender short blade. With a clang, Obito's short blade was effortlessly sent flying, spinning a few times before embedding itself in the ground. However, Obito's body twisted in an extremely bizarre manner, midair folding at the waist. He lashed out with a rear leg kick, chakra infused, striking the back of the cat-masked figure's neck like a scorpion's tail. "Is it real, eh?" The chakra coating Obito's leg slowly dissipated. He could no longer change his position in midair. A heavy punch struck his abdomen. Obito was sent flying like a meteor, rolling awkwardly on the ground before crashing into a tree. But in battle, the opponent doesn't stop attacking just because you've been knocked away. The cat-masked figure struck on the back of the neck, merely flexed his neck seemingly unharmed. Obito immediately used the momentum to get up and picked up the short blade that had been knocked away. Thump. His heart gave a violent beat. The blow had likely injured his internal organs. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking at the blood on the ground, Obito felt no fear, only heightened excitement. Such a large frame taijutsu attacks barely do any damage, yet his movements are so agile and quick. I can't win with taijutsu alone. Obito reached that conclusion in an instant. With his Sharingan, he tracked the cat-masked figure's blurry afterimages. At that moment, reflecting the blood on the ground, the Tomo in his eyes began to spin again, and a second Tomo gradually appeared in his eye. Obito suddenly felt a certain shackle in his mind break. Everything before him slowed down again. Now he could fully see the cat-masked figure's movement trajectory. No, now I can keep up with just taijutsu. Obito's body turned into a blur, appearing beside the cat-masked figure in an instant. Whether the opponent leaped between treetops or sprinted on the ground, he couldn't shake Obito off. "You little brat." The cat-masked figure swung his large cleaver again, aiming at Obito's body. Sharingan. Obito noticed that the cat-masked figure, in trying to target him, had inadvertently met his gaze. Wasn't that like a pillow being handed to someone who was sleepy? The Tomo in his eyes spun half a turn, making the cat-masked figure's eyes glaze over and his movements halt. Easily dodging the cleaver's trajectory, Obito kicked the arm holding the blade, and the large cleaver fell to the ground. Though it lasted only a second, the cat-masked figure caught in the Jinjutsu broke out in a cold sweat. In battle, that second could have cost him his life. But after breaking free, he found himself alive, only his weapon had been disarmed. Obito had already retreated in front of Tsunade. As he completed 3 hand seals, he covered his left wrist with his right hand, and a sound like 1,000 birds chirping rose toward the sky. "Sister Tsunade, this bet is mine." A crackling lightning bolt connected to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The brilliant blue light made the cat-masked figure instinctively sense danger. Chidori, combined with the 2 Tomo Sharingan, able to see and easily avoid all obstacles on the initial path, the Chidori technique was complete. Earth Release, Earth Fist technique. The cat-masked figure fought back, one hand slowly turning into hard rock as he charged at Obito, who was wielding the Chidori, creating a sense of mutual collision. A sound of flesh being pierced by a sharp object rang out, accompanied by the sizzle of electricity burning flesh. Obito's left hand had pierced through the cat-masked figure's abdomen, while Obito himself coughed up blood. Before releasing the Chidori, he had used the earth release hardening technique to cover his chest and abdomen, but he hadn't expected the opponent's punch to be so strong, not only breaking through his defense, but also causing secondary damage to his internal organs. Taking 2 steps back, Obito watched the cat-masked figure slowly fall to the ground and lose his life, then he himself collapsed. Tsunade immediately rushed over. Ignoring the blood staining her face, she placed a green glowing hand on Obito's abdomen. She had clearly seen the severe injury to his abdomen. With tears streaming, she stopped the bleeding, shouting regardless of her appearance, "Why are you so stubborn? Even if you ran away, it would have been fine." Tsunade had always thought the 2 fake Anbu were targeting her, probably because they wanted her medical skills. But she never imagined, nor could she have imagined, that Obito had deliberately lured them to play along with his act. Because running away, leaving a defenseless villager of Konoha to face such powerful rogue ninja, is not something a future Hokage would do. Obito gasped heavily. Fortunately, Tsunade's healing ability was truly effective. "Why are you so obsessed with becoming Hokage?" Finally, she asked what he wanted to hear. Obito, as if rehearsed 1,000 times, curved his lips into a smile as bright as the morning sun. "Because becoming Hokage is my dream." Feeling the warmth from Tsunade's hand, Obito noticed his internal injuries slowly healing and couldn't help but smile. He reached out and grasped the pendant hanging around Tsunade's neck. Seeing Obito's smile and sensing that his fading life force was returning, Tsunade finally broke into a smile through her tears. She solemnly removed the pendant worth 3 mountains and personally placed it around his neck. Tsunade caressed Obito's radiant sunlit face, brushed back her hair, and gently kissed his forehead. She thought of her deceased younger brother and Nawaki, whose faces merged with the young boy before her. "If it's you, I believe you can do it." A faint blush rose on Tsunade's cheeks. If not for the few drops of blood on her face, she would have looked truly beautiful. "Sister Tsunade. Can I call you sister from now on?" Obito put on an innocent childlike expression, looking at Tsunade with eager anticipation. Seeing Tsunade frozen in place, a hint of disappointment flickered across his face. "Is it not okay? Because both my parents died when I was young, and I've been living with my grandmother. I've always wanted a sister." "No, I agree. From now on, you are my little brother." Tsunade pulled him into an embrace, nearly suffocating the already weakened Obito. "Excuse me, I heard sounds of fighting here." An Anbu wearing a rat mask appeared beside them. "Are you a real Anbu? 2 rogue ninja disguised as Anbu attacked us." Obito put on a pitiful child's expression, turning the tables and accusing first. "Are you the legendary Sannin?" The Anbu noticed Tsunade and was clearly surprised. After saluting, he examined the 2 Anbu bodies and then turned to them. "These 2 are indeed not our Anbu members. I will report this to the 3rd Hokage." Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Earned Tsunade's affection, obtained the 1st Hokage's necklace, and Tsunade's kiss of death. Rewards: Palm Sage Art, Proficient Ninjutsu Development, Talent Beginner, have been distributed. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Help Tsunade cure her hemophobia. Mission complete. Reward: 1 Kakashi's worth of chakra has been distributed. Phew! Obito let out a long breath. He hadn't expected to trigger a hidden mission. Now his total chakra reserves exceeded 2.5 Kakashis, approaching 3 Kakashis. Chakra measurement unit: 1 Kakashi equals the total chakra of an adult Kakashi. With such chakra, he was considered to have a large chakra reserve among Jonin. Although his current chakra might only be 0.01 Naruto, he believed that by working hard on missions he could increase his chakra even more. With his chakra replenished, Obito's injuries were healed. He dusted off his pants and could move on his own. Tsunade held his hand, looking like a parent leading a child. Obito turned his head, his face slightly flushed. All of this was supposed to be his own plan and act to complete the mission. He was the chess player, and he couldn't be swayed by the pieces. But this racing heartbeat. Perched upon a luxuriant tree, Obito sat cloaked in black robes, his gaze locked onto the entrance of the Kazuki residence. I never expected that a system mission could be so precise down to the day. Obito observed the pale blue holographic display materializing before his eyes, the countdown timer marking the fate of the Konoha White Fang. Should those final seconds vanish, Hitaki Tsukumo would take his own life. Upon receiving this intelligence, Obito swiftly formulated an intricate plan. Mere seconds of deliberation proved more than sufficient. Yet at that precise moment, several figures clad in black appeared at the Kazuki household's entrance. After a few knocks, Hitaki Tsukumo, his face etched with exhaustion, pushed open the door. Upon seeing their faces, Tsukumo's expression shifted noticeably, and he ushered them inside before closing the door behind him. Surely not. Obito widened his eyes in disbelief. Could there be more to the White Fang's death than met the eye? Tsukumo's reaction suggested he might not have intended suicide after all. No, within Konoha there existed none capable of surpassing him in combat prowess. He was the legendary Konoha White Fang, whose formidable reputation had been forged in the aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War. Obito furrowed his brows as the countdown ticked away, each second intensifying his deliberation. He ultimately abandoned his initial plan, resolving to storm the residence immediately if the masked figures had not emerged within 1 minute of Tsukumo's expiration. Failure was inconsequential. The system would never present an unsolvable problem. Gulp. Obito swallowed hard, noticing the countdown now stood at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He withdrew a sealing scroll from his robe, drawing forth a short blade in preparation to breach the door. However, the Kazuki household's door swung open. The masked figures emerged, casually securing the entrance and scanning the surroundings before detaining 2 nearby bystanders. They were erasing all evidence. Something extraordinary must have transpired within. Once their presence vanished entirely, Obito employed a body flicker technique to dash into the Kazuki residence. The faint metallic scent of blood greeted him at the threshold. Following it to a room, he found Hatake Tsukumo collapsed in agony, a pool of blood spreading beneath his body. White Fang Sr. Obito withdrew the blade from Tsukumo's abdomen. A gentle green light emanated from his palm, which he pressed against the wound. Visible healing ensued as Tsukumo's injury began to mend before his eyes. Moments later, Obito noticed the countdown had halted. Tsukumo's pained expression softened, yet his pallor betrayed severe blood loss. He remained unconscious, unable to awaken. Were all traces eradicated? Only forces such as Anbu and Root operating from the shadows could execute such meticulous cleanup. Third Hokage. Or Danzo. Even with his Sharingan, Obito detected not a single remnant. The opponent's methods were extraordinarily refined, flawlessly staging Tsukumo's apparent suicide. Obito frowned, slowly raising his Sharingan, as an alternative theory formed. What if Tsukumo truly had committed suicide? Given the brief time frame, neither Anbu nor Root, not even Third Hokage or Danzo acting personally, could have eliminated him so swiftly and silently. This suggested Tsukumo's death was genuinely self-inflicted. But what motive would drive such a man to end his life? Could Hatake Tsukumo bear to abandon Kakashi, who was still but a child? As a father, and one possessing such unwavering moral conviction, he understood the responsibilities of parenthood. To have taken his own life merely due to whispered rumors demonstrated insufficient psychological fortitude. Such fragility would be utterly incompatible with the title of Konoha White Fang. Observing the unconscious White Fang, Obito contemplated another question. If Tsukumo had indeed killed himself, how had Kakashi learned of it, rushed home, and arrived at the scene first? Someone had deliberately leaked this information to him. That individual was shrewd, calculating that Kakashi, upon learning of his father's death, would not harbor suspicions. Overcome with grief, the boy would focus solely on his deceased father, easily forgetting who had delivered the news. A child, however gifted, could not possibly contemplate such complexities. The remaining possibility was clear: Hatake Tsukumo had been coerced. The adversary likely wielded leverage over what he valued most, and the culprit's influence was so overwhelming that even the Konoha White Fang had no recourse but to comply. Furthermore, whatever transpired must remain secret, even beyond death. Suspicion ultimately narrowed to 2 individuals: the Third Hokage and the leader of Root, Danzo. Either party would have exploited Kakashi as leverage against Tsukumo. Obsidian veins bulged on Obito's forehead as darkness clouded his vision, a chilling realization that the White Fang's demise was far more intricate than anticipated. He even considered abandoning this mission, facing either Danzo or the Third Hokage with his current strength would be like casting eggs against a boulder. Cough. A faint sound drew Obito's attention to Hatake Tsukumo, whose eyelids slowly fluttered open. Who are you? No, why am I still alive? Beneath the man's heavy dark circles lay an exhaustion and weariness that could not be concealed. He regarded the youth before him, whose twin Tomo Sharingan fixed upon him, and asked in bewilderment. Obito's youthful face hardened. You're asking me? I, Uchiha Obito, pulled you back from death's edge. I understand your situation sufficiently. I only wish to know who they are. Hatake Tsukumo hesitated, then shook his head resolutely. I cannot tell you. I know you are Uchiha Obito, a future pillar of Konoha who aspires to become Hokage. Kakashi has spoken of you incessantly upon his return. But regarding this matter I cannot speak. Obito's expression instantly smoothed into cold composure. He shrugged indifferently and turned to leave. So be it. Even if you die, Kakashi will not escape unscathed. Their aim extends beyond you alone. They intend to mold a genius like Kakashi into an assassin, exploiting your death to warp his psyche until he becomes nothing more than their puppet, manipulated like a marionette. If that outcome satisfies you, then there is no need to tell me anything. Hatake Tsukumo froze. The youth's mode of thinking, no, his cognition and strategic depth, transcended his own by more than a tier. Tsukumo felt as though he were conversing not with a child, but with a far-sighted prescient strategist. For every word Obito had spoken corresponded precisely to the levers of coercion used against him. It was completely accurate. Wait. As Obito reached for the door handle, Hatake Tsukumo finally called out to him, then assumed a solemn expression and sank to his knees upon the floor. I will reveal everything you wish to know. I believe you can aid my son. Even my life is yours to command. This is the earnest plea of my entire existence. Hatake Tsukumo bowed his head heavily against the floorboards. The hero who had earned the title Konoha White Fang during the Second Shinobi World War knelt, thus surrendering every shred of dignity. Yet Obito smiled. He turned to face the man before him, his respect deepening. This was a true hero from innermost core to outward appearance, and above all a profoundly great father. Then, Senior Shimao, I may be a bit rude. Please do not resist, and accept my illusion control. Daito's left eye pupil contracted slightly. Shimao, meeting his gaze, became expressionless, clearly entering the illusion space. Daito observed Shumao's memories, which were utterly unguarded, and truly felt that this senior known as Mu Ye's White Fang was too naive and too trusting of others. Witnessing the events that had just unfolded, Daito couldn't help but gasp in shock. He never expected to see the darkest moment of this village. To understand what the so-called darkness truly was. From Daito's perspective, he was merely an observer standing beside Shumao. As he watched the door being opened, his expression, like Shumao's beside him, involuntarily widened, his eyes revealing an incredulous look. Because at the forefront was Tuan Song, the leader of Genbu, and standing beside the regiment leader was one of the San Rin de Shiwan. I have some matters to discuss with you. Let's go inside. Tuan Song squinted his exposed eye as if this place were his own home. Shuaomao's expression grew solemn. He led the few men into the house and closed the door. Because of a certain incident, Daito directly witnessed that segment of Chimu Shumao's long-sealed memory. Unbelievably, Kaka, Shi's mother, a woman never mentioned in the original story, was actually a member of the Chuanzhong clan named Chuanzhong Daochao. No wonder Shumao named his son Kakashi. For the Japanese translation of Kaka, she means scarecrow, and Kakashi, summoned beast, is a ninja dog, which now makes perfect sense. This woman of the Chuanzhong clan possessed the will of fire and aspired to become Huaying. She had always been Shuaomao's partner. Together they had witnessed the brutality of war, experienced life and death, and cultivated an unbreakable, profound bond. Eventually they came together and gave birth to their son, Chimu Kakashi. But happiness was short-lived. When Kakashi was just over 1 year old, the two were ordered to carry out a mission again. They never imagined that this mission would separate them forever, and that Shumao would personally kill the woman he loved most. It was a mission to steal confidential intelligence. The reconnaissance ability of the Chuanzhong clan and the strength of Baya were a perfect match. To increase the mission success rate, they were also assigned 2 other Zhongren and 1 Shangren, a friend who had carried out missions with Shumao before, to provide cover. But this mission was somehow exposed. Chuanzhong Daochao was struck by a poisoned kunai, and the 2 Zhongren lacking strength were effortlessly killed by the pursuing ninja. Give up on Daochao Jia. The mission comes first. Do you want to abandon the mission for a woman? The sole remaining Shangren urged. I'm done for. Take the mission scroll and leave quickly. Give me a quick end. Chuanzhong Daochao's eyes were filled with resolve. She could no longer move, the spreading toxin had left her limp on the ground. To protect their identities from being exposed, the only safe option was to destroy her own body. No? What nonsense are you talking? This is just a mission. Is a mission more important than your life? Shuaomao's face was streaked with tears. He stared with bloodshot eyes at the ninja, who were now very close, and the fierce aura of a Ing-Ji powerhouse radiated outward. Shua, Mao. Only 2 words escaped the woman's lips before her faint life force completely vanished. Chimu Shumao stared in disbelief at the woman in his arms. A faint smile still lingered on her lips. She had used her last strength to grab his hand holding the kunai and thrust it into her own chest, choosing to die at the hands of the one she loved most. Seeing the ninja drawing closer, Shumao gritted his teeth so hard that a trace of blood seeped from between them. With red-rimmed eyes, he turned and pulled the other Shangren, choosing to leave the place. Behind them, a violent explosion erupted where they had stood. 20 detonating tags not only destroyed Chuanzhong Daochao's body, but also claimed the lives of 3 pursuing ninja. The last 2 survivors returned to Mu Yi, handed over the confidential intelligence, and completed the mission. The 3rd generation expressed his condolences for the fallen ninja, but they did not know that this entire conversation had been overheard word for word by Tuan Song, who was hiding by the door. Sure enough, before long the title of Mu Ye's White Fang grew more and more renowned, even showing signs of surpassing Huaying. Tuan Song then approached Mu Ye's White Fang, praising him for his unwavering choice of the village's interests over personal emotions. Since the war was still ongoing, he sent Shumao, who had lost his beloved, to the sand-hidden village in the Wind Country to steal intelligence. The reason for sending him on this mission need not be elaborated. First, he was familiar with the sand-hidden village. Not long ago in the Great War, he had killed the son and daughter-in-law of Granny Chio, both hailed as geniuses of the sand-hidden village. These 2 were the parents of Chisha Jixia. However, this intelligence-stealing mission was actually a grand scheme orchestrated by Tuan Song. He dispatched 2 members of Genbu disguised as elite and Bu to accompany Shumao to the sand-hidden village. One of them was the Shangren, who had carried out multiple missions with Chimu Shumao. That Shangren's true name was known only to Tuan Song, for his name was Jitsuan Ichuan. Both he and Tuan Song were members of the Jitsuan clan. To make a long story short, during this mission Jitsuan Ichuan deliberately exposed their whereabouts, leading to pursuit. The other companion was killed outright, while he himself for some reason was stabbed multiple times, but none of the wounds were fatal. Chimu Shumao saw that his partner, with whom he had completed many missions, was about to be killed again. He decisively abandoned the mission to rescue his comrade, for he refused to become the kind of trash who would abandon a friend for a mission. But what he never expected was that this was all part of Tuan Song's plan. The sand-hidden village was already on its last legs, having signed a peace treaty. The Second Ninja World War was drawing to a close. What intelligence was needed? Tuan Song had colluded with the sand-hidden village and his subordinates to set up a trap specifically targeting Chimu Shumao. Sure enough, after Shumao returned to the village, the fact that he had failed to complete the mission was concealed for a time, but eventually it was leaked. And the leaker was of course one of Tuan Song's men. Returning to the topic of the three people who entered the Chimu household besides Da, Shiwan, and Tuansong, there was also Jitsu and Ichuan. It was at this moment that Shomao realized he had been framed by Tuansong, who stood before him. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he looked at them. If you do such things and I report them to the Hua Ing, you're all finished. Tuansong laughed non-committally. Saratobi, that old man, already knows. He will step down soon and I, and this Da, Shiwan will be the best candidates for the fourth Hua Ing. With your reputation you have no chance at becoming Hua Ing. Even if despicable people like you become Hua Ing, so what? My title Mu Ye's White Fong is known to all. Even if you all attack together, I will not hesitate to cut you down. Even if it were the third generation. No, even if the third generation were with you. A chilling killing intent erupted from his body, as if he would slay everyone before him in the next moment. If you dare to make a move, we will immediately order the Inbu monitoring Kaka, Shi to strike. And you do not have the strength to kill us. Once I or Dashi-1 becomes Hua Ing, you and your son will be ostracized by the entire village. Tuansong revealed a sinister smile. Then what do you want? Chimu Shuomao tightened his grip on his blade. As a child he lacked the power to protect his true love, and now even with strength he still could not protect her. Go to the gate of Mu Yi, publicly admit your mistake, support me as Hua Ing, and become my direct subordinate. This was Tuansong's plan to ascend to the position of Hua Ing, meticulously crafted with perfect timing, location, and people. However, he underestimated Chimu Shuomao's love for his son. He would rather die himself than let his son go down the wrong path, nor would he hand over Mu Yi to such a sinister figure. He directly drew his blade, and under the stunned gaze of the three plunged it into his own abdomen, choosing suicide. In that case, all your plans will come to nothing. Chimu Shuomao smiled, looking at the three before him. TCH, you bastard. What are you standing there for? Get out of here. Tuansong, furious, strode out, thoroughly erasing all traces of their presence before returning to the Genbu base. Their plan had failed. Daito, breathing heavily, dispelled the illusion. He stared in disbelief at the Chimu Shuomao before him. Although the identities of the men who had entered the house and their actions largely matched his speculation, he never imagined that the truth behind Shuomao's suicide was such a massive scheme orchestrated by Tuansong. He could not underestimate this schemer. Now let's do as I said, Senior Baya. I hope you can trust me. Daito took a deep breath. He had already formed a new plan. Daito gazed at the white-haired man before him. It turned out that all the Hokage enthusiasts had misjudged him. He was not the sort of man who would succumb to suicide over idle gossip. Rather, he was a true man who would rather embrace death than yield to the forces of darkness, all for the sake of his son's growth and the village's welfare. You don't have to choose death. Before anyone arrives, you need to inflict wounds on yourself. Not too severe, but injuries that can be healed. After you wake up in the hospital, you must pretend to have lost your memory, and then resign from your duties as a ninja. Daito slowly unveiled his plan. Pretend to have amnesia? What about Tuansong and the others? Chimu Shuomao seemed perplexed by this approach. Tuansong's true intention was not to kill you, but to become Hokage himself. Bringing Orochimaru was merely a more effective way to intimidate you. Because the third Hokage is no longer the ninja hero, in a few years he will step down, and after you lose your eligibility for the Hokage position, the only potential successors are Tuansong and the renowned three ninja of Konoha. Daito concluded, as long as you lose your memory, they won't make things difficult for you. After all, doing so brings them no benefit, and it also allows them to achieve their goal. How can that be? Konoha cannot be entrusted to people like them. Chimu Shuomao clearly opposed Daito's plan. The position of Hokage will not fall into the hands of the three ninja, nor will Tuansong ever become Hokage. Daito answered with unwavering certainty. Because in another year or two the third great ninja war would erupt in full force, and the one who would cement his reputation in that war, the Yellow Flash, was the true candidate for the Hokage seat. Hearing footsteps in the distance, Daito's eyes flashed crimson, and he said to Shuomao, relax, do not resist under any circumstances. Having come to trust Daito deeply, after all he had saved his life, he complied without any resistance. Bang! Daito simulated an injury from a blunt object, causing a large lump to appear on the back of Chimu Shuomao's head. The already weakened man thus lost consciousness. Then using a short blade, he made cuts on Shuomao's body, not in fatal areas. He dragged the unconscious Chimu Shuomao onto the existing bloodstains, creating the illusion of excessive blood loss. He also left impact marks and a faint trace of blood on the sharp table corner, thereby proving that Shuomao had injured his head during a suicide attempt, making the amnesia appear entirely plausible. Having done everything, Daito vanished from the room, steeped in intrigue. Even the cunning Tuansong could never have imagined that someone in this world possessed even deeper schemes, someone who had dismantled his plan and turned the tables on him without his knowledge. In the future, Chimu Shuomao would undoubtedly keep a close watch on Tuansong, perhaps even seizing an opportunity to assassinate him. No sooner had Daito left than a frantic Kakashi burst into the house and saw Chimu Shuomao lying in a pool of blood. But after crouching down to inspect him carefully, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Shuomao was still alive. A day later, Daito and another black-haired youth clashed on the training ground. The reflection on one kunai revealed a pair of crimson and eerie Xylunion, while the other kunai reflected a pair of nearly pure white eyes. Rishon Yuesher was sparring with Daito. They often came to the training ground to hone their skills through combat. Daito and Mr. Rishon honorific huff. Kakaxi's father is in the hospital. Anyway, let's go visit him together. A girl with 2 purple stripes on her face, panting heavily, found the 2 young boys training. Daito immediately put on a look of surprise. What happened to that guy Kakaxi? How could his father be in the hospital? He is the legendary Konoha White Fang. Rishan Uesher also looked confused, but Lin had already pulled Daito toward the hospital. Although Rishan Uesher wasn't on particularly good terms with Kakaxi, they were still classmates, so he followed the 2. Entering the ward, they saw Chimu Shamao, with vacant eyes wrapped in bandages, staring silently at the white bed sheet before him. The people surrounding him all wore expressions of worry. These were friends who had been close to Chimu Shamao, those who had supported him even when he abandoned his mission. A silver-haired boy in a mask standing by the bedside was none other than Chimu Kakaxi. "Doctor, how is my father?" Kakaxi grabbed the doctor who had just entered and asked anxiously. The wounds on his body have been treated with medical ninjutsu. The blunt trauma to his head has also been healed, but he seems to have lost some memories. He hasn't yet recalled who he is. The doctor shook his head helplessly. Memory loss from a head injury, whether it could be recovered, depended on luck. This was beyond the scope of medicine. Daito and Lin entered the ward with Rishan Uesher following behind them somewhat awkwardly. Looking at Chimu Shamao before them, where was the majesty of the Konoha White Fang? If it weren't for the fact that everything was orchestrated by Daito himself, even he would have been fooled by Shamao's acting. Lin walked over to Kakaxi, set down the basket of fruit she was carrying, and gently comforted him with a smile, saying, "I believe Uncle Shamao will get better." Daito couldn't help but shake his head. The character of Lin was simply too perfect. She had an exceptionally gentle and beautiful face like a first love, and her personality was exceedingly kind. In this ninja world, she was like a clear stream in a muddy swamp. Just then the ward door was pushed open again. In walked the 3rd Hokage wearing his Hokage robe, followed by the Hokage's advisor Jitsuin Tuansong, who had one eye covered with bandages and held a cane. When Shuamao caught sight of these 2 from the corner of his eye, a slight flicker appeared in his gaze, but it quickly returned to blankness. "Shuamao, do you remember me?" Yuanfei Risen revealed his kind smile and bent down to look at the vacant-eyed Shuamao. "Who are you, old man?" Shuamao appeared extremely impatient, frowning at the old man, showing no respect at all. This was also what Daito had told him to do. Speaking in such a tone to the person he once respected most could indirectly help confirm the fact of his amnesia. "I am the Hokage. Don't you remember? You are Konoha's Chimu Shuamao, an excellent ninja. Have you recalled anything?" The 3rd Hokage still cared for the man with a kind demeanor. "Hokage ninja, none of that matters. Can you, this annoying old man, just get out of my sight?" Shuamao was completely opposite to the gentle uncle image in everyone's memory. He looked very irritable, or rather agitated. Because only such agitated emotions could reflect the helplessness of an amnesiac person seeing everything around him while knowing nothing and the urge to vent. That small exposed eye of Tuan Song flashed a glint. He reached out and placed his hand on Yuanfei Risen's shoulder. "Forget it. He really seems to have forgotten everything. He can no longer be a ninja now." Yuanfei Risen seemed to want to say something more, but opened his mouth and then closed it without speaking. After setting down the gifts he had brought, he instructed those around to take good care of Shamao, then turned and left the ward. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest, save Chimu Shamao, and change Kakaxi's miserable childhood. Quest reward acquired, close friend Kakaxi X1, detonating clay blueprint X1, high-level earth release secret technique, also known as explosion release scroll X1, already issued." The system's voice suddenly rang out. Daito glanced at Kakaxi standing nearby, and thought to himself, "This guy is already considered my close friend. Giving him as a quest reward is really redundant. But a high-level earth release secret technique, like Daito's. That detonating clay which he called art was not a bloodline limit. Whether it was explosion release or not was hard to say, but it was definitely an extremely powerful trump card. Lin stayed behind to look after Chimu Shamao, while Rishan Uesher returned to the Rishan clan. Although he had been training in ninjutsu and shuriken techniques under Daito's guidance, he still had to go back home every day to practice the family's gentle fist. Kakaxi seemed to be fine for now. Since Chimu Shamao had given up being a ninja, Tuan Song would no longer target him. Daito planned to study the art of explosion alone. After all, striving with a clear goal and witnessing one's own growth was the most fulfilling. In a forest specifically used for training, Daito, Lin, Kakaxi, and Rishan Uesher sat together. Today, for a rare change, they were not training, but having a picnic. Kakaxi had already graduated early and become a genin. "So you really did graduate early, Kakaxi," Daito said, picking up a sandwich made by Lin and taking a big bite. "I don't think the Ninja Academy can help me grow any further. With your talent, why do you still stay in the academy?" Kakaxi asked Daito with confusion. "Because I am an Uchiha. There are some things you better not know." Daito shrugged. "Because the 3rd Hokage, that old geezer, and Tuan Song, who already had his guard up against him, might throw him a nearly suicidal mission. If that happened, he would have to become a rogue ninja." They had already celebrated for Kakaxi earlier. This time was purely a gathering of close friends. "Kakaxi, when you became a genin, I didn't get to celebrate with you because I had something to do. This is my compensation. Here." Daito pulled out a finely wrapped pouch from his pocket. Kakaxi took it and casually opened it, then stared at Daito with his dead fish eyes. "What is this you gave me?" Inside the pouch was a lump of white clay looking perfect for a 3-year-old to play with at home. Daito proudly extended his thumb and rubbed his nose. "This is a high-level earth release I developed myself. I call it Baodun." As he spoke, he took out another small lump of white clay from his ninja tool pouch and showed it to Kakashi. You just need to infuse it with Earth Nature Chakra, and it will become linked to the clay. While infusing chakra, Daito molded the clay into the shape of an insect and threw it at a distant tree. Daito formed hand seals for Earth release. With a low shout, the thrown clay insect suddenly expanded, glowed with firelight in everyone's astonished eyes, and exploded with a boom, blasting the distant tree into 2 pieces. Casually flicking the remaining clay fragments off his hand, Daito crossed his arms and said, "This is a forbidden technique developed by me, the great Daito. Just making this explosive clay takes a lot of time. You better use it sparingly, Kakashi." Kakashi nodded, solemnly repacked the explosive clay and put it into his ninja tool pouch. This explosive clay could be controlled with Earth release, making it an upgraded version of explosive tags. No, it was even better than explosive tags. Explosive tags were like grenades, but the explosive clay could control the explosion time at will. Soon the happy picnic time came to an end. Ryuseong Yushiro had to return to his clan to continue training, and Gentle Fist Kakashi had to prepare for a mission and go back, and the task of escorting Lin home fell to Daito. "Lin, you seem strange lately. Are you unhappy?" With his Sharingan, Daito could naturally capture Lin's emotional changes clearly. Lin showed a conflicted expression, then nodded. "Because you, Kakashi, and Yushiro-kun are all so outstanding. I can't do anything, I can only watch your backs." Daito was lost in thought. So it was because there were too many geniuses around her putting pressure on her. After escorting Lin home, Daito left her with the training method for the B-rank ninjutsu Shadow Clone. Unlike ordinary clone technique with Shadow Clone, unless you attack it's almost impossible to distinguish it from the original. After parting with his companions, Daito arrived at a rather spacious house, knocked on the door. After a while, a drunken figure emerged. With disheveled hair, Gangsho stood at the door, followed by a very shy black-haired little girl, Jingyin. "Gangsho-ne, I'm here again." Daito waved cheerfully. "You little brat, what do you want this time?" Gangsho gave Daito a punch on the head without any good humor. Because Daito needed to make explosive clay, and some necessary materials were normally unobtainable, he came to ask Gangsho for help. So now Gangsho knew how monstrous Daito's talent was. He had already developed an A-rank ninjutsu, Chin Yao, while still in the Ninja Academy, and the explosive clay he later demonstrated had immeasurable potential. However, for some reason Daito asked Gangsho to keep it a secret. At least until he became a ninja, he didn't plan to reveal these things to the world. Tinkering with all kinds of new ninjutsu, you little brat really resembled the second grandpa back then. Gangsho sighed, took out a scroll, and threw it in front of Daito. Daito happily opened the scroll. Inside were various sealing techniques. These were the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan left by Uzumaki Mido. The second Hokage Senju Tobarama loved studying these in his lifetime, and created a series of forbidden techniques aimed at the Uchiha. "Hey brat, are you just going to swindle these sealing techniques with empty hands?" Gangsho said, casually cracking her knuckles. Daito shuddered, and the scroll he was studying fell to the ground. He immediately pulled out a scroll from his pocket, and a large sum of money appeared on the table. "What are you saying, Gangsho-ne? What's mine is yours. Konoha people don't lie to Konoha people. How could I come empty-handed?" Daito could only watch helplessly as Gangsho took all the money he had. She would probably lose it all in the casino again. Daito confidently activated his Sharingan, opened the scroll, and prepared to copy it thoroughly. He thought that mere sealing techniques, as long as they were not bloodline limits, could be easily learned by him with his Sharingan. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. Gangsho returned home with Jingyin. Daito was lying on the table like a dead dog, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the sealing technique in front of him. Kid, what's wrong with you making such a face?" Gangsho asked, knowingly looking at Daito's state. "What is this sealing technique? Besides the requirements for the technique pattern and precise chakra control, there's so much theoretical knowledge. It's too hard to learn." Daito was on the verge of tears. He didn't expect that even slightly higher-level sealing techniques would be this difficult. A slight smile curled at the corner of Gangsho's mouth. Although she was a medical ninja, she had achieved quite a bit in understanding sealing techniques. For instance, the seal she developed required a deep understanding of sealing techniques to create. For the first time, Gangsho felt that Daito was truly a person beside her. Every time she gave him a ninjutsu, he could quickly understand it with an extremely monstrous learning ability, and even improve and develop it further. The Chin Yao and the first explosive clay he displayed made her believe that Daito could reach the heights of Hashirama in the future. And studying these at her home was allowed by Gangsho, because in Konoha no one dared to spy on Gangsho, one of the legendary Sannin. It was safest for Daito to study these by her side. "Gangsho-ne, I have a favor to ask you." Daito suddenly looked at Gangsho and requested solemnly. What tricky idea are you cooking up now, you little brat?" Asking for a favor requires sincerity. Gangsho licked her lips, looking at the brat with greedy eyes. She had just lost all her money gambling, and it seemed she could extort some more. Daito scratched his head with an awkward laugh. "How about we go to a tavern and have a drink or two?" Gangsho punched him on the head, saying irritably, "You're just a kid, why pretend to be an adult? No drinking before you come of age." Gangsho truly treated little Daito as her own younger brother, even controlling his drinking. In an era where children a few years old could go to war and kill people, drinking still required being 18 years old. What a strange rule. After Kakashi graduated early, Obito often studied ninjutsu development alone at Tsunade's residence, causing his taijutsu training to become considerably more negligent and thus his sparring opportunities with Hyuga Uesher dwindled. Lin also mastered the shadow clone technique. Due to Obito's influence, she now perpetually uses shadow clones to attend school, while her real body skips class for training. Obito through system rewards had attained mastery over the palm healing technique, reaching a proficiency comparable to that of an ordinary Chunin medical ninja. Lin has been learning medical ninjutsu from him. One day Obito summoned Hyuga Uesher and Lin. He addressed Uesher gravely. "You are a genius fettered by your clan, a bird confined within a cage yearning for liberty. If there exists a means to unlock the caged bird, would you be willing to attempt it?" Uesher's eyes widened, and after a long deliberation he nodded and replied, "Though your words are compelling, fate is not easily altered. If there truly is a way to break the caged bird, I am willing to try." Obito nodded with satisfaction. "Then come with me. However, it may not be possible to unlock the caged bird, so do not harbor excessive expectations." Obito led Lin and Uesher to Tsunade's house, produced a key, and pushed open the door. "Is this the Hyuga brat you mentioned?" Before Tsunade lay a pile of unrolled scrolls, and she was wearily rubbing her eyes. "Sister, can the caged bird of the Hyuga clan be undone?" Obito inquired with a hint of anticipation. His plea to Tsunade was to seek her aid in removing the caged bird seal. "Sister?" Lin and Uesher exclaimed in unison. They recognized this woman, the legendary Sannin Tsunade-sama, and she was Obito's sister. Tsunade ignored their queries, approached Uesher, tore off the bandage from his forehead, and scrutinized the mark known as the caged bird. Thanks to her seal, Tsunade possessed profound knowledge of sealing techniques. To put it bluntly, the caged bird bore resemblance to the condition of Orochimaru, whose hands had been taken by the Shinigami. Both were afflicted by seals. Since Orochimaru believed that after being sealed by the Reaper Death Seal, he could seek Tsunade's assistance, the likelihood of resolving the caged bird through her was considerable. However, Tsunade studied the sealing formula for an extensive period, her countenance growing increasingly somber. Finally, she heaved a long sigh and spoke to Obito with a touch of regret. "It is not that I am unwilling to help, but this seal is inherently destructive. The seal is not complex, in fact it is exceedingly simple. Yet if it is to be undone, the seal connected to the optic nerves will be triggered and both eyes will be destroyed." Obito sighed, thinking to himself, "Just as I suspected. After all, this was the long-standing caged bird mark. If it could be so easily dispelled, it would not have been deemed an inescapable destiny by Niji in the future." Upon witnessing Obito's dejection, Hyuga Uesher instead stepped forward with a smile to console him. Tsunade watched Uesher, who was about to depart, and said calmly, "I have memorized this seal. It will not be long before I can devise a technique to counter the caster. When the time comes, I will have Obito deliver it to you." Uesher's eyes instantly brightened. He turned around, executed a respectful 180-degree bow, and then took his leave. Next, Tsunade redirected her gaze to Lin, who appeared somewhat shy, and asked Obito, "And who is this young girl? Don't tell me she's yours." No, Tsunade, sister. This is a friend of mine with considerable medical talent named Lin. She will likely be assigned to the same squad as me. I hope you would be willing to instruct her in medical ninjutsu." Obito laughed and interjected, "Oh, there are many people with medical talent, and many who wish to become my disciple." Tsunade narrowed her eyes, leaving her sentence unfinished. Obito scratched his head, pulled Tsunade aside, covered his mouth with his hand, and lowered his voice. "Don't be so unyielding, Tsunade, sister. From now on, I will split half of the earnings I obtain from the casinos with you." Tsunade immediately burst into laughter and draped her arm around Obito's neck. "You're quite astute, kid. Huh. Since you're so sincere, I am already teaching Shizen medical ninjutsu, so taking on one more apprentice is no trouble." Obito let out a long breath and suddenly felt a headache coming on. It seemed he would have to visit casinos farther away because the nearby establishments already recognized him and would hire ninjas, though they were only at the level of genin who had not yet graduated. However, if he cheated even slightly or activated his Sharingan, they would catch him. Fearing that Lin's abilities might lag behind his and Kakashi's, he had asked Tsunade to teach her. As for his own strength, he had likely already reached the level of a jonin. With 6 chakra natures, he had mastered numerous basic and practical 5-element ninjutsu from the scrolls obtained from Uchiha Fugaku and Tsunade. He was proficient in shuriken jutsu, and also versed in medical ninjutsu. Combined with his beginner-level explosive clay and Sharingan, he was already a formidable existence. The only deficiency was probably his lack of combat experience. Before becoming a ninja, Obito still had one imperative task. He and Tsunade arrived at the entrance of an old house that exuded an air of antiquity where a legendary figure resided. Tsunade also shed her usual boisterous demeanor and politely knocked 3 times on the wooden door. After a considerable pause, the worn wooden door slowly creaked open. A man in his 50s emerged, pushing a wheelchair in which sat an extremely aged elder with a face full of wrinkles. Obito could not help but swallow nervously, for the old man in the wheelchair had participated in the forging of Uchiha Madara's flame fan, and the massive sword wielded by Hashirama also originated from this elder's hands. Although he had long retired, his title Divine Smith was still widely known. "Little Tsunade, seeing you makes me feel much younger myself." The old man in the wheelchair gazed at Tsunade and laughed. He was a contemporary of Hashirama, even older than Inoki by a full cycle. Obito was nudged by Tsunade and immediately came to his senses. He bowed respectfully to the old man, then pointed his thumb at the clan crest on his back. "Greetings, esteemed elder. My name is Uchiha Obito. I humbly request that you forge a ninja tool for me." Obito's tone radiated confidence. The Uchiha were ever confident and proud, which caused the old man's deep-set eyes to flicker involuntarily. Speaking of ninja tools, they were not limited to ordinary shuriken, kunai, and common ninja swords. Potent ninja tools each possessed unique and formidable abilities, much like the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, each with its own distinctive power. The old man in the wheelchair waved his hand apologetically. I have been in seclusion for many years. These old bones of mine can no longer continue the craft of forging ninja tools. Obito's eyelids drooped slightly, burying half of his face in his high collar. Although he knew the old man possessed extraordinary forging skills, if the other party was no longer capable of producing ninja tools, there was nothing to be done. Well, if you do not mind, I could attempt it. The man who had been standing silently behind the old man suddenly spoke up. The old man turned to look at him and said, "The ninja tools you have crafted are all too ordinary. They lack your own unique insight. That is, they lack the will of a smith. With that alone, you cannot become a qualified forger." "No, father. It was indeed like that before, but when I saw this young man, it seemed to inspire me." The man spoke with a firm tone, looking at his father in the wheelchair. The old man fell silent, as if lost in reminiscence. At that time, he was still a young boy. One day, an Uchiha with a spiky hedgehog-like hairstyle came to his father, the most renowned smith in the region. That person was not much older than him, also a young boy. "I am Uchiha Madara. I bear the mission of the Uchiha clan. I require a suitable ninja tool." The hedgehog-headed man's tone was filled with unparalleled arrogance. "Father, I want to try making a ninja tool." The still young smith pleaded with his father. In the end, his father could not refuse him and agreed to let him join in forging the ninja tool that Uchiha Madara desired. At the culmination of the forging, the fan capable of releasing wind nature chakra was produced, but it was not yet the finished product. Witnessing Uchiha Madara's overwhelmingly domineering demeanor, the young smith gained a new enlightenment in forging for the first time. He repeated the final process of forging the ninja tool together with his father, and only then perfected this fan. Indeed, the renowned smith imbued the ninja tool with a chakra-absorbing property, enabling it to absorb techniques unleashed by an opponent in battle and convert that energy into wind nature chakra to rebound it back. At this moment, the old man looked at his enthusiastic son as if seeing his younger self. He nodded helplessly. "Very well. I have not taken up work for many years. This time I shall forge this ninja tool together with you." Obito widened his eyes in astonishment. Gazing at the father and son before him, he could not help but feel deeply moved. Time flew by, and the brief yet beautiful days at the Ninja Academy came to an end. Since it was a period of war, though the Great Ninja War had not yet erupted, skirmishes in the surrounding areas were frequent. Students would graduate and become genin after 3 years in the academy. Daito stood with his arms crossed in the crowd, watching the third Hokage delivering a speech on the platform. He hadn't expected the old man to come in person. As for the genin examination, they had all passed long before. Daito had naturally excelled, becoming the top student of this year's class. The graduation ceremony was merely a formality. Beside him stood Kakashi Lin Rishion Uesher, as well as Maite Kayasama and Shiri Hong. They all had a good relationship with Daito, forming a close-knit group. It was worth noting that although Kakashi had graduated earlier, he still had to attend this year's graduation ceremony. On the other side, there were also many familiar faces, such as Yueguang Jifeng. Though they were of the same year, they were not in the same class, so Daito wasn't particularly close to them. Although his original self hadn't been to the academy for a long time, listening to the third Hokage rambling on stage and handing out diplomas one by one, Daito let out a huge yawn. Truly nothing was more annoying than school. But Daito wasn't the only one with this symptom. Lin, dressed in a purple casual outfit, also looked drowsy, while Rishion Uesher simply folded his arms, closed his eyes, and pretended to nap on the spot. However, aside from the few of them, everyone else was extremely excited because the third Hokage would personally hand them their diplomas. Next, Uchiha Daito. After the last student's diploma was given out, a teacher on the platform announced loudly, "Now we will begin the team assignments. 3 people per group. Team 1. Team 2. Team 7, Uchiha Daito, Yuyuin, Lin, Chimu, Kakashi." The others found it strange. Kakashi had already become a ninja after graduation, but he had never been assigned to a team. Now he was being grouped with freshly graduated peers. Daito was not surprised at all. The third Hokage had arranged everything behind the scenes long ago. "Although I wasn't placed in the same squad as you, we will always be sworn friends." Rishion Uesher, with his arms folded and a cool expression, looked at Daito and uttered these passionate words. On the other side, something similar was happening with Kakashi. Maite Kai was almost in tears, staring intently at Kakashi and loudly declaring something about an eternal rival. Truly an awkward scene. Daito put on his forehead protector. Becoming a ninja felt pretty good. That's all. After announcing the team assignments, the teacher on stage continued, "Tomorrow morning, go to the designated meeting point for your respective teams and meet your instructor. Don't be late." "Welcome back, Kakashi." Daito looked at the boy, who seemed even more silent than before, and greeted him. Kakashi glanced at him with his dead fish eyes, then coolly shoved his hands into his pockets and turned away. "Tomorrow is the first team meeting. There will be a test. For you guys, it shouldn't be a problem. Don't be late, stupid Daito." Daito snorted through his nose. "Instead of worrying about me, you'd better not be late yourself, cocky Kakashi." Kakashi paused in his steps, a vein bulging on his forehead. After he left, the corner of his mouth beneath the mask couldn't help but curl up slightly. After returning home to reassure his grandmother, Daito and Lin headed to Gonsho's house. Over the past year or so they hadn't been at the academy much, instead spending most of their time training at Gangsho's place. Daito carried a large scroll on his back and wore a forehead protector, looking dashing and already possessing the demeanor of a true ninja. Big Sister Gansho, tomorrow I'll start carrying out missions and become a real ninja. I probably won't be able to visit you often, Daito said with a hint of reluctance. Gangsho bent down like a big sister, ruffled his spiky hair, and smiled. This is your home too. Come whenever you want. Then she put away her smile, looked at Daito and Lin, and spoke slowly. After training here for so long, I suppose I am your master. Daito, Lin, I have a graduation test for you as well. Daito asked curiously. A graduation test? What exactly is it? Gangsho smiled and extended her fist. Both of you fight me together until I acknowledge your strength. Daito, you haven't forgotten how I defeated you with just one finger before, have you? Huh? Daito turned red instantly, veins bulging on his forehead. Clearly he was provoked by that single remark. Gangsho covered her mouth with her hand, raised an eyebrow, and wore a taunting expression. No way is there someone who is defeated by a single finger and still won't admit it. Lin naturally nodded seriously, for she deeply respected Gangsho, not only as a powerful kunoichi, but also as the master who had taught her so much. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Complete Gangsho's trial. Rewards summoning scroll crow. Stars immediately appeared in Daito's eyes. Although over a year of training had made him much stronger, he hadn't triggered any system missions during that time. The reunion with the system after such a long separation filled him with joy. The three arrived at a grassy plain. It was extremely open with no trees to hide behind and no way to set up shuriken traps. This clearly limited Daito's versatile skills. Big Sister Gansho, looks like you've prepared quite thoroughly. Daito's tone carried some displeasure, as fighting in an open area was not his forte. Daito and Lin stood one behind the other, each holding a kunai, warily watching Gangsho. They circled her at a certain distance, seeking an opening. Yet Gangsho simply stood with one hand on her hip, seemingly full of openings. But it was precisely this state that made Daito hesitate to attack rashly. Swish! Swish! Daito threw two kunai to probe, but even though he attacked from behind Gansho, it had no effect. She merely sidestepped to dodge the kunai. Lin! Daito shouted in a low voice, and the two charged at Gangsho from left and right. Lin shaped her hand like a blade chakra, covering her palm with precision, the chakra scalpel essential for medical ninjas. Daito condensed a large amount of spinning chakra in his right hand. This chakra had an elemental affinity. A water chakra slowly enveloped his entire arm, spinning rapidly like a drill. Water release, hard vortex water blade. Gangsho narrowed her eyes, watching the formidable water blade. This was a hand seal-less technique, one that her granduncle Chinsho Fajian had once demonstrated to her. Gangsho coated her fist with chakra, and with such precise control the punch produced a sonic boom. Lin, charging straight ahead, hadn't expected Gangsho to abandon facing Daito's water technique and instead attack her. Lin immediately halted her advance, leaping back lightly. The ground where she had stood was now a fan-shaped crater. Daito smirked. Good opportunity. Just as his water blade was about to strike Gangsho, she stomped the ground, shattering it, and used her immense strength to achieve short-range teleportation speed. Seeing Gangsho appear behind him, Daito's water blade left a trail like raindrops falling on the grass. It even grazed Gangsho's clothes, but failed to inflict any damage. It turned out there was no back-hit detection. This hard vortex water blade was a thrusting technique. Its advantages were no hand seals, high speed, and high damage, but its disadvantage was clear. If it missed, it left an opening from behind. Gangsho naturally wouldn't miss this chance. She punched Daito. Daito! Lin cried out in worry, but the struck Daito turned into a wooden log that shattered on the ground, while the real Daito appeared beside Lin. I'm fine. Execute Plan B. The earlier move was just a simple coordinated attack. Now came the real fight. Lin immediately nodded and threw two kunai coated with chakra. Gangsho watched the two kunai fly past her. The chakra attached to them greatly enhanced the weapon's penetration and speed, requiring fine chakra control. Daito had already completed the hand seals quickly. He brought his hand to his mouth, and a scorching fireball shot toward Gangsho. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Veins bulged on Gangsho's forehead as she lifted a thick slab of earth like a tablecloth, forming an earthen wall that blocked Daito's fireball. Such monstrous strength made Daito suddenly feel that the earth-style mud wall technique had lost its reason for existence. Your coordination is quite good, but if that's all you've got, I'm about to fall asleep. Gangsho even stretched, looking very lazy. Daito forcefully swung the scroll strapped to his back. The scroll rolled out like a roll of toilet paper, stopping at a circular seal with the character fan. Daito slapped the seal, and a puff of white smoke burst forth from the scroll. That size. So the ninja tool you crafted earlier has been with you all along. A glint of interest flickered in Gangsho's eyes. The smoke cleared and Daito held a massive war fan, even slightly taller than himself. A long chain was attached to the fan, which hung around his waist. Daito gripped the huge fan with both hands and flashed a confident grin. Don't underestimate the power of the Uchiha. With rapid hand seals, Daito spat out a scorching fireball. He activated his Sharingan, a red light flashing, and immediately swung the war fan, creating a fierce forward whirlwind that engulfed the flames into a fiery tornado. Fire release, great fire cyclone. Gangsho's eyes widened. That war fan was extremely special, seemingly imbued with a sealing technique, and its craftsmanship was superb, making it one of the rarest ninja tools, even comparable to the 7 Swords of the Mist. However, she couldn't yet analyze the fan's abilities. Gangsho faced the fire tornado without panic. She punched the ground hard, causing a massive earth spire to rise up. The sheer force matched the fire tornado, though the stalemate didn't last long. The fire tornado incinerated the earth spire, but Gangsho had already calmly moved to a safe spot. An opening. Lin dashed swiftly to Gangsho, her chakra scalpel grazing past Gangsho's body. Fast, but that alone won't let you touch me. Gangsho agilely turned to evade Lin's attack. Not done yet. Lin retracted the chakra scalpel, clenched her fist, and slammed it into the ground. Boom. The ground was shattered by the powerful energy, sending dust flying. Gangsho, covered in a bit of dust, stumbled back 2 steps, looking slightly disheveled. Not bad, you've even learned a bit of my monstrous strength. Though she casually praised, Gangsho had shed her lazy demeanor, and a hint of seriousness appeared in her eyes. This is our blazing combination. Daito's voice suddenly rang out, but the sound of his approach was perfectly masked by the noise of Lin's punch. Gangsho immediately turned toward the voice, but met a pair of scarlet Sharingan. As the 2 tomo spun, her consciousness wavered for a moment. Although she broke the Jinjutsu instantly, it was too late. 2 thin threads bound her body. Daito had thrown the scroll and fan to the ground, holding one end of the threads in his teeth, while his hands formed seals rapidly. Fire released dragon fire technique. Fierce flames raced along the threads, climbing onto Gangsho's body. The fire grew increasingly intense, instantly engulfing the firmly bound Gangsho. Did it work? Lin and Daito watched nervously as the smoke dissipated. To make me use the substitution jutsu, I suppose I can consider this your victory. My trial for you is over. Gangsho appeared behind them, while the bound Gangsho had turned into a charred wooden log. No, it's just beginning. Daito tossed a rapidly crawling insect behind him, which instantly stuck to Gangsho. Huh. Daito formed the seals for Earth style. The white insect stopped moving, its body rapidly expanding, and then exploded in a flash of fire. Gangsho brushed the dust off her clothes and walked out of the smoke. She still had the energy to comment. Your use of explosive clay is becoming more proficient, but such childish toys can't hurt me. Dare to call my art a childish toy. Daito's mouth twitched. Forget about tactics, what came next was the rage mode Daito. Daito condensed a ball of crackling lightning chakra in his hand. The sharp sound of friction was like 1,000 birds chirping together. Chidori. Gangsho narrowed her eyes. She knew Daito had a lot of chakra, but she hadn't expected him to still have the energy to use such a chakra-intensive technique after all those jutsu. Daito revealed the 2 tomo in his eyes, and charged at Gangsho with great confidence. Big sister Gangsho, I'm several times stronger than before. You'd better be careful. This kid never learns, does he? Gangsho raised her fist. Boom. With a cloud of dust rising, Gangsho brushed the dust off her clothes, and walked casually toward home, not forgetting to tease. You little brat Daito, if you want to beat me you'll need another 100 years of training. Lin, tell this guy when he wakes up that he passed my trial. Lin bowed politely toward the retreating figure. Thank you, Master Gangsho, for your guidance over the past year. After sensing that Gangsho was far away, Daito sat up from the ground, holding his red forehead. Lin had already healed his minor injuries with medical ninjutsu. Ouch, ouch. Big sister Gangsho, couldn't she give me some face? She hit me so hard. Daito hadn't expected his confident Chidori to be dispersed by a single punch from Gangsho, and his forehead had been flicked by her monstrous strength, leaving a big lump. Daito, I believe you'll become even stronger in the future. I'll always be cheering for you. Go for it, Daito. Lin clenched her little fist, cheering for him from the bottom of her heart. Her sincere encouragement almost brought tears to Daito's eyes, who had memories of 2 lifetimes. No wonder she was known as the White Moonlight of Naruto. Lin was too beautiful, almost unreal. Daito got up from the ground, pointed his thumb at the Uchiha crest on his back, and said proudly, I will bear the name of Uchiha, and become the Hokage. Because Daito felt that someone was watching him, which made him uncomfortable. He immediately guessed it was the 3rd Hokage's crystal ball technique, so he put on a show of his will of fire to help dispel the old man's prejudice against the Uchiha. In the Hokage's office, holding the crystal ball, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the images with a pensive look. Then he said to the door, I want to see Tsunade. Yes. At the door of the Hokage's office, 2 ENBU members vanished instantly. Within a training ground of the wood leaf before a dense forest lay a fairly open grassy field. The yellow-haired punk-styled man had been waiting there for some time, and beside him stood Kakashi and Lin. Am I late? A kunai embedded itself in the ground before the 3. Obito leaped down from high above, landing steadily, his flowing robe billowing behind him, revealing the Uchiha clan crest on its back. After becoming a ninja, Obito had changed into a new robe, similar to the one he wore during his white mask period in the original story, but slightly shorter. He didn't use a belt to bind it, wearing it as a cape for showmanship. Minato, seeing this landing posture, felt an inexplicable sense of stolen copyright. Are you Uchiha, Obito? I heard you're a genius ninja on par with Kakashi. Minato revealed a gentle smile worthy of being called the little son. Obito flashed the same smile. With his Sharingan, he could not only copy ninjutsu and taijutsu, but also expressions effortlessly. You're the renowned Jonin Minato, aren't you? You're even more handsome than I imagined. Obito and Minato engaged in a mutual flattery. Seeing Obito, a mere genin, speaking as if he were on the same level as Minato, Lin, and Kakashi were covered in black lines. Minato laughed, awkwardly walked before the three, and said, "Anyway, let's first do the initial exercise. This exercise is meant to test your teamwork." Teamwork? Lin inquired while Obito and Kakashi simultaneously shot sidelong glances at each other, both faces filled with reluctance. The exercise content is this. Minato took out a string with 2 bells attached from his pocket. Minato briefly explained how to snatch the bells. Unlike Kakashi in the original story, he directly stated that the core of this test was teamwork. The original story did not describe the first bell snatching of Minato's squad, but it did detail the second time when Kakashi had already learned Chidori, even forcing Minato to use Flying Thunder God. Obito glanced at Kakashi beside him and said silently in his heart, "Sorry Kakashi, but this time the copyright of Chidori belongs to me." The three distanced themselves from Minato, then formed a fan-shaped encirclement, moving and throwing shurikens as a probe. After multiple rounds of testing with mechanical shurikens, Obito discovered an astonishing fact: Minato possessed unparalleled reaction speed, and his dynamic vision, combined with his 5 senses, achieved a perception level comparable to an ordinary Uchiha clan member's Sharingan state, capable of reacting to a shell. Kakashi charged first. He had already experienced real combat, and was considered strong among genin. Obito immediately retreated, taking a scroll from his body with one hand, while reaching into his ninja tool pouch, with the other stirring inside, as if preparing something. Bang! A burst of smoke erupted from the unrolled scroll. Obito withdrew a large war fan, which seemed overly massive in his hands. On the other side, the one-on-one between Kakashi and Minato ended almost as quickly as it began. Kakashi first used an earth release technique, but those techniques were useless against Minato. If not for Minato openly holding back, Kakashi wouldn't even have had time to form hand seals for his ninjutsu. After realizing that ninjutsu couldn't hit Minato, Kakashi drew a white short sword. The blade passed down to him by the white fang of the leaf, who had abandoned the ninja profession. But even using the beginner-level Hataki sword technique, he couldn't match Minato. As Kakashi was easily knocked away by Minato, Obito, with rising battle spirit, charged at Minato, swinging the large fan, while sneeringly glancing at the flying Kakashi. "It seems you can no longer dance, Kakashi." The massive war fan clashed against Minato's special kunai. Although Minato's kunai looked like a toy in Obito's hands, the two were evenly matched in strength. "It seems I focused too much on developing ninjutsu, and let my taijutsu slip." Obito silently analyzed his recent training, realizing he had neglected physical skills. Obito shifted his stance, slightly turned, and retreated, immediately scattering a handful of white clay from his other hand. The clay was shaped like insects, moving extremely fast on the ground and crawling toward Minato. Within a certain range, Obito could control the clay's movements using chakra. When the white insects saw Minato, Obito quickly formed hand seals for earth release, and the clay insects about to reach Minato rapidly expanded. With a series of flashes, they all detonated, sending thick smoke billowing from the ground. The power was no less than a trap set with 30 explosive tags. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, held a crystal ball, watching Minato's squad snatching bells. Stroking his chin, he said, "So this is the explosive clay ninjutsu that brat created himself. It's indeed quite powerful. I'll classify it as an A-rank ninjutsu, and I hope Obito will hand this technique over to the leaf." Even coveting a child's things. The woman standing by was Tsunade. She had been summoned by Hiruzen to the Hokage's office to inquire about Obito. Obito had asked Tsunade to keep his self-created techniques secret until he became a ninja. Now he deliberately revealed them to the third Hokage, so Tsunade told the third about Obito's explosive clay and Chidori. Tsunade seemed reluctant to see Hiruzen Sarutobi. After the intense explosion, Lin and Kakashi showed expressions of disbelief. Obito could unleash such a powerful technique. Kakashi subconsciously touched his ninja tool pouch, where he had hidden some explosive clay given by Obito. Has he been taken care of? Lin retracted the chakra scalpel wrapped around her hand. While training in medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, she often witnessed Obito's training. Tsunade had even given Obito extremely high praise. Most unforgettable was the line, "He possesses the same terrifying talent as Uchiha Madara." What a terrifying technique, forcing me to use Flying Thunder God. Minato slowly picked up a special kunai from the ground, looking at Obito with a smile. As expected of the man called the Yellow Flash, Obito propped the large war fan on the ground, and when he opened his eyes again, a crimson Tutomo Sharingan appeared in his sockets. The title of Yellow Flash was already quite renowned, but it would truly resound across the ninja world in the near future during the Third Great Ninja War. Obito began forming hand seals, and Minato, curious about what other moves Obito would pull out, stood at a distance with his kunai, not intending to interrupt his casting. Summoning technique. Obito bit his finger and slapped the air with one hand. Immediately, dozens of pitch-black crows appeared in the air, cawing disorderly as they charged at Minato. "You've even learned the summoning technique. It seems you're even more of a genius than I thought." Minato scattered a series of kunai from his pouch, tossing them at the chaotic crows in the air. In an instant, he turned into countless flashes of light, weaving among the kunai. Not long after, the crows summoned by Obito landed one by one, turning into smoke and disappearing. Minato confidently picked up a kunai from the ground, wiped off the dust, and said casually, "Now you understand the origin of the Yellow Flash, don't you?" Obito swung the war fan again, but this time not for close combat. He formed hand seals, and the moment he spat out a fire release, he infused a large amount of wind release chakra into the fan, creating a spiral flame tornado fire release great fire cyclone. Minato sidestepped once more, easily dodging the fire attack, and leisurely came to Obito's side, patting his shoulder with a palm, and saying calmly, individual combat ability is important, but teamwork is essential. Obito kicked at Minato, used the war fan as a pivot to spin around and create distance. Lin, buy me some time. Obito gave Lin a signal and immediately retreated. Under Tsunade's training, Lin had also gained considerable combat power. Her hands flickered with blue light and chakra scalpels attached to her palms. Chakra scalpel. It seems she'll become a fine medical ninja in the future. Minato immediately recognized Lin's medical talent. With his astonishing reaction ability, Minato easily dodged Lin's attacks, not getting hit even once. After observing for a while, Kakashi found a flaw in Minato. He pulled out a kunai and stabbed at Minato's unprotected back. Minato's lips curled slightly. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He caught Kakashi's wrist with one hand, and with a slight exertion threw him to the ground with a shoulder throw. Uchiha suplex. Obito's voice suddenly sounded. He had lunged at Minato, who widened his eyes in surprise, momentarily unable to understand what kind of attack this was. You've let your guard down, flash of darkness. You have no escape. An iron chain slid out of Obito's sleeve, tightly binding Minato, while Obito's limbs forcibly fixed Minato's body. Could it be? Oh no. Minato's high combat IQ instantly understood the situation. Seeing Obito's body beginning to swell, his pupils contracted sharply. It turned out Obito had created a shadow clone. Because his development and proficiency with explosive clay were insufficient, he couldn't make a clay clone by hand, so he had the shadow clone swallow a large amount of clay, achieving an effect even surpassing a clay clone. Boom. A violent explosion with bright flames blasted a large crater in the surrounding area. Even thick smoke formed a mushroom cloud, slowly rising into the sky. Amazing! Lin exclaimed from the heart. Kakashi also widened his eyes in shock. Such a battle he had only seen in Jonin-level fights. Obito's main body leaned on the war fan, panting heavily to recover his stamina after using too much chakra. You've already lost, Obito. A kunai was placed against his neck. Obito turned his head to look at Minato, who had appeared behind him, showing no surprise. Bang! The heavily panting Obito turned into a puff of smoke, and the unsupported war fan clattered to the ground. Water release, hard whirlpool water blade. Lightning release Chidori. Suddenly a piercing sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds filled the air. The ground cracked open and two Obitos emerged from beneath, charging straight at the standing Minato. One Obito gathered a vast amount of lightning release chakra in his left hand, his Sharingan gleaming coldly. The other Obito condensed a spinning water blade in his right hand. Though not as flashy as Chidori, this was also a seal-less technique and not much weaker. Kakashi stared dazedly at the Chidori in Obito's hand. He was developing a lightning release technique, and Chidori was exactly the dream technique he had in mind. Lin, on the other hand, looked enviously at the water blade in the other Obito's hand. She had water release chakra and was also practicing the seal-less technique, but the water blade she formed always lacked penetrative power and damage, never once being used perfectly. Morata. Obito's eyes flashed red. It seemed Minato's carelessness and underestimation had given him an advantage through information asymmetry. He would defeat the yellow flash as a genin. Just as the two Obitos touched Minato, the person in front suddenly vanished. The Obito with the hard whirlpool water blade on his right hand immediately stopped, stumbling to the ground, cutting a half-man-high boulder in two before rolling twice and turning into smoke, a shadow clone. The Obito holding Chidori was the real body. He blasted a large hole in the ground, and strands of electricity still crackled in his palm. Minato pressed one hand on Obito's wrist, channeling all his attack into the ground. In his other hand, he held two shurikens, the ones Kakashi had thrown the moment he saw Minato appearing behind Obito. Minato looked at Obito pinned to the ground, and said with a smile to the three, "Even if you're all children, I never let my guard down even a bit. This time I'll pass all of you. Obito, what's with your chakra reserves? You can unleash so many techniques in one go." Kakashi stared at Obito with dead fish eyes, clearly envious of such chakra reserves. Of course, deep inside, Kakashi was unwilling to admit defeat. In such a battle, he and Lin could only play supporting roles, which naturally made him unwilling to accept. Obito sat up from the ground, grinning and wrapping his arm around Kakashi's neck. Kakashi pushed him away with a displeased look, and the two started bickering again. "By the way, Obito, what's your dream? You were late and missed the earlier self-introduction." Minato stopped the scuffle between Kakashi and Obito. Obito brushed the dust off his clothes, grinned, revealing white teeth, pushed his forehead protector with his thumb, and said confidently and spiritedly, "I am the man who will bear the name of Uchiha and become the Hokage. In the Hokage's office." "So that's Chidori. And that water release earlier, it's the hard whirlpool water blade your teacher created." The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Tsunade saw Obito's performance. He had clearly passed the test flawlessly. She had no intention of catching up with her former teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi, and turned around gracefully to leave the Hokage's office. Minato's squad had two bell-snatching exercises. The first one, as described in this chapter, was shown in episode 580. In the original story, Kakashi used Lin and Obito to demonstrate teamwork with no spectacular fight scenes. Sunlight streamed in through the window. Obito glanced at the Team 7 photo on the desk and smiled. Today was the first time the three of them were going on a mission together. All three appeared punctually at the meeting spot. Obito looked at Rin and Kakashi crossed his arms and snorted. Looks like I'm on time today. Minato-sensei is late. Rin explained to Obito, actually. Obito, you were late again today. Minato-sensei told us to wait for you. He went to pick up the mission first. Kakashi gave Obito a thumbs down showing his contempt for Obito's lateness. You punk looking for a fight. Obito narrowed his eyes into half moons and met Kakashi's dead fish eyes. I'd love to. Kakashi and Obito pressed their foreheads together, neither showing any sign of backing down. Rin stood between them wearing an awkward yet polite smile as she tried to pull them apart. These two seemed born to be at odds with each other, yet they actually got along very well. At that moment Minato had already picked up the mission and came to the three of them. Ahem, since you've just become ninja you'll start with village commission missions for now. Kakashi, although you've already completed multiple C-rank missions you need to work with your teammates as a team. No problem. Obito's face immediately fell. Huh. Missions like looking for lost cats and dogs. Minato-sensei, can't you just use a few flying thunder gods and be done with it? Do you really need the great Obito to step in? Thump. Minato gave Obito a nonchalant thump on the head then looked at the three of them and said, if you can't even complete village missions how can you take on more dangerous ones? Dismissed. Obito waved the mission scroll at Rin and Kakashi. Let's split up, that's more efficient. Rin and Kakashi had already split up to search for the panda-eyed cat from the mission before he even finished speaking. Obito pursed his lips, then used the standard ninja run to climb up a utility pole vertically. Standing there was the best position for searching. Sharingan. Two pitch-black tomo appeared in his crimson eyes. Obito couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I never thought my first mission using the Sharingan would be to find a lost kitten. Huh, what's that? Obito squinted and saw that on the utility pole in the distance someone else was crouching in the exact same posture as him. I never thought my first mission using the Byakugan would be to find a lost puppy. On another utility pole Hinata Tsukishi's veins bulged around his eyes. Missions like finding lost cats and dogs were as easy as eating and drinking to him. Hinata Tsukishi, who was observing Konoha with his Byakugan, also spotted Uchiha Obito crouching on the pole opposite him. Before long, a red-eye disease and a cataract met at the intersection. Isn't this Hinata Tsukishi? Haven't seen you in a few days, and you're already this pathetic using the Byakugan to find lost cats and dogs. Whenever Obito met a friend, he always started with a taunt. You're not so bad yourself using the Sharingan to do the same mission as me. It must be such a hardship for you. Tsukishi laughed and snorted, retorting in kind. Tell me which is the #1 dojutsu clan in Konoha, the Uchiha or the Hyuga? Well, it's obviously the Uchiha. I asked such a stupid question, haha. Seeing that Tsukishi had learned to talk back after just a few days, Obito immediately used the #1 dojutsu clan to suppress him. Oh, how about a contest to see which dojutsu is stronger? Hinata Tsukishi laughed coldly, clearly not accepting the claim that the Sharingan was superior to the Byakugan. Haha, it's admirable that you have the guts to challenge me, but that's the only thing I can praise about you. Obito laughed and activated his crimson Sharingan. Tsukishi's veins bulged around his eyes as he activated the Byakugan. Did you find the cat from the mission, Kakashi? Rin arrived at a rooftop and met up with Kakashi. I didn't find it here. If I can't even complete this kind of mission, I can't go on real missions. Kakashi looked a bit frustrated, but he truly couldn't find the cat from the mission. Where did that guy Obito go? Kakashi didn't see any sign of Obito. Rin shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. The two decided to head to the meeting point first to find Minato-sensei, assuming Obito would come to the meeting point to find them soon enough. However, the outcome they expected was probably not going to happen. After checking each other's missions, Obito and Tsukishi vanished on the spot, one to find a cat, and the other a dog, competing to see who could find their target faster. Summoning technique. A dozen pitch-black crows flew into the sky, circling above Konoha. Obito was the first to break the unspoken rule. They had agreed to compare dojutsu, but he used the summoning technique to find the target. Hinata Tsukishi activated his Byakugan, smugly thinking that the Byakugan's ability to see through objects made it easier to find the mission target than the Sharingan. When Hinata Tsukishi arrived at the agreed spot, panting and holding a puppy, the smile on his face immediately vanished. There was Obito yawning, now teasing the kitten with a blade of grass, saying, "Little cat brother," clearly having finished the mission long ago and waiting for quite a while. Seeing Hinata Tsukishi holding a puppy and staring at him, dumbfounded Obito revealed a triumphant smile. "Looks like you lost." Tsukishi turned away, angrily saying, very displeased, "Don't think winning this time means you've won. Next time I won't lose." Obito shrugged, helplessly picked up the kitten and headed to the meeting point. "Minato-sensei, this kind of mission seems too simple. I want to take on a real mission." Obito crossed his arms and looked at Minato confidently. Minato rubbed his forehead, trying to reason with him. "You've only just become ninja. It's inevitable that you'll start with missions like this." Obito raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Then I'll finish all these missions in one day." "No way." Inside, Kakashi had a look of utter disbelief, thinking that such missions were thankless and hard to complete. On the other side, Hinata Tsukishi also brought the puppy to their mission location. His teammates were Might Guy and an ordinary civilian girl, and their jounin leader was a branch family member of the Hyuga, extremely powerful in taijutsu. The next day, when Obito's team went to pick up missions, they happened to run into Tsukishi's team. Obito and Tsukishi immediately wanted to compete again. Guy was also very excited to see Kakashi, muttering something about eternal rivals, and wanted to compete with Kakashi to see who was better. The result was that the two teams simply snatched up all the village missions. With the full power of the Byakugan and Sharingan in search, they completed all the village commissions in less than half a day. Lost pets and such were nowhere to hide before the two great dojutsu. The power of Konoha's two great dojutsu was evident. I never expected that all the village odd jobs would be completed in just half a day. The third Hokage, who was smoking his pipe, looked at the two teams with an astonished expression. I'm the man who's going to become Hokage. This level of mission difficulty can't stop me. Obito pushed up his headband confidently. In front of the third Hokage, Kakashi and Hinata Tsukishi, who had been itching to retort, both maintained a cool demeanor, simultaneously crossing their arms, snorting, and letting out a cold humph. That's how it is, Lord Hokage. My subordinates are all excellent. Such trivial tasks mean nothing to them. Minato also said with a smile. On the other side, the Hyuga Jounin, though silent, nodded in agreement with Minato's words. His own students were also very outstanding. I see. I happen to have 2 C-rank missions here. One of them specifically requests you, Minato. Tomorrow's mission, you'll lead them on it. The other C-rank mission was given to Hinata Tsukishi's team to execute. Running along a forest path, Obito recalled the mission. Their objective was to serve as bodyguards for another village, protecting the escortees and the confidential letter they carried. The three of them appeared somewhat excited, as this was their first real combat mission. While they were still chatting, Minato behind them furrowed his brow, sensing a large number of enemies approaching. A danger level completely inconsistent with the mission's rank. This mission was suspicious. It was by no means a C rank. Judging by the number of enemies alone, it was at least B rank, perhaps even A rank. Minato-sensei, the danger level doesn't match the mission rank at all. We seem to be surrounded, Obito said, already having activated his Sharingan. Already sensed it. Your perception is impressive, Obito. Minato first acknowledged Obito's perception, then his expression turned serious. We need to adjust our formation. Minato looked at the three. Kakashi and Obito's strength needed no elaboration. Rin, though capable, was the weakest of the team. Minato-sensei let Rin and Kakashi continue escorting them ahead. You and I will stay behind to deal with these enemies, Obito volunteered, clenching his fists. Minato considered for a moment and immediately agreed. The two teams then split up. Minato and Obito ran back, and the ninjas surrounding them closed in, intending to eliminate them first. Shuriken and kunai flew down from the trees. Minato and Obito's eyes sharpened. Obito instantly unleashed a great fireball, its near instantaneous speed astonishing even Minato. Obito picked up a flaming kunai from the ground, extinguished the fire, and charged toward the several ninjas rushing at him. Wait! Minato called out anxiously. Facing such a number of enemies, Obito, lacking combat experience, could easily be overwhelmed. He immediately pulled out a flying Thunder God kunai to assist. But Obito's eyes flashed red as he weaved nimbly through the enemy's sharp attacks. His fighting stance was as graceful as a dance. With just 3 elegant turns, he took down 3 ninjas. A sharp whistle cut through the air as a kunai flew straight at Obito's back. Yet as if he had eyes behind his head, he easily sidestepped and caught the kunai. Obito, watch out. Minato was about to activate Flying Thunder God because the kunai had an explosive tag attached, and it was about to detonate. Calmly, Obito removed the explosive tag from the kunai, pressed it onto one ninja, and hurled the kunai, embedding it into another ninja's forehead. With a booming explosion, the tag ninja crashed into the remaining 5, the blast consuming them. Retreat, the lead ninja immediately ordered. In less than a minute of skirmish, they had lost half their comrades while the enemy was unscathed and the other ninja hadn't even moved. How pathetic. Have you already lost your will to dance? Obito deliberately lowered his voice, making it full and resonant, carrying a deep, oppressive tone. Minato-sensei. As Obito spoke, he dashed forward. Hearing his name, Minato instantly activated Flying Thunder God. The yellow flash and the blue light of Chidori converged, and within seconds, all 5 fleeing ninjas lay dead. Minato and Obito immediately rushed toward Kakashi and Rin's location. Minato couldn't help but glance at Obito twice. This young man was incredibly strong. He had thought Obito only had a large chakra reserve and multiple powerful techniques, but now he realized Obito also possessed innate combat talent. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Rin were escorting their charge, but several pursuers had followed them. It turned out the enemy had split forces. Some hadn't engaged Minato and Obito, and instead went after Kakashi and Rin. Kakashi kunai in hand deflected all incoming kunai and shuriken, but one kunai slipped through and struck a bodyguard in their escort team. The bodyguard, crossing a wooden bridge, lost his balance after being hit and fell off. Rin wanted to save him, but Kakashi stopped her, ordering a retreat. The mission had exceeded C rank and could be abandoned. After a fierce battle, Kakashi and the others finally reached a safe spot. Just as the surviving bodyguard stepped forward to thank Kakashi, 2 of his comrades behind him drew weapons and struck him down. As Rin and Kakashi stood stunned, the 2 enemies launched an attack. At the critical moment, Kakashi told Rin to flee while he created a tall earthen wall. The 2 ninjas climbed over the wall, but found no trace of Kakashi, standing there bewildered. Suddenly the wall behind them burst open, and Kakashi, seizing their moment of distraction, struck them down. Obito and Minato arrived just then. With Minato's permission, they opened the mission scroll from the escortee, only to find it blank. Rin used medical ninjutsu to treat the wounded bodyguard. From his account, they learned that the real secret order had been on the comrade who had fallen off the cliff. Both Kakashi and Minato decided to abort the mission. Abandoning a mission beyond its rank was the natural first thought for any ninja. Though Obito agreed it was the right call, he still chose to continue. He couldn't let that Hyuga Ganseki show him up on this first real mission. The bodyguard ninja had climbed ashore, but the enemy spotted him. Over a dozen ninjas appeared on the cliff above and launched a barrage of shuriken and kunai. Fire-style Great Fireball. At the critical moment, Obito descended like a savior, his scorching fireball instantly engulfing all the projectiles. The enemies on the cliff hurled a second wave of kunai with explosive tags into the water, sending up towering splashes, and then leaped down themselves. Kakashi appeared suddenly, lightning crackling in his palm. Using the gushing water, he electrocuted the descending ninjas, leaving them charred. Lightning-style Chidori. Kakashi slowly lowered his hand, his furrowed brow, revealing his dissatisfaction with the technique he had just used. Obito grinned and rubbed his nose, emphasizing his ownership. "Kakashi, you learned it too. The Chidori Jutsu I invented." Kakashi shot him a glare. He had already conceived the technique himself, and it annoyed him that Obito had created it first. But the enemies were far from done. Obito and Kakashi escorted the wounded bodyguard, fleeing while Obito used Healing Palm to treat him. The enemies, however, refused to give up, persistently chasing them. Indeed, in wartime, a ninja's mission was absolute. They would give their lives to complete it. Obito and Kakashi didn't even get a chance to act. Minato-sensei appeared beside them as a flash of gold, and after reciting his long-winded technique, named the remaining enemies were eliminated. With the mission scroll safely delivered to the bodyguard, their first real combat mission came to a successful conclusion. During this mission, everyone had killed someone. Although the Third Great Ninja War had not yet officially erupted, small-scale skirmishes were frequent. The significance of this first mission was likely to acclimate the young ninjas to killing. But Minato looked at his three students. Clearly they needed no acclimation. Obito and Kakashi had dispatched enemies without batting an eye. Even Rin, though she hadn't fought much, had taken down an enemy swift and precise, with a chakra scalpel to the throat. Impressed by his three students, Minato recorded his high praise in the mission report. After the first real combat mission, the three of them returned to Mai and completely relaxed. "Lin Kakashi, let's go eat some yao ramen." Upon returning to the village, Daito extended the invitation to the two. "No, I have to go back and see my father." Kakashi shrugged. Chimu Shuamao had been pretending to have amnesia, but Kakashi was unaware of this. Therefore, when he went out on missions, he did not trust the Umbu ninjas sent by the Hokage to protect him. Although the Umbu appeared to be protecting Shuamao, their true purpose was merely to surveil Chimu Shuamao. Daito pouted, but fortunately Lin did not refuse him, and the two were about to go see Gangsho together. After the two arrived at Yao's ramen shop, Daito stared intently at the uncle, making the noodles, feeling that beneath his squinting eyes lay a pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Seeing the Yao ramen before him, Daito couldn't help but swallow hard, for just by the aroma alone he knew it was an exceptionally delicious bowl of noodles. While Lin and Daito were savoring the Yao ramen with satisfaction, a white-haired figure sat down at the long table. Daito glanced at him and continued slurping his noodles, but after a few bites his eyes widened instantly, and he nearly choked on the noodles because the white-haired man beside him wore a headband with the character oil and carried a large scroll on his back. Who else could it be but Zilai Yi? Ding, mission triggered. Zilai Yi's approval. Reward: Makeout Paradise X1, Passive Talent Combat Insight Basic. Daito heard the system voice for the first time in a while and felt that even the cold mechanical sound had become somewhat charming. The passive talent Combat Insight enhances comprehension in battle, allowing one to learn while fighting. Although it doesn't make one instantly stronger, it is the best reward for a diligent genius. A golden glint flashed in Daito's eyes as he looked at Zilai Yi beside him. After finishing the last sip of soup in his bowl, he immediately conceived a plan. Originally intending to go see Gangsho with Lin, Daito suddenly told Lin that he had to return to the Uchiha clan because the clan leader needed him, and then parted ways with Lin. Daito did not head to the Uchiha compound. Instead, he changed into a casual kimono, blended into the crowd as an ordinary person, and secretly followed Zilai Yi. Just as he had thought, Zilai Yi headed toward a hot spring in a nice open-air bath. When Zilai Yi entered the bath, he found only one boy soaking in the hot spring, while from the women's pool next door came the sound of female laughter and frolicking. Before long, Daito, who was soaking in the hot spring, secretly opened his eyes to peek and saw that old pervert Zilai Yi already lying at the crack on the edge of the bath, peeping into the women's pool. "Oh, so erotic. This gives me even more inspiration for my new book." Zilai Yi drooled at the corner of his mouth, wearing a lecherous expression. Daito moved to another crack, where he could just see the scene in the women's pool. He swallowed hard, and his pitch-black pupils had turned crimson, with two slowly rotating tomo appearing. Is it erotic, elegant, or vulgar? I can no longer tell. The moon is full, and not appreciating it would make me seem unromantic. Daito muttered to himself, using the tone of a certain sun to justify his voyeurism. Zilai Yi turned around in astonishment, looking at this kid who was peeping with him, and was amazed that he could describe such a lewd act so loftily. Truly terrifying. Under the bond of shared interest, the older and younger man naturally fell into conversation. Daito initially pretended not to recognize him, but after chatting for a while he showed an expression of sudden realization and immense admiration. "Are you the esteemed Lord Zilai Yi whom I admire?" Daito's eyes seemed to sparkle as he pulled out two books from his chest, one titled The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja, and the other, Make Out Paradise. The first book was Zili Ye's early work, also his first published book, while the second, Make Out Paradise, could be considered the oldest, the first volume of a series that would later include many more. I admire you deeply both for who you are, and as your loyal reader. Daito acted like a devoted fan, also revealing that his master was Shui Min, and that Gangsho had taken him as a little brother. Zili Ye was naturally delighted. Coming out to soak in a hot spring, he had met a kindred spirit. This kindred spirit was his own disciple's disciple, his fan, and the younger brother of the woman he loved most. With such stacked buffs, Zili Ye naturally felt great fondness for the young man before him. Just as the two were conversing, two figures wrapped in towels stood at the peeping crack. Yo, we have a big pervert, and a little pervert here. A beautiful woman with perfect proportions and long straight black hair stood before the two, looking at them with a disdainful gaze, as if they were trash. The other woman standing behind her also wrapped in a towel, with her eager posture and the faint burst of chakra from within. There was no mistake, she was definitely a ninja. The two were about to flee, but their escape was blocked. The woman at the front clenched her fist and flashed a malicious smile. You have the heart, but not the guts. You peeked, and now you want to run. Daito immediately turned around, waved his hand, and shouted to Zili Ye with righteous indignation, go quickly. I'll handle this. Zili Ye couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. This kid, whom he had only known for a short while, was actually willing to stay behind to cover his escape. Zili Ye wiped his tears of gratitude while running away, shouting, you are truly righteous. Daito's mouth twitched. He had just said that, expecting Zili Ye as a role model to stay and face it together, but he didn't even hesitate before abandoning him and running off. Ding, mission completed. Zili Ye's approval. Reward: Make Out Paradise X1 Passive Talent Combat Insight Basic has been issued. Daito looked at the book that suddenly appeared in his hand. It was actually the second volume of Make Out Paradise, which Zili Ye should not have written yet it was already in his hands. The female ninja wrapped in a towel saw the cover of the book in Daito's hand, couldn't help but twitch her mouth, and then cracked her knuckles. You inherently evil, good-for-nothing brat, I'll personally. Daito showed a smile uglier than crying. If I say this isn't mine, will anyone believe me? Daito still planned to visit Gangsho. When he arrived at her door with a head full of bumps, he heard a commotion inside, and a white-haired man, with equally bumpy head, crashed through the door and fell at his feet. Daito looked in surprise at the disheveled man. A little Daito, thank you for earlier. If you could put in a good word for me in front of Gangsho. Then Zili Ye cleared his throat, pretended that nothing had happened, and left the place with an air of elegance. Minato was an exceedingly busy ninja, for his formidable solo combat prowess often led to him being dispatched on missions. High-difficulty tasks, however, were unsuitable for Team Minato to accompany him, so Obito and the other two were not deployed as frequently. Minato also introduced the three to Kushina, their master's wife, who treated them all with great kindness. She usually appeared gentle and tender, though occasionally her temper flared like a fiery chili pepper. Obito had been training intensively for the past few days, attempting to master the Rasengan. This technique was indeed challenging, although he knew the method of training it required considerable effort to achieve. Of course, Obito had sought the Rasengan's training method from Jiraiya, as the only ones in Konoha who could use it were Minato and Jiraiya. Originally, he intended to learn it from Minato, who invented the technique and rightfully inherited it. But then he thought of Jiraiya. If he learned from him, wouldn't he be able to double his advantage, transforming from Minato's disciple into his junior brother? However, before he could master the Rasengan, Minato accepted an A-rank mission. Based on their performance in the previous mission, the third Hokage agreed to Minato's request. All three possessed the strength of Chunin or higher, and with Minato leading them, undertaking an A-rank mission was not impossible. When they reached the gates of Konoha, the four bid farewell to Kushina, who had come to see them off. Except for Minato, the others wore expressions of excitement. This was an A-rank mission. Although Kakashi, who had graduated early to become a ninja, had executed such missions before, it was the first time their team undertook one together. The mission was to head to the Land of Rivers near the Land of Rain. Due to its weak military strength, a rogue ninja organization had recently occupied the area, committing arson and plunder. These renegades were rain ninjas from the Land of Rain, and the local forces could not handle them. The Land of Rain showed no intention of intervening, so the task was entrusted to Konoha. Along the way, the four traveled while Minato-sensei lectured them on precautions for ninjas. After 2 days of journeying, they finally arrived within the borders of the Land of Rivers. Since the mission was directly commissioned by the daimyo's office, they carried the mission scroll and entered the daimyo's mansion of the Land of Rivers. Upon seeing the Konoha ninjas, the daimyo immediately set aside his dignity, respectfully inviting them inside, and even thoughtfully assigned a guardian ninja to guide them to the areas frequently haunted by the rain ninjas. The guardian ninja introduced himself with great deference. His name was Yamashita Kojuro, a war orphan who had been adopted by the Land of Rivers, trained as a ninja, and eventually became a guardian ninja. Kojuro led them closer to the area where the rain ninjas had recently been active. It was near the border between the two countries, where villagers frequently suffered harassment from the rain ninjas. The closer they got to the border of the Land of Rain, the gloomier the weather became. Before long, the sky was already overcast and droplets began to fall, soon followed by a torrential downpour. I heard it rains all year round in the Land of Rain, but I didn't expect the weather to be like this, even just at the border, Rin said, placing her hands over her head, though it did little to shield her from the rain. TCH, what a troublesome climate and a troublesome place. Let's finish the mission quickly. The land of fire is much more comfortable to stay in. Obito held up a war fan to block the rain. A light drizzle would be fine, but this heavy downpour was truly unpleasant. The rain ninjas are despicable. The land of rivers is already so impoverished, yet they allow their ninjas to come and plunder. Rin frowned. Along the way she had seen many destitute people barely clothed, some even in the heavy rain, only wrapped in a waterproof cloth, without even a home. Rin, I think you're mistaken, Minato said calmly, looking ahead. The land of rain is actually a country even more impoverished and destitute than the land of rivers. Because it lies at the crossroads of many nations, the land of rain became a battlefield during the Great Wars. War has turned this once relatively prosperous country into what it is now. To be honest, I am not surprised that they come to neighboring lands to plunder supplies. There's a village ahead. Let's take a break there, Kakashi suggested, pointing at the village visible in the rain. The three followed the guardian ninja Kojiro toward the village ahead. When they approached, they saw how dilapidated it was. Houses crumbling and lifeless. As they entered the village, they found it surprisingly bustling. There seemed to be shouting up ahead. Minato's gaze sharpened, and he gestured with his arm, prepare for battle. Ahead, it seemed rain ninjas who had come to plunder supplies were clashing with the villagers. When they stealthily approached, they saw several villagers beaten on the ground. An elderly couple was weeping on the ground, clutching a ninja's legs, seemingly begging for mercy. Meanwhile, two other ninjas were binding a young girl who was crying profusely, appearing to be about 16 or 17 years old. These guys don't even bother to remove their headbands. They don't care about the land of rivers at all, Obito remarked, astonished by their audacity in wearing the rain ninja headband while committing robbery. Seeing the scene before him, Obito felt no urge to intervene, as it was beyond the scope of their mission. He believed the optimal course was to follow these rain ninjas back to their base and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Ding! Mission issued: rescue the blossoming maiden. Reward: appearance enhancement. Obito paused, thinking to himself that Uchiha Obito was not one to value looks, but he simply had a passion for righteous deeds. A massive shadow flew through the air, and one of the ninjas binding the girl was sent flying backward. Obito pulled the iron chain in his hand, on one end of which was tied a war fan, slowly retrieving the fan he had just thrown. Oh, where did this brat come from? Do you think you can play the hero and save the damsel in distress? The other rain ninjas, seeing Obito as just a child, dismissed him entirely. Instead, their eyes glittered with greed. Such a large ninja tool must be valuable. Obito looked at the girl who had been crying and praying all along. Her eyes shone with joy as she gazed at him blankly and asked, "Are you sent from heaven to save me after hearing my prayers?" Obito's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that everyone in this world was either superstitiously devout or deeply Shinibu. In short, no one seemed to think normally. Yet he cleared his throat, smiled, and flashed the same sunny expression as his teacher Minato. In this world there are no gods descending from heaven, only ordinary people who step forward. You little brat. How dare you speak sweet nothings in front of us? The ninja who had been knocked away earlier wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hurled two kunai. Obito sighed, arms crossed, not even shifting his stance. He merely raised a finger slightly. Boom. A burst of wind pressure radiated outward from him, freezing the movements of the rain ninjas. They wore expressions of terror. This was merely chakra release. The greater the chakra volume, the more imposing the effect. It was enough to intimidate these rain ninjas who were only at the level of genin. Seeing their halted movements, Obito shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, weaving among them. Fear had already taken root in the rain ninjas' hearts. Their strength was originally weak, and now they were no match for Obito, who possessed the Sharingan. In the rain, the scene was like a painting. Obito, holding a war fan in one hand and a short sword in the other, faced the rain ninjas with effortless grace. His combat movements were like a dance, captivating not only the slow-witted villagers, but also Kakashi and Rin, who had been watching from behind entranced. 5 rain ninjas lay on the ground. Obito narrowed his eyes and grabbed the last one by the neck. Lacking height, he pulled the ninja downward, forcing him to kneel before him. Do you also want to dance? Obito revealed his Sharingan. The rain ninja before him ceased struggling. Obito achieved his goal. Using the Sharingan's Genjutsu, he learned the location of their base. It was not far from here, almost adjacent to the land of rain. The reason they had remained unmolested was likely that they offered a portion of the plundered supplies to the rain ninja village. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward: appearance enhancement. Obito suddenly felt his face burning and his joints aching. He seemed to have grown about 2.5 centimeters taller. Obito brushed the dust from his hands and casually swept his sideburns back, having just executed a battle as graceful and fluid as dance. Obito, I have to admit, you're pretty handsome too sometimes. Rin's eyes were filled with admiration. It was only just now that she had suddenly noticed Obito, who had never been as handsome as Kakashi, had become strikingly so. Was it some kind of personal charm? Obito sniffed disdainfully through his nostrils, thinking to himself that the system rewards were no joke. If it said he could become handsome, he really did. He shook the raindrops from his head, helped up the girl he had rescued, and returned all the supplies those ninja had intended to plunder back to the small village. Obito exchanged a glance with Minato and Kakashi, then instructed the guarding ninja to take back the rain ninja, who were tied up, while the rest of the mission would be completed by them on their own. According to the intelligence gathered just now using the Sharingan, there was another small village near the border of the land of rain. Their mission was to seize supplies from both villages and bring them back to base camp. Upon receiving the intelligence, Minato immediately decided to head straight to that village. Did you hear that? Kakashi's ears twitched, and he looked toward Minato. Yes, approximately at 10 o'clock direction about 2 kilometers away there are ninja engaged in combat. It's the sound of explosive tags. Minato possessed extremely powerful sensory abilities, easily able to perceive even the number of fighters at a distance of 2 kilometers. So there are indeed other rain ninja over there. Rin's expression also turned serious, but only Obito showed no change in his expression. Having fought these ninja face-to-face, he knew they were merely Chunin-level operatives. If they truly possessed real strength, Sameo Hanzo would surely keep them by his side. Just then Minato suddenly drew a kunai, and said to the 3 behind him, 3 ninja are approaching here, prepare for combat. The 4 of them, kunai in hand, made their way to an open-air stalactite cave nearby, which could shelter them from the rain, while allowing them to spy on events unfolding outside through the gaps. These ninja are unexpectedly strong. There must be at least Jonin-level operatives among them. The young man with short orange hair who led the group panted heavily. Behind him trailed a young man and a young woman, all 3 appearing to be in their teens. That's because your training has been lax lately, hasn't it? If not for this weather. A purple-haired young woman beside him wiped the dust from her face. Trailing behind the pair was a red-haired boy, also breathing heavily. Clearly these 3 had just been engaged in combat with someone at a distance, and it appeared their opponent was the stronger fighter. Knowing they couldn't prevail, the trio had made the wise choice to flee. Obito, who had been lacking interest, saw these 3's faces and murmured, "You've got to be kidding me." After repeatedly confirming, he was shocked to discover that these were indeed the 3 members of Jiraiya's team, Yahiko, Konin, and Nagato. Watching Minato poised and ready to strike, Obito quietly pressed down on his hand, and said solemnly, "Do you see that redhead? If I'm not mistaken, those purple circular eyes are the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Six Paths Sage." Six Paths, eh? Not only Minato but also Kakashi wore expressions of surprise and disbelief. "You know about the Six Paths Sage too?" Obito raised his eyebrows, surprised that Kakashi was so knowledgeable, even aware of this. Though Rin didn't know, she could infer how dangerous those strange eyes must be simply by observing Minato and Kakashi's expressions. Among our Uchiha clan there are records about these eyes. They possess the power to reshape the world. If we were to face them as enemies, we might suffer the consequences. On one hand, Obito genuinely believed that Nagato's Rinnegan might run amok, and on the other hand he thought that if they truly fought, and Minato eliminated these 3, the future of this world would likely become extremely chaotic. After a brief exchange of glances, the 4 used transformation jutsu. Minato transformed into an elderly man with white hair, Kakashi became a wooden cart, Rin turned into a young child of only a few years old, and Obito assumed the form of a simple-minded middle-aged man, wearing a tank top, with a towel draped over his shoulders. As soon as he saw Yahiko and the others arrive at the cave, Obito put on a surprised expression and then greeted them with a smile. "Hey there, gentlemen and miss. You're ninja, aren't you?" Yahiko, seeing they were merely ordinary people delivering goods, relaxed his grip on the kunai in his hand and returned it to his ninja tool pouch. Uncle delivering goods in this rain must be quite exhausting, right? Noticing the other party was polite, Yahiko also smiled and responded to Obito. "Gurgle." At that moment, Yahiko's stomach suddenly growled, and Nagato and Konin soon felt hunger as well. They had not eaten for an entire day. Obito immediately walked toward the cart with a smile, but in reality he retrieved a flatbread from his ceiling scroll, divided it into 3 pieces, and handed them to the 3 before him. "You ninja protecting the village and even the peace of the ninja world have it truly hard. If you don't mind, please share this bread." The 3 hesitantly accepted the bread, but as ninja, despite their ravenous hunger, they checked it first, and only dared to devour it after confirming it had not been poisoned. Yahiko and the others felt that Obito and his companions were good people, and after introducing themselves their relationship grew warmer. Just then Obito noticed the rain outside beginning to lessen and turned to the 3. "We need to depart now, so we can deliver the goods as quickly as possible." Minato pulled the cart that Kakashi had transformed into, while Rin, acting like a child, awkwardly climbed aboard and waved goodbye to the 3 with a smile. Just as they thought they would part ways, Konin unexpectedly called out to them. "You are actually ninja, aren't you?" Konin narrowed her eyes, watching their retreating figures. "Oh, why do you say that, miss?" Obito maintained his amiable uncle persona, while Yahiko and Nagato couldn't spot any suspicion either, and looked at Konin with puzzled expressions. "You all have water on you, obviously from traveling in a hurry, but there isn't a single drop of water on this cart, not even mud stuck to the wheel axles." Konin provided the explanation. As soon as she finished speaking, Yahiko and Nagato both drew the ninja tools at their waists and entered a combat-ready stance. Obito closed his eyes, and when he opened them again his irises had turned entirely crimson, with 2 tomos slowly rotating. Everyone else dispelled their transformation jutsu as well. But before Obito could make a move, a flash of light appeared, and Minato had already vanished from his original position. Hearing the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, Obito realized it was the backpack Minato had been carrying on his shoulder that had fallen. When Obito turned his head again, Minato had already subdued Nagato, not only disarming him, but also binding him with hemp rope. Nagato, Konin, and Yahiko barely managed to cry out anxiously when Obito struck the next moment. "Still have the presence of mind to worry about your companion. Truly commendable." A red light flashed in Obito's eyes, and Yahiko, who had just turned his head, was controlled by Obito's genjutsu. By the time the genjutsu was broken, his limbs were already bound with hemp rope. Conan was also trapped by Kakashi and thrown to the ground. Watching the three writhing on the ground with expressions of reluctance, Obito speechlessly pressed his fingers to his forehead and sighed. I mean, you're clearly this weak, yet you insisted on exposing us knowing we're ninja. Wouldn't it have been better to just shut up? But you made the right choice. Obito revealed a sly smile and thrust a kunai into the ground before them. If you had attempted to ambush us, there would be 3 corpses here right now. Observing the headbands on Obito and Minato's foreheads, Conan asked softly, Are you from Konohagakure? Obito paused for a moment. Shouldn't this silly girl have been frightened by his words? Instead, why was she so calm? Ding system task triggered: have a long conversation about ideals with Yahiko and the others, and become close friends with one of them. Task reward: Rasengan mastery, one-handed. Obito wanted to say something further to intimidate them, but he forcibly held his tongue, his lip twitching as he thought to himself, this damn system is trying to force me into another role again. Ding system mission triggered: have a heart-to-heart about ideals with Yahiko and his 2 companions, and become close friends with one of them. Mission reward: Rasengan mastery, one-handed. Looking at your forehead protectors, are you Hanzo's subordinates? Obito looked at the 3 tied up on the ground and began to interrogate. No, we are not Hanzo's subordinates, but I dream of becoming a great man like Lord Hanzo someday. Yahiko's brown eyes sparkled. You don't look much older than me, since you're not Hanzo's subordinates who trained you to become ninja. Obito narrowed his eyes. Our teacher is Jiraiya, also a ninja from your Leaf Village. Yahiko replied with a smile, seemingly completely forgetting he was still tied up. Jiraiya. Obito showed a surprised expression, then pulled a book from his pocket with the words, Make Out Paradise, on the cover. Uncle Jiraiya is known as one of the 3 ninja. He and I are practically friends. Look at this book, it's his autograph. Obito glanced at the book in his hand, dazed for a moment, then with an extremely skilled motion in the blink of an eye, the Make Out Paradise turned into a copy of the Tale of the Gutsy Ninja with Jiraiya's signature. Friends with Lord Jiraiya. I didn't know that. Obito. Minato showed a rare deadpan expression, looking at Obito, afraid that Obito might be corrupted by Jiraiya. Minato was Jiraiya's student, which made him something like an older brother to Yahiko's group. Minato didn't feel right keeping them tied up since they were just 3 kids. Yahiko's old habit kicked in, and he began to preach his ideals. You want people to understand each other through communication rather than fighting. Your starting point is good, but reality is cruel. Such an approach cannot achieve your dream. Obito hid half his face in his collar, his expression deep, making it impossible to tell he was still just a child. Everyone dreams of peace, but clearly your approach cannot realize that dream. In all things, where there is light, there must be shadow. If there is the concept of victor, there must simultaneously be the defeated. If one harbors the selfish desire to maintain peace, it will inevitably provoke war. If one wishes to protect love, will give rise to hatred. They are linked by cause and effect, inseparable. This is reality. Obito walked out of the cave, where they had taken shelter from the rain. The rain outside had gradually stopped without notice. He extended a hand and turned to look at everyone. Humans are not such intelligent creatures. Persuading with words is the best, but most people will not change their ways just because of your words. At such times one must resort to force. This is called first courtesy, then force. Those who won't listen need to be suppressed with strength. Only then will the day of mutual understanding between people arrive. Of course, this is just my suggestion. After all, my dream is different from yours. I'm not some heroic little brat fantasizing about world peace. Although you're younger than me, and what you say makes sense, I still firmly believe in my ideals. Yahiko didn't back down. Although their ideals differed, he was gradually coming to respect the young man before him. You call us heroic little brats fantasizing about world peace. Then isn't your dream world peace? Conan had also let down her guard and joined the discussion. A hint of confusion appeared in Obito's eyes. A leaf with a hole eaten by a bug drifted into his hand. He then raised the leaf before his eyes and looked at the sky through the hole. Don't you have a dream? Nagato asked curiously, watching Obito hold the leaf without answering for a long time. What is the true nature of a dream? Obito activated his Sharingan, turned around with a smile, and tossed the leaf away. It drifted into the distance with the wind. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm already on my way. What? Then you're just a kid without a dream, and you still have the nerve to talk about us. Yahiko smirked and looked sideways at Obito. No, I'm different from you. A dream is not such a simple thing. But I have a goal, to become Hokage. Obito showed a sunny smile, instantly replacing the weathered expression that seemed to have lived for decades. Minato also showed a thoughtful expression. He looked at Obito with complex eyes for the first time, sensing his disciple's extraordinary nature. Previously, he had only thought Obito was a talented genius, but now it seemed he also possessed eyes that could see through everything and a mature mind. Obito extended his fist and said to Yahiko with a smile, "Then now we are rivals, but also close friends. Carrying such a great dream, don't you lose to me." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yahiko's mouth. He closed his eyes and gave a light snort, then extended his fist and bumped it against Obito's. Of course. Then it's a promise. We'll meet at the summit of this world. Close friend. Obito felt a long-lost surge of excitement. Was this the spirit of the Chinibyu? Let's head straight to the Rain Ninja stronghold and try to wipe them out in one fell swoop to complete the mission. Minato tucked the freshly wiped kunai into his tool pouch. No, you can't go. Those guys are incredibly strong. Besides their leader, there are 3 Jonin-level experts. They handle us like we're 3-year-olds. Yahiko was very aware of the Rain Ninja's strength. Even without their leader, the three of them who had learned multiple jutsu couldn't last long and could only flee in disarray. Obito found it amusing. He wondered if anyone in the world could defeat his teacher Minato. Ignoring Yahiko's persuasion, Obito and his three companions parted ways with them. Watching the four of them walk away, Nagato asked, "What do we do next?" Conan also looked at Yahiko, clearly the one who made decisions among the three. "Let's follow them. I can't just watch my newly made close friend go to his death," Yahiko said with firm eyes. "Know that yellow-haired man is very strong." Nagato suddenly refuted Yahiko's opinion. Before the other two could ask, he explained, "These Rinnegan of mine possess power that even I fear, but thanks to them my dynamic vision is also powerful. Ordinary body flicker techniques are all visible to me. But I didn't even sense that man's figure or even his presence. Much less did I observe him with these eyes. I was taken down before I could react." Yahiko suddenly realized. He had been so excited chatting with Obito that he forgot they had all been tied up like dumplings before they even reacted. But in the end, Yahiko decided to follow Minato and the others. According to what Yahiko and the others said, there are at least 4 Jonin-level rain ninja here. You will be responsible for throwing the flying thunder god kunai into the battlefield later. Minato planned to handle these rain ninja by himself. His individual combat ability was extremely formidable, so even if the opponents included Jonin, it posed no real challenge for him. Ding. Congratulations on completing the system mission, engaging in heartfelt conversations about ideals with Yahiko and the other two, and becoming close friends with one of them. Mission reward Rasengan Mastery single-handed has been issued. Obito was immediately thrilled. He had already been practicing the Rasengan, but had yet to succeed. Now he had directly obtained the single-handed Rasengan. Wasn't completing system missions far more rewarding than cultivating on his own? The four infiltrated what was supposedly their stronghold. They seemed utterly unconcerned about any possibility of an attack. There was not a single guard in sight. The place was filthy and chaotic, exuding an oppressive atmosphere of squalor, disorder, cruelty, and blood. Drag marks were scattered across the floor along with bloodstains that had not yet dried. "Look over there." Rin's voice trembled as she glanced fearfully toward a certain direction. The others followed her gaze and saw a female corpse half-dressed abandoned in the street. Multiple wounds marred her body, and judging from her overall appearance, she was still a girl not yet of age. Obito instinctively activated his Sharingan, crimson lines appearing in his eyes. The sight made it hard to breathe, and anger ignited within his chest. These rain ninja were nothing but beasts unworthy of the title of human. At that moment, a disheveled middle-aged man staggered over his clothes in disarray and belching with the reek of alcohol. Spotting the group, he immediately flashed a lecherous grin and sauntered forward, draping an arm over Minato's shoulder. "Hey youngster. Never seen you around before. You new here?" Then with a greasy smile spreading across his face, the filthy man glanced back at the three behind Minato, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. He rubbed his hands together, chuckling. "Managed to snag 2 brats and a decent-looking girl. She's a bit young. But hey he." Obito raised his head, and the moment his eyes met the man, his skull exploded in a spray of blood. Brain matter splattered everywhere, thick and viscous like curdled tofu, dripping down in steady streams. Wiping the grime from his cheek, Obito stowed his explosive tags and offered Rin a gentle smile. "Don't be afraid. Those like him aren't human anymore." Kakashi glanced at Obito, relaxing his grip on the kunai. Minato did not intervene. In fact, there was approval in his eyes. Do not be fooled by his bright, sunny demeanor that was only displayed toward his comrades. Against enemies, he was the yellow flash that struck terror into their hearts. But suddenly Obito clutched his head and apologized to Minato. "I'm sorry, sensei. I lost my temper and destroyed his head. I didn't get any information out of him." Minato waved his hand reassuringly. "This guy doesn't look like a ninja. He wouldn't know much about this stronghold anyway." Then he produced numerous specially made flying thunder god kunai and handed them to Obito and the others, issuing his orders. "Stay on standby nearby. I will infiltrate first. If I am discovered, you must throw the flying thunder god kunai, and I will eliminate the remaining hostiles." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Minato had already vanished before their eyes. Obito furrowed his brow, closed his eyes tightly, and tapped the ground with one finger while quietly counting under his breath. 1, 2, 4. "What are you doing?" Kakashi asked, curiously looking down at Obito crouching on the ground. "I'm practicing my sensory abilities, counting the number of people Sensei Minato has eliminated." "What a..." Both Kakashi and Rin were startled, staring incredulously toward the distance. The area remained eerily calm with absolutely no sign of combat, and Sensei Minato had only been gone for less than 10 seconds. How is this possible? The gap is that enormous. It's only been a few seconds. Kakashi's stunned expression was a stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor. But that is the reality. Right now we have no right to compare ourselves to Sensei Minato. Obito shrugged, relinquishing his sensory focus. In less than a minute he had sensed the 20th person being assassinated by Minato. Assuming all went as expected, there would be no role for the three of them to play. Suddenly urgent shouts erupted. "Intruders! Intruders! Hey, are you all right? Why are you lying on the ground? Help! These people are all dead." Obito smiled. It seemed they would still have their chance to act. As they made their way toward the source of the commotion, they found several corpses sprawled on the ground, each killed with a single lethal strike. Obito couldn't help but think to himself, youth is such a blessing. Fall asleep instantly. Assemble. All combatants assemble. A voice rang out from the heart of the chaos. A tall, menacing figure was rallying the disorganized crowd. Are those goblins? Obito found the sight of the towering figure and the panicked, half-dressed rain ninja, scrambling to form ranks rather amusing. Who attacked us? We've already lost nearly 30 men without even seeing what hit us. The tall leader's face twisted with murderous intent as he surveyed the scattered group of fewer than 20 survivors. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of projectiles cutting through the air echoed. Over a dozen peculiarly shaped kunai struck among the ranks. Before their astonished eyes, a golden flash zipped through the crowd, accompanied by soaring sprays of blood and the screams of rain ninja. Celestial swallow dance flash step shadow remnant zero form. As the blinding light faded, only 3 remained standing. The leader plus 2, who looked sharper than the ordinary grunts, clearly stronger as well. Minato was already crouching, gathering his kunai from the ground. Turning to the 3 stunned onlookers, he said, "Leave these 3 to you. They are not as strong as Yahiko claimed." Obito extended his sensing ability. Each village likely had different standards for promoting to Jonin. Only the leader before them probably met the average strength of a Konoha Jonin. The other 2 had decent chakra reserves, but at most they were elite Chunin level. "Kakashi, I'll take this one, no problem, right?" Obito activated his Sharingan and charged forward without hesitation. "You're from Konoha? How dare you underestimate me?" The giant pulled a mask from behind and strapped it to his face, then drew a sickle from his ninja tools pouch coated in purple poison. "This is the toxin of the fire salamander. I will kill every last one of you here." Blue light emanated from Obito's right palm. Pure chakra, untainted by any element, was released and spun, continuously compressing until it formed a spherical shape. Minato's eyes widened in shock. "That's the Rasengan." Kakashi's eyes also widened in astonishment. They all knew this technique. It was the Rasengan created by Minato. In the original timeline, Kakashi himself had used the Rasengan as inspiration to develop the Chidori. Kakashi recovered from his surprise quickly. Strong lightning-natured chakra erupted from his left palm as he lunged toward his own opponent. Rasengan. Chidori. Watching the 2 charge ahead, Rin's hands began to glow with blue chakra converging into the shape of a blade. Chakra scalpel. Behind them, Minato formed the hand seal for Shadow Clone Jutsu, his eyes filled with approval. "I have come to recognize your abilities. It seems I have 3. Behind the 3 rain ninja, the sound of wind erupted simultaneously as Minato appeared through the flying thunder god technique. Before they could react, the trio materialized directly before Obito and the others, leaving no escape. The Rasengan dealt internal damage, sending the rain ninja leader spinning through the air as he lost consciousness. The one who took the Chidori fared worse. A clean hole through his body, clearly beyond saving. Rin finished the last rain ninja with her chakra scalpel, severing the nerves surrounding his heart and ending the battle. The 4 breathed a collective sigh of relief. Minato smiled at them. Mission complete. With the mission accomplished, Minato's team immediately set out for the land of Rivers Daimyo's residence to submit their report, unaware that 3 others had arrived moments later. No way, right? Yahiko's mouth hung open as he stared at the carnage strewn across the ground. He never imagined these cruel, arrogant men would be completely eliminated. Konan and Nagato had deduced their opponents were powerful, but witnessing the scene before them left them equally stunned. A year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. By now, Obito and his teammates were already capable of executing B-rank missions without Minato leading them. On this day, after the Minato squad gathered, Minato's figure was conspicuously absent. "What do you think our mission will be this time, Obito?" Kakashi lazily rested his head on his hands, gazing up at the sky. "Sai, who knows? Probably another B-rank mission." Obito placed the large scroll on the ground, resting one hand atop it, as his Uchiha Haori fluttered in the wind. Rin clenched her fists while adjusting the fit of her combat gloves, offering a guess. "Could it be the Chunin exams? Lady Tsunade mentioned them before." "Ahem, am I late?" Minato descended from the sky, landing gracefully after a perfect aerial flip. "You're late, Sensei Minato." Obito huffed through his nose, yet wore a smile. "You have no right to say that." Kakashi glared at Obito with his characteristic deadfish eyes. Obito himself hadn't arrived any earlier than Minato. Minato waved them into silence before speaking. "The Chunin exams are approaching. I've recommended all 3 of you to the Hokage, so Rin, Obito, Kakashi. You'll be forming a 3-person team to take this exam." Kakashi offered no response beyond a simple nod. Rin clenched her fists again, her expression shifting to one of eager anticipation. Obito picked at his ear and smiled at Rin. "You actually guessed it correctly. Hey, show some reaction, will you? This is your chance to become Chunin. Aren't you even a little tempted?" Minato watched his 3 students and felt utterly exasperated. Kakashi glanced sideways at Obito and said coldly, "Since we have no missions today, if you're so free, we can spar." Obito knew that his excellence had stirred Kakashi's competitive spirit. Kakashi had been secretly training hard, determined to surpass him. "Oh, want to challenge me again?" Obito opened his eyes. Thanks to the Uchiha clan's methods for cultivating the Sharingan, Obito had already awakened the Tritomo variant within this past year. Since awakening, his chakra reserves had grown enormously, reaching a staggering 5 full capacity marks. Minato sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. He had originally intended to personally mentor them for the Chunin exams, but it seemed he was no longer needed. At noon, Minato brought 3 Chunin exam application forms. All 3 eagerly accepted them, for the rank of Chunin offered far greater conveniences than that of a genin. Although it was well known that Konoha's Genin were the strongest, Obito still chose to become a Chunin. Ding. Quest triggered. Become a Chunin. Quest reward Advanced Seal Techniques talent. Obito's eyes lit up. Advanced Seal Techniques talent. He had been training in seal techniques for quite some time. If he wished to create new jutsu or master numerous high-difficulty techniques, seal knowledge was essential. With Advanced Seal talent, his future plans could be accelerated. Delighted, Obito wrapped his arms around Minato's neck. Sensei Minato, thank you so much. Minato chuckled awkwardly and did not pull away. Just then a familiar voice rang out from afar. Hey Obito, what exactly do you think you're doing to my boyfriend? That familiar catchphrase. I was Sister Kushina. Seeing Kushina, cold sweat beaded on Obito's forehead. He scratched his head with an awkward grin. Sister Kushina, are you here to bring lunch for Sensei Minato again? I should head back to the Uchiha district for Chunin exam training. But barely a half step forward, Obito was hoisted into the air like a chick. Kushina's fiery red hair split into 9 tufts, rising and dancing behind her, as if alive. Obito, you don't think my cooking tastes terrible, do you? Minato had reached out to stop her, but a single glare from Kushina sent him retreating. He quietly withdrew his hand and stepped aside, pretending nothing had happened. A few minutes later, Obito, sporting a lump on his head and his mouth stuffed full, grinned and said, Sister Kushina's cooking has truly improved. It's absolutely delicious. Naturally, Kushina crossed her arms triumphantly, tilting her chin up with a haughty sniff, though the smile tugging at her lips betrayed her delight. After Kushina departed, Minato guided the three through nearly another afternoon of training. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile, he gave his 3 disciples a thumbs up. Given your current strength, passing the Chunin exams seems very likely. Obito, I only worry about your written exam. Obito scoffed and looked up with a confident smile. The written exam might be slightly troublesome. Rin sniffled softly and asked timidly, will you pass? The unparalleled confidence radiating from Obito seemed ready to burst forth in tangible form. I will. Kakashi sighed in exasperation, shrugged, and spread his hands. Well, good luck, I suppose. A vein pulsed on Obito's forehead as he glared at Kakashi. What kind of tone is that? You think I can't pass? Rin offered a tender smile, raising her small fist toward Obito. You can do it, Obito. I believe in you. With Rin's sweet face and gentle smile, so close he could feel her breath, Obito's cheeks flushed. He averted his gaze and scratched his head, muttering quietly, oh, I'll do my best. Gazing at Rin's smile, even Obito of the present could not help but feel his heart drawn to her. In the original tale, Rin had expressed affection for Kakashi, but he had cut her off. Obito shook his head, telling himself that Rin favored Kakashi and that her feelings for him were merely those of a close friend and comrade. Yet another part of him wondered, if he pursued her, perhaps Rin could come to favor him instead. Whether the present Rin harbored feelings for Kakashi or for himself was hard to say. Though Obito did not know if she was his destined moon, there was a moment when he felt moonlight truly upon him. Suddenly Obito shuddered, his eyes hardening with resolve. He understood deeply what it meant to be an Uchiha and knew well that before he possessed sufficient strength, he could not allow himself to fall in love with anyone. Why were the Uchiha called a cursed clan? Because they possessed loves that transcended the ordinary, for no curse ran deeper than love itself. On the day of the written exam, Obito held his head in his hands, bloodshot eyes glaring at the test papers before him, his face a mask of confusion. What on earth were these questions? Why did they look nothing like what he had reviewed? At this point someone might object, oh Master Obito, if you cannot even solve these problems, what hope do you have? But that reveals a profound misunderstanding. Master Obito would simply demonstrate how to handle it. With unshaken confidence, he activated his Sharingan and locked his gaze upon no rear-end seated ahead. If he could not write the answers himself, then copying would surely suffice. Daito walked out of the examination hall with his hands in his pockets, an expression of utter confidence written all over his face, swaying his head. He let out a disdainful snort, glanced at the classmates still scribbling furiously inside, and muttered softly, brute force victory. Just then a voice sounded from behind him. What are you muttering to yourself, Daito? It was Kakashi, who had also handed in his paper early. Daito crossed his arms, snorted through his nostrils, and sneered. It seems this kind of test is no challenge for you either. Kakashi was somewhat surprised. In his understanding, Daito couldn't have finished the question so quickly. Focusing on the difficulty of the questions, you're still a bit green, Kakashi. Daito waved his hand with a smile, leaving behind an inscrutable back. Daito bought a few boxes of 3-color dango and returned to the front of the examination hall. He ate while chatting idly with Kakashi, waiting for Lin. You eat so fast. Without the Cielin, yin, it seems impossible to capture the moment you remove your mask. Daito stared sideways for a long time, but couldn't see how Kakashi took off his mask and ate the dango. Kakashi shuddered and said to Daito, better not. With your Cielin yin activated, I can't even enjoy my food. Just as the two were talking, Lin walked out of the examination hall, followed by a stream of other candidates. Gomen Nasai. I kept you waiting. Lin clasped her hands together, closed one eye in an apologetic gesture, and ran toward them. Didn't you finish long ago? Why didn't you hand in your paper early? Daito was puzzled. He had copied Lin's answers, so there was no reason she hadn't finished when he did. Kakashi sighed, probably to avoid drawing too much attention. Lin scratched her head, sheepishly not denying it. The second exam is a team preliminary match, and the venue is likely the Forest of Death. Kakashi crossed his arms and walked, briefing the two beside him about the next exam. Daito didn't want to listen. He took a skewer of 3-color dango from the box and handed it to Lin. Lin accepted it with a smile, and as she ate a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Daito was a bit puzzled. In the original story, my Teikai's teammates should have been Yu Guangji Feng and a sunglasses-wearing guy with no presence, but now his teammate was Rixiang Yushir, who also bore the name of a genius. If they really met, it might be a bit troublesome. He didn't know that Rixiang Yushir had chosen to graduate and become a ninja because of him. Originally, Yushir was supposed to return to the Hyuga clan. He hadn't been so outstanding, but because of Daito's arrival he changed because Daito was the first person to call him a genius and the first to acknowledge him. Kakaxi's eye twitched. He shouldn't have said these things. He had tried so hard to share some knowledge, but it seemed they weren't listening at all. The written exam results were announced. Daito fell into thought. He had clearly copied Lin's paper. Kakaxi was first, Lin second, and he was 25th. Someone must be targeting him. So this is your level, Daito. Kakaxi's words, lukewarm, yet dripping with sarcasm, rang in Daito's ears. Daito couldn't get angry because this guy really was first in the written exam. Humph. Daito let out a mocking snort, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He turned around with his eyes closed, waving his hand, as if teasing a child. Which adult would get angry at a child? Kakaxi's forehead veins bulged. Clearly, even the usually calm Kakaxi was provoked by Daito's pretentious remark. Obito. Daito dusted off his hands and walked away, completely ignoring the now fuming Kakaxi. Before the second exam, the three of them didn't deliberately train. Because with the Chunin exam so close, if you only thought of training now, it's as useless as steaming an egg. Better to give up and try again next year. In a yakiniku restaurant, Daito's trio and Gangsho were sitting together eating grilled meat. Kakaxi looked a bit nervous after all. The other party was the famed Slug Princess gang, Shoji, also known as one of the three ninja, due to her formidable strength. It was natural for a young boy like Kakaxi to feel tense. Gangsho ate heartily while raising her sake cup and said with a smile, "Eat as much as you want, it's my treat." Daito's mouth twitched. This Gangsho, the money for the treat was actually taken from him. However, Daito was now quite wealthy. Not only did he win money at the casino, but the Uchiha clan also gave him a lot. As a rare genius of the Uchiha, Fuyu provided him with ample resources. He also handed over his high-level Earth-style explosive clay and the training method for Qianyao to Konoha and the Uchiha. Both were temporarily rated as A-rank ninjutsu. With these two techniques, Daito earned a lot because selling them was fine. Even if Qianyao wasn't given to Kakaxi, he could still figure it out on his own. But explosive clay was different. Like the flying thunder god, without talent it was impossible to learn. By the way, Daito, your team should have no problem with the second round of the Chunin exam, but in the third round, the individual tournament, there will be some troublesome opponents. Gangsho stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth and mumbled indistinctly while chewing. Daito also picked up a piece of sizzling grilled meat and asked while eating, "Oh, who is so formidable that even Sister Gangsho thinks I might lose?" Gangsho said calmly, "That brat named Mai Teikai seems to have learned a remarkable forbidden technique from his father." Daito immediately understood. Mai Teikai was already learning the 8 gates from his father, but in this era few people knew the power of this forbidden technique. Lin showed a puzzled expression. Although she didn't say it, Daito knew what she was thinking. Because Lin, who didn't know the plot, still had the impression of Mai Teikai as a dead last who only knew taijutsu and was terrible at ninjutsu. But Kakaxi looked thoughtful because he knew how hard Mai Teikai trained and had personally experienced his taijutsu. If he also learned some powerful techniques, he would indeed be a formidable opponent. But from what you're saying, there's more than just Mai Teikai who can threaten me. Daito continued asking. Gangsho frowned, took a small sip of sake, and said, "That white-eyed kid with the caged bird seal that you had me study before. He feels like a different person. He even completed an A-rank mission with his team leader and is called the greatest genius of the Hyuga in 100 years. Daito was slightly surprised because only Ri Xiangning Ci from the original story had been praised like that. Kakaxi looked up and analyzed. With such achievements and reputation, has he probably learned techniques that even the main house finds hard to master? Rixiang Yushir had indeed told them that some techniques like the rotation and other gentle fist arts were only taught to the main house, and the branch house didn't have access to them. A glint of anticipation flashed in Daito's eyes. He said eagerly, "I really want to face Yushir. I wonder how strong he is now. If he really has mastered those techniques of the Hyuga main house, what are your chances?" Kakaxi knew that Daito and Rixiang Yushir were close friends, so he thought Daito would know more. If my opponent is a reborn and stronger Rixiang Yushir, it might be a bit troublesome. Lin knew that Daito often trained and sparred with Yushir. If Daito said that, then if they met, he might really lose. "Will you lose?" Lin asked worriedly. Daito's lips curled up, and he said with great confidence, "I will win." The second round of the Chunin exam had also commenced. This round was the preliminary team battles. An seemingly endless forest of breeze swept up from underfoot, sending countless leaves dancing in the air. Amid the rustling of the wind, 2 groups stood facing each other. "Thought we'd run into that Hyuga Uesher guy's team. Looks like I got excited for nothing." Obito sounded a bit disappointed facing the 3 before him. He didn't even bother to take the scroll off his back. "Are you underestimating us? You may have been called a genius before, but that was then." The black-haired boy in front was clearly provoked. "You're Asuma." Obito looked puzzled. It had been a long time since he'd seen Asuma. His ordinary appearance and lack of distinctive features made him unrecognizable at first. "Hey, you could at least remember the faces of your peers." Kakashi sighed, a bead of sweat dripping from his forehead. A tree silently sprouted, then several branches suddenly grew rapidly, binding Obito, who hadn't even activated his Sharingan tightly. Genjutsu. Obito's expression remained unchanged, as if appreciating some work of art, admiring the technique before him. Don't underestimate us. In the field of Genjutsu, I've been called a genius since childhood. Yuhi Kurenai's face broke into a smug grin as she approached Obito with a kunai. Demonic illusion tree binding death. Asuma also smiled, and gave a thumbs up. Nice one, Kurenai. But the ninja behind Asuma, who covered one eye with his hair, kept his guard up. This was Kamizuki Izumo. Humph, with such a crude technique, do you really deserve to be called a genius? Obito's voice suddenly rang out. The three stared in shock as Kurenai suddenly stiffened, unable to move. Obito picked up the fallen kunai and pressed it against Kurenai's neck, ready to give up. When did? Kurenai's face twisted in pain, and she was astonished to find herself bound tightly by branches, as if she had swapped positions with Obito. The moment you saw my eyes, you were already under my control, including that proud genjutsu of yours. Obito laughed, covering his face with his hand, revealing a Sharingan, with 3 tomos spinning through his fingers. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, as the kunai in Obito's hand was knocked away. The battle is just beginning. Kamizuki Izumo maintained his slashing stance, another kunai gripped in his hand, while Asuma pulled Kurenai back a step, dispelling the genjutsu. I take back what I said. Your talent is indeed impressive. Obito raised his Sharingan eyes, and the 3 before him instinctively lowered their heads to avoid eye contact. What had happened was that after Obito reflected the genjutsu, he added a simple Sharingan illusion, intending to knock Kurenai out of the fight. But when Asuma pulled her away, she had already disrupted her chakra flow and freed herself from the illusion. Humph, you're so slow. Kakashi sneered, annoyed by Obito showing off alone. He drew a kunai and charged forward. Kamizuki Izumo reacted quickly, drawing another kunai and throwing it at Kakashi. Kakashi tilted his head, the kunai whizzing past. As a future Konoha gatekeeper, Kamizuki Izumo had some skill in taijutsu sparring. He couldn't be beaten easily for a short while. Obito clicked his tongue, thinking that this Hatake copy ninja was at it again. He could win with ninjutsu, but insisted on probing with taijutsu. Lin, I'll leave Asuma to you. Obito seemed uninterested as the 3 before him couldn't ignite his fighting spirit. Lin nodded, her hands coated in blue chakra. Though a medical ninja, she had trained under Tsunade and possessed considerable combat ability. You're sending a kunoichi to fight me. You really don't take me seriously. Asuma was clearly angry. He couldn't believe that the friendly Obito from the Ninja Academy had become so arrogant. He pulled out a pair of oddly shaped blades like knuckle dusters with 10 centimeters blades. As Asuma channeled chakra into them, pure chakra blades formed. And you? Still want to fight? Obito flashed a harmless smile at the cute girl before him. I was careless and got caught by your Sharingan earlier. I won't fall for your genjutsu a second time. Kurenai was full of fighting spirit, her words passionate. Obito deactivated his Sharingan, raised a single index finger pointing at her, and said calmly, "You've already lost." Huh? What nonsense are you talking? Kurenai gave him a look as if he were an idiot. Hadn't he listened to a word she said? But the next second she found the world suddenly silent. Before her eyes appeared a void, as if she were standing in empty air. A pair of Sharingan glowing with eerie red light suddenly opened behind her, sending a chill down her spine. She turned around, but found nothing. This level of genjutsu. Damn, genjutsu is my specialty. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes widened. The next moment the fabricated void shattered like glass. Her vision returned and Uchiha Obito was still smiling at her. 3 seconds to break my genjutsu. I underestimated you. Obito frowned, thinking whether to try another illusion he had developed. Kurenai pulled the kunai from her palm silent and charged straight at the pondering Obito with closed eyes. Just as the kunai neared, Obito scratched his head irritably. Genjutsu isn't as fun as I thought. Taijutsu and ninjutsu give a real battle feel. Got him. A confident smile appeared on Kurenai's pretty face, thinking she had victory in hand. Obito blinked in confusion, reached out, and grabbed her wrist. With a slight twist, the kunai fell to the ground. Can't slack on taijutsu training. Though even if someone else tried such a sneak attack on me, it wouldn't work. Obito pulled out a rope and tied Kurenai up like a bundle. Kakashi was flexing his wrist, sitting on top of Kamizuki Izumo. That fight was clearly over. Lin's situation was a bit tougher. A kunai had cut a bloody gash on her arm, and she looked a bit battered. Asuma, though seemingly unharmed and in better shape, was actually being outmatched by Lin, as Obito could see with his Sharingan. The chakra scalpel had severed some nerves in Asuma's thigh and left arm. Now slower, he could barely go on the offensive and had to endure the pain in his left arm. As the son of the Hokage, he refused to lose here, especially to a female medical ninja. Obito saw through this. He stepped forward, a faint green glow appearing on his right palm. The wound on Lin's arm stopped bleeding and healed rapidly before their eyes. To counter Asuma's fire style, Lin, whose chakra reserves were limited, had used the water style. She wasn't very skilled in multiple times, exhausting her chakra and preventing her from healing herself mid-battle. Obito spoke calmly, praising her. You did well. You've already won. I haven't lost yet. Asuma was clearly still defiant, stubborn, even though injured. It's over. In a real battle, clinging to your pride would have gotten your teammates killed. Kakashi glanced at Asuma, his tone cold. Asuma knew that if he faced such a formidable opponent on the battlefield, he would have to retreat. Damn it. We surrender. Asuma finally conceded unwillingly. The proctor overseeing the match stepped forward, declaring Obito's team the victors. This battle was also recorded by the higher-ups of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled. Asuma actually swallowed his pride and surrendered for his teammates. That exceeded my expectations. A ninja standing beside him reported worriedly, the team of Hyuga Uesher. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and finished the sentence, finished the battle quickly again on his own. Yes, there was no teamwork in their squad. With such strength and talent, yet being a branch family member of the Hyuga, such a change in mindset is understandable. We'll leave him be for now. Hiruzen sighed. He knew many talented members of the Hyuga branch family, and there were those like Uesher whose personalities had drastically changed. But now within the Hyuga clan they had been ground down and become obscure. After passing the second round of exams, there was a period of rest to prepare for the third round of individual combat. The assessment adopted an elimination mechanism, but success did not solely depend on defeating the opponent. Instead, the examiners and high-ranking officials judged whether the candidates could advance to Chunin based on their combat performance. With war looming, skirmishes had already broken out in border regions like the Land of Fire. The Second Shinobi World War had ended not long ago, and during such turbulent times the criteria for promoting Chunin were far less stringent than in the peaceful era that followed, resulting in a relatively high promotion rate. The Chunin exams in Konoha usually invited other villages to participate, but during this special period they were mostly held within the village or occasionally included some small neighboring countries' ninja villages. This time other ninja villages did participate, but none of the 5 great shinobi villages sent representatives. As he looked at the ninjas waiting for the exam, he spotted a few familiar faces. It seemed that those who had lost the previous round had a chance to revive, like Asuma, who was standing there with a grim expression. Yo, long time no see, brother, you sure? Why are you wearing such a long face? Where do you think you're running off to when you see me? Obito suddenly grabbed the wrist of someone in the crowd, flashing a sinister grin. You bastard. Hinata Uesher let out a wry smile and shook his head. Obito was the rival he recognized, and also his close friend. It's been a while, and you've turned into a different person, Obito said, sizing Uesher up. His aura had grown somewhat cold, his smiles were rare, and more importantly his eyes had changed. It's about some family matters. I'm not interested in discussing such boring things. Unexpectedly, Uesher did not hide the reason for his change. Is it because of the main house and the caged bird? Obito did not mince words as they had often discussed it before. Uesher clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Being born in the branch house means a predetermined fate. I will smash it with my own hands. Obito finally smiled with relief. It seemed that Uesher hadn't changed, he had just matured and started thinking more deeply. Obito patted him on the shoulder and said, I believe in you. A true genius won't be bound by a clan or a sealing technique. After all, you are my rival. Hinata Uesher chuckled and waved his hand at him. You'd better hope you don't draw me. I'm definitely stronger than you now. Obito turned around with a smile, hands in his pockets, and replied, Hey, if you don't even have the strength to dance, you're not worthy of being my opponent. The second floor of the training ground was an excellent vantage point, offering a panoramic view of the entire arena. The significance of the Chunin exams was far from simple, it was also a covert contest between villages. Although Konoha undoubtedly had the strongest strength, without the participation of major nations, the ninjas from other villages didn't see it that way. Having just gained some combat capability, they had never witnessed the larger world. They were overly confident in their own abilities, acting like children who had just obtained new toys after learning a few techniques. Take for example this ninja with an astonishing bone structure. He was just a little potato, but he could jump high enough to hit someone's knee, and his boastful words could make anyone break out in a sweat. A mere Konoha genin is no match for me. If you run into me, you'd better retreat immediately. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, countless hostile gazes fell upon him. Whose brat is talking nonsense here? Take him away immediately. Non-ninjas are not allowed inside. What did you say? I'm a genuine genin. I'll just spin you 360 degrees without mercy. Obito's lips twitched uncontrollably. If these guys had used their talent for insulting words to train, they would have become Chunin, or even Jonin long ago. Before long, the third Hokage walked out. Known as the Ninja Hero, the third Hokage still commanded enough authority to silence the entire venue. Next, the examiner announced the rules of the exam. The first round of matches would have opponents selected entirely at random. The Chunin exams of this year were particularly noteworthy as the geniuses of this era had all gathered here. Someone had even set up a betting pool offering money on who would win the matches. Obito naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He took out the money he had earned from missions and the winnings he had secretly obtained from the casino, planning to bet everything on himself. First match, Hinata Uesher versus Hinata Chyoshing. Obito had originally planned to leave. A match that wasn't his own held no significance for him. In other words, this kind of ninja child's play couldn't teach him anything. But when he heard the names of the first round, he changed his mind. He had to stay and watch this match. Hinata Uesher, the top genius of the branch house. Hinata Chyoshing, the eldest son of the main house's elder who had studied the secret techniques of the main house since childhood and was said to be exceptionally talented. The two Hyuga members stared at each other. As the examiner waved his hand, they formed the seal of confrontation. A cold gleam flashed in Hinata Uesher's eyes. Although you are of the main house, I can't go easy on you here. Hinata Uesher smiled and assumed a stance. Veins bulged around his eyes as he activated the Byakugan. How I haven't fallen so low that I need a branch house member to go easy on me. Just wait until you submit to my power. Hinata Choshin retorted without hesitation, activating his Byakugan and mirroring the same stance. However, at that moment Uesher suddenly withdrew his hands and leaped backward. As everyone knew, most of the Hyuga techniques were close range, relying on the Byakugan for things like pressure point strikes, and they were not adept at long-range combat. Hinata Choshin showed a puzzled expression, not understanding what this branch house guy was planning. 8 trigrams air palm. Hinata Uesher struck swiftly, sending out a powerful blast of chakra pressure. Hinata Choshin immediately sidestepped to dodge, but when he turned his head in surprise, he saw a large crater in the wall behind him. The 8 trigrams air palm was not a rare technique. Hinata Choshin had also learned it, but he could not unleash such overwhelming power. At his current level, he could only knock a person back a few meters. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being torn came again. Hinata Uesher's air palms continued striking twice in succession, forcing Hinata Choshin to roll awkwardly on the ground to barely dodge them. You bastard. It seems I'll have to show you my true strength. Seeing that Uesher possessed such prowess, Hinata Choshin was not angry, but rather delighted, a smile spreading across his face as his fighting spirit surged. 8 trigrams air palm. Chakra erupted from Hinata Choshin's hands as he launched 2 air palms toward Hinata Uesher, intending to repay him in kind. Such a weak palm technique. You still haven't seen the unbridgeable chasm between us. Hinata Uesher could have easily dodged, but he chose to stand his ground. 8 trigrams palms rotation of heaven. The moment Hinata Choshin's air palm chakra approached, Hinata Uesher spun like a top, releasing blue chakra from his palms to form an absolute defensive hemispherical barrier. What? No way. Hinata Choshin's face was filled with shock, and even several ninjas in the audience showed expressions of astonishment. Because the 8 trigrams palms rotation of heaven was a technique that only the main house of the Hyuga could learn, and the branch house did not have permission to learn it. Thus the only conclusion was that Hinata Uesher had comprehended this skill through his own talent. I have to admit you are strong being able to comprehend this technique. But next you will fall. Hinata Choshin once again assumed the starting stance of the gentle fist. As a member of the main house with considerable talent, his daily training was no joke. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. That stance. Some in the audience recognized the stance, and Hyuga members were also watching the match. That stance means the battle is about to end. In my opinion, Choshin's talent is terrifying. I was almost 15 when I learned the 64 palms. If you think a mere 64 palms can guarantee victory over me. Hinata Uesher had already mastered the 8 trigrams, 64 palms much earlier, but he did not intend to clash with the same technique here. Chakra like flames burst from his palms. As the chakra materialized, it gradually coalesced into the shape of a purple lion's head. Gentle step twin lion fists. That technique. Obito squinted his eyes. Kakashi, standing beside him, had been watching the battle seriously. From his expression, Uesher had already been recognized as a genius capable of defeating him. Hinata Uesher clenched his fists, the chakra condensed flaming lions attached to his hands. Each strike carried violent energy. Even Hinata Choshin, who was attempting to execute the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, could only focus on defense, unable to continue his own technique. Hinata Choshin, facing Hinata Uesher's assault, could barely parry and was forced back step by step. I was planning to show you my original technique, but you are not worthy of it now. A cold light flashed in Hinata Uesher's eyes. He gathered chakra in his palm and struck out. Hinata Choshin, not to be outdone, swung his palm fiercely. Both struck each other simultaneously. To everyone's surprise, though they hit each other at the same time, Hinata Choshin coughed up blood and collapsed. Hinata Uesher merely patted his chest, appearing completely unaffected. This guy's body movements are truly uncanny. Obito's crimson pupils slowly reverted to black. He had just used his Sharingan to track the flow of chakra within both of them. Hinata Uesher used an extremely elusive body movement to dodge part of the attack, while his own strikes were all lethal, each one landing solidly on his opponent. As a result, when they clashed with identical techniques, Hinata Choshin, whose chakra points were sealed, unquestionably lost to Hinata Uesher. Obito quickly came to a conclusion: if he faced Hinata Uesher in pure taijutsu, he might lose. Therefore, he would have to rely on his advantage in chakra reserves using ninjutsu to keep his distance and fully exploit his long-range advantage. First match concluded. Winner Hinata Uesher. The referee announced the result. The battle between Hyuga members, to be honest, was not particularly exciting to watch, lacking the thrilling feeling of ninjutsu clashes. If you were to face him, do you have confidence in winning? Obito asked Kakashi, who was frowning in contemplation. Kakashi nodded, then shook his head. It's hard to say. I feel he has some hidden cards besides the Hyuga techniques. The third personal battle held little appeal for the spectators. Merely mundane taijutsu and ordinary ninjutsu on display, with only a minor incident occurring when it came to Obito's turn. He had anticipated facing Mato Guy, but instead drew a man with black-rimmed glasses, a buzz cut, and a speech pattern so slurred it seemed as though he possessed some cognitive impairment, dubbed half-tang. Siswagumu Kayao Sejinyo. This half-tang-like dialect left even Obito, who was already proficient in Japanese, momentarily dumbfounded. Uchiha Obito. I know you're a genius, but us ordinary people just love challenging geniuses. Obito's eye twitched slightly as he watched this fellow remove 2 frying pans attached together by magnets from his back, a scene that somehow felt strangely familiar. We ordinary people just grab our opponent's head on. As for these so-called ordinary people, Obito didn't even need to expend chakra, dispatching his opponent effortlessly with nothing more than a kunai. Even Kakashi, a true prodigy, had breezed through his match with minimal damage, leaving almost all remaining competitors from Konoha. After Mato Guy kicked his opponent off the field, only Nara Shikamaru remained to face Yaruki Rin. A tall man with blue hair wore mismatched tight jeans, his face marked by 2 crossed-stitched scars. Nothing about him resembled a ninja. His name was Karasu, and his cynical demeanor immediately revealed him to be an insufferable fellow. However, Rin in this timeline was no longer the naive girl from the original story who relied solely on medical ninjutsu. Her combat capabilities now included the scalpel technique, and even the ability to channel chakra precisely around her fists to generate monstrous strength. Without any doubt, Rin claimed victory in this match. In this preliminary round, everyone had won easily, with almost all survivors hailing from Konoha. Very few appeared from outside villages, as smaller nations simply couldn't afford to dispatch powerful genin. The next phase would be the true individual tournament, featuring battles among the previous round's victors, determined by lottery draw. This round pitted Obito against Hyuga Gekka, Kakashi against Mato Guy, and Rin against Yurei Kurenai. It's a relief I didn't draw that guy, Obito. Asuma had also narrowly advanced to this round, and witnessing Obito's prowess in the previous match made him sigh with relief at not being his opponent. Obito vs. Hyuga Gekka was scheduled for the final match, while Mato Guy vs. Kakashi opened the first round. Kakashi, my eternal rival. I have absolute confidence I won't lose this time. Upon seeing Kakashi as his opponent, Mato Guy burst with youthful energy once more. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, though he found himself somewhat exasperated. He felt confident about passing the Chunin exam this time. Facing Mato Guy meant almost no chance of failure. Hatake Kakashi vs. Mato Guy began. At the referee's command, Mato Guy charged forward, first leaping into the air and spinning his body before delivering a devastating kick. Leaf Whirlwind. You're still as energetic as ever, aren't you? Kakashi raised his left arm to block, and it was then that he widened his eyes in surprise. Compared to their previous encounter, this kick carried far more power, actually sending him sliding backward 2 meters. Whoosh! A kunai whizzed past Mato Guy's head. Taking advantage of Guy's sidestep to dodge, Kakashi created distance and began forming hand signs at lightning speed. Fire Release Fireball Jutsu. Pulling down his mask, Kakashi expelled a raging fireball straight at Mato Guy. The Great Fireball technique was something Obito had taught him, as both possessed chakra of all 5 elements, allowing them to learn each other's jutsu and strengthen themselves further. Mato Guy placed both hands on the ground and performed 2 backflips to escape the fireball's range, but barely had he landed when he felt a sudden grip on his ankle. Then an arm shot up from underground. Earth Release Underground Execution. A tremendous force erupted from beneath the earth, with Kakashi emerging from underground. His earlier fire jutsu had merely been a distraction. Yet Mato Guy simply smiled, stomping hard on the ground with his free leg and using his leg to hook Kakashi, yanking him completely out of the earth. No way. Such immense strength. Even Kakashi couldn't help but remark that Guy was the first person to break free from this technique, using pure physical power. Bang! The Kakashi pulled into the air by Mato Guy dissolved into a puff of white smoke. It was merely a clone. Lightning Release Lightning Needle Senbon. Kakashi rapidly formed hand signs, pulled down his mask again, and unleashed countless thin needles composed of lightning-charged chakra from his mouth. Trapped mid-air, Mato Guy had no way to dodge, and was immediately struck by several lightning needle Senbon. After being hit, the current would spread throughout the body, causing paralysis. This technique was prepared just for you, Kakashi. Despite being struck, Mato Guy showed no panic. Instead, he smiled, closed his eyes, and crossed his fists before his chest. 8 gates release. Third gate. Life gate open. Mato Guy first opened the first gate, visible as 2 veins bulging on his forehead, then proceeded to open the third gate. His skin turned crimson, his hair stood upright, and a faint green aura surrounded his body. What is this? Kakashi's expression turned serious. Even from the change in his presence alone, it was evident that in this form Guy was several times stronger than usual. Swish! Mato Guy, engulfed in green light, suddenly vanished from sight. His speed was beyond human perception. Kakashi was startled, quickly forming hand signs as a wall of earth rose from the ground to block his path. Boom! A dent marred the earthen wall. Realizing he couldn't possibly keep up with Guy's speed, Kakashi immediately increased the distance and began calculating how to defeat him. A prolonged fight was impossible. Against superior taijutsu, he could only rely on jutsu that surpassed his opponent's. Lightning Release Earth Lightning. Just as Mato Guy charged again, Kakashi anticipated his position and slammed his palms against the ground, infusing it with lightning chakra. As Mato Guy passed through that spot, countless electrical arcs erupted from underground, momentarily halting his advance and slowing his rapid charge. Got him! Kakashi rushed forward with his kunai, aiming to pin it against Mato Guy's throat and secure victory. However, Guy's willpower went far beyond this. With a mighty roar, Mato Guy recovered his mobility and kicked the kunai from Kakashi's wrist, sending it flying. Leaf Hurricane. Amid Kakashi's panicked expression, Mato Guy delivered a devastating kick to his face, watching him fly backward. Panting heavily, Guy released the 8 gates form. Looks like I win, right? Mato Guy turned toward the referee, but the next second something cold pressed against his neck. I win. Kakashi appeared behind Mato Guy with his kunai at his throat. The Kakashi who had been kicked away had transformed into a broken wooden stake. The referee approached and declared Kakashi's victory. So you've already learned the basics of the 8 gates. As expected of Guy. Obito praised, grinning as he looked at the somewhat disheveled Kakashi. Kakashi's victory hadn't come easily either. After defeating Maite Kai, Kakashi felt a great sense of relief, and now all that remained was to wait for Lin and Daito. Finally, it was Lin's turn to face Shirihong. Neither Daito nor Kakashi had watched any of the other matches, but today for Lin Sake, they set aside their training to witness her final battle for promotion to Chunin. Your opponent is Shirihong, skilled in Genjutsu with average Taijutsu. You know how to handle her, right? Daito couldn't help but remind her, for if one couldn't dispel Genjutsu, facing Shirihong would still be quite troublesome. They arrived at the duel arena. The number of spectators this time was not as many as during the previous match between Kakashi and Maite Kai, but still quite a few. Lin versus Shirihong begin. At the referee's command, the two commenced their battle. That Rishon Uesher guy really didn't come. Maybe he's training a technique specifically to counter you. Kakashi casually applied pressure on Daito. Since when did you start caring about others? I'm truly flattered. Daito sneered, knowing that Kakashi was deliberately putting pressure on him again. I must catch up to those two. Lin stood on the field gripping a kunai. Shirihong showed no sign of underestimation. She formed hand seals with her hands raised before her chest while the other hand also held a kunai. The two slowly approached each other. Just then Lin suddenly noticed that the body of Hong before her twisted like a vortex, and then she vanished from the spot, blending into the surrounding environment. Genjutsu. Lin hadn't expected the Genjutsu to be cast so silently. Hey, it seems Lin is trapped in a Genjutsu. Kakashi looked at Daito only to find him smirking with an extremely confident smile. Her chakra flow isn't disturbed. Daito explained in a low voice lest his words be heard by Shirihong, which would ruin Lin's act. Seeing Lin's dazed expression and even the kunai dropping from her hand, Shirihong confidently held her kunai, intending to press it against Lin's neck to end the match. You let your guard down. The moment she approached, Lin's eyes instantly regained clarity. Her hands were coated with blue chakra, and she brushed them against Shirihong's thigh before dodging Shirihong's kunai with incredible agility. Is that the chakra scalpel? It's really effective in combat. A voice came from behind. Daito turned to see who spoke. Rishon Uesher. You rascal, are you developing techniques to counter me? You didn't even come to watch the other matches. Daito teased with a smile. Narcissist. You're not worth me preparing new techniques specifically. Rishon Uesher retracted his Byakugan. He had already seen that the meridians on the side of Shirihong's thigh had been severed by the chakra scalpel. Without medical ninjutsu, she would be unable to stand for some time. The outcome of this battle was already clear. Winner, Lin. Sure enough, Shirihong, who had lost her mobility, was defeated by Lin. The next match, also the final of this Chunin exam, had already caused a stir in the Leaf Village before it even began, with some even setting up betting pools on who would win. The two great dojutsu clans of the Leaf, the geniuses of the Rishon and Yuzhibo clans. They arrived at the arena early. Daito was astonished to see the stands completely packed. Even the head of the Rishon main family had brought all the Rishon members, and beside the Rishon sat Yuzhibo Fuyue, with his arms crossed along with his trusted subordinates from the police force. The last to arrive were the third Hokage and his guards, along with Daito's teacher Buofeng Shuemin. Even Gang Shou, who rarely showed herself, came with Jing In to watch this battle. Yuzhibo Daito versus Rishon Uesher. Even the referee felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the fight. Daito was the first to appear. He leaped high into the air, carrying no scrolls, only a large war fan in his hand. He descended like a meteor into the center of the arena, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The moment he landed, Daito activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. His chakra surged outward as if it were limitless, creating gusts of wind pressure, his battle intense soaring. No way. This amount of chakra. Such chakra is already several times that of a normal jonin, isn't it? While others were whispering, Fuyue smiled. The Yuzhibo's Sharingan upon each awakening boosts the user's chakra reserves. Now with 3-tomo, Daito's chakra was already so immense that it surpassed most of the clan members. You're still the same, getting so excited whenever there's a fight. A cool voice sounded. Rishon Uesher appeared opposite Daito, accompanied by a whirlwind. Looks like you realize that relying solely on the Rishon techniques won't beat me, so you've learned ninjutsu as well. Daito smiled as he looked at Rishon Uesher, who had made a flashy entrance with wind release. Likewise, they formed the opposing hand seal. At the referee's command, they both charged forward. Bang! They raised their right arms and clashed elbow to elbow, their strength evenly matched. Sharingan. Daito initiated a Genjutsu, first intending to use it during their Taijutsu exchange. However, Rishon Uesher activated his Byakugan simultaneously, and against a low-level instant Genjutsu, he was completely unaffected. I didn't expect your Taijutsu to have improved so much. Rishon Uesher assumed the 8 trigrams palm stance, as if intending to continue the Taijutsu contest. Daito performed a backflip, leaping back a large step, and rapidly formed hand seals. Ha, Taijutsu is your clan's specialty. I'm not foolish enough to think I can beat you with Taijutsu. Fire-style dragon flame song art. 4 enormous fire dragons were spewed from Daito's mouth. This technique was a superior version of the Great Dragon Fire and Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, consuming an immense amount of chakra. Hey, using a fire technique of this level right from the start. Is this really a genin? The audience was in an uproar. Seeing such a powerful ninjutsu, everyone gasped. However, Rishon Uesher showed no sign of panic. He maintained his 8 trigrams palm stance, then began spinning rapidly like a top. 8 trigrams palm heavenly revolving, the huge fire dragons collided with the blue revolving hemisphere, rebounding off and leaving massive craters on the ground, scorching the entire battlefield black. TCH. Daito frowned. No wonder it was called the absolute defense. It could even withstand the palm of the Ten Tails. So even this level of fire technique was ineffective. Rishon Uesher stopped the blue chakra slowly dissipating in the air. He smiled at Daito and said, "Before my absolute defense, no ninjutsu can break through." Is that so? Daito took off the war fan strapped to his back. The fan's shape was modeled after Yuzhibo bands, but as a tool its ability differed from the flame war fan. It could combine with the user to release composite ninjutsu. By injecting chakra of different natures into the fan, one could instantly cast ninjutsu, without hand seals, with the fan releasing the technique. 8 trigrams air palm. Suddenly from that distance, 2 powerful air bullets shot over. Daito quickly blocked with his war fan, but was still pushed back 2 steps. However, Rishon Uesher's attack was not over. His eyes gleamed, and he spread his arms as if stirring the air, kneading and compressing something. "What are you?" Daito's expression suddenly tightened. Under his Sharingan's observation, he saw that the dispersed chakra in the air and Rishon Uesher's own chakra were being drawn, rhythmically gathering in his palms and compressing into an extremely powerful energy sphere. Not good. Daito immediately extended one hand, chakra spinning and compressing in a controlled manner, eventually forming a basketball-sized sphere of chakra. "I must stop you." Great ball spiral sphere, too late. Rishon Uesher's chakra was like compressed liquid, continuously shaping itself. The general form of the blue chakra sphere, radiating immense pressure, was already complete. 8 trigrams heavenly stems annihilation. No way. What kind of technique is this? The great ball spiral sphere in Daito's hand collided with the spinning blue chakra sphere in Rishon Uesher's hand. The immense energy fluctuation caused countless cracks to appear on the arena floor. The wind pressure from the powerful energy made it impossible for the audience to open their eyes, forcing them to shield their faces with their hands. A brilliant white light faded. Daito gasped as he climbed to his feet, one hand supporting his war fan. Rishon Uesher's face was also full of disbelief, and his condition was no better than Daito's. "This is the strongest technique I've ever created, and you actually blocked it like that." "Hey, I used an A-rank ninjutsu, the advanced version of the spiral sphere, with S-rank destructive power." Daito was even more incredulous. How could there be such a powerful person in this world? Anyway, my self-created techniques are not limited to this. Rishon Uesher's left hand glowed with golden light, a vast amount of chakra energy gathering on it. 8 trigrams yang hand, Daito snorted. Such pure yang release chakra could unleash tremendous destructive power instantly, with an incredibly rigid force. But strong destructive power meant it was easier to break down. Using his Sharingan's dynamic vision, Daito dodged each of Rishon Uesher's powerful strikes. With every dodge, he silently marveled, as the released energy left massive destruction marks on the ground each time. A gap. Daito's Sharingan Tomo slowly rotated. Extremely powerful chakra energy coated his fists as he slammed them into the exposed abdomen Rishon Uesher had left during his punch. However, Rishon Uesher smirked slyly. His left hand, still covered in golden light, did not retract, but his right hand extended slowly, giving Daito a very strong sense of dissonance. Slap. Daito's fist was instantly caught. A cold dark chakra surged into his body, and in the moment his spirit was sealed, he was thrown out. While flying in midair, he was hit by an 8 trigrams air palm from Rishon Uesher, landing on the ground rather ungracefully. I should have thought of it earlier. It's not just pure yang release chakra. Your Rishon 8 trigrams also cultivates pure yin release chakra. Daito had already seen through the ability Rishon Uesher had just displayed. It was likely a technique he had comprehended on his own after fully mastering the Rishon 8 trigrams palm. Mastering both yin and yang chakra, yang release chakra, made attacks faster and more powerful. The deliberate exposure of a gap earlier was to show Daito the terror of yin release chakra combined with 8 trigrams palm. Yin release chakra was completely different from yang release. If the earlier yang hand was a rigid force, then the hand covered in yin release chakra was a soft force, the two complementing each other. Your Rishon clan has always been skilled in gentle fist. For someone like you to master both gentle fist and steel fist, combining offense and defense so seamlessly, is indeed troublesome. Daito dusted off his clothes and picked up his war fan from the ground. Being able to withstand so many of my attacks is already worth bragging about for a while, Daito. Rishon Uesher assumed the starting stance of 8 trigrams palm. Being slightly better than me in taijutsu is probably enough for you to brag about for a lifetime. Now then, I Yuzhibo Daito will respond with all my might. Now the second round has only just begun. Daito seems to be at a disadvantage. He'll lose if this continues. Lin clasped her hands together, her face filled with worry as she watched the battle below. No, Daito has been fighting on his opponent's terms all along and hasn't yet shown his true strength. Kakashi analyzed. Daito quickly formed hand seals, and a short earth dragon rose from the ground, coiling toward Rishon Uesher's body. Have you exhausted your chakra? Releasing such a laughable jutsu. Rishon Uesher swung his hand, shattering the earth dragon. Daito grinned, raising 2 fingers to his chest. If you always walk with your head up, you'll eventually trip over a pebble at your feet. Art is an explosion. The shattered earth dragon revealed white clay within its body, which began to expand under Daito's control, emitting a dangerous glow. A thunderous explosion erupted. Riseong Yushi's upper robe was half torn, revealing his well-trained muscular physique. Though somewhat disheveled, he still possessed a rugged charm. So this is the jutsu you developed. It seems rather troublesome. Riseong Yushi spoke while covering his left palm with golden chakra energy, assuming the stance of the 8 trigrams palm. Yang hand 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A tremendously powerful chakra energy blast was hurled like a projectile. Daito evaded using the dynamic vision of his Sharingan. The two of them may be prodigies not seen in a century. In this relatively peaceful era, to possess such strength at their age, they might one day match the legendary ninja god Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Fuyu unhesitatingly spoke Madara's name, seeing hope for the Uchiha clan to rise again as the strongest in the ninja world. Daito realized he needed something to disrupt Riseong Yushi's Byakugan, otherwise coupled with the enhanced vacuum palm, he could only keep dodging. Summoning Jutsu. Biting his finger, Daito swiftly formed hand seals, and countless black crows appeared around him, flying chaotically through the arena. These crows, imbued with their own chakra, could confuse the Byakugan's vision. Riseong Yushi frowned, bit his finger as well, and after quick hand seals, countless white doves flapped their wings, filling the arena. A caged bird yearning to fly free. Such summoning beasts truly suit your style. Daito praised upon seeing the white doves. Riseong Yushi pointed to his forehead hidden behind the ninja headband, but Daito knew the mark of the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal lay there. Such a thing cannot bind my freedom. Daito watched the black and white birds clash, some dissolving into white smoke, others soaring into the sky. He cursed inwardly. Though Riseong Yushi's chakra reserves were not as vast as his own, they far exceeded ordinary people. The Hyuga clan was supposed to have low chakra reserves. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Daito decisively used shadow clones. After some analysis, he believed close-quarters combat with seal-less jutsu was the fastest way to end the fight. 10 shadow clones of Daito charged at Riseong Yushi. The lead clone, without forming hand seals, covered his arm with a spiraling water spear, looking incredibly sharp. 8 trigrams palm rotation. Facing such an assault and seeing the other clones wielding kunai and short swords for close combat, Riseong Yushi immediately used the rotation. When the spiraling water spear touched the absolute defense of the rotation, a spark flew from the water-based technique. The shadow clone was then repelled by the rotation, exploding into white smoke. The power of this rotation was immense. Not only did it defend, but as it expanded, all the nearby shadow clones shattered. Riseong Yushi wore a smug grin as he prepared to speak, but then saw Daito smiling back at him. Daito's left hand was enveloped in fierce lightning chakra, crackling with a sound like 1,000 birds chirping. 1,000 birds. With the 1,000 birds and his Sharingan, Daito moved like an arrow from a bow, appearing before Riseong Yushi in an instant. But to Daito's surprise, the look of shock on Riseong Yushi's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a smile as he stepped back half a pace. Just as Daito was about to press forward, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shifted. Swamp-like mud generated a suction force, pulling his feet down slightly. Such a technique. Earth release. Besides delaying me for a second, it's useless. Daito erupted with chakra, trying to pull his foot free. A second is enough. Several pebbles near his feet turned into white smoke and transformed into copies of Riseong Yushi. Transformation Jutsu. Daito was shocked, never expecting to be outwitted by such a basic technique. It seems you've lost. Yushi met Daito's astonished gaze, but he noticed that the tomo in the scarlet eyes slowly rotated once. Then he found himself striking at empty air while Daito had appeared behind him. What is that? Yushi looked at Daito, who held a blazing fireball aloft, as dazzling as a miniature sun from a distance. A change in the nature of the spiral sphere infused with fire element, but it seems incomplete. Daito closed one eye as embers occasionally fell from the fireball, risking injury to himself. Ever since obtaining the talent for jutsu development and precise chakra control from the system, along with some sealing techniques, he learned Daito had invented several original jutsu of his own. To possess such chakra, I'll concede this match. Riseong Yushi spread his hands, his steps faltering. Daito steadied him, preventing him from collapsing. It seemed he had exhausted too much chakra. Fortunately, due to the system, those without extraordinary abilities generally had less chakra than Daito. Someone like Naruto was just an exception. The winner, Uchiha Daito. The referee's voice carried a hint of excitement. Even as a seasoned ninja, it was rare to witness such a thrilling chunin exam. Can we still train together? Riseong Yushi looked at Daito with determination. Of course. By the way, where have you been all this time? Daito was curious. After becoming a ninja, he had been training with Kakashi, and Riseong Yushi hadn't visited him for a long time. Because, during a mission, my teammate. Riseong Yushi stopped mid-sentence. Daito nodded. I see. Seeing the white bandages tightly wrapped around Yushi's exposed chest, Daito asked curiously, were you injured before our match? A flicker of panic crossed Riseong Yushi's eyes, but he coughed lightly and said calmly, how could that be? It was still on that lush green lawn where a gentle breeze swept by, lifting patches of green fallen leaves. Obito, resting his head on his hands, looked up at the sky and said, how strange. only 4 of us got promoted to Chunin. It was all of us from the same year. The 3 of us, and that Hyuga Tsukishi. Kakashi also sighed, never expecting that the Hyuga Tsukishi who had been a thorn in Obito's side would also manage to pass. The Chunin exams ended a month ago. Is this the first time we're going on a mission since then? Rin, though a medical ninja, was eager to take on more high-level missions. It's probably not a mission, Obito said with a pout, since the other squads hadn't recently been assigned any high-level or out-of-village missions. Sorry I'm late again. A warm, sunny voice rang out as Minato Namikaze appeared before the 3 of them, with a shunshin, his expression unusually serious. I didn't call you here for a mission, Minato said bluntly. But a glint of light flashed in Obito's eyes. It seemed the time was about right. 5 years after the end of the Second Shinobi World War, Sunigakure has launched an unprovoked war against our Konoha. A war between great nations. I'm afraid the Third Shinobi World War is about to begin. Kakashi and Rin both showed shocked expressions, but Obito's face was the calmest, because in terms of timing it was about right. What about Minato-sensei and Kushinane's wedding? Rin was concerned not about the war first, but about Minato's wedding. Just recently Minato-sensei had announced that he would marry Kushinane, and a date had been set. But Obito already knew that the wedding wouldn't happen for now, because in the original story Minato and Kushina married after the Third Shinobi World War ended. Ding. Congratulations host, you have triggered the main quest Third Shinobi World War. The system will now upgrade. 1. 5. 99. Watching the 99 on the panel for a full minute, Obito's mouth twitched violently. What the hell was this? Fortunately the system wasn't that unfair. After staying at 99 for a minute it finally reached 100. Ever since the Chunin exams ended after obtaining the talent for advanced sealing techniques from the system, no other tasks had been triggered. Obito wanted to see what differences the updated system would have. A pale blue light screen appeared before Obito's eyes, visible only to him. Host Uchiha Obito, Youth Clan Uchiha. Chakra Affinities Water Fire Wind Lightning Earthine. Chakra Capacity 7. 5k. Current Quest None. Main Quest Third Shinobi World War about to begin. Identity Konoha Chunin. System Shop, double-click to enter. Reminder, stay firmly on the path of the Naruto New Era villain's distinctive socialism, and beware of the yellow-haired guy who uses Talk-no-Jutsu'd. Completing quests will earn you points. The System Shop has everything you need. Not bad. The identity information is more detailed, and there's a new System Shop. It seems the upgrade was about quests. Each quest corresponds to different points, and all system rewards are priced in the shop to be purchased with points. Obito double-clicked on the words System Shop with his eyes, and after entering, he found it was truly amazing. Not only were there summoned beasts for sale, but also Sage Mode Sharingan and everything else, and even later, he saw the Karma Seals from the Boruto era. Before Obito could observe further, Minato interrupted his thoughts. I don't know if the 3 of you being promoted to Chunin is a good thing or a bad thing. What do you mean? Kakashi asked, puzzled. Originally as Jinin you wouldn't have to fight unless there was a shortage of troops. But now that you're Chunin, you'll be sent to the battlefield. Minato explained. I think it's a good thing, Obito shrugged, continuing. Right now our only enemies are the Suna Ninja. All of Konoha's strong are gathered together. It's essential to gain battlefield experience now. If anything, the Jinin who can't go to the battlefield now will suffer greatly when they become Chunin and are sent to fight after the war expands. You think this war is just the beginning? Rin looked at Obito with a worried expression. Of course. When 2 great nations are at war, the other 3 major ninja villages won't stand by. For their own interests, they'll certainly trigger larger-scale battles. Once this battle starts, we'll probably face the Third Shinobi World War, which no one knows how long will last. Minato nodded in agreement. I agree with Obito. Sunigakure has declared war on us, and the other villages are already stirring. The Third Shinobi World War is almost inevitable. Then Minato-sensei, what did you call us here for today? Kakashi asked, because if it were just to tell them about Suna's declaration of war, it wouldn't require a special meeting here. Yes, I want you all to be prepared recently. As Chunin, you'll likely be sent to the front lines this time. So there was a chance to go to the front lines. Obito clenched his fist. This was the best way to improve his strength. If he didn't have enough power by the time of the Canopy Bridge battle, he definitely wouldn't be at ease. A few days later, Fugaku Uchiha was the first to approach Obito. Obito, first of all, congratulations on becoming a Chunin. The Uchiha clan has been requested to send people to the front lines. At the meeting, Minato seemed to strongly oppose sending you who just became Chunin to the front lines. Obito stroked his chin. That was indeed something Minato would do to ensure his students' safety. Clan leader Fugaku, do you mean I can go to the battlefield with the Uchiha squad? I'm not asking you to go. I just think the battlefield is a place to temper oneself. The Uchiha are a clan that grows stronger in battle. Fugaku said, his arms crossed and eyes closed. Ding. Triggered system quest, first time going to the battlefield. Quest reward, 50 points. As soon as the sound rang in his ears, Obito nodded without hesitation to accept Fugaku's invitation. Because 50 points were very valuable. Sage mode cost 200 points, and an S-rank jutsu cost 50 points. Then gather at the Uchiha clan grounds in 3 days. I'll be the leader this time. After saying that, Fugaku disappeared with a shunshin. What? You want to go to the front line with the Uchiha unit? Minato asked, his face full of disbelief. He had tried his utmost to keep his student from participating in this war. I want to test my own capacity. If I just keep doing missions in the village, I'll never grow, Obito said casually. Then what will you tell Rin and Kakashi? Minato asked again. Please keep it a secret, Minato-sensei, at least until I leave. If they know I'm going to the battlefield, they might want to come too. Obito smiled. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade Obito, Minato had no choice but to say reluctantly, I'm also being deployed to the Suna battlefield this time. Don't stray too far from me. Even for Obito, who had lived 2 lives, the prospect of going to war made his blood race. He first went back to say goodbye to his grandmother, then went to find Tsunade. Tsunade Nehumph. By the time I come back from the front, I might be the youngest Jonin. That's one step closer to becoming Hokage. Obito stood with his hands on his hips, snorting, looking utterly confident. Truth be told, this trip to the battlefield might be the safest option. The system mission only required him to participate in the war against Suna. Hanging back a bit still counted as participation. Tsunade frowned and said sternly to Obito, I suggest you give up on going to the front. War is no game. A brat like you could easily lose your life. Obito was taken aback. He hadn't expected Tsunade to stop him. He thought that by showing enough strength, she would feel reassured. There's no shortcut to becoming Hokage. If I can't even survive on the battlefield, then wanting to be Hokage is nothing but a joke. Obito gave a thumbs up, turned around, and pointed at the Uchiha crest on his back. I am the man who will bear the name of Uchiha and become Hokage. Since he had already chosen to fight, Tsunade couldn't stop him. She specially took out a self-made medical kit containing all the basic emergency medical supplies. You've already learned the mystical palm technique, but don't be careless. Take this medical kit, you might need it. Yeah. Obito replied with great enthusiasm, then left Tsunade's residence. In the pitch-black night, Obito appeared at the main gate of Konoha. In the darkness, countless red eyes lit up. You're a bit late, Obito, Fugaku's voice rang out. The front line was no place for open combat. Moving at night was meant to launch a surprise attack. Obito activated his Sharingan to observe the people around him, but found that everyone was from the Uchiha clan, no one from other families. Jonin, Minato and the unit led by Orochimaru have already departed. The Uchiha are the last to leave, Fugaku said with his arms crossed, speaking calmly. As the largest clan in Konoha, the Uchiha brought almost all elites this time. Not only 10 Jonin, but nearly everyone deployed had awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. By the way, what made Tsunade so bold as to start a war with us? Asked a young Uchiha, with a spiky haircut, named Uchiha-en. No specific intel has been revealed, Fugaku said as he led the group through the forest. They had no idea why Suna wanted to start a war. I can't believe it's only been 5 years since the Second Shinobi World War ended, and a new war is about to break out, sighed an older Uchiha with a weathered face. Only a few among them had participated in the Second Shinobi World War. Most of the shinobi looked eager. First-timers on the battlefield, the Uchiha's bloodthirsty nature made them unusually excited. Obito glanced at Fugaku. It wasn't that Fugaku didn't want to lead experienced veterans, he had only recently become the clan head and hadn't established enough authority. The older members probably wouldn't obey him. Only after the war would Fugaku's position and prestige be fully cemented. If he achieved nothing remarkable, the proud Uchiha would never willingly submit. On the other side, Orochimaru's unit, which had already reached the border of the Land of Fire, was facing off against the Suna forces led by Chiyo. Looking at the devastated Konoha border guards, Orochimaru sneered, licked his lips, and said, daring to declare war on Konoha, old hag. Have you finally gone senile? Those 3 brats who were crushed by Hanzo the Salamander got the title of Sannin, and now they're this arrogant. Chiyo snorted coldly. Though Chiyo was already old, she was not yet decrepit enough to be called an old hag. Clearly Orochimaru's dismissive attitude had angered her. So only one of the Sannin came. I'm really being underestimated. Even Konoha's White Fang didn't bother to show up. Are you here to surrender? Hearing Chiyo's words, Orochimaru gave a sinister smile. Someone like you. This is more than enough. These Suna shinobi seem off, said the pineapple-haired Nara Shikaku, his face serious and a scar on his cheek as he pointed out. The Suna shinobi standing beside Chiyo were all glaring at them with venomous, hateful eyes sending chills down the spine. Minato stood behind them holding a kunai. He wanted to know why Suna had started the war. What is the purpose of your attack? Chiyo heard Minato's question and sneered. Don't you Konoha people know what you've done? That's right. You kidnapped our 3rd Kazekage. What? We in Konoha have done no such thing. Shikaku, usually calm, shouted back in disbelief. What a flimsy excuse. Your own Kage goes missing, and you blame us. If you withdraw now, I'll pretend this never happened. Orochimaru tilted his head, his golden slit pupils fixed on the Suna shinobi. If you want us to withdraw, hand over the 3rd Kazekage, shouted a Jonin beside Chiyo, clearly echoing her stance. So you're determined to go against Konoha, Orochimaru said with a smile, pulling a sword coated in saliva from his mouth. Wait, we can still negotiate. A war now would affect Konoha. Shikaku tried to mediate. His vision extended beyond this battlefield. If a full-scale war erupted here, other great nations would covet Konoha's resources, triggering the 3rd Shinobi World War. Of course, even Tsunade, the instigator, would not fare well. Against Konoha at this time, they stood no chance. Negotiation is possible, but Konoha must provide an explanation and cede territory with reparations. Chiyo had come with the intent to wage war. If she could tear a piece off Konoha, this farce would be enough. As the leader of the 5 great nations, if we back down now, we'd lose all face. Orochimaru's purpose here was to drive back the Suna forces. He had never intended to negotiate from the start. What? You're saying Obito went to the front line battlefield? Even the normally calm Kakashi couldn't help but loudly voice his disbelief, forgetting all sense of composure. Rin had already clenched her hands tightly. She bit her lip and after a long moment looked at Kakashi with determined eyes and said, "We're Chunin too. Let's go ask Master Minato to let us join the battlefield. As far as I know, Master Minato has already gone to the frontline battlefield too. If you really want to go to the battlefield, we'd have to wait for the second wave of reinforcements at the very earliest." Hisashi Uesher shrugged his shoulders. Dressed in white robes with his long hair flowing, he carried an almost classical sense of handsomeness. "Don't you want to head to the battlefield? What if something happens to Obito?" Rin's voice carried a note of urgency. "Obito's strength is already beyond anything you could worry about on his behalf. Moreover, the main family won't allow me to go, and I can't defy their orders." Hisashi Uesher gazed at his hand wrapped in white bandages, clenched it into a fist, then turned and walked toward the training ground. Meanwhile, at the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, as the two forces clashed in battle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission first trip to the battlefield. Mission reward of 50 points has been distributed. Ding! A new mission has been triggered. Spectacular entrance. Mission reward, 30 points. Obito's expression darkened instantly. He had originally planned to head to the battlefield, claim his mission reward, and then lay low in some corner. Was this system hoping he'd die sooner rather than later? Just then, as Obito approached the battlefield, he heard Chiyo's words. "Haha, so you can know his meaning is that you're ready to start a war." Obito grit his teeth, took the fan from his back, and with a powerful leap, soared high into the air. Boom. Dust and smoke spread in all directions, and a voice full of battle intent rang out loudly. "The Third Shinobi World War. I declare war upon you all." Who? Some people looked nervously toward where the smoke was clearing, but upon seeing a youth wielding an odd large fan, they dismissed him as unimportant. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A massive torrent of flames shot out at high speed, the sea of fire instantly illuminating the entire night sky. Are all Konoha brats this confident? Chiyo waved her hand, and 3 water release ninja stepped forward, spitting high-pressure water streams from their mouths to counter Obito's fire release. "Tch, my chakra amount is still not enough after all." Obito pouted, not very satisfied with his opening move. But on this dark and windy night, nobody noticed that within the massive amounts of steam erupting from the collision of water and fire, countless white birds capable of flight had appeared. Rumble, rumble. Everyone instinctively raised their hands and squinted their eyes, watching the sand ninja flying wildly in the sky. Obito threw out all the explosive tags on his body in one breath. Using the cover of the previous fire release and the night darkness, nobody noticed when he released the explosive tags. "What's that?" Chiyo's pupils involuntarily contracted. She didn't dare to underestimate the Konoha youth anymore. As the thick smoke cleared, a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes were seen emitting a red, ghostly light in the darkness. "Hehehe, so this is the new disciple of Tsunade, or rather her younger brother. Uchiha Obito, is it?" Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked his lips. "Although you did well, you need to report in advance next time." Fugaka's voice rang out, somewhat appreciative yet stern. Countless scarlet Sharingan eyes lit up in the dark night. "The Uchiha have arrived too. Then now, let's fight." Orochimaru's hands formed hand seals at incredible speed, and a cyan blue giant serpent instantly appeared on the battlefield. Obito looked back for a moment. That wasn't Manda. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Spectacular entrance. Reward of 30 points has been distributed." Letting out a long breath, Obito was just about to secretly find a place to lay low when a kunai flew past his face. "Huh. Which blind fool has the guts to challenge me? That's truly remarkable, but that's the only compliment I can give you." Obito's left hand erupted with lightning, the screeching sound of electrical friction rising like a million birds crying simultaneously. Then the explosive lightning began to soften and become controllable, forming the shape of a spear, as if it were an extension of Obito's arm. Lightning release, Chidori Sansun. The Chidori Sansun stabbed toward where the kunai had come from, but missed entirely. Obito frowned, activated his Scarlet Sharingan, and clearly saw that incredibly agile figure. What a strange hair color is that green? Looking at the female ninja with green hair in front of him, but orange at the tips, Obito felt he had seen her somewhere before, very familiar. "Although you're just a brat, your threat level is far too high. You have great talent, but it's a pity that you can no longer continue to grow." The female ninja's voice rang out again, and with it came a burning fireball. "Sealless Jutsu. I understand now you're Yoru of the burning release." Obito raised his fan to block that scorching fireball. "Then tell me, why can't I continue to grow?" Obito asked with interest. "Because you will be killed here by my hands." "Uchiha brat. All talk and no action. I see you still have energy to dance around." Obito extended his right hand, and a stream of water condensed along his arm, gradually forming a water spear. Water release, hard whirlpool water blade. Several incoming fireballs were dispersed by the water spear, but the extreme heat also caused the water spear in his hand to begin boiling. Obito had no choice but to cancel the technique, otherwise his hand would be burned sooner or later. With such a special bloodline limit and abilities, why come after someone like me, a nameless kid, eh? While Obito used words to buy time, his other right hand had already formed a single-handed seal within his sleeve, and his left hand held the fan. Earth release, earth storming walls technique. The ground suddenly trembled, but Yoru seemed to have eyes on her feet. Instantly leaping high into the air from the ground, she dodged Obito's earth release technique. to secretly hide the other hand behind your back to form hand seals. I've never seen a ninja who can perform single-handed seals before. Yoru's voice carried a hint of mockery. Hey, you're a jonin, right? You saw through my moves at a glance. What a troublesome opponent. Obito slowly backed away, wanting to get closer to Uchiha territory or have Master Minato deal with this troublesome burning release bloodline limit user. Just then the ground trembled and countless sand gold erupted from the sandy ground out of nowhere, beginning to gather toward a certain location. Raza. Obito watched the man fighting Minato in the distance. Facing Master Minato with ease, he controlled the sand gold with his arms crossed. Seizing the moment when Obito was distracted, Yoru immediately grabbed the opportunity and prepared to launch a surprise attack. When Obito snapped back to awareness, the high-temperature burning release fireball had already approached his face. He could even feel the scorching heat, and one touch would vaporize his flesh completely. Cursing under his breath, Obito hadn't expected that his moment of carelessness on the battlefield could lead to his death. Fortunately, he could still use that technique. A surge of chakra energy converged toward his left eye, and his three-tomo Sharingan began to slowly rotate. Boom! A massive force struck him, sending Obito's body flying backward. He narrowly dodged Yoru's burning release fireball. A giant red toad was seen slowly retracting its palm, and standing atop that toad was a tall white-haired man. Who's there? Yoru frowned and looked up at the top of the giant toad. Looking up at the sky with a broad back, the hero is Jiraiya, the hero himself. You're Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Tisk, another troublesome guy has shown up. Yoru's expression was as ugly as if she'd eaten something foul. Oh, you actually know me. If you want an autograph, I can definitely give you one, ha ha ha. Jiraiya maintained his very dramatic pose, whipping his head around, and laughed loudly while standing atop the Toad Elder's head. Konoha's first battle took the upper hand, and Jiraiya's appearance solidified Konoha's absolute advantage in this fight. Because Obito was the youngest among the participants, he was well taken care of by his comrades on the battlefield. Apart from unleashing large-scale ninjutsu at the enemy, like a chakra turret, he was not in any danger. Especially within the Uchiha clan, whenever Obito strayed too far from their own camp, 2 or 3 clan members would move closer to him to prevent him from being ambushed by the enemy. The war had been raging for half a month. Recently no one knew what the Suna ninja were plotting, and they had not fought for 3 days, simply holding their camp. However, this was actually a good thing for Konoha, because compared to Tsunagakure, Konoha possessed extremely abundant resources. If the war turned into a prolonged conflict, Konoha would surely win. Shikaku, Orochimaru, and a group of powerful ninjas were gathered in the tent discussing the battle situation. The reason they could not quickly subdue the Suna ninja was mainly that the enemy had 3 formidable opponents: Yagura of the Scorch Release, who could freely control fireballs, Raza, who could manipulate gold sand, and the most troublesome one, Shio, whose puppet poison was almost impossible to counter without Tsunade. But just as everyone was preparing for a protracted war, the Suna ninja launched a surprise attack. Because Konoha and Tsunagakure were at war, the other great nations could not sit still. Many wanted to profit from the conflict. The other borders of the Land of Fire were also unstable. Having achieved an absolute advantage on the battlefield against Suna, the third Hokage ordered Minato Namikaze to be recalled to carry out a mission at the Land of Fire's border against the Iwagakure raiding squad. However, less than a day after Minato left, a new change occurred on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The ground began to tremble, followed by the clamor of the camp. An earthquake. Obito pushed open the tent bearing the Uchiha clan crest and looked at the chaotic camp. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It seemed to be a sentry ninja running around the camp, shouting loudly. Calm down. How many enemies are there? Shikaku and the others had just finished their meeting and hurried out to check the situation. The number of enemies. Only one. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The person wore a Kazekage hat and a long robe, standing atop a cloud of golden sand with arms crossed. Raza, he, daring to storm our camp alone, what boldness. A hoarse yet magnetic voice sounded. Orochimaru, as the overall commander, actually intended to face Raza himself. When everyone saw Raza's attire, they couldn't help but gasp. It turned out that the Suna ninja had been holed up these days to elect a new Kazekage. Clearly the new Kazekage had been chosen. It was Raza before them. Minato just left not long ago, and they can't wait to attack us. How underestimated we are. Jiraiya nonchalantly unstrapped the scroll from his back, propping it on the ground, as he stared imposingly at Raza, then turned to Orochimaru with a smile. It's been a long time since we fought side by side, Orochimaru. Ha ha ha. Let's take this guy down, and the war here will be over, right? Orochimaru cast a glance at Jiraiya and moved aside, clearly not wanting to stand too close to that idiot. Just as Jiraiya was about to charge in recklessly, Orochimaru remained still, stroking his chin in thought. If the opponent were Chiyo, he would have likely summoned a summoning beast and charged into battle. But this new Kazekage didn't seem that brainless. There must be a reason he chose to attack the stronghold alone. Obito stood beside Fugaku. The Uchiha remained motionless. Fugaku generally did not volunteer unless ordered. What do you think of this Kazekage? Fugaku asked Obito, who stood beside him with his arms crossed. He gives the impression of a calm and composed, well-organized person. For him to attack our camp alone this time, I find it very suspicious. Obito knew that Fugaku was consciously training him, so he spoke his mind. I think so too. Do you have any other insights? I think if Raza were to launch a surprise attack, he could have directly killed a large number of ordinary ninja. However, he merely manipulated the gold sand, causing no substantial damage. His purpose might be to attract firepower to cover the real action. At that moment, shouts suddenly came from the side of the camp, followed by a scorching, enormous fireball that instantly lit up the sky and flew toward the Uchiha camp. Such high temperature is not fire release, it's scorch release. Fugaku was startled and began forming hand seals rapidly. However, Obito, standing beside him, acted even faster. He slapped his hands on the ground, and instantly a tall earthen wall rose up, blocking the attack. What an annoying brat. I should kill you first. Yagura grinned wickedly as she gathered another scorch-release fireball in her hand with a large group of Suna ninja behind her. The earthen wall Obito had summoned slowly crumbled, revealing a large crater. What a terrifying woman. Are you a monster? Obito couldn't help but marvel at her astonishing offensive power. Meanwhile, the camp on the other side seemed to have been breached, and the sounds of clashing and fighting were heard. Chio must have succeeded in her invasion too. That Raza guy does have some command talent. This successful raid was all thanks to his idea. Yagura pursed her lips, seemingly unwilling. As such a crude tactic as feinting east and attacking west. For you to praise it means you're nothing special. Obito snorted, his breath full of sarcasm. What did you say? Say that again. Yagura's face darkened as killing intent emanated from her. Obito stepped back half a step, moving behind Fugaku, and said calmly, how ugly. Such a beautiful woman, what a pity to be a ninja. Maybe you'll be betrayed by your village and reduced to a bargaining chip between villages. Obito spoke the truth. In the original story, Yagura made great contributions to Sunagakure, even being hailed as a hero, yet she was betrayed by her village. Raza did not hesitate to use her as a bargaining chip with other villages, leading to her tragic death at the hands of Kirigakure. Fugaku sighed. He would once again become Obito's shield. Originally, Jiraiya had been the one fighting Yagura, but after Minato left, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had to face Raza and Shio. This troublesome Yagura could only be left to him, the third strongest here. Gold Sand Burial. Raza had launched a fierce assault. A large amount of gold sand surged from the ground, grabbing many ninja and dragging them into the earth. Orochimaru and Jiraiya simultaneously summoned their signature summoning beasts Manda and Gamabunta. Although they were at a disadvantage against the Suna raid, this would not have too great an impact on the battle situation. Once everyone reacted, it would be Konoha's counterattack. Open the system store in exchange for a summoning beast. Seizing this opportunity, Obito immediately called out to the system in his mind. In the system shop, ordinary summoned beasts like crows cost only 20 points, but this time Obito wanted to exchange for the summons of the 3 great sanctuaries. That is correct. The exclusive summon of Ryuchi, Cave the Snake. The price for a contract with one of the 3 great sanctuaries was exactly 80 points, and whether it fell within the system's calculations, Obito currently possessed precisely 80 points. At the very moment he completed the purchase, a sharp whoosh split the air behind him. A cold sweat broke across Obito's face as his hands flew through the remaining seals of the summoning technique. A small purple snake, unremarkable in appearance, materialized from the summoning. Though barely arm-length, it interposed itself just in time to deflect 3 shuriken, whizzing toward him from behind. Was the chakra output insufficient? Why had the summoning produced such a diminutive creature? Obito casually tossed the snake's shuriken still embedded in its coils onto the ground. The snake showed little sign of intelligence. If it had been anything like Gamakichi, small in stature yet sharp-minded, it would have spoken already. Summoning truly was an exercise in uncertainty. With waves of Suna ninja charging toward him, Obito abandoned further experimentation with his summon. Drawing his short sword, he channeled fire elemental chakra through the blade. Uchiha-style flame burst slash. Obito's blade moved in a blur, launching 3 chakra-infused strikes wreathed in fire that cleanly dispatched a Suna ninja in a single instant. Sunagakure has committed everything to this assault. Even Jinin on the front lines. Obito spun his short sword and sheathed it, coating the blade with wind elemental chakra. Uchiha-style vacuum slash. A blade of compressed air shot forward, moving with such velocity, it was nearly invisible to the naked eye, resembling the sword chi of martial arts legends. Hey, stop slapping the Uchiha name onto techniques you invented yourself, you idiot. A clanmate practicing the Uchiha-style sword techniques beside him grew visibly frustrated. He had spent years honing the art only for Obito to have twisted it beyond recognition. Obito suddenly conceived of a new technique and began forming hand seals. As expected, the summoning produced another small snake no thicker than a wrist. He swiftly shoved the short sword into the snake's mouth before it could resist, then dispelled the summoning jutsu. Amid the bewildered stares of his Uchiha clanmates, Obito charged forward empty-handed and engaged a Suna ninja in close combat. Obito opened his mouth wide and spat out the snake, which drove the short sword through the Suna ninja's chest. Releasing the summoning seal, Obito wiped the saliva from his lips and returned his sword to his waist. After a moment's thought, he looked up and declared, I shall name this technique Uchiha-style Great Serpent Sword Projection. Hey, do not attach the Uchiha name to that. Several clanmates beside him stood dumbfounded, deeply embarrassed by having such an oddity represent their clan. Far away, Orochimaru seemed to sense something and turned to glance in their direction. Ihihei, it is all my fault for being too inexperienced to devise any proper jutsu. Obito scratched his head sheepishly. His clanmates beside him wore exasperated expressions once more. Such modesty when his abilities spoke otherwise. They might as well call it extraordinarily talented, yet completely impractical. The Uchiha sector proved the most manageable. Facing Yura and her Suna forces required almost no effort. The real pressure came from the front line against Risetsu's Konoha ninja. While Orochimaru and Risetsu remained evenly matched, Risetsu's geographic advantage allowed him to command vast expanses of sand gold, effectively burying surrounding Konoha ninja alive. His decision to keep his subordinates under Chiyo and Yura's command was strategic. Having them join him directly would have only cluttered the battlefield. With Orochimaru handling Risetsu, Chiyo naturally fell to Jiraiya's care. Working alongside the Toad Elder, he easily gained the upper hand. The Konoha ninja, initially caught off guard by the surprise attack, were slowly turning the tide. Risetsu surveyed the battlefield and let out a cold sneer. Pressing both palms to the ground, dark circles formed around his eyes like Awashi's, and the entire battlefield began to tremble as countless grains of sand gold erupted from the earth. This battlefield had become his personal domain. Were you preparing this the entire time? What a meticulous man. Orochimaru maintained his characteristic nonchalant tone as he bantered with Risetsu, though his expression carried unmistakable gravity. As Risetsu intensified his assault, Chiyo and Yura responded in kind, unleashing their full power and plunging the Konoha ninja, who had just gained the upper hand, back into desperate combat. Yet Orochimaru remained composed, quickly devising a countermeasure. He summoned 2 massive serpents, urging nearby ninja to climb aboard before the sand beneath them could drag them underground. Then came the puzzling development. Despite Suna's recent advantage, they received sudden orders to retreat. Only Chiyo, Risetsu, and a handful of Jonin remained behind, while the main force withdrew, with Yura distancing themselves from the battlefield. Hey, you dragged me out here just to devour these people, and now you owe me 100 living sacrifices, Orochimaru. Manda, pinned beneath Orochimaru's foot, flicked his tongue in displeasure. Risetsu waved his hand, and the sand gold constraining the Konoha ninja slowly receded. An elderly man beside him stepped forward, forming an unusual hand seal. This isn't good. Obito immediately drew his fan and rushed to the front, his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly as he unleashed his ocular power without restraint, meeting the old man's twin pupils head-on. But it was too late. The Sharingan had only succeeded in controlling the old man's consciousness as countless grains of sand enveloped him. To everyone's astonishment, a wave of malevolent, violent chakra erupted forth, drawing cold sweats from all present. A-tailed beast. You Konoha has always hoarded the finest resources, leaving the rest of the 4 great nations forever in your shadow. So this time vanish. Risetsu's lips curved into a smile as he hovered above the battlefield on sand gold, arms crossed. You dare unleash a tailed beast on the battlefield. Do you understand what that means? Orochimaru's composure shattered, his face darkening as he gazed upward at Risetsu. But his only response was a contemptuous snort and the tailed beast's ferocious roar. Before their eyes, a massive creature resembling a raccoon dog materialized on the battlefield. Its chilling, malevolent presence released an overwhelming surge of chakra, so intense that even the once unshakable Konoha ninja felt the urge to flee. Is that the legendary one-tail Shikaku? Fugaku narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the monstrous beast appearing in the center of the battlefield. A system notification chimed in. His mind system task triggered. Leave a deep impression on Shikaku. Reward 50 points, chakra capacity 1 card. The system's voice sounded abruptly once more in his mind. Obito couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself, does every task have to be this dangerous? He then placed his hands on his hips, stepped forward, and stood beside Fugaku, continuing his words. So this is the one-tail Shikaku. Humph. I had high expectations, thinking it was the legendary weapon of war, but it seems rather disappointing. With those words spoken, the entire battlefield fell silent. All eyes turned toward the young Uchiha, who dared to speak so arrogantly. Hey, isn't that the Konoha kid who declared war right in the middle of negotiations? I've seen him. His chakra reserves are enormous. In every battle he fights like a living chakra cannon, unleashing large-scale jutsu, all by himself. That's just an arrogant kid who doesn't know his own limits. Tailed beasts cannot be opposed by mere mortals. This guy is dead meat. Some began to chatter, but their words merely drifted past Obito's ears. He had no intention of paying attention, for the most terrifying presence on the battlefield had fixed its gaze solely upon him. Of course, others could afford to speak carelessly from a safe distance. After quickly running through all his available jutsu in his mind, Obito decided to fight Shikaku, using his explosive clay. He pulled out a pre-molded bird-shaped clay figure, infused it with chakra, and allowed it to expand until it was large enough for him to ride upon. Having carefully studied the wing mechanics, all he needed to do was channel chakra, and the giant bird's wings would flap normally, granting him aerial mobility. In the original narrative, Deidara's victory over Gaara was largely due to explosive clay's effective counter against sand. Perched midair atop the clay bird, Obito felt invincible, once more controlling the creature beneath him with chakra, as it circled Shikaku's massive head. I'll put a collar on you in no time. Don't even think about escaping. Upon hearing Obito speak of collaring him, Shikaku erupted in fury. He took a deep breath and slapped his own swollen belly. Futon Rinkudan. A colossal sphere of pressurized air surging with immense power struck Obito midair instantaneously. He couldn't help but be startled. Such rapid activation was unlike the tailed beast ball, which required charging time. Making a quick decision, he abandoned the clay bird. Watching its wings shatter and the massive bird slowly descend toward the ground, Obito marveled at how Shikaku's enormous chakra reserves allowed even a basic wind release technique to unleash S-rank jutsu-level devastation. However, the current Shikaku had likely never encountered explosive clay. That information gap needed to be exploited. With one hand forming the earth release seal, his roar echoed as the falling explosive clay slid perfectly beside Shikaku's head. A violent explosion erupted instantly, and thick, billowing smoke swallowed the colossal beast. Meanwhile, Obito executed an elegant flip midair, landing gracefully. One hand gripped his folding fan, the other held a short sword, his posture ready as he watched the smoke slowly dissipate. Hey, ouch, it hurts. Shikaku's pained shriek emerged from within the smoke. The onlookers who had been watching in stunned silence immediately scattered once more. Only those nearest to Obito, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the Uchiha clan members led by Fugaku, remained close at hand. Just then screams erupted from the Konoha ninjas who had recently retreated. Rasha had returned to the battlefield alone, preparing to slaughter the Konoha shinobi who lacked high-level combat support. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Orochimaru's forehead. After a moment's hesitation, he ordered Jiraiya to deal with Rasha while he stayed behind to face Shikaku. Shikaku's roar reverberated once more, and vast quantities of quicksand erupted from the ground, transforming the entire battlefield into a desert. This was no half-controlled Jinchuriki like Naruto had faced before. It was Shikaku fully unleashed, a true weapon of war ready to meet its end. An actual tailed beast was infinitely more formidable than a rampaging host. Sabaka Sosai. Countless layers of sand surged upward from the earth, blotting out half the sky as they pressed toward Obito and Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you bastard. How dare you leave me to deal with something like a tailed beast? Manda was visibly enraged. While he possessed self-awareness and knew he couldn't defeat a tailed beast, he felt fortunate that Shikaku's primary target was the nearby Uchiha brat. There was still a chance to escape. Obito pondered for a moment, concluding that Shikaku's limited chakra reserves forced him to rely on these jutsu techniques. A being with greater chakra like the Nine Tails could simply fire tailed beast balls at will. An idea then struck him. Hey, fat raccoon dog. Speaking of which, are you really a tailed beast with just that single tail? The fat cat I keep at home also has one tail, and I'd say he looks more like a tailed beast than you do. The mocking words sent the already irritable Shikaku into a rage. He slammed his paw onto the ground, sending countless grains of sand erupting from the earth in an attempt to swallow Obito alive. But how could mere quicksand hope to capture someone blessed with the Sharingan? If you want to prove you're a tailed beast, then fire a tailed beast ball. Playing with sand. Any kid could do that at 3 years old. Though Obito's retreat may have looked somewhat frantic, his words remained light and carefree, yet devastatingly provocative. Deprived of higher reasoning, Shikaku's blood boiled without hesitation. He abandoned control of the sand, planting his feet firmly as his massive maw opened wide. Blue and red chakra bubbles swirled around his body, slowly converging toward his gaping mouth. Shikaku was charging a tailed beast ball. Just as Obito smugly believed his two taunting sentences had drawn out the beast's ultimate technique, he suddenly realized he had no counter for a tailed beast ball. Gazing at the charging Shikaku, Obito gripped the fan strapped to his back. A drop of moisture slipped from his tactical glove. He opened his palm in confusion and muttered to himself, sweat. No, it's rain. How could I be sweating in the face of such an opponent? The sky had already grown dark with looming clouds, and heavy raindrops began to fall. Suddenly, inspiration struck Obito. He split into 2 shadow clones and began forming hand signs with remarkable speed. Katon Goryuka no Jutsu. 3 identical voices rang out in unison. Alongside his shadow clones, 3 roaring dragon fires erupted, but rather than targeting Shikaku, they aimed straight toward the heavens. Watching the fully formed tailed beast ball, Obito wore a slightly unhinged smile. He extended his palm wreathed in deep crimson chakra flames and pressed it firmly against the ground. This technique is my strongest defensive jutsu. Though I've never successfully activated it before, I'm betting everything that this time will be different. Uchiha flame formation. His hand wreathed in deep crimson chakra flames touched the ground. A wall of fire sprang up, but it flickered unsteadily after rising just over 2 meters. The Uchiha flame formation was a barrier technique of extreme difficulty, requiring mastery of sealing arts. Obito could only barely release it thanks to the system's enhancement of his ninjutsu learning talent and sealing technique aptitude. In the original story, Obito used this move to block the 8 Tails attack, and even scorched its fist. Damn it, my chakra control isn't going as planned. As Shikaku retracted its neck, its body already poised to fire, and that chakra sphere brimming with destructive energy, Obito's body twitched. Boom. The colossal energy, like a laser beam, shot directly at Obito's position. A violent explosion followed, sending sand and soil flying into the air, whipping up a blinding sandstorm that blotted out the sky. Obito-kun. Orochimaru extended a hand, but he too lacked the power to directly confront a tailed beast ball unleashed by a tailed beast. Watching a brilliant young genius from Konoha lose his life before his eyes, a boy whom Tsunade valued and acknowledged as a younger brother, only deepened Orochimaru's conviction in the frailty of humanity and his own yearning for strength. After the intense sonic boom, the onlookers turned to the battlefield. They could hear nothing, not even the shouts of those nearby, if the detonation of the tailed beast ball had left them with a ringing in their ears. Yet as the sand settled and the smoke cleared, they saw not only the rampaging tailed beast, but also a towering wall of flame formed by a barrier of fire before it. So that is the legendary Uchiha flame formation. Several Uchiha clan members wore expressions of envy and admiration. Obito was gasping for breath, and beside him, unleashing the same technique, stood Uchiha Fugaku. Good thing we made it in time. But you were gambling on this technique's success. If you hadn't already completed over 60% of it, I wouldn't have been able to help you perfect it before the tailed beast ball arrived. Obito leaned on his war fan and stood up. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted after the long battle. Gazing at the clouds that now blanketed the sky, he erected a tall earthen wall and climbed atop it, meeting Shikaku's gaze at eye level. Sorry, but it seems your tailed beast ball was a bit weak. So please disappear. Sayonara. As the words fell, a faint glimmer of lightning appeared in Obito's left hand, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Gagaga. You dodged that attack, but I'm still kicking. With your meager remaining chakra, how can you possibly defeat me? Boom. Thunder rumbled within the clouds, and the colossal head of a beast formed from lightning flickered in and out of view. Vanish along with the thunderclap. Lightning released Kirin, improvising on the battlefield and creating a new S-rank jutsu. No wonder he's hailed as Konoha's #1 genius, this Uchiha youth. Orochimaru licked his lips. If this boy could single-handedly defeat a tailed beast, he would likely be promoted directly to Jonin after this battle. Then he could use his status as one of the Sannin to get close to him and study the source of his immense power. No way. No way. When the massive divine beast composed entirely of lightning fully emerged from the clouds, even Raza far away felt an inexplicable pressure. The lightning Kirin lunged at the stunned Shikaku, unleashing a torrent of direct current, tens of thousands of volts, into the tailed beast's body, eliciting a heart-wrenching shriek. Exhausted, Obito slid down from the high earthen wall. Members of the Uchiha clan caught him and dragged him toward the safe zone. At that moment, Orochimaru convinced Manda to assist in facing Shikaku by promising him life sacrifices. We just need to defeat the weakened Shikaku and force it back into the Jinchuriki's body to win. Fugaku stood with arms crossed, activating his Sharingan. Behind him, pairs of Sharingan eyes began to glow among the clansmen. Orochimaru licked his lips. That frail old Jinchuriki is probably on the verge of death, which is why he's let the tailed beast take over his body without resistance. On the other side, as Obito's consciousness faded, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Mission complete. Leave a deep impression on Shikaku. Reward 50 points chakra, amount 1 Kakashi. Obito sighed inwardly. Naruto had defeated Shikaku with Gamabunta's help during the Chunin exams, though that was just a Jinchuriki rampage, and Shikaku was weaker then. Still, Obito realized he wasn't as powerful as he'd imagined. He needed more training. The battle raged on for a full day and night, finally ending in a Pyrrhic victory for Konoha. On the other front, Minato's timely support proved decisive. He alone eliminated over 60 enemies. But a full-scale war was now inevitable. Kumogakure and Iwagakure had already deployed their forces. The only major nation not committing large numbers was the Land of Water, though they had sent a few shinobi and secretly formed alliances with other countries, also plundering smaller nations. Obito had held Shikaku on the battlefield, wearing it down until Orochimaru could finish it off. This great deed counted as an S-rank mission, earning him the privilege of returning to Konoha for recuperation. Before heading back to Konoha, Obito sought out Orochimaru and told him about acquiring the contract for Ryuchi Cave. He knew that Orochimaru was already on the verge of darkness. His defection from the village would come after the war ended, when he lost the bid for the 4th Hokage position. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru showed no particular interest in Obito's Sharingan, which made Obito feel too embarrassed to swindle the scientist further. But for whatever reason, perhaps because Obito's performance would earn him a Jonin promotion even without a recommendation, Orochimaru decided to do him a favor. He wrote a letter of recommendation for Jonin. With the endorsement of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, the 3rd Hokage would have no reason to oppose it given Obito's strength and battlefield achievements. The battle on the Sunagakure front could be considered a victory for Konoha. The next day, Obito returned to Konoha along with the next batch of wounded. Dragging his slightly weary body back to Konoha, he noticed a girl running towards him. Before Obito could react, someone threw herself into his arms. It was Rin. Patting Rin's back, Obito asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Rin? Where did that guy Kakashi go?" "Minato-sensei returned a few days before you. The 3rd Hokage assigned him a new mission to the front lines, and Kakashi was taken by Minato-sensei alone for the mission." Rin looked a little aggrieved, probably because she also wanted to participate in the war, but was refused by Minato. Sunagakure, due to the death of its Jinchuriki and the disappearance of Shikaku, was preparing to withdraw its troops. However, it seemed they had no intention of signing a peace treaty. They probably secretly contacted other hidden villages to oppose Konoha, not yet convinced of their true defeat. The recommendation letter Orochimaru wrote to the 3rd Hokage had already been delivered. It was estimated that by the time Obito went to the battlefield next time, he would have become a Jonin. At Tsunade's residence. "Obito, I heard you faced a tailed beast all by yourself. Do you know how dangerous that was?" Tsunade had also learned of Obito's feat of defeating the one-tailed Shikaku. Although she was happy for him, she still scolded him very sternly, because fighting a tailed beast could cost one's life at the slightest carelessness. Rin, who had also been very worried about Obito, smiled and persuaded Tsunade not to be angry. When she first heard about the incident, if it hadn't been confirmed that Obito was safe, Tsunade would have rushed straight to the battlefield. Obito chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head, thinking that Tsunade was quite loyal. Acknowledging her as his sister was truly the system's most correct decision. If Tsunade had been on the battlefield at that time, facing the Sand Ninja's night raid wouldn't have been so difficult, and the casualties would probably have been much fewer. After Kakashi and Minato left, Rin felt a bit downcast. However, she soon went to Tsunade, since after all both Obito and Rin could be considered her half-disciples. So Tsunade agreed to Rin's request and helped her become stronger. Obito didn't know if he would go to the battlefield again before the Canopy Bridge incident, but he was now very confident he wouldn't stumble at the Battle of Canopy Bridge. After all, he was a man who had fought a tailed beast. During the 2.5 months Obito was away at war, the Uchiha clan gained another genius. That person was none other than Uchiha Shisui, who graduated early from the Ninja Academy with top honors and was also hailed as a genius. Ever since Obito returned, Rin's anxiety had vanished. She felt a sense of security with her companion by her side. Earlier, when both Kakashi and Obito had gone to the front lines, leaving her alone in Konoha, she had experienced anxiety, panic, and confusion. But after Obito came back, these emotions were swept away. With rare leisure, neither going to the battlefield nor performing missions, Obito and Rin wandered around Konoha. Obito, how much longer do you think this war will last? Rin placed her hands behind her back and looked up at the sky. Probably another year or two, Obito said, casually stroking his chin. Why do villages have to fight each other? It would be so nice if peace could last forever. Rin spun around, found a bench under a big tree, and sat down. Obito, carrying a skewer of 3-colored dango, sat beside her. In the end, wars are fought for the village's interests. A ninja must give everything for the village, even their life. Obito took out a skewer of 3-colored dango and handed it to Rin. He sighed and continued. Although my thinking might be wrong, I believe that comrades and precious people should come before the village. The idea of the village being supreme is not correct. Rin opened her innocent big eyes and stared at Obito in a daze. As if to see him more clearly, she slowly brought her face closer to his. Rin, you startled me. As Obito was about to take the second skewer of dango, he saw the adorable face so close to his. He opened his mouth, his face flushing crimson. So you will become the Hokage, right? To change all these unreasonable things and rules. I'll always be watching you. Keep it up, Obito. A gentle breeze blew. It was the season of cherry blossoms. Pink petals swirled from the ground into the sky. Looking at the girl before him, Obito couldn't help but be lost in thought. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, her smile radiant like the warm winter sun that illuminated a dark corner of Obito's heart. A tingling warmth spread through him. His heart skipped a beat, and he hastily averted his gaze, unable to meet Rin's trusting and gentle eyes. Oh, of course. I am the man who will bear the Uchiha clan's crest and become the Hokage. Obito cleared his throat, stood up confidently, and pointed his thumb at the Hokage rock behind him. His face happened to be just to the left of the third Hokage statue. From Rin's perspective, it seemed as if Obito's likeness was directly carved onto the stone. At this moment, Obito fell into deep thought again. In the original story, Obito and Naruto were so similar. Although Rin was gentler than Sakura, she still liked Kakashi, and Kakashi corresponded to Sasuke. So why wasn't there a girl like Hinata who always liked him? In the following months, victories were achieved on both fronts. Although they were Pyrrhic victories, the enemy chose to retreat strategically. The other great nations were also in turmoil, with large-scale battles breaking out between Iwagakure and Kimogakure. It could be said that the Third Great Ninja War had entered a small climax. Minato and Kakashi also returned from the front lines. During this time, Obito was not sent to the front again. The Uchiha squad also came back from the Suna battlefield. The next battle would probably be the Canopy Bridge battle, which was the closest in the timeline. It was said that Kakashi on the front lines had also demonstrated his genius abilities, killing countless enemies and accumulating considerable merits. Minato-sensei had also proposed to the third Hokage that Kakashi be promoted to Jonin. That evening, childhood friends gathered together after a long time for a dinner at a yakiniku restaurant. Those who had not been to the battlefield curiously asked Kakashi and Obito all sorts of questions. Obito's battle with the tailed beast was already known even to Kakashi, who was on the other front. Moreover, Obito had even earned a nickname. Just as Minato's nickname was the Yellow Flash and Tsukumo Hitaki's was the White Fang of Konoha, later Shisui would also be called Shisui of the Body Flicker. Obito was given the moniker Chakra Turret Obito by the enemy, derived from his daily use of wide-area ninjutsu that consumed massive amounts of chakra for bombardment. He even used Kirin, an S-rank jutsu capable of severely wounding a tailed beast. A chakra turret or something. I refuse to accept such a lame nickname. A cool one like Yellow Flash is way better. Obito scratched his head in annoyance. When out in the world, one should give oneself a nickname. He should have known to announce his own title after unleashing Kirin, like loudly declaring himself Thunder God Obito, or after using a wide area fire release proclaim himself Flame Emperor Obito. These would have been much cooler than Chakra Turret. The 4 members of Shuei men's team stood at the entrance of Muyi village preparing to embark on a special mission. Jio Xi and Nai Gang Sho and others were there to see them off. Jio Xi and Nai continued to bicker with Daito, fully aware of his strength. She urged him to protect Lin, while never considering that Daito could be injured. Yet she did not know why Gang Sho was in low spirits. Gang Sho patted Daito's head and said, "You must come back alive. This is an S-rank mission." Daito slung the round fan on his back, and said with a smile, "How can an S-rank mission be as terrifying as a tailed beast? Don't worry, I will return safe and sound, and protect my comrades. If you really can't rest assured, just bet that I won't come back. After all, you always lose your bet, Sister Gangsho." Gangsho was amused by him. She flicked Daito's forehead with her finger, and said, Still being glib here." On a grassy field, Daito and his two companions along with Shui Min prepared to head to the front line for a mission. After Shui Min returned from the battlefield, he had taken the three of them on multiple war missions, and was very confident in their abilities. "From today, Kakashi and Daito, you are both jonin like me. I give these to you." With that, Shui Min took out two specially crafted triangular kunai, his signature Flying Thunder God kunai. Daito accepted the kunai Shui Min handed him with mixed feelings. He recalled the scene under the cherry blossom tree just 2 days ago. Daito had been informed of his upcoming promotion to jonin early on, intending to surprise everyone and make them look at him with new eyes, but he never expected that Kakashi would also be informed of his promotion at the same time. Lin had blushed at that time, whispering in Daito's ear to wait for her under the cherry blossom tree. Even Daito, who had lived 2 lives, could not help but blush. Fortunately, he had not prepared any flowers, but simply came to the meeting spot with his hands in his pockets. Seeing Lin and all the other comrades of his generation gathered, Daito gave a bitter smile, thinking, so it's really like this. These people were discussing what gift to prepare for Kakashi, because no one had become a jonin at such a young age in history. Shaking his head, he put these thoughts aside. Daito knew that this mission was an S-rank mission, to cut off the supply line of the IWA village's reinforcement troops at the Canopy Bridge. A single misstep could cost him his life, so he couldn't let such trivial matters affect him. Seeing that Daito had also become a jonin, Lin froze just as she was taking out the medical kit she had made herself. Her expression turned unnatural as she looked at Daito. "You? When did you become a jonin? Why didn't you tell me?" Before Daito could speak she looked at Lin in surprise. "Daito was recommended to become a jonin by Shiwon, one of the 3, even earlier than me. Didn't you know?" Seeing Lin at a loss, Daito waved his hand with a smile. "Becoming a jonin is a trivial matter not worth mentioning. What matters is the upcoming war. My goal is to become Hokage." "Daito." Lin seemed about to say something, but Daito interrupted with a wave. "That medical kit is for Kakashi, right? We have serious business ahead. We need to move faster." Daito took out a small scroll from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it to Kakashi. "This is my research on lightning release. It includes the Chidori blade technique for use with swordplay, the Chidori spear developed from Chidori, and the Chidori stream, all of which can reach S-rank strength." Kakashi accepted the scroll with a smile, then took out a similarly sized scroll from his own pouch and tossed it to Daito. "You focus too much on developing ninjutsu. This is the insight I gained from practicing the Hatake sword style. It includes the sword techniques I comprehended and the original Hatake sword style. I'll teach them to you." Daito also accepted Kakashi's scroll with a smile. Both of them aimed to become stronger. It seemed they were quite in sync, as befitting close friends. After traveling for half a day, the 4 of them stopped to rest by a large rock. Shui Min took out a map. The land of Earth is attacking the grass village. It's only a matter of time before they invade the land of Fire's territory. Resist the land of Earth and aid the grass. The land of Earth is targeting the impoverished grass village, but their ultimate goal is likely Muyi. Shui Min's real mission was not to destroy the Canopy Bridge with them, but to go to the front line and draw more attention, making the enemy's rear guard negligent. Then Daito and the others could launch a direct surprise attack, complete the mission as quickly as possible, and withdraw. The 3 exchanged glances. Teacher Shui Min knew this mission was extremely difficult, but since Daito and Kakashi were already jonin, such an allocation was necessary to achieve the objective. The 4 arrived at a forest filled with strange trees, each one incredibly tall and thick. At that moment, Daito and Shui Min simultaneously raised their hands. About 20 people. Daito reached for the round fan on his back. "Your perception is good, but these should be shadow clones." Shui Min still took the time to praise his student during battle, clearly feeling that such opponents were well within his capabilities. "To let teacher Shui Min feel confident in entrusting us with the mission, I'll show you a little something." Daito wiped his nose with his thumb, and instantly 20 shadow clones appeared, charging in all directions toward the sensed positions. "Impossible. Is that a brat from Muyi? And that yellow-haired one couldn't be. The legendary Yellow Flash." Behind a large tree, a ninja cursed under his breath and prepared to flee. Shui Min's gaze sharpened and his hand had already reached for his pouch. However, Daito was even faster. He formed a single-handed seal and softly uttered body flicker technique. His body turned into a blur in an instant. In the next moment, Daito had already pierced the heart of an IWA ninja with a short sword shimmering with lightning, whispering some heartfelt words to him. Looking at the fallen IWA ninja, Daito activated his Sharingan, intending to use Genjutsu to invade the man's mind and see what the enemy's plans were. However, as soon as the still-warm corpse was invaded by Genjutsu, the information in his brain instantly became chaotic, and the area storing memories was directly damaged by a sealing technique. Such a shady method. If it weren't for his IWA headband, I'd think this guy was one of Tuanzang's men. Daito mumbled casually, and then used Earth Release to bury the body. "Hey idiot, Daito, you use Earth Release even to bury a person. You really have a lot of chakra." Hearing the slightly sour tone in Kakashi's voice, Daito laughed and hooked an arm around his neck, acting like a buddy. Oh, don't mind it, don't mind it. When you grow up, your chakra reserves will increase too. Looking at Kakashi glaring at him with dead fish eyes, Daito chuckled foolishly and scratched his head. With that, the tense atmosphere eased. After dispatching the IWA ninja, Minato and the others arrived at a dense verdant bamboo forest. I can only escort you this far. The rest is up to you. Remember, do not let your guard down. All three nodded solemnly, exchanging glances that revealed the tension beneath their composure, though something barely perceptible flickered in Obito's eyes. Excitement. Scatter. At Minato's command, the four vanished from sight. It took 2.5 days of travel after parting with Minato before they finally approached their mission destination. Reaching the edge of a stream surrounded by towering bamboo on every side, Obito sensed an unsettling wrongness. This engagement should have involved 5 IWA Jonin, and the ninja they had just defeated ought to have been one of them. Yet that ninja's strength fell far short of Jonin level. Obito could only force a rationalization that Jonin from other villages were simply weaker overall. After separating from Minato, several shadowy figures had been tailing their group ever since. When Minato was present, those shadows had never dared approach. Those figures came to the spot where Obito had buried the corpse with earth, released, dug it up, sealed it within a sealing scroll, exchanged a glance with one another, and then resumed their stealthy pursuit. At that moment, Obito suddenly activated his Sharingan, staring fixedly at Rin's back. He grabbed her and shoved her aside, then swung his fist violently into the empty air behind her. Obito, what or why? Kakashi's words were cut short as an IWA ninja materialized out of thin air at the exact spot Obito had struck, clutching his stomach and stumbling backward in agony. You can actually see me. The IWA ninja looked up and locked eyes with those crimson pupils. The Sharingan. You're an Uchiha. TCH Hikari. Don't make eye contact with him. A voice rang out as another taller IWA ninja grabbed the one called Hikari and, tossing a smoke bomb to the ground, vanished in an instant. Hikari and Ishishi, 2 IWA Jonin, no trifling opponents. Obito took a step forward in pursuit, but the ground beneath his feet turned unnaturally viscous, gripping his legs firmly in place. As expected of the Hidden Rock Village, your earth release techniques actually have some substance to them. Having prevented Rin's kidnapping, Obito exhaled deeply and relaxed his guard. The only task remaining was to destroy the Canopy Bridge. The IWA ninja could no longer summon additional reinforcements. Kakashi, Rin, let's hurry, and the moment Obito turned his head, a dark figure flashed past at blinding speed, knocking Rin unconscious and hoisting her over his shoulder. You're asking for death. Obito reacted with extraordinary swiftness, instantly sensing something was terribly wrong. This person was not one of the IWA ninja from before. Someone wielding a short blade and moving with such speed, who could they be? Judging solely by the speed of the body flicker technique, it was impossible to determine whether they possessed Jonin-level strength. Kakashi immediately unleashed an earth release attack, but the IWA ninja's movements were remarkably agile. They dodged the earthen spikes erupting from the ground with an almost unnatural contortion, and somehow even used the force of the earth jutsu to propel themselves away and flee. Lightning release, Chidori spear. The Chidori condensed in Obito's left hand, extended instantly straight toward the fleeing IWA ninja's back. I'm thinking you could escape my range simply by being fast. You're far too naive. But in the next instant, Obito forcibly dispelled the Chidori spear, his expression darkening as he stared at the blonde-haired IWA ninja ahead. This person was using the unconscious Rin as a human shield. I've seen that face before. A thunderclap echoed in Obito's mind. This was not the IWA Jonin whom Canon Minato had eliminated with the flying thunder god, Mokushi. But this guy should have been the one killed by himself. The inconsistency had just clicked into place. The IWA ninja dealt with 2 days ago was not Mokushi at all. Mokushi as an IWA Jonin should not have been nearly so weak. How had the storyline diverged? Obito had no time to ponder further and charged forward to rescue Rin, but Kakashi called out to him. This mission is of paramount importance. Completing it will grant Konoha a tremendous strategic advantage. That much you should understand. Kakashi phrased his words carefully, for Obito was now a Jonin on equal standing with him, perhaps even superior in strength. His tone was measured, his suggestion tempered with restraint. You want to abandon Rin. She's our comrade. Obito clicked his tongue impatiently and sprinted after Rin's captor. I will rescue Rin and complete this mission. After a moment's hesitation, Kakashi immediately gave chase. Running ahead, Obito could feel Kakashi's footsteps closing in behind him, and a faint smile touched his lips. Just then a system voice intruded into Obito's thoughts at the most inconvenient moment. Ding, congratulations on triggering the main quest, betray Konoha. Quest reward 100 points. Obito's pace did not falter, only his pupils contracted slightly. What was the value of 100 points? He currently had 50 points remaining. Completing a few minor quests, or even a single major quest, would bring him to 200, enough to purchase Sage Mode outright. At this point in time, the Sharingan combined with Sage Mode would already make him one of the most formidable fighters in the world, wouldn't it? Obito narrowed his eyes, the 3-tomo pattern of his Sharingan igniting within his pupils. Fixing his resolute gaze ahead, he thought silently to himself. Even if this system commands me to betray Konoha, no amount of points will change my mind. In Konoha I have my bonds, my friends, and the girl I love. System, I appreciate your existence, but I am not your puppet. No sooner had Obito spoken those words to the system than its voice resonated once more. Ding, the system merely predicts future events and offers the optimal quest judgment. And you will absolutely betray Konoha. Hell, with the current situation unfolding, even I could foresee what comes next. Ignoring the system's voice, Obito's sole purpose was singular and unwavering: rescue Rin. I've sensed them. How despicable, cowering like rats in flight. Are you truly that afraid of me? Obito stomped the ground, shattering it as he launched himself into the air, darting swiftly between massive tree trunks. But the moment he raised his head, his pupils contracted, surprise flashing across his face. The IWA Jonin known as Mokushi had actually stopped on his own, but Rin was no longer on his shoulders. She had been passed on to a teammate. I've heard stories of you confronting the tailed beasts, but I find it hard to believe a mere boy possesses such strength. Mokushi drew his short blade, his expression brimming with eager anticipation. Annoying. Obito barely deigned to acknowledge him. The Chidori spear in his hand had already pierced through one of Mokushi's arms. So fast. A bead of cold sweat slid down Mokushi's temple. If his reflexes had been even a fraction slower, the strike would have pierced his heart. Do you really think you dodged that, Obito's Sharingan spun within his eye, and with a chilling gaze fixed upon him, he said, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me where Rin is right now, and who was that IWA ninja using shadow clones to ambush us at the beginning? I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me where Rin is now, and who was the IWA ninja that ambushed us using shadow clones earlier? Hehehe, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a tone, brat? Obito sighed. Since he had offered the chance to live, and the man didn't cherish it, he couldn't be blamed. As Kakashi was about to draw his blade, Obito reached out to stop him. Is this the sword Tsukumo-san gave you? It looks good, but dealing with an opponent like this with a blade would be a waste of time. Because the opponent was using a short sword, if he insisted on competing in swordsmanship, he might end up at a disadvantage. Summoning Jutsu. Obito quickly formed hand seals, and a massive snake head materialized from thin air, lunging at Mizuchi. One bite from it would likely tear away half his body. Hey, this summoning beast. Obito knew what the other was about to say, and Kakashi behind him was probably curious too. So while holding the Chidori sharp spear, he explained, This is the summoning jutsu I learned from Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. This time the Chidori sharp spear struck true, piercing Mizuchi's heart. Blood splattered, but eliminating these traces was easy. The giant snake beside could dispose of the corpse without leaving a single drop. But before that, Obito locked eyes with the unseeing gaze of the dead. The Crimson Sharingan seemed to make the entire screen tremble as it effortlessly invaded the man's mind. After swiftly browsing through a vast amount of information, Obito tilted his head with a puzzled expression. Within Mizuchi's memories, there was no trace of the IWA ninja who had ambushed them with shadow clones earlier. Obito felt that this matter was growing increasingly suspicious, but his top priority now was to find Rin and then consider other things. Following the traces left by the IWA ninja, Obito and Kakashi soon found the entrance to a cave. The two crouched on a large tree by the entrance, cautiously observing their surroundings. The ninja named Dashi, who possessed the transparent escape bloodline, seemed absent. Inside the cave, they sensed only one chakra signature. That was Rin. None of the other IWA ninja were present. Without time to dwell on it, since there was no danger around, why not go in and rescue Rin? Obito and Kakashi exchanged a glance and rushed into the cave, only to find Rin tied up, her eyes vacant. Under the Sharingan's observation, Rin's chakra flow was highly disordered. Clearly, she was under a Jinjutsu. TCH, such a crude illusion. Obito raised two fingers and dispelled the Jinjutsu cast on Rin. Obito, Kakashi, don't be afraid, we're here to save you. Obito and Kakashi untied the ropes binding her. Obito activated his Sharingan, sensing the presence stealthily approaching from behind. Ching! The sound of a blade cutting through flesh rang out, and a spray of blood burst forth. A man appeared out of thin air, clutching his wounded chest. Why? You want to know how I can see you? Do you think such a cheap invisibility Kekkei Genkai can show off before our Uchiha Sharingan? Obito turned around with a cold sneer, extended his tongue to lick the blood off the kunai, then tossed it aside, and spat. Just as I thought, a villain like you has blood that stinks. Kakashi helped Rin up and said to Obito, there should be more than just this one opponent. Be careful of the others. Obito frowned, staring at the man before him, and asked, where did the others go? You don't think you alone can defeat me, do you? This IWA Jonin named Dashi curled his lips into a smirk. And no matter how strong you are, you're still a brat. I don't know what your plan is, but you'll all die here. From his words, Obito judged that the one named Hogwang who had been with him had likely gone to find the other Jonin Sumo Mizuchi for reinforcements. They thought that gathering 3 of the 5 sent Jonin would be enough to deal with them. Now you're in the palm of the enemy's hand. The IWA ninja Dashi formed hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, underground projection. The entire cave began to tremble and countless rocks fell from above. Damn it, run out of the cave quickly. Kakashi shouted, pulling Rin and charging toward the entrance. Obito stroked his chin, pouted, and said sarcastically, oh, how terrifying is this jutsu, trying to bury us alive. Then Obito spread his arms, lightning crackling from both palms, his entire body shimmering with electric light. Lightning release, Chidori current. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from Obito, shattering the falling rocks as he ran forward, ensuring the 3 of them were not hit by the debris. The 3 ran out of the cave, only to find that the situation outside was far from favorable. A bead of cold sweat dripped from Obito's temple as he forced a smile. Hey, you really flatter us. Surrounded by so many ninjas, I'm honored. Led by the two Jonindashi and Huguang, there were over 30 IWA ninja behind them. Moreover, Huguang had gone to fetch reinforcements, and it wouldn't be long before more IWA ninja arrived. The situation was grim. Rin Kakashi, they'll likely have more pursuers. You two run first. I'll hold them off. Obito crossed his arms and slowly raised a single finger. An immense wave of chakra surged like a tidal wave toward the 30-odd IWA ninja, forcing them to freeze in their tracks. Hey, this terrifying amount of chakra. This is the man who fought against the tailed beast on the Suna battlefield. I was a bit dismissive earlier, but it seems seeking reinforcements was the right call. Once nearly 100 elite backup troops arrive, even the man who fought a tailed beast will be beaten to death by us. At this moment Kakashi frowned and firmly refused. No way. If you go alone you'll definitely die. At least let me stay. Obito grinned and gave a thumbs up, a hint of playful teasing in his tone. Hey, aren't we best friends? At least trust my strength a little. If you're really worried, go find backup to come rescue me. Tears welled up in Rin's eyes as she clenched the kunai in her hand. Obito, at least let me stay. If you get hurt, I can heal you as a medical ninja. Obito dropped his intimidating aura and slowly raised one hand above his head. Rin, have you forgotten? My medical ninjutsu is also quite strong. Besides, this move will be very stylish. Under my magnificent technique, hurry and get out of here. Obito's chakra spun wildly in his hand, gradually forming a chakra ball the size of a basketball. A Rasengan. Kakashi squinted his eyes, still unable to make up his mind to leave. But Obito continued to pour out chakra, expanding the Rasengan's volume, and then a surge of blazing fire nature chakra enveloped the ball. In the eyes of everyone, Obito looked like he was holding a miniature sun. Kakashi, I'm entrusting Rin to you. Go. Kakashi could no longer hesitate. He grabbed Rin's wrist and ran shouting back. Hang on, Obito. I'll be back. Obito let out a long breath and fixed a cold stare on the IWA ninja before him. Great Ball Rasengan Flame Emperor. Obito raised the flame Great Rasengan infused with fire nature chakra and launched himself skyward, descending upon the 30-plus IWA elite ninja like a thunderbolt. Dodge now. Though the majority of the ninja evaded the initial strike, some failed to escape the blast radius. 3 were killed outright, and 5 suffered severe burns. The burned ninja immediately retreated to the rear line to receive medical treatment. Huguang, 2 kunai strapped to his hands and a disheveled mop of sallow hair atop his head, sneered contemptuously. Naive brats like you are a dime a dozen. Staying behind to cover your comrades and playing the hero. Do you really think that guarantees you'll become Hokage? Obito narrowed his eyes. With the title of a hero, becoming Hokage would indeed be considerably easier. Idiot. It's precisely because of hot-blooded fools like you clinging to such unrealistic dreams that you perish on the battlefield. Just abandon that laughable dream of yours. Obito discarded the round fan on his back, his black irises shifting into the scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan. He took a deep breath and retorted, a person's dreams never come to an end. Charging into the fray with the fan in hand, Obito casually deflected a kunai hurtling toward him from behind. Catching the falling weapon, he bound a few shards of white clay to it and flung it back along its original trajectory. Boom, boom, boom. Instinctively, several IWA ninja used their weapons to parry the kunai, but they hadn't anticipated the falling white clay detonating midair. Though they successfully deflected the projectile, the explosion still claimed them. Obito reasoned that Rin was held under Jinjutsu specifically so the IWA ninja could extract intelligence about their movements. Their target was the canopy bridge. Though they likely hadn't succeeded in extracting any secrets, anyone with a functioning brain could guess their objective given how close they were to the destination. Meanwhile, atop the canopy bridge, over a dozen IWA ninja had indeed been stationed. They had been abruptly redeployed with the sole mission of defending the bridge. From a nearby clump of brush, a furtive head poked out. Clad in the attire of the Uchiha clan, who else but Obito could it be? It turned out Obito had already dispatched a clone. His main body here was drawing the reinforcements' attention, making them believe the attacker aiming for the canopy bridge had been tied up. With their vigilance relaxed, the clone would have a chance to complete the mission and demolish the bridge. What the clone hadn't anticipated was that even with the main body drawing the bulk of the enemy's firepower, so many ninjas still guarded the canopy bridge. However, this clone was no ordinary construct. It was a specially crafted clay avatar. Since creating clones from explosive clay proved exceedingly difficult, Obito had devised a method having his shadow clones ingest massive amounts of explosive tags. This allowed them to function as both jutsu casting and self-destructing proxies. However, owing to the nature of a shadow clone, Obito the clone knew that even if he charged forward, he couldn't guarantee the bridge's destruction. Thus, he formed hand signs and cast a basic transformation jutsu on himself. After a puff of white smoke, Obito transformed into Tsuchikage Inoki. The ancient face atop a petite childlike frame made him resemble nothing so much as a small potato. When he stepped out, everyone froze. Only upon closer approach did one ninja snap out of his daze, immediately extending a hand to halt him. Tsuchikage Dano, why are you appearing here? Though shocked, the others gradually regained their composure, questioning why the IWA Kage would personally visit the battlefield, and whether the figure before them was truly Tsuchikage Inoki. But they were mistaken. Obito the clone had no intention of conversing with them. He directly dispelled the transformation, revealing his true form. The ruse had only served to close the distance. Uchiha body slam. Obito lunged forward, embracing the IWA ninja before him and rolling with him onto the canopy bridge. As he tumbled, he uttered a soft chant followed by a decisive declaration. Art is an explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted on the spot. Among the dozen IWA ninja, some finally reacted and turned to flee, but nearly half fell dead or wounded in the blast. As the ringing in everyone's ears subsided after the detonation, they beheld the utterly devastated canopy bridge. Obito's clone had long since vanished, and the memories had seamlessly returned to the main body. The mission was successfully completed. Amid the swirling combat against the IWA ninja, Obito's movements hitched for a split second as the clone's memories flooded his mind. He couldn't help but internally scoff who in their right mind actually uses an Uchiha body slam. But since it was his own clone, he figured it best not to dwell on it. An opening. Oki's troublesome invisibility technique had proven highly effective against others, but against an Uchiha wielding the Sharingan, it was utterly useless. Spotting the moment Obito turned his back, the ninja felt a surge of confidence. Obito snorted disdainfully, drew a short blade from his waist, and wielded his fan with one hand to unleash a wind release, blowing his opponent aside. Simultaneously, he coated the blade in fire nature chakra with his other hand, severing a flamboyant arc of blade energy backward. Uchiha-style flaming sword slash. Precisely symmetrical to the wound inflicted in the earlier cave battle, a cross-shaped gash appeared on the chest of IWA Jonin Oki. Naturally, Obito was no fool. Facing such a large contingent, he relied on a combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu. While the Chidori stream and Chidori blades proved highly effective, the opposition was an elite unit commanded by two Jonin, making the encounter decidedly tricky. Consequently, he fought a strategic retreat toward the border, hoping that if Kakashi moved swiftly, reinforcements would arrive within a day, or that Master Minato could complete his mission and rescue him. Upon the ruins of the destroyed canopy bridge, several dark silhouettes stood motionless. At their feet lay the corpses of the IWA ninja, who had survived the earlier explosion. The leader waved a hand and remarked, "It appears their mission has been accomplished. Proceed with the next objective." With that, the silhouettes vanished from sight once more. Kakashi and Rin traveled without rest, reaching the Fire Country border in less than half a day. There they encountered a departing squad wearing Konoha forehead protectors, each possessing distinctive pale white pupils. Recognizing familiar faces, Kakashi immediately stepped forward and pleaded anxiously, "Something terrible has happened. Obito is holding off over 30 IWA ninja all by himself, and they have reinforcements. We urgently need your aid." The lead Hyuga clansman frowned and replied, "We are burdened with our own special mission. Seek assistance elsewhere." Besides, one person facing dozens of IWA ninja likely means he has already met his doom. Upon hearing this, Rin grew both anxious and furious, tears spilling uncontrollably. She almost screamed, "Obito is a hero of Konoha too. Why won't you go rescue him?" Just then a figure pushed urgently through the crowd. Clutching Kakashi frantically, he demanded, "Which direction did Obito go?" "Hyuga Tsukishi, watch your conduct. I will not permit you to rescue Obito." The lead Hyuga clansman furrowed his brow, reprimanding Tsukishi for acting without authorization. "I'm going to save my best friend. I have the right to abandon your mission." Ha ha ha. The Hyuga clansman smiled, raising two fingers while feigning an apologetic expression. A mere branch family member dares to defy a direct order. Such techniques as the caged bird seal hold absolutely no power over me. Hyuga Tsukishi quickly dispelled several hand seals. Observing the lead Hyuga's ashen, strained expression, he noted that the man was so infuriated he couldn't even activate the caged bird seal to punish him. Ignoring the outburst, Tsukishi pressed Kakashi for the precise location and immediately sprinted toward it. On a stretch of open grassland, the forest not far away was utterly devastated, the ground scarred with charred marks. Exhausted Daito supported his body with a war fan, unwilling to expend more chakra, so he had already deactivated his Xylounion. Of the original 30-plus IWNine elders, only 5 remained. Dashur, whose troublesome Tudun had been dealt with by Daito, was gone, leaving only 4 elite Chunin at most, and the Jounin Huoguang. After nearly half a day of combat, even Daito take this chance to kill him. Huoguang made the first move. As a Jounin, his speed was formidable, reaching Daito in an instant. Daito threw out countless fine needles shimmering with blue light, formed from lightning nature chakra. In the original story, Sasuke used this technique to immobilize the countless exploding spiders Deidara hurled at him. Huoguang grinned, blocking them with the twin blades strapped to his hands, and taunted, already forced to resort to chakra-conserving measures. "It seems you haven't got much longer." Daito glanced at the dark clouds gathering overhead, but at this rate, by the time the thunder clouds fully formed, his corpse would likely be long cold. Just then, countless black figures appeared in the distant forest. As they drew nearer, Daito's heart sank. IWNine reinforcements had arrived. From the sound alone, there were at least 100 ninja. "Yo, Huoguang, you're still alive." The IWNine reinforcements reached the ravaged battlefield, and the leader showed no emotion beyond mockery. "Dashur is dead, all because you were too slow, Tsumaji." Huoguang retorted with equal hostility. "None of you are competent. A single brat nearly wiped you all out." Tsumaji spat, then waved his hand, signaling all ninjas to draw kunai and shuriken. At his command, a rain of projectiles hurtled toward Daito. Forced to activate his Xylinian again, Daito realized that the barrage was so dense he couldn't dodge it. Even if he avoided fatal spots, he would be pierced like a hedgehog. Daito gave a bitter smile. His Xylinian deactivated automatically. Against such a wide-range volley, he could only raise his war fan to block, but there was no way to stop everything. Just as he expected searing pain to strike, after a long moment nothing happened. He only heard a familiar voice beside him. Bagwazang Huitian. Countless shuriken and kunai were sent flying. As the spinning chakra sphere came to a halt, Xiang Yushir panting turned his head and smiled. Am I late, Daito? No, you came just in time. I'm saved, Yushir. Daito also smiled, supporting himself with one hand on the war fan as he stood up. Xiang Yushir began to knead his hands in the air, and a vast surge of chakra started to gather in his palms. During the Chunin exams, Daito had witnessed this technique. He immediately cooperated by channeling chakra with one hand, and a normal-sized Luoxuanwen appeared in his palm. But the Luoxuanwen did not stop, it blazed with flames, a Luoxuanwen infused with fire nature chakra. The chakra in Xiang Yushir's hands was like compressed liquid constantly shaping itself, but the general form of the deep purple chakra sphere radiating intense pressure was already complete. Bagwation Gang Minjia Flame Luoxuanwen, as the two chakra spheres approached, the energies merged automatically, and then a torrent of power surged forward almost explosively. Daito roared, Chao Luoxian Shangguang Chikila Pao. Xiang Yushir also curled his lips, revealing an excited expression, and declared with fervor, This is our— The smoke cleared. The ground still bore the scorch marks of immense energy, and a swath of Iwnin had fallen. One who had stood directly in front had a gaping hole blasted through his body. Sensing his chakra was less than half a card, Daito drew the short sword from his waist. Though his taijutsu was not as strong as Xiang Yushir's, his body had been enhanced by the system, and combined with Uchiha-style swordsmanship, it was far from weak. Daito and Xiang Yushir plunged into the crowd like fish in water, their coordination flawless. Few could gain an advantage over them in taijutsu. Daito first kicked one opponent flying. Simultaneously, 3 Iwnin charged at him from the front and sides, but he showed no sign of panic. He grabbed the head of the Iwnin in front, slammed him to the ground, used the leverage to lift himself into the air, then executed a split, kicking both side attackers away with his feet. Hearing a sound behind him, without looking, Daito caught a flying kunai, removed the explosive tag attached to it, and threw the kunai back. Not wasting the torn-off tag, he stuck it onto the belly of the Iwnin he had pinned, then kicked him into the crowd. On the other side, Xiang Yushir was using Huitian as an offensive move. One spin sent dozens of Iwnin swirling into the sky. With his self-developed Bagwayanshu and Bagwayanshu, he moved through the enemy ranks as if they were empty. The 100-plus Iwnin were no pushovers. After the initial surprise of the first wave, they quickly learned to counterattack. Under the command of the two Jiaonin Su Maji and Huaguang, the well-trained Iwnin soon gained the upper hand. Those skilled in taijutsu held back the two, while ninjas at the rear unleashed ninjutsu to harass them. One used a Tuduin DC, which gashed Daito's left leg. With his chakra nearly exhausted, Daito even conserved his Xylinian to save chakra, so he had accumulated many wounds. By the way, how did you get here? No other reinforcements. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Daito's temple. At this rate, even the two of them would surely be defeated. Xiang Yushir struck an enemy in front until he coughed blood, then grabbed a kunai barehanded, and said helplessly, Kakaxi and Lin ran into our Hyuga unit, but those people had to go to the front to join other Hyuga units. After hearing you were alone, they abandoned the rescue. Daito gave a bitter laugh and asked curiously, Then by leaving the unit like this, won't the main family interfere with you? Xiang Yushir sneered and said, That's shoddy Longzong Yoinji. The main family can bind other members with a single seal. But thanks to your research on the sealing technique last time, I found a way to counter the main family's control. Looks like you haven't slacked off even without going to the front lines. Of course. As they were talking, Su Maji angrily hurled shuriken, then followed up with a Tuduin that forced them to abandon their positions. Such arrogant brats. You dare to chat and laugh in the face of our Iwnin army. Not far from the battlefield, 5 figures draped in black robes seemed to be quietly observing the battle with no intention of aiding either side. Kakashi and Rin will definitely find other reinforcements. We just need to hold them off for as long as possible. Uchiha Obito had absolute faith in his two comrades. Given enough time, they would surely come to his rescue. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Rin encountered a 6-man squad wearing identical uniforms with the Uchiha clan symbol, a paddle-shaped crest, emblazoned on their backs. The stern-faced man leading them was none other than the current Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. Clan head Fugaku. Rin immediately called out, halting their advance. Fugaku tilted his head strangely, eyeing the Leaf Village forehead protector on her brow. He did not recognize any Uchiha girl like her. Kakashi stepped forward anxiously and briefly outlined what had happened, pleading with Fugaku to come rescue Obito. Fugaku frowned, rapidly formed hand signs to summon a ninja hawk, scribbled something on a small scroll, tied it to the hawk's leg, and having led his Uchiha clansmen behind him, instructed Kakashi to guide them. As Kakashi and Rin led the way, unease lingered. Could such a small squad of 6 truly succeed? Fugaku discerned their concern and replied calmly, Our Uchiha ninja are all elites, those behind me have all awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. With those words, Kakashi and Rin's anxiety dissipated. The Uchiha's elite ninja wielded the Sharingan capable of holding their own against at least 10 opponents on the battlefield. A clan head like Fugaku would undoubtedly be even stronger, perhaps already possessing strength comparable to a Kage. Meanwhile, the situation for Obito and Hyuga had grown dire. Both were severely depleted of chakra, with Obito too exhausted to even lift his fan. It's nearly dark. I've been fighting for almost an entire day, Obito lamented. The IWA ninja, realizing they couldn't defeat the pair quickly and learning of the destruction at the Canopy Bridge, flew into a rage. They summoned remaining forces from other battlefields and fired signal flares to call for fresh reinforcements. By the time the IWA signal flare ascended, Obito had lost the energy to protest. He thought that if reinforcements had been coming, they would have arrived by now. He could only wait for Minato. Perhaps because things had diverged from the original timeline and his movements were faster, Minato's mission to reinforce the front line had not yet concluded. Otherwise, with the yellow flash's speed, he would have reached them long ago. I'm sorry for making you come all this way to rescue me. I'm going to get you killed too. Obito managed a bitter smile. Facing over 70 remaining IWA ninja, he had no idea how to defeat them or escape safely. Can your Sharingan still function? Hyuga asked, his eyes surrounded by bulging veins. The strain of prolonged Byakugan use had taken its toll. Obito's eyes were equally bloodshot as he forced the Sharingan to stay active. Given their deteriorating condition, without the predictive power of the Dojutsu, they couldn't even dodge attacks that would prove fatal. I think I can hold out a bit longer. Maybe. Obito squinted as his vision blurred, and a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. Ha ha ha. Though you're just two brats, I'll give you credit for lasting this long against us. It's over. That pair of Sharingan will belong to the IWA village. Sumawenzi licked his lips madly, his hands moving in a blur as he formed hand signs and slammed his palm to the ground. Earth release, Earth Dragon technique. A roar erupted from the earth as Sumawenzi's eyes turned crimson and an earthen dragon burst forth, claws extended, charging at the pair. Obito covered his eyes. His Sharingan had been pushed past its limit. The crimson faded and his eyes returned to ordinary black pupils. Hyuga took a combat stance, but the next moment blood sprayed from his mouth. A nearly 20-centimeter wound on his leg exposed bone, forcing him to his knees. Is this how it ends? Damn it. I never freed myself from my constraints, never achieved true freedom. Obito's left leg was badly wounded, making movement difficult. Evading even this attack seemed impossible. His chakra was completely exhausted, insufficient to reactivate his Sharingan. Yet watching Jeshi on the ground, his face twisted in pain and unwillingness, Obito still formed the familiar hand seals and slapped his palm to the earth. At the same moment, his body collapsed, blood soaking the grass beneath him. Earth release, Earth flow fence. The emerging wall cracked, but held enough to deflect the earthen dragon's charge, sparing both Obito and Jeshi. A hollow emptiness washed through him. Obito saw a red exclamation mark flash on his system panel. Danger. Dodge now. Hyuga anxious voice echoed in his ear. Obito struggled to push himself up with his hands, but then saw a burst of blood bloom before him, dripping onto his face. Having failed to close his eyes in time, even the whites of his eyes turned crimson. Jeshi. Obito watched the boy who had thrown himself in front of him. A faint smile played on his lips as a blade protruded from his chest. Behind them, firelight revealed a grotesque grin, licking blood from his knife. No one can save you now. Let's see how this ends. Hilarious, ha. Such twisted taste, firelight. Sumawenzi, exhausted from the prolonged battle, leaned against a tree with arms crossed, unwilling to watch them suffer. They would wait for Obito's death to claim the Sharingan. Why? Why sacrifice yourself to save me? Obito stared blankly, pupils dilating. Jeshi collapsed into his arms, coughing blood. With a trembling voice he whispered, because you were my first friend. You acknowledged me, called me a genius. I was too weak. Couldn't help you defeat them. Cough. Before finishing his words, Jeshi's body slumped to the right. His eyes lost their light, and he fell lifeless to the ground. A single tear of blood traced Obito's left cheek. He could not tell if it was Jeshi's or his own. Obito lifted his head. His face was expressionless as Firelight's blade drew ever closer. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had shifted back to the crimson Sharingan. 3 Tomo spun frantically within his pupils. Somewhere deep inside, Obito heard the sound of chains breaking. Ha ha ha. If you're going to regret anything, regret leaving me behind to cover your escape. Shwick. Blood sprayed upward, staining a nearby white spider lily crimson. Obito's eardrums buzzed, and the sounds of the entire world blurred. The tinnitus made it impossible for him to hear anything around him. He could only see the hellish scene before his eyes. Ding. Due to the intense emotional fluctuation, the host has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, automatically identifying the ability Kimui. Obito could no longer even hear the system's voice. Watching the blade growing larger before him, he didn't even have the thought to dodge. However, his eyes automatically transformed into the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The 3 Tomo began to spin wildly in his eye sockets, then connected to form a shape resembling a large windmill. Swoosh. But something unbelievable happened. Hogwang's blade directly pierced through Obito's body, as if Obito had no physical form. Hogwang stumbled and fell to the ground. Blood spurted high into the air. Obito instinctively swung the short blade in his hand, launching an attack the moment Hogwang passed through his body, striking a fatal blow. The resting IWA shinobi nearby all sensed something was wrong. An extremely cold and sinister chakra surged forth like a gushing spring enveloping the entire battlefield, sending chills down everyone present. Zumoji was the first to spring up, staring in horror in Obito's direction. He saw Obito, his face covered in blood, gripping the neck of the dead Hwagwang, with one hand lifting his corpse like a chicken, then slamming it heavily onto the ground. Obito, like a madman, leaped high and crashed onto Hwagwang's corpse, then punched it again and again until his head was reduced to pulp. Only then did he turn to look at the remaining nearly 70 IWA shinobi. "I will kill every single one of you. Not one left." Obito's words were like a demon's whisper. Those eerie Sharingan eyes made anyone who met his gaze feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. "Everyone, don't be afraid. This guy's chakra was already exhausted. Just now he was on the verge of death. This is just a final burst of vitality." Zumoji continued to boost morale, because running out of chakra leads to death. This was common knowledge in the ninja world. He had never heard of someone whose chakra was depleted suddenly experiencing a surge in chakra. What he didn't know was that if an Uchiha awakened the Mangekyo, their chakra would increase dramatically. How annoying. Obito closed his right eye and focused his left eye's gaze on Zumoji's head. As his ocular power burst forth, the windmill-shaped Sharingan pattern seemed to flash across Zumoji's head for an instant. Then space began to warp. Zumoji tried to flee in terror, but an extremely powerful suction force restricted his movement. A visible spatial vortex spun rapidly in the air. Zumoji resisted desperately, but it was useless. He was like being thrown into a meat grinder. His shoulders and arms burst open and were sucked into the distorted space. Through his torn chest one could still see his beating heart. Obito covered his left eye, wiping away the bloody tears from the corner. Indeed, the first use of his left eye's Kimui could not be well controlled, and he failed to twist off Zumoji's head. Witnessing this incredibly eerie technique, the entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. A blood-red petal slowly drifted through the air. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Despite having nearly 70 shinobi facing Obito alone, the weaker side appeared to be the IWA shinobi. The moment the petal touched the ground, the IWA shinobi, standing at the front, let out a roar and charged forward with their ninja swords. At the same time, Obito stomped the ground, shattering it, and faced the 70 IWA shinobi without any fear. With a flying kick, Obito sent the leading IWA shinobi flying. He snatched the long sword from the opponent's hand and was about to stab down, but by then he was surrounded by 5 IWA shinobi. Each of them held a long sword and stabbed simultaneously at Obito's back. Obito had no choice but to stop his action, triggering the passive ability of his right eye's Kimui. The 5 long swords passed through his body and all stabbed into the IWA shinobi beneath him. Taking advantage of their momentary hesitation, Obito turned and leaped, spinning in the air and executing his signature Uchiha split kick, heavily kicking the surrounding IWA shinobi away. "Take this. I'm going to become the Tsuchikage." Before he could finish, Obito grabbed another charging IWA shinobi by the throat. The shinobi looked only about a teenager, about the same age as Obito. "Too many words. Do you want to dance too?" He lifted him by the neck over his head. The IWA shinobi grabbed Obito's wrist, kicking and struggling with his feet. Wind release, sky splitter wave. Fire release, flame barrage. 2 IWA shinobi exchanged glances and immediately executed a combined wind and fire technique, intending to burn Obito and the shinobi in his hand to death. "Oofsie. This is the comrade you trust. Your dream is to become the Tsuchikage, but you are always a disposable pawn in your comrade's victory over their enemies." Obito exerted force with one hand, strangling the IWA shinobi to death. His right eye Sharingan flashed red, and his entire body became like a phantom, standing still as the combined ninjutsu passed through him. "You call this a wind-fire combination technique? Well, today I'll teach you a lesson." Obito closed his left eye, formed hand seals, and released his right eye's ocular power. A powerful spatial vortex began to spin, and a fire serpent spiraled out, synchronized with the warped space. Fire release, storm dance. The dozen or so IWA shinobi in front had nowhere to dodge. They were hit head-on by Obito's fire technique, charred black and lying on the ground without even a chance to struggle. A few IWA shinobi, seemingly terrified, turned and fled. But they ran in the wrong direction. They actually charged toward the corpse of Rishion Uesher. Obito's eyes instantly became bloodshot again. He activated the ocular power of both eyes simultaneously. The head of the leading IWA shinobi was instantly twisted and exploded by an invisible force, sending white brain matter and red blood splattering everywhere. Half left. Obito looked up, covering his eyes with one hand. His eyes had overheated from prolonged battle and urgently needed time to cool and rest. Continuing to fight would cause greater damage to his eyes. But now his mind was consumed by hatred and rage. Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo would more or less become mentally unstable. This was probably a common affliction of the Uchiha clan. Because deep down he was filled with goodwill and love for others. For Uesher, for Kakashi, for Rin, for his comrades, for the Hokage. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Ding. Host, are you still not changing your mind? Defecting from Konoha will grant you even greater power. The system seemed to have developed a human-like quality, continuously tempting Obito toward the path of darkness. Even if my best friend is dead, I still have Konoha, I still have Kakashi and Rin, and I still have Sister Tsunade. What is lost is lost. I should think about what I still have. Obito roared in anger. He was truly afraid of being seduced by the system. Ding! You've been left behind to cover the retreat for a whole day and night. Why has no one come to save you? Look behind you. What is behind you? Indeed, he had been holding out here for a day and night. Had the reinforcements still not arrived? Turning to look at the empty space behind him, Obito couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Watching Obito, who was furiously screaming at the air, the remaining half of the IWA ninja exchanged glances. Has he finally lost his mind? But now, maybe we can kill him. If these brainless IWA ninja had chosen to flee, they might have had a slim chance of survival. Die! Over a dozen ninja suddenly charged together, rushing toward Obito, who was muttering to himself. Even if I have no one behind me, I will become Hokage with my own strength. Power can achieve anything. It can protect myself and those I want to protect. Just shut up, system. With Obito's roar, visible blue-purple chakra flames enveloped his body, glowing in the darkened sky. A skeleton formed of chakra wrapped around Obito. The dozen IWA ninja, their minds hopelessly addled, foolishly attempted to counter the Susanoo with ordinary weapons, only to be sent flying backward. Gazing at the blue-purple chakra flames and the semi-complete Susanoo skeleton surrounding him, Obito realized that although his eye's ability remained Kimui, due to the system, the Sharingan was still a mirror of the heart. The shape of the Susanoo was intimately tied to its user. In the original story, Kakashi's Susanoo was a pale blue with a scar on its face reflecting his own heart. If Obito awakened his, the shape and color would differ from Kakashi's. Retreat. This is no longer an opponent we can defeat. A single IWA ninja shouted, then immediately fled. The others followed, abandoning their weapons and giving up the siege on Obito. Did I say you could leave? Obito's eyes widened, unleashing his ocular power without restraint. Blue-purple chakra flames surged upward, and the skull of the skeleton completed itself. Strangely, the skull bore two faces mirroring the shape of Madara Uchiha's Susanoo. The two arms of the Susanoo instantly formed a spinning chakra Magatama. Yasaka Magatama. The IWA ninja, with their backs turned, had no power to resist. They took the blow and died disgracefully. Though a few escaped, Obito had achieved his goal, revenge and victory. Obito's eyes returned to black, and the Susanoo dissipated. Even using its power for a mere instant had drained his ocular energy excessively. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. The injury to his leg prevented him from standing any longer. Swish, swish, swish. 5 dark figures appeared before Obito. Recognizing them, he let out a relieved sigh and smiled. Reinforcements are way too late. I've already dealt with the enemies. The 5 figures beneath the black cloaks all wore Konoha headbands. Since they were from Konoha, Obito felt safe to lose consciousness. But the system suddenly blared an alarm, a massive red exclamation mark flashing, preventing him from falling asleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, Obito saw a cloaked figure pull out a jar, put on white gloves, and reach toward his eye socket. Obito didn't react in time, but the passive intangibility of Kamui saved him. The cloaked figure's hand passed through Obito's eye and emerged from the back of his head. What? Why can't I touch him? Obito struggled to prop himself up. Because of passive Kamui, only one of his eyes had activated the Sharingan, the other remained a black pupil. He needed to conserve chakra, for if it ran out he would truly die. System, explain this. Who are they? Why are they trying to take my eyes? While calling out to the system in his mind, Obito reached into his ninja tool pouch. His shadow clone had taken most of the explosive clay, leaving him with only a small amount, but it was better than nothing. Ding. Still don't understand. You've become Konoha's abandoned pawn, Obito. Your Uchiha lineage and current power have become a threat to certain people. Your eyes are still useful to Konoha. They've come to reclaim them. You've been betrayed by Konoha. Obito's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and roared at the figures before him. Are you so afraid of another Uchiha Madara appearing? Afraid of a new era? Ha ha. Cough. I'll make you regret this. Konoha. Obito took a deep breath and shouted, hear me? I'm going to defect from Konoha. Hell with your current state, it's too late to defect. The leading cloaked figure raised his blade again, intending to kill Obito, first then take his eyes. Obito smirked, a manic gleam in his eyes. I wasn't talking to you, you fool. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission defect from Konoha. Reward 100 points credited. Exchange for single eye Sharingan ability Amaterasu. Fuse into Eternal Mangekyo. In the system shop, all Mangekyo Sharingan abilities and patterns were available. Sasuke's single eye hexagram was the cheapest at 150 points, and the system automatically evolved it into an Eternal Mangekyo. To obtain both of Sasuke's eyes would cost 300 points. Other abilities like Kimui and Koto Tsukumi cost 800 points per eye, nearly the most expensive due to their overpowered nature. He hadn't bought them earlier because his Mangekyo was not unlocked, and once fused into an Eternal Mangekyo, he couldn't change or acquire more abilities. When Obito opened his eyes again, his left eye's long-range Kimui had transformed into a hexagram merged with a large pinwheel pattern. His ocular power had leaped in quality, and the pain and blurred vision from overuse had vanished. Amaterasu. Jet black flames instantly consumed the 2 ninja standing before him. An involuntary smile spread across Obito's face. The sudden surge of power, the intoxicating feeling of strength, seemed to overshadow the anger and grief of revenge. Indeed, one must have power. Power is everything. The Susanoo skeleton once again enveloped Obito. Blue-purple chakra flames blazed, and the skeleton grew meridians, entering its second form. Watching the three fleeing ninja, Obito continued to release chakra, giving the second form Susanoo legs. He floated within its abdomen, and two chakra blades materialized in his hands. Think you can escape? Pathetic. Obito formed a Rasengan with one hand, then thrust the Susanoo's chakra blade into it, hurling the combination forward. The shape resembled a Rasen shuriken. With a thunderous explosion, the erupting Susanoo Rasengan brought down two of the cloaked figures. The third exceptionally agile dodged with a body flicker and vanished. Obito manipulated the Susanoo to crouch, lifting one figure by the head. As their eyes met, he attempted to extract information through Jinjutsu, but in the next moment the man lost the ability to speak, as if his windpipe had been constricted. Soon he died. Moi. Obito tossed the corpse aside. He knew that sealing technique all too well, the cursed seal of tongue. It was Danzo's favorite trick. These men were undoubtedly root members. That old bastard really set me up. If Obito returned to Konoha, Danzo would use the bodies to claim that Obito had killed the reinforcements. He would be executed, or at least have his eyes gouged out before being exiled. The third Hokage would likely turn a blind eye. At that moment, Obito's heart pounded violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After a day and night of exhaustion and multiple chakra depletions, he had only been sustained by unlocking his Mangekyo, and left eternal Mangekyo. That he could still move was a miracle. After eliminating everyone, Obito's Susanoo deactivated involuntarily. He collapsed to the ground, trying to use Kamui to suck himself into the time-space dimension, but his chakra was depleted and his eyes overused. He lost consciousness. At that moment, a strange white creature that had been observing nearby emerged from the earth, hoisted the unconscious Obito onto its shoulder. Elsewhere. What is that blue giant? Kakashi's jaw dropped in astonishment. They had approached the battlefield, and from this distance, they could see the towering chakra giant. The wind must have shifted, for a thick smell of blood reached them. Obito, please be safe. Rin clenched her hands and quickened her pace. Fugaka's expression shifted from surprise to delight. His usually stoic face finally showed emotion as he said excitedly, "That is the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha, the power born from the Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo. In the past, Uchiha Madara used this very technique to become one of the two titans of the shinobi world alongside Senju Hashirama." When Fugaku along with the other six Kakashi and Lin arrived at this battlefield, they were all stunned by the horrifying scene before them. The original terrain had been transformed. The lush green grass was completely replaced by red. The plains turned into pockmarked land, the ground covered with scorched black marks. Blood like a river merged with the falling rain to form a crimson stream. The thick stench of blood made them hesitate to breathe for a moment. The corpses on the ground were even more terrifying, nearly 100 in number, and almost none of them were intact. Their faces bore expressions of terror. If one ignored their mutilated bodies, one might think they had been scared to death rather than killed in battle. Obito, Uesher. Kakashi and Lin called out the names of their two comrades, ignoring the pouring rain as they searched among the corpses, hoping to find those familiar faces. Kakashi tripped over a corpse while running, covering himself with blood and filth, yet he continued searching. Whether tears or rain, his face was soaked. He knelt on the ground, and before him lay the all-too-familiar fan, Obito's fan. The ninja sword, broken into two pieces on the ground, was also deeply familiar. These were Obito's usual weapons. Lin, on the other hand, found a forehead protector and a torn piece of cloth, belonging to Rishon Uesher. His body was also missing. Suddenly, footsteps came from the distance. Kakashi and Lin looked up in surprise, thinking it was Obito and Uesher returning. But when they raised their heads, they saw about 30 ninjas from Iwagakure in the distance. A figure flashed before them with a swish. With his yellow spiky hair and the speed that was the fastest in the ninja world, who else could it be but the yellow Flash Minato Namikaze? Uchiha Fugaka's expression was also grim. He instructed his 5 Uchiha subordinates. "It's been less than 2 minutes since we saw the Susanoo. Search. Obito can't be far from here. In a certain dim underground cave." "Where is this, eh?" Obito slowly opened his eyes only to see the dark cave ceiling. But after only 2.5 seconds, Obito realized where he was. A pitch-black underground cave. Where else could it be but the base of that old geezer Uchiha Madara? "Your eyes are truly peculiar. Your left eye has the same straight tomo pattern as mine." An aged voice sounded from beside him. An old man with white hair covering half his face, revealing a single Sharingan, stood by his bed, using a scythe to support himself on the ground. When he saw the different Mangekyo patterns in Obito's eyes, even the experienced old Madara was surprised for a moment. Obito's left eye was an eternal Mangekyo while his right was a normal Mangekyo, a situation he had never encountered before. Obito studied Uchiha Madara before him, activating both Mangekyo eyes simultaneously. However, using only his right eye caused a dull pain, and switching to Mangekyo made his vision blurry. This was the after effect of activating Susanoo with a normal Mangekyo, causing irreversible damage to the eyes. "Sharingan. Old man, you're not a Konoha ninja, are you?" Obito intended to stake his claim first, so as his words fell, chakra began to gather noticeably in his left eye, preparing to release an Amaterasu to intimidate Uchiha Madara. "No matter if they are my friends, brothers, clansmen, or even children. If they dare to stop me from destroying Konoha, I will never forgive them." Hearing Obito's words, Madara was stunned. Where had he heard these familiar words before? At this time, Uchiha Madara, who was already half dead and on the verge of passing away, could no longer put on airs. He immediately spoke. Although I am an Uchiha, I am a rogue ninja. I am no longer a Konoha ninja. Obito then put away his intention to release an Amaterasu. By the way, old man, who are you? I know all the elderly Uchiha, but there's no one like you. Did you defect so long ago? I am Uchiha Madara. Madara spoke calmly with a hint of confidence and pride as he uttered his name, as if recalling his glorious days dominating the battlefield. Uchiha Madara. Although you should have been dead long ago. But I can feel that the Geto statue connected to your back is giving you life force. Are you using that thing to prolong your life? You're very clever. Your name is Uchiha Obito, isn't it? Tell me, I'm very interested in your story. Obito frowned, gritting his teeth, as if recalling something that made him extremely angry. As if talking to himself, or to Madara, he said, that day there was no one behind me. My best friend died before my eyes. We fought to the death for Konoha, but Konoha coveted these eyes of mine, and wanted to take them when I was at my weakest. Konoha betrayed me. A hint of tenderness appeared in Uchiha Madara's cold eyes. Looking at Obito, it was as if he saw his younger self. His tone softened. In this world, things do not always go as you wish. The longer you live, the more you realize that reality is filled only with helplessness, pain, and emptiness. Listen well. In all things where there is light, there must be shadow. If there is the concept of a victor, then there must also be a loser. If one harbors the selfish desire to maintain peace, wars will arise. If one wishes to protect love, will inevitably give birth to hatred. They are bound by causality and cannot be separated. That is reality. Madara recounted the truths he had gleaned from his lifetime of experience. Though one-sided, they were indeed true. After listening to Madara's words, Obito fell into deep thought. Madara watched the contemplative Obito with growing satisfaction. This child was the perfect candidate to inherit his will. Obito sat up from the crude stone bed. Just as he tried to take a step, he fell awkwardly to the ground. Looking at his slightly pale left leg, Obito turned a puzzled gaze to Uchiha Madara, who had returned to his seat. Ahem, your leg was severely injured. Even if it healed on its own, it would leave you disabled. I have transplanted degraded Hashirama cells into you. Once you adapt, your body will become stronger than before. In truth, Madara transplanted the cells to let Obito gain some of the power contained in Hashirama's cells. He did not want Obito's Sharingan to go blind when carrying out the task he had assigned him. Obito sat back on the bed. He carefully observed Madara's shadow, but did not detect the lurking presence of black Zetsu. Instead, the two white Zetsu had already started appearing before him, lively and active. Madara, I don't plan to leave here anytime soon. I need to adapt to these degraded Hashirama cells in my body, and I hope you can share some of your experience with me. Madara snorted coldly. Train yourself. At most, I'll give you verbal guidance. What do you expect me, an old man already half buried, to teach you? Obito scratched his head. This way he could stay with Madara for a short while. Konoha, Rin, and Kakashi stood before the memorial stone. Kakashi carried a large fan on his back, Obito's relic, which he stubbornly kept by his side. Rin's eyes were wide open, but tears streamed down uncontrollably. Her voice choked. I haven't given Obito the gift for becoming a Jonin. Woo, stupid Obito. Kakashi kept his head down, unable to comfort the weeping Rin. Old man, who allowed you to carve Obito's name on the memorial stone? We can't stop the search. Obito's body hasn't been found. He must still be alive. Tsunade kicked open the Hokage's office door, storming in to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was puffing on his pipe. The facts are clear. All of Obito's belongings have been recovered, even his torn clothes. The large amount of blood on them has been tested, and it's all Obito's. As a medical ninja, you should know what that means. Tsunade bit her lip, leaning against the wall as she walked out of the Hokage's office. With such blood loss, death was certain without treatment. And now with Obito still not found, even if he had survived, then he would be long dead by now. A tear slipped from the corner of Tsunade's eye. The boy's words and his sunny smile were still vivid in her mind. I won't die before I become Hokage. Because becoming Hokage is my dream. She remembered before this mission Obito had confidently grinned and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back safe and protect my comrades. If you're really worried, bet that I won't come back. After all, you never win a bet, right, Sister Tsunade? Tsunade sobbed, uncontrollably clutching the necklace that symbolized misfortune, the one she had personally put on Obito, which had been retrieved from the battlefield. The scene returned to Madara Uchiha's cave. Obito was covered with weighted iron blocks, sweating profusely as he swung Madara's gun by. The swirl-headed white Zetsu stood beside him, dancing and directing, looking utterly ridiculous. Another white Zetsu resembling an aloe plant emerged halfway from the wall and whispered into Madara's ear, Lord Madara, Obito has a childhood friend named Rin and a close friend Kakashi. They are good companions. Should we eliminate them? Madara lifted his aged eyelids, looked at the distant Obito, and slowly shook his head. These two are far less important in Obito's heart than the deceased Hyuga brat. The proof is that he chose to stay, not return to his comrades. Let's see the situation first, then decide whether to eliminate those two. Watching Obito drenched in sweat and resting on the ground, Madara spoke. Obito, what do you plan to do next? Obito covered his right eye with one hand and said to Madara, my dojutsu is space-time. I have also seen the words on that stone tablet. Words that require ocular power to decipher. A deity seeking stability divided yin and yang into two poles. They oppose and interact, giving rise to all phenomena. This is what the Mangekyo Sharingan can decipher, but with stronger ocular power, more can be read. Upon hearing this, Madara's lips curled. You saw it too. Impressive. Obito thought to himself. I knew it without even looking. Basically, I saw it. Black Zetsu indeed had the ability to alter the final content of the stone tablet, changing it to the infinite Tsukuyami Jinjutsu, tricking the cunning Madara like a child. Speaking of which, having been here for so long, he had noticed Madara's shadow for a while, but hadn't detected Black Zetsu's existence, which struck him as odd. Obito pondered for a moment, then looked up to answer Madara's question. I will follow the stone tablet's instructions, obtain 2 opposing powers, and then seek what true dreams are. Obito gave an ambiguous answer, neither stating he would execute the infinite Tsukuyami, nor that he would not follow the Uchiha stone tablet's content. Is that so? Then have you now found what true dreams are? Seeing the slightly expectant look in Madara's eyes, Obito roughly understood why he asked. Because he was very similar to Madara, and the way he displayed his thinking was also quite different. So Madara, as if seeing a younger version of himself, had some expectations for Obito to find his true dream. However, unable to come up with a perfect answer, Obito had to honestly shake his head. Before, I aimed to become Hokage and gain everyone's recognition. But now, I don't know where I'm going, but I'm already on the road. Still on the road to chase your dream. A smile curled on Madara's lips as he spoke calmly. I have a plan. I call it the Moon Eye Project. Madara's brainwashing and grand speech is in progress. Obito pretended to hear it for the first time, listening with great interest to the entire plan, then feigned deep thought. After a long while he murmured, the Moon Eye Project. It is indeed a method to bring peace to the shinobi world. Although somewhat extreme, what's wrong with a world of illusion? Madara didn't think Obito would immediately agree with his views, but he also didn't think Obito was cunning enough to deceive him. So do you think this Moon Eye Project is feasible? Madara probed. I think it's a good plan, and it's written on the stone tablet passed down through our Uchiha clan. Plunging the entire shinobi world into a Tsukuyami world, letting everyone enter a beautiful dream. Then I would be a savior. Obito's acting was top-notch. He started muttering to himself, then grew more excited as he spoke, his expression becoming fanatical when he mentioned being a savior. Madara looked at Obito and finally stopped suspecting that he was acting to deceive him. He didn't think Obito would bother to act. With a Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito's strength was enough to crush him. After all, the decrepit Madara Uchiha now only had a single 3-tomo Sharingan in his eye socket. Obito, you said that anyone who stops you from destroying Konoha, even family friends, or your own child, you will not spare. So if your former comrades Rin and Kakashi or your former teacher Minato stop you. Before Madara finished, Obito revealed his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and an extremely cold chakra emanated from his body. If they are my former comrades and teacher, they will surely understand my actions. If they want to oppose me, I will certainly show no mercy. Because those who don't agree with my views are false. Madara Uchiha's lips curled upward. If he were decades younger, he would have burst into loud laughter, displaying the might of the 4 great laughing madmen. Obito had long seen through Madara's intention in asking this question. If his answer didn't satisfy him, Madara would orchestrate the death of Rin or Kakashi. Of course, since Kakashi was strong, the likely target was Rin. Although Obito didn't think he would be outsmarted by a decrepit old man, he didn't want to gamble with Rin's life either. Judging by Madara's reaction, his answer had probably satisfied him, and he would not target Rin. The next steps of the plan would have to wait until Madara took his own life. At last, this day had finally arrived. On this day, Uchiha Madara suddenly rose to his feet. He guided Obito in mastering the Inyang release and certain highly practical advanced Uchiha secret techniques before he felt at ease enough to depart. Obito stood there staring blankly as Madara walked over to him. Extending his aged hand onto the body of the aloe vera white Zetsu, Madara spoke. Obito, I have taught you the Uchiha forbidden techniques, the 6 paths technique, and the Inyang release. A black substance began to crawl over white Zetsu's body until it occupied half of it. Like a newborn child, it curiously examined its new form, even clenching its fist, as if sensing the power of this new body. It must be said that Black Zetsu was impressive. Even this subconscious action of adapting to a body just after being granted life by Madara was performed with remarkable vividness. I have infused my own will into this being. You can consider half of it as me. This is also an inferior product. You can use these Inyang release creations as pawns. Obito thought to himself, who is using whom as a pawn? Old Madara hasn't figured that out yet. Then Madara formed hand seals, and from the wall within the chest of the Hashirama, humanoid body created by the demonic statue of the outer path, a long black rod extended. That black rod is the embodiment of my consciousness. You can use it when employing the 6 paths technique. Having arranged everything, Madara strode forward. The 3 tubes connecting to the statue snapped taut. Deprived of the divine tree's life-sustaining power, Madara collapsed onto the stone chair, gasping heavily. Huff huff. Alright, go. During the time before my resurrection you are. Uchiha Madara. Watching Uchiha Madara die before his eyes, Obito stepped forward and broke off the black rod protruding from the demonic statue of the outer path. With this rod, he could use the 6 paths technique. Next, I will reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. With his back to Black Zetsu, Obito's eyes had already transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. Space twisted violently, and the immense suction force rendered Black Zetsu immobile in an instant. Obito. You. What are you trying to do? Obito sneered. I don't think this pitch black thing of yours looks like anything good. Then he fiercely stabbed the black rod into Black Zetsu's body. Before long, Black Zetsu was like Tobirama pinned down by the Rinne rebirth Madara, resembling a hedgehog. Afterward, he produced a scroll inscribed with extremely intricate patterns. Obito unfurled it, smeared it with his own blood, and began forming hand seals. What are you doing? Are you defying Lord Madara's will? Obito thought to himself that villains die from too much talk. Now that he was in the villain's position, he must not speak. He quickened his hand seals. Suddenly, the violently struggling black Zetsu froze. Its eyeless yellow eyes and exposed bizarre large teeth formed an extremely ferocious black face, which sneered. So that's it. Is that so? Truly unexpected. Obito, but I already have a backup plan. Don't be surprised when the time comes. Look forward to it. Obito pressed his last hand seal together, then sneered back. A mudball that only talks big, die. Sealing technique absolute seal. Watching black Zetsu get sucked into the scroll by the immense force, Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had specially developed a sealing technique here to deal with black Zetsu, and it seemed his effort was not wasted. Because the half aloe vera shaped white Zetsu had been sealed along with black Zetsu, only the ordinary white Zetsu and the ring-headed white Zetsu remained outside. What about you? I've been quite taken care of by you during my days here. How about joining me? The ring-headed white Zetsu showed a contemplative expression, then spoke in an extremely serious tone. Are your plans the same as Lord Madara's? First answer this question of mine. Oh, I have another one. Obito held his chin and thought for a moment, then said, Madara's infinite Tsukuyami plan would likely kill everyone on the planet. That's no fun. My plan won't be the same as his. White Zetsu crossed his arms and nodded. That's fine too. Whatever plan you two execute, it doesn't matter much to me. So, what I care about is, can you make me feel? What is the feeling of defecation? As he spoke, White Zetsu produced a piece of white paper with a stick figure drawing of a pile of excrement. Obito's perpetually serious and tense expression finally cracked. His mouth twitched as he clenched his fist. How could this ring-headed white Zetsu use such a grave tone to say something so absurd? I should just kill it. This thing is disgusting. Ding. Mission triggered. Recruit the ring-headed white Zetsu. Mission reward 10 points. Obito sighed and snorted coldly. There is nothing in this world that I cannot do. If you follow me, I will make you experience. What is defecation? Oh, then I'll call you Lord Obito from now on. White Zetsu waved his arms and bounced around joyfully. Obito had been wearing only simple shorts with most of his body wrapped in bandages. He had recovered considerably over the past few days. Although he had only transplanted an inferior version of Hashirama cells, he could still feel the enhanced recovery speed within his body. Rolling his shoulders, Obito hooked his fingers under the bandages on his chest and pulled them off smoothly with a slight effort, revealing his nearly perfect muscular physique honed through training. Walking out of the cave, he saw a black robe and a long sword or tachi hanging by the entrance along with some giant shuriken. Obito took a black robe and fastened a tachi at his waist. The Uchiha fan, formerly Madara's, was now temporarily his. Since carrying it on his back was troublesome, he simply absorbed it into the Kamui dimension. Hey system, give me a new mission soon. My right eye Sharingan is not an eternal Mangekyo, and that makes me a bit uneasy. Ding. Mission detected. Mission options triggered. 1. Assassinate Danzo, reward 50 points. 2. Help Nagato awaken the power of the Rinnegan, reward 50 points. 3. Assign any tailed beast as a summoning beast, reward 80 points. 8 tails and 9 tails, each reward 100 points. Obito hadn't expected that a casual inquiry would trigger 3 options. He didn't think capturing a tailed beast as a summon was difficult. The 3 tails of Kirigakure, for instance, looked very easy to catch and offered the most points. Why choose anything else? Although his hatred for Danzo was immense, even to the point of wanting to destroy Konoha outright, the current Konoha was too strong. Minato Namikaze and that old man Hiruzen Sarutobi would hinder him, and the Sharingan on Danzo's arm was also a problem. Accept mission 3. After saying this to the system in his mind, Obito waved for White Zetsu to follow him. Hey, follow me. From now on I'll call you Afe. Yes, Lord Obito. No need for Lord. Then the defecation. Shut up. Yes. Your former companions Lin and Kakashi seem to be in a tough spot. Toby, following behind Obito, suddenly interjected in his peculiar tone. Obito paused for a moment, then continued walking forward unhurriedly. He lowered his voice, making it resemble Uchiha Madara's. Is that so? Those 2 small fries are no longer my concern. I am now Uchiha Madara. Despite his words, Obito casually inquired, where are those 2 useless ones now? Lin has been captured by the Mist Ninja. They seem to be performing some sort of ritual. Kakashi, accompanied by a pack of dogs, is trying to rescue her. Obito's eyes were bloodshot and his murderous intent leaked as he muttered to himself, damn you, Black Zetsu. Is the backup plan you mentioned secretly executing the original scheme, where Lin becomes the 3 tails Jinchuriki? In truth, Obito was only half correct. Black Zetsu believed Obito was not a suitable pawn, so even though Madara intended to spare Lin and Kakashi, Black Zetsu still planned to carry out the original plot, making Lin a Jinchuriki and then causing her death. However, this was not Black Zetsu's backup plan. Obito's left Mangekyo spun its 6-pointed star pattern, distorting space, and a swirling orange mask materialized. Because the left Eternal Mangekyo was more convenient and free of side effects, the mask Psyhole was on the left. Ah, with that mask on, you bear a striking resemblance to handsome me. Shut up. Our target is the 3 tails. These Mist Ninja and those 2 idiots are interfering with our plan. Following White Zetsu's direction, Obito activated Kamui to travel. If the 3 tails were sealed, this trip would be in vain. If he had to obtain the three tails, he would have to extract the tailed beast directly from Lin's body. Before long, Obito didn't even need to use perception jutsu to feel the overwhelming chakra aura. Such a massive and violent chakra. What else could it be but a tailed beast? Using Kamui to draw his body into another dimension, he reappeared as a spatial vortex, churned the air, distorting the entire space. Obito, wearing the orange mask, stepped out of the vortex, his single Sharingan gleaming coldly. He saw Lin trapped in the middle of a ceiling formula, her expression agonized, and the three tails suppressed by the ceiling array, only able to roar in impotent fury and release chakra wildly. Obito flashed to the top of the three tails and stomped down hard. I'm taking this beast. Any objections? The ceiling formula was forcibly interrupted, and the gathered mist ninja were clearly displeased. The leader yelled, "Who do you think you are?" "I." Before he could finish, a powerful spatial force twisted above his head. The next second his head burst like a watermelon, staining the ground red and white. Kamui. Obito's left eye focused on the three tails. The spatial vortex generated immense suction, gradually devouring the beast into the Kamui space. The absorption took only a few seconds, and aside from some eye power and chakra consumption, Obito felt no discomfort. If he had used his right eye's Kamui, he would have already shed bloody tears. Once he accumulated enough points, the first thing Obito would do was evolve his other eye into an eternal Mangekyo. Whoosh! Obito let out a long breath. Due to his unique ability, the mist ninja were momentarily stunned. Until he had fully absorbed the three tails into the dimensional space, no one dared to act as the sacrificial lamb. These eyes are truly wonderful. I'm getting more accustomed to them. System. Amaterasu. Black flames blazed up instantly, igniting several mist ninja before him. Watching them roll on the ground in agony, trying to extinguish the flames, Obito couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk. But within seconds, reason overcame this intoxicated frenzy. Beneath the mask, his Mangekyo Sharingan glowed red as he fixed his gaze on Lin, who was bound and vigilant. Who are you? Obito spoke in a low voice. Hey, you leaf people are all the same. Throw a bone to a dog and it wags its tail. But when facing a benefactor who saved your life, you still show caution. It's useless to keep you alive. Jinjutsu Mangekyo Sharingan. In the next moment, Lin's eyes lost their luster, and she collapsed to the ground. Obito made no move to untie her. In his mind, after he had let Kakashi and Lin leave a day and a night ago, they had failed to bring back reinforcements. The death of Hyuga Yuzuki was also tied to them. Their single-minded devotion to the leaf reminded Obito of the village's ugly face. Now Obito no longer considered Kakashi and Lin close friends or comrades. They were merely strangers he had once interacted with. The illusion Obito cast on Lin was a low-grade version of Tsukuyomi, causing the victim to see their most unwanted memories within a constructed illusionary world for a controllable duration. Obito set the condition that the illusion would only be dispelled when the victim lost consciousness. After casually eliminating the remaining mist ninja, Obito was about to retrace his steps when he heard several barks. Why are there dogs here? But a moment's thought told him these were Kakashi's ninja hounds searching for Lin. Toby, dressed in a black robe, followed behind Obito and asked, "So did you catch the three tails?" Obito snorted disdainfully. Capturing such a beast is as easy as eating and drinking. Hey, why did you hit that passing dog with Amaterasu? Do you want to try it yourself? As he spoke, the Mangekyo Sharingan under his mask began to glow red, a blatant threat. Lord Obito, spare me. Watching Toby flail, dramatically collapse to the ground and scramble backward until he stopped against a tree, Obito said flatly, "Remember my name. I am now Uchiha Madara." With that, Obito entered the Kamui space, a boundless expanse composed of irregular cubes. The moment he stepped into the space, a massive palm came crashing down from above. Obito barely rolled to the left to dodge the attack. Inside the Kamui space, Obito casually tossed aside his mask, and then shrugged off the black robe, revealing his muscular upper body. He cracked his knuckles. "You dare ambush me? Quite bold, beast." Roar. In response, an increasingly large purple-black chakra sphere hurtled toward him. Isn't fighting a tailed beast about hand-to-hand combat? Why start with a tailed beast ball? Obito's eyes instantly turned into dot-like eyes. If he had known the beast would resist so fiercely, he would have just used Jinjutsu to force a contract. "Obito, I've been waiting here for you for ages. How did you end up so disheveled?" White Zetsu looked at Obito, whose clothes were half destroyed and mask half broken, with an expression of surprise. Obito snorted coldly and said flatly, "There was a small hiccup while sealing the tailed beast. And call me Madara." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of contracting any tailed beast as a summoning creature. Reward 80 points have been issued. Using the illusion of the Sharingan, Obito forcibly controlled the three tails and signed a summoning contract. If he had possessed the Rinnegan, he would have long since sealed the tailed beast into the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Since he could not yet master the demonic statue of the Outer Path, he saw no point in the thankless task of sealing the three tails into the statue. Notably, during one of his returns to Madara's underground base, Obito discovered that the demonic statue of the Outer Path had vanished without a trace. Has Nagato already awakened? I need to go see him. Obito flexed his sore shoulders and sat up from the ground. Obito finally making a move. What are you up to? Are you going to kill that brat Nagato and snatch the Rinnegan? Obito dug at his ear, finding White Zetsu's incessant chatter annoying. "Afei, this time we stick together. I'm going to wear you." Obito pulled off his coat and extended his hand to White Zetsu. Ah, this isn't good. Senior, Obito's mouth twitched and a vein bulged on his forehead. This thing was trouble. Should he just burn it to death with Amaterasu right now? No, that would be too easy. Finally, under Obito's physical threats, White Zetsu was warned by him and obediently shut his mouth. Kamui. A spatial vortex generated immense suction, pulling Obito into the Kamui dimension. Whoa, is this your dojutsu? My skin is burning with pain. Obito made a rare retort. Your entire skin is made of plant matter. You can't feel pain, can you? Although Obito had not participated in the events concerning Yahiko and Nagato, everything that was meant to happen had already occurred. Yahiko founded the Akatsuki. As the organization grew, it drew the attention of Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Hidden Rain village, and known as the Demigod. It was now the end of the Third Great Ninja War. The battle between Konoha and Iwagakure had reached a fever pitch, with the battlefield situated in a nameless minor country at the borders of fire, earth, and wind, the location of the Hidden Rain village. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, attempted to end the war through negotiation, but Danzo did not wish for the conflict to cease, seeking to gain more benefits from it. The Akatsuki caught Danzo's attention and was exploited. At Danzo's instigation, Hanzo ultimately decided to strike at the Akatsuki, intending to eliminate the organization. The task of assisting in the purge fell to Konoha's route under Danzo's command. In that battle rife with conspiracy Salamander, Hanzo used Konin to force the Akatsuki's leader Yahiko to die at the hands of his closest friend. Nagato went berserk, awakening the power of the Rinnegan, summoning the demonic statue of the Outer Path, killing countless rain ninja, and forcing Hanzo to retreat. Danzo's scheme ended in failure, and Konoha and Iwagakure eventually signed a truce, bringing the Third Great Ninja War to a close. Yet now when Obito found them, Yahiko was still alive. That red-haired kid is the one you're looking for, Nagato. Those eyes are Madara's transplanted into him when he was very young. White Zetsu enveloped Obito, forming a white spiral mask over his face, leaving only a single eye hole. Those three are in a pretty tough spot. Just like you once were. So are you going to intervene? White Zetsu chattered incessantly in Obito's ear with his distinctive voice. Obito narrowed his eyes. He had encountered Nagato and his companions during a mission with the Minato squad before, and had even talked about dreams with them. How nostalgic. But unfortunately I don't plan to step in now. For Nagato's awakening, Yahiko must die here. A cold voice echoed as Obito spoke in Madara's tone and cadence. By then Konin had been tied up by Hanzo with rope used as a tool to threaten the two. Yahiko as the leader, die here. Hanzo's voice, sounding as if phlegm were stuck in his throat, made Obito deeply uncomfortable. If you resist, this woman loses her life. Seeing the trio's expressions of fury and helplessness, Hanzo's face, though hidden behind his gas mask, showed a triumphant smirk. A kunai was thrown before Nagato and Yahiko. Hanzo, ever inhumane, said, "You, the red-haired one, use this to kill Yahiko. Then I'll let you and the woman live." Upon hearing this, Konin urgently cried out, "Stop, Nagato. Forget about me, you two run away." Yahiko closed his eyes, the rain soaking him, and then spoke slowly, "Kill me." Nagato opened his mouth, his eyes widening in disbelief, recalling his own past words. "I just want to protect those two no matter what pain it brings." "Nagato!" Yahiko shouted. "Stop." Konin's voice nearly broke. "Hurry up, or do you not care if this woman dies?" Salamander Hanzo's voice, thick with phlegm, carried a hint of impatience. Nagato panted heavily, the exposed Rinnegan revealing fear, confusion, and despair. He stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the kunai from the ground. "Konin, me." Before he could even finish Yahiko's name, he felt a weight in his hand. The sound and sensation of a kunai piercing flesh came simultaneously. Yahiko had impaled himself on Nagato's kunai. "Live on with Konin, no matter what. You are the savior of this world." Blood trickled from Yahiko's lips, but a smile graced his face. Obito removed his black hood and looked up at the sky. Although the white Zetsu cloak was waterproof, the rain still seeped through the mask's eyehole, striking the face beneath. He thought of Hinata Moonstone, who had unflinchingly stood before him. This scene was almost identical to that moment. "Yahiko!" Konin let out a heart-wrenching scream, but could do nothing but watch as the light faded from Yahiko's eyes, and he collapsed onto the muddy, cold ground. The rain washed over his body, not yet cold. "Summon mobile toilet." The ground cracked open, and a colossal demonic statue roared, its eyes bound with bandages. The mere moment of its appearance exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Are you crying, Obito?" White Zetsu's voice softened, tinged with a hint of concern. "No, it's just the rain." Obito activated Kamui again, vanishing into the space-time dimension. During Nagato's rampage, he temporarily retreated to avoid being caught in the demonic statue of the Outer Path's power. "You found Nagato. What do you plan to do next?" Obito rubbed his chin in thought, then said calmly, "Follow Madara's original plan. Coax and deceive him, using him as a convenient pawn. Salamander Hanzo's head will be my gift to him." That's Salamander Hanzo, the demigod, who once overpowered the three Sannin of Konoha. "Are you really going to take him on?" "Not afraid at all," asked White Zetsu in an exaggerated tone. "I am a man destined to rule the ninja world. Why would I fear a mere Hanzo?" The aura of the demon statue has disappeared. Baiju sensed the disappearance of the Outer Path demon statue through his clone left outside. Daito covered his left eye with one hand, and a spatial vortex began to spin from his left eye, sending him out of the Shunwei space. With the help of Baiju's clones, tracking enemies was a very convenient task. Following the direction indicated by the A-Fei form Daito soon sensed the chakra aura of Shanjiu Banzang. Yo, what a miserable sight. The ugly way a man called the demigod flees. Daito used Shunwei to appear ahead of Banzang's escape route, and opened with a taunting remark. Who are you? In an instant Banzang tightened his grip on the sickle in his hand, entering a combat-ready state. He had not detected any aura or trace of the other before Daito spoke. This person's strength had definitely crossed into the Ying level. I am no one, nor do I want to be anyone. If I must say, there is a name I have long abandoned. Uchiha. Ban. Daito's exposed left eye had switched to the Wan Hua Tong, with a bizarre shape combining a hexagram and a giant pinwheel slowly rotating. The moment Banzang looked up, he immediately closed his eyes, took a step back before lowering his head, and fixed his gaze on Daito's lower body. Obviously, he who had defeated the three ninja and was hailed as the demigod had also fought against members of the Uchiha clan and knew how to deal with the Xielun Yin. Uchiha Ban. Uttering that name is truly laughable. I wonder if you truly possess such strength, or if you are simply an idiot. I'm really annoyed. Before Daito finished speaking, bright blue-purple chakra flames enveloped his body. As the chakra condensed into a solid skeleton, a half-body Suzhua, with two faces, grew rapidly, and chakra-formed meridians quickly wrapped around the skeleton, forming the second form of Suzhua Nenghu. Shunwei Sholi Jian. A black, giant pinwheel-shaped shuriken materialized in the hand of Suzhua Nenghu and was thrown toward Banzang. I'm annoyed by the sound of that phlegm stuck in your throat, so just shut up quietly. Shun Shinji Shu. Banzang formed a single-handed seal, and his body vanished instantly from the spot. In the moment the Shunwei Sholi Jian touched a boulder originally behind him, the surrounding space twisted violently, and the rock was shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Daito turned his head, showing a puzzled expression as he looked at the sickle that had been knocked away by Suzhua Nenghu. Banzang pulled the iron chain in his hand, and the deflected sickle returned to his grasp. What is this? So incredibly hard. A backflip created distance. Banzang spoke, a chakra giant with extremely strong defense, and that peculiar ninjutsu that can distort space. Though troublesome, it is not without a way to counter. If it weren't for the Baiju suit and the mask covering his face, Daito's smug and contemptuous expression would have infuriated Banzang to death. The blue-purple Suzhua Nenghu raised its arm again and threw another Shinwei Sholijian. However, unlike the last time, Daito's eyes never left the shuriken. To counter this technique is very simple. If you were truly the legendary Uchiha Ban, you would not use such a mediocre ninjutsu a second time. Too done to Lu Bite. Banzang deduced that the Shunwei Sholijian would trigger the spatial distortion effect the moment it touched an object, so all he needed to do was block the shuriken's path with something. However, if he could see the smirk rising beneath Daito's mask, he would realize things were not so simple. Pierce. The Shunwei Sholijian like a phantom pierced through the two Lu Bai without any obstruction. WH. What? In Banzang's astonished eyes, the Shunwei Sholijian had already struck his body. After a violent spatial distortion, black flames engulfed his body, which had been split in two. Since your corpse is troublesome, cremation is better. As soon as Daito finished speaking, he felt a sense of weightlessness, as if his ankle had been entangled by something. He immediately stopped, releasing Tian Zhao, his body becoming intangible, and the sickle with the iron chain wrapped around his ankle loosened in turn. Banzang emerged from the ground, looking shaken as he stared at the black flames burning on the distant ground. The one that had been split in two had disappeared. It was only a Ing Fun Shun. If Banzang had not used the Xian Zhongzhan Shou Ji Shu to ambush Daito, leaving a clone on the surface to take the hit for him, he would have truly died this time. Daito felt a slight stinging pain in his right eye. Indeed, because he was using both eyes' abilities simultaneously, the damage that Suzhua Nenghu inflicted on ordinary Wan Huatong still persisted. When releasing Tian Zhao and Shinwei Daito would cancel his intangible state. Therefore, he had just been caught outside the protection of Suzhua Nenghu by Banzang. The chakra of Suzhua Nenghu had also dissipated. The weakness of the half-body Suzhua was at its feet, and Banzang had clearly discovered this. I did catch you in that moment. What kind of strange technique is this again? Banzang frowned. He no longer had the confident and arrogant demeanor from before, replaced by fear and confusion and a hint of cowardice. Indeed, Banzang of the present, who would listen to Tuanzang's words and set out to destroy the Shao organization and Mi Yin that worshipped him, was no longer worthy of the title demigod. Lord Banzang. A voice came, and about 20 ninjas ran from the direction of the distant Yu'in village, all subordinates of Banzang. A glint of surprise flashed in Banzang's eyes. He waved his hand and commanded, "You go and hold this guy off." Meanwhile, he prepared to slip away. "Your strength is formidable. I Shanjiu Banzang acknowledge you. Now I believe you are Uchiha Ban. I look forward to our next meeting." Daito looked at Banzang with a strange expression, then slowly spoke. "I don't recall saying that I allowed you to leave, did I?" "Stop him." Banzang's subordinates charged forward to block Daito, but it was useless. Daito's body passed through their attacks, without any obstruction. Meanwhile, the white clay he casually shook from his sleeve formed into the shapes of insects which would explode once they crawled onto their bodies. Watching Daito getting closer, Shanjiu Banzang's eyes turned cold. He voluntarily stopped and said in a gloomy tone, I originally couldn't use that move here, but since you were so aggressive I will have to get a little serious. Daito said nothing, but simply placed his hand in the air, clenching it into a fist, and pulled out a huge gourd-shaped war fan from the void. Banzang was probably about to unseal the deadly poison of the Shanjiu. Although his attacks were already poisonous, it was useless against Daito's Shenwei and Su's Weneng, so he would likely release a large-scale poison gas, killing even the subordinates who had come to save him. Is this body of yours still human? Banzang stood atop a giant salamander looking down at Daito, who held a round fan in his hand. Your foot was just hooked by my poison scythe. For a normal person the toxin would have spread and caused death, but you're as if nothing happened. Daito nodded, slightly grateful that he had put on Baiju beforehand, otherwise even he would have suffered from the poison scythe's hook. System exchange 50 points for Zhujian cells weakened version. The purchase of the weakened Zhujian cells had a requirement: the body must already contain Zhujian cells. Since Daito had suffered severe leg injuries, and Ban had transplanted some Baiju cells into him, he already met the purchase condition. However, the strength of the weakened Zhujian cells was average, similar to that of the original Daito after transplanting half of Baiju's body. But at least it could alleviate the risk of his right eye going blind and allow him to use wood release. This was already sufficient. Feeling a warm current rising from the soles of his feet, a warmth spread through his right eye, which was hidden behind the mask. The eye power consumed by Susanoo earlier seemed to be slowly recovering, and his chakra reserves had increased once again. Lord Banzang, please stop. Lord Banzang, are you going to kill us all as well? Lord Banzang. Banzang formed a strange hand seal, and his subordinates began to retreat, their faces filled with terror. A kunai with an explosive tag flew toward him. Daito didn't move, letting it pierce through his body and explode behind him. The shattered stones and dust did not even touch his clothes. Just as I thought. You possess a means to nullify physical attacks, but such a technique must have a limit. As Banzang's words fell, the salamander beneath him opened its massive mouth, spewing purple poison gas that instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Even his own subordinates were not spared. They soon foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. You've changed, Banzang. When did your methods become like those of that filthy old man? Looking at Banzang, Daito sighed. In his youth, Banzang was not like this. After defeating Mifune, he had acknowledged him and given him the antidote. He had defeated the 3 ninja of the leaf, but let them go, even bestowing upon them the title of 3 ninja. Now this man who would sacrifice even his own followers as cannon fodder to defeat him was becoming more and more like that old relic Tuanzang. Thinking of Tuanzang, a surging murderous intent rose from the depths of his heart. A cold and immense chakra burst forth from Daito's body, momentarily dispersing the surrounding poison gas. Speaking of this war, the Hyuga clan of your Leaf Village seems to have suffered tremendous losses. The main house has lost nearly 10 Byakugan. Could it be that you were the one who did it? Daito frowned slightly, watching the poison gas that had already spread to his side and entered his intangible state. The main house lost 10 Byakugan. That means 10 clan members died. The Hyuga main house doesn't have many members, so this is a huge loss. But aside from Ao obtaining 1 Byakugan, who else could have stolen so many? Looking at the crimson Sharingan revealed beneath Daito's mask, Banzang waved his hand. Forget it, this probably has nothing to do with you. You seem to be a member of the Uchiha clan. Although you claim to be Ban, I've heard that the Uchiha look down on other dojutsu clans and wouldn't bother with the Hyuga's Byakugan. Baiju, do you know what's going on? Baiju also indicated he knew nothing about this matter, as his clones were limited in number. Although they could gather intelligence, they couldn't cover every battlefield. Obito, rather than this, I think your current situation is more troublesome. Baiju reminded him, because even in the intangible state he could still sense the deadly poison of the salamander in the air. Baiju was fine, but if Daito deactivated his intangibility, his body would be poisoned. This kind of poison should be fine, right? He had specifically exchanged for the weakened Zhujian cells. Although weakened, it should still grant some poison resistance, shouldn't it? To be safe, Daito decided not to risk enduring the salamander's poison with his own body. He formed hand seals, stepped forward, and began to spin in place. Wind release, fierce wind, 8 trigrams, heaven turning. Violent wind-attributed chakra surged from Daito's hands, forming a tornado as he spun, dispersing the surrounding poison gas. The wind wall also created a semicircular barrier protecting Daito within. In truth, Daito had always been researching how to learn the Hyuga's gentle fist, especially the absolute defense of the 8 trigrams heaven turning, which he coveted. So he often developed similar ninjutsu, hoping that one day he could say to Hyuga Moonstone, the Hyuga's gentle fist is nothing special. Look, even I, an Uchiha, can learn it. Ha ha ha. But now, it was impossible. All of this could only exist in his imagination. This immense chakra. Is this guy really human? Banzang raised his hands to shield himself from the poison mist and violent wind rushing toward him. It seemed like a mere C-rank wind release, yet Daito had used it at an A-rank level, putting immense pressure on Banzang. Daito stopped, but the flying sand and debris did not, still swirling in the aftermath of the wind technique. Fire release, explosive, great flame formation. What? Daito suddenly saw the ground beneath him begin to flow, and then a large number of explosive tags appeared, seemingly trying to climb up his ankles. He was sure there were no explosive tags there just a moment ago, so he quickly deduced that this was similar to the Second Hokage's mutual explosive tags, a summoning technique that called forth a large number of explosive tags. Although its power was far inferior to the second's technique, it had been able to injure Nagato when he awakened the Rinnegan. He absolutely could not underestimate this move. Couldn't underestimate it. Then he just wouldn't look at it. After all, such a technique was nothing before the intangibility of Kamui. Just then Daito suddenly covered his mask, feeling a sharp pain in his right eye. The 5-minute intangibility limit was approaching. Snap! Although he used some strange footwork to dodge most of the explosive tags, two floated in front of his eyes, glowing brightly and about to explode. With his Sharingan's dynamic vision, Daito saw that he couldn't avoid them, so he had to take the round fan from his back and let the explosive tags land on it. Space-time annihilation. No explosion sound came, and Daito's chakra signature vanished from the spot. Possessing both Kamui eyes, Daito could enter the dimensional space almost instantly. Where did he go? Banzong held his side, looking around, but could no longer sense Daito's chakra. Inside the dimensional space, Daito took a deep breath, aimed at the outside world, and activated Kamui again to leave the space. Bang! The round fan glowed blue, instantly releasing a powerful burst of wind-attributed chakra, which struck Banzang's back like an explosion, sending him flying. Because the force was still insufficient, even with Baiju, the rebound was too strong. The round fan flew out of his hand, spinning twice in the air to dissipate the force before Daito reached out and caught it steadily. This game of tag ends here. No pain, it will be over in an instant. Daito's chakra erupted outward, enveloping him in a faint purple glow. In one hand, he held the round fan, and with the other, he drew the tachi from his waist. The sound of violent lightning friction echoed through the sky. Chidori sharp spear. Banzong gritted his teeth, watching the lightning that was about to blind him. He made an extremely bizarre folding motion, dodging the vital point. The Chidori sharp spear only pierced through one of his thighs. Hanzo of the Salamander, your legend ends here. Obito watched as Hanzo, who clearly had no chance of victory, still clung to life and continued to emit poison, and suddenly felt a hint of boredom. I haven't lost yet. The reluctant Hanzo roared, his whole body emanating poison gas, seemingly ready to go all out. The hand seals he was forming. Was it another summoning technique? Uchiha-style vacuum slash. Obito drew the tachi at his waist, infusing it with wind nature chakra. A blade of wind instantly severed one of Hanzo's hands, preventing him from summoning the salamander any further. After absorbing the now unnecessary Uchiha fan into Kamui space, Obito, holding the tachi, stepped toward Hanzo one stride at a time, the Sharingan beneath his mask gleaming with a terrifying red light. How ugly it is to cling to life and refuse to admit defeat. As he gazed at the coldly gleaming tachi raised above his head, the man known as the demigod finally felt fear. Don't stop. But Obito gave him no chance. With a single stroke, he severed his head. Amaterasu. Black flames roared to life, igniting the headless corpse of Hanzo the salamander. This corpse must be cremated. Is this considered hazardous waste? Obito had just turned and taken 2 steps, when he suddenly clutched his chest and fell to one knee. After a violent gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, and then the stifling sensation in his chest finally eased. Daijubu. Are you okay, Obito? The white Zetsutobi attached to his body asked with concern. It's fine. I inhaled a bit of that stinking fish's poison. Fortunately, Obito had exchanged for a weakened version of Hashirama cells beforehand. Although inferior, they at least kept the poison from being fatal. If an ordinary person had inhaled that poison, forget about continuing to fight. Surviving a minute would have been a miracle. Sensing a warm current within his body erasing the inhaled poison, Obito couldn't help but marvel that Hashirama Senju was truly a bug-like existence. A Kamui vortex twisted space. Obito, holding a severed head, stood in the rain-soaked Amigakure where it rained year-round. He looked up at a certain building inside. He could sense 2 chakra signatures, especially the one composed of the Rinnegan's chakra and the vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan. Without a doubt, that was Nagato. Obito stealthily crept toward that direction, phasing through the wall, using intangibility, and suddenly appeared beside Nagato and Konan, wanting to see if they were doing anything scandalous. Instead, he saw the 2 sitting in low spirits with Yahiko's corpse placed beside them. Nearby were many human-shaped bags, each containing the bodies of other Akatsuki members killed by Danzo's subordinates. Thud. A head was thrown to the ground, rolling to their feet. Who are you? The 2 looked in astonishment and uncertainty at the masked black-robed Obito and the all-too-familiar head rolling at their feet. This is Hanzo the salamander. Nothing more than that. I casually plucked his head off. Is this gift of meeting satisfactory? Obito's arrogant and provocative words once again demonstrated his unparalleled strength enough to make the 2 in front of him wary. Who are you? To be able to pluck off Hanzo the salamander's head as easily as taking something from a pocket. Konan's eyes widened in disbelief. Nagato, with his one Rinnegan exposed, stared at Obito. Obito slowly raised his head, revealing a crimson Mangekyo Sharingan through the hole in his mask. Its eerie pattern possessed an indescribable beauty. Well, names don't matter. If I must say, I have a name I discarded long ago. Uchiha. Madara. That was a legendary figure known alongside Hashirama Senju as the 2 titans of the ninja world. You. Konan's words trailed off on their own, for aside from such a powerful being, who else could so easily dispose of a strong ninja like Hanzo the salamander? The people of this era are even weaker than I imagined. Although I have lost my prime strength in this age, without Hashirama, no one is still my match. Obito slowly walked toward Nagato. Nagato watched the approaching Obito with wary eyes, but did not move. Swoosh. Obito passed straight through Nagato's body, and with his back to them said, "Do you still believe in that foolish idea of people understanding each other?" As his words fell, Conan wanted to retort, but Nagato stopped her. "Those who do not understand pain cannot truly feel peace." Nagato nodded deeply as if he had found a kindred spirit, and expressed his own view. "I agree with you. If one does not understand others' pain, they cannot truly understand others, and even if they could understand, they could not reconcile with each other." A smirk curled at the corner of Obito's mouth. He sneered inwardly. "This is your own thought. Just because it comes from my mouth, you can gain trust or recognition. In all things, where there is light, there must be shadow. If there is a concept of victor, then there must also be a vanquished. If you harbor the selfish desire to maintain peace, you will incite war. If you wish to protect love, will inevitably breed hatred. They are bound by cause and effect, inseparable. This is reality." Obito turned around and looked at Nagato behind him. "If it's you now, you should be able to understand what I mean, right?" Nagato nodded, his eyes growing firm even with a hint of fervent adoration, and asked, "You came to me and told me all this. You must have a purpose, right?" Very clever. Those eyes of yours, the Rinnegan, mean you are destined to be the savior of this era. Those eyes can even revive the dead." "What? Revive the dead?" Obito continued, "Don't be surprised. It's useless to revive your partner now because he has no power. If you want to revive him, consider it later. Let me show you a clear path. In the face of overwhelming power, everything becomes meaningless. And you with those eyes will obtain that overwhelming power." Obito stepped out of the dark room they were in, and at the doorway he said, "The Akatsuki is a very good idea. You can recruit powerful members targeting rogue ninjas to form a mercenary organization that develops in secret. When the time comes, I will explain my plan in detail. I call it the Moon Eye Plan." With a use of Kimui, Obito vanished before them. "Hey, Obito, why call it the Moon Eye Plan? Are you still going to carry out Madara's plan?" Toby asked in confusion. "Wrong, you idiot. It's that the Moon Eye Plan sounds more domineering. I couldn't think of a cooler name on the spot." "Ha ha ha. Even though you've become like this, some parts of you haven't changed." Obito's face darkened. "Shut up. Nagato, this matured pawn, must be secured. Only then will his target be Mu Yi." A figure clad in a black robe ignored all of Mu Ye's barriers, passing through everything like a phantom, and appeared directly in the village of Mu Yi without being detected. "Long time no see. It's been a while, Mu Yi." Returning to his own home, the once busy figure of his grandmother was nowhere to be seen. Under the tree in the backyard, Daito placed a bouquet of flowers. His grandmother was buried there. "You always taught me to help others. I'm sorry I couldn't fulfill that." Daito used the transformation technique to disguise himself as an ordinary Mu Yi resident strolling through the village with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly he felt a gaze seemingly scrutinizing him, but when he turned around he saw no one. Is it psychological? Could it be because of Lin's words, "I'll always watch over you," that I sense this gaze? Daito chuckled, using self-deprecation to ease this oppressive feeling. Now that the war was over, Mu Yi appeared relatively prosperous. Compared to the Hidden Rain village, this place could be called paradise. "If I were to summon the Sandway and fire a tailed beast ball, wouldn't you all be blown to pieces?" Glancing in the direction of Shui Min and Jiu Xian's home, Daito let out a cold sneer and vanished into the crowd. The Jiuwei, that beast, he could not let go either. However, he did not intend to attack. While Jiu Xian was giving birth, he wanted to declare war on Mu Yi head-on, just like Peiyan's invasion, and seize the Jiuwei in an open and straightforward manner. To obtain all 9-tailed beasts, Daito could not show mercy. Just because Jiu Xian was his former master's wife, even if she lost her life due to the extraction of the Jiuwei. Suddenly Daito's eye twitched. Arriving at the Mu Yi cemetery, he saw a white-haired man carrying a round fan standing before a memorial stone, muttering his own name and placing a bouquet of flowers on it. "Isn't that my round fan? Damn you, Kakashi, you stole my possession." Although that round fan was a decent ninja tool, it was merely a replica of the one used by Uchiha Ban. Now that he possessed the true flame round fan, it didn't matter if he gave the original one to Kakashi. "Daito, I just took a mission to secretly guard Jiu Xian. Sister Jiu Xian is pregnant, and teacher Shui Min is going to become a father. Lin has now become an excellent medical ninja, as she learned a lot from Lady Gangsho. But Lady Gangsho has already left the village. It seems she intends to never be a ninja again and wants nothing to do with it." Hearing Kakashi's words, Daito narrowed his eyes. Sister Gangsho. Indeed, this was the only person he felt he had wronged. But since she had already left Mu Yi, it was just as well. He could go all out when destroying Mu Yi. "I'll let you off today, Mu Yi. After Mingren is born, you won't have any good days." Daito activated Kimui and left the place. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after, a man with a yellow punk hairstyle arrived and conducted a serious investigation. "By Ju, have you found Shiwan's whereabouts?" Returning to the original underground base of Ban, which had now been transformed into his own base, Ban's corpse had been disposed of and preserved. "Found him. Although he recently defected from Mu Yi, his current hiding place is not far from the village, probably a place arranged by Tuanzong." A Baiju clone reported to Daito. At that moment, a Fei Baiju came running over. Hey, you went to Mu Yi this time. Why did you come back without doing anything?" The killing intent you gave off when you left scared me. I almost pooped my pants." Seeing Daito's gloomy expression, a Fei laughed awkwardly and scratched his head, muttering, "Just kidding." For the next 9 months, I won't make a move on Mu Yi. The Ba-Wei is the strongest tailed beast after the Jiu-Wei. Taking advantage of the post-war weakness, let's first capture that cow-headed octopus. Aren't you going to use the Akatsuki to capture the tailed beasts? You chose to go yourself. Daito began sharpening his tachi with a whetstone, speaking calmly. The yellow flash can single-handedly fight the AI, and by brothers. I just want to test my own abilities. Besides, with the yellow flash and Yuan Fei Rijan around, if I don't strengthen our side, killing Tuanzong and taking the Jiu-Wei, let alone destroying Mu Yi, is completely impossible. Don't you already have a Sanwei? Daito stroked his chin, thinking about that giant turtle with 3 tails. It could be easily subdued by Daito La with clay bombs, and when used as a helper, it could be taken out by you with a single Amaterasu. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't a useful tool. That turtle is too weak. Without a powerful tailed beast like the Ba-Wei, I wouldn't dare attack Mu Yi. Era, you've become so cautious. But it's said that after the 3rd Raikage died in battle, AI succeeded as the 4th, and Shi La Bai is a rare perfect Jinchuriki. Are you really confident against such opponents? Daito curled his lip. You talk too much. Facing the 2 of them might be a bit troublesome. But if I take them on one by one, I will win. Although Daito thought in his heart that even if the 2 came at him together, he still had a chance to win. After all, unlike Suizhu during the 5 Kage summit in the original story, his Kimui was superior to Suizhu's abilities, and he also possessed an inferior version of Zhujian cells and a single eternal Mangekyo. What about Dashiwan? By the way, he has stolen almost all forbidden techniques. Can he help me research poop? Daito was already tired of dealing with Baiju. Probably because his spiral head looked like a turd, he only thought about poop all day. Dashiwan must serve me. Let Chongmin recruit him first. It's still too early for me to show myself. Let's go, Baiju. Baiju scratched his head in confusion. Where are we going? To capture the Ba-Wei. The Ba-Wei. Is your brain scrambled? Ah, I thought you Obito were confident enough to go alone. As expected, you still need my power. Ha ha ha. Watching Baiju disperse from the spiral head and wrap around his body, Daito thought to himself, if it weren't for your usefulness, you annoying pest, I would have sent you off with a single Kimui long ago. He casually picked up the robe hanging on the wall and stored over a dozen giant shuriken, each half the size of a person, into the Kimui dimension. This was the power of Kimui, the ability to store ninja tools in advance and launch a surprise attack during battle. Donning the Baiju mask, he walked out of the underground base. The breeze rustled his black robe, making it flap loudly. Obito, clad in a black robe, appeared silently near the hidden cloud village. His target was the 8 tails. If he could encounter Killer Bee first, he would not have to fight the Raikage. After the 3rd Raikage's death, the 4th Raikage, A had his younger brother Killer Bee train the tailed beast ball at the Cloud and Lightning Gorge. If his guess was correct, heading to the Cloud and Lightning Gorge would lead him to Killer Bee. Who are you? A dark-skinned hidden cloud ninja approached, a wary expression on his face as he scrutinized Obito in his black robe. It's none of your business. Tell me where Killer Bee is. Using the Jinjutsu Sharingan, he casually dropped the dazed hidden cloud guard ninja to the ground. Obito activated Kimui and vanished. When he reappeared, he stood atop a towering peak that pierced the clouds, listening to the deafening thunder that echoed continuously in his ears. He said calmly, the land of lightning lives up to its reputation. What a noisy environment. The hidden cloud village had never been short of dirty deeds. From the past, the Second Hokage died at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and they even attempted to claim the 9 tails. If not for the young yellow flash who displayed the famous scene of flirting under the moonlight, the 9 tails Jinchuriki Kushina would have been taken away. So this beast lives here? Taking the 8 tails is as easy as reaching into a bag. Obito had already sensed the vast, overwhelming chakra energy, the unique aura of a tailed beast. Walking to the door of the only building here, Obito's low magnetic voice rang out, at this hour still planning to sleep. A tall, muscular man with dark-skinned sunglasses and light yellow hair came out, spinning and dancing while chanting, training early morning hunger unbearable. This rap-loving master noon meal will be sukiyaki baka yero kono yero. Whatever you plan to eat, I'll have takoyaki for lunch today since the ingredients are right in front of me. Obito tilted his head and drew a long sword from the void. Since Killer Bee's swordsmanship was extremely powerful, Obito intended to test it and perhaps even learn some essence of the blade. Seeing Killer Bee standing with arms crossed looking down on him, Obito couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Was this guy stupid or really strong? How dare he not take him seriously? Uchiha-style wind and fire slash. Under the rapid sword swings, sword chi composed of wind-natured chakra ignited into blazing flames as it flew, each strike lethal, heading toward Killer Bee. Killer Bee's sunglasses glinted slightly. His massive body moved with an incongruous agility, dodging and spinning at high speed, while also drawing several short swords. Maji. Really? Obito watched as Bee dodged the dense barrage of slashes, then pulled out those swords from his body, holding them in a very strange posture. With one sword in his mouth and others held under his armpits between his leg joints and in his arm joints, he spun and charged at Obito. Obito glanced at the long sword in his hand, silently activated his Sharingan, and let Killer Bee charge at him without any resistance. Intimidated by my magnificent figure, you drop your blade? A wise decision. Against me you are destined to lose. Baka yero kono yero. Obito sneered, slowly raised his right hand, and even confidently turned his back to Killer Bee. Shoot. Killer Bee's body passed through Obito without any hindrance. His rap abruptly stopped, replaced by a face full of disbelief. In the instant of Obito's intangibility, the last part of Killer Bee's body left Obito's. Obito immediately materialized and reached his hand toward Killer Bee. Morata. As long as this hand touched Killer Bee, he would be sucked into the Kamui space in an instant. I won't let you succeed. Yahoo! Bakayero Kono Yero. An octopus tail extended, piercing toward Obito's body. Obito narrowed his eyes and immediately activated intangibility. The octopus tentacle passed through his body, and Obito also passed through Killer Bee, failing to capture him into Kamui. Quick reflexes. I have to admit, even without the 8 tails, you're no weakling. What a noisy guy. Just fighting him makes my head buzz. You're just as bad, White Setsu. Watching Obito emit 2 voices and carry on a conversation, Killer Bee rubbed his chin, a question mark appearing on his forehead. Obito drew another sword from the void, one in each hand, and charged at Killer Bee. This time he didn't intend to use intangibility, merely engaging in a swordplay duel with his dual-wielding style. Beneath your mask, crimson eyes a face that dares not reveal its identity. You're the Uchiha of Konoha. Didn't anyone tell you your rap is trash? Obito kept his 3-tomo Sharingan active, observing the opponent's movements. Killer Bee's non-stop rap irritated his ears, making it impossible to calm his mind and fight. As soon as Obito interrupted Killer Bee's rap, Bee started another one, which made Obito's anger surge. He almost subconsciously activated Susanoo and started a giant battle. But on second thought, since he was wearing a mask and no one knew who he was, he decided to temporarily switch to Toby. He murmured in his heart, if I feel like it, I can instantly switch faces and rap battle with you. Clearing his throat, Obito drew a third short sword from the void, tossed it into the air, caught it with his elbow joint, and spun with 3 swords, clashing with Killer Bee, who wielded 7 swords. You walking towards me makes me so restless, this feeling I've never had, 'cause I got a crush on you. Killer Bee also got excited hearing his opponent could rap too. He swung his swords more vigorously. The two fought like they were dancing and shouting, battling while rapping. Killer Bee kicked out, dancing like a butterfly, and consecutively threw 5 swords from his hand, all missing Obito. Then he spun like a top, picked up the swords from the ground, and continued swinging, trying to get close to Obito. Battle makes me feel great, and my opponent can rap. Don't stay away, let me hear your lyrics. Watching Killer Bee writhe his disgusting body, each strike lethal, and trying to get close, Obito also let himself go. Wearing a mask, he actually felt more like he had taken off his mask. One more glance and you'll explode, get closer and you'll melt. With the end of this rap, the number of swords in Obito's hand increased to 5. This was the battle adaptability rewarded by the system in the early stages. Although it had been useless before, it now played a real role. Adapting to Killer Bee's fighting style, he learned the opponent's techniques with the same style combined with his Sharingan's copying ability. He adapted to Bee's rhythm and copied his sword swings with the Sharingan, familiarizing himself with the blade in each clash until he mastered the opponent's swordsmanship. When Obito drew his 6th blade, Kurabi finally realized the gravity of the situation. He had been immersed in the rhythm of his rap and the thrill of clashing swords, initially unaware of the terrifying adaptability and learning ability that Obito possessed. Watching Obito dance with the 6 blades like a butterfly, his movements almost identical to his own, and with the added enhancement of the Sharingan, Obito began to gain the upper hand in swordsmanship as soon as the 6th blade was drawn. But just as Kurabi thought Obito would draw a 7th blade and defeat him with sword techniques, Obito instead sucked all the blades into the Kamui dimension, leaving only one hanging at his waist. Fancy, but ultimately vulgar swordplay. The game ends here. Obito suddenly turned his head, looking toward a distant mountain peak. A bit of trash got into my eye. Let me deal with it first. Amaterasu. 2 cloud ninjas standing on the distant peak were instantly engulfed in black flames. Screaming, they rolled off the cliff, not burned to death, but killed by the fall. To release Amaterasu at such a distance was thanks to Obito's left eye ability, which combined long-range Kamui and Amaterasu. By combining them, Obito could unleash both powers simultaneously, using the Kamui space to crush opponents while inflicting Amaterasu damage, and employing spatial manipulation to extend the range and precision of the Black Flames. Black Flame's long-range instant kill. He wasn't serious in our fight at all. He was just playing. Moreover, Kurabi had been actively meeting Obito's gaze during the battle, hoping to use his immunity to Jinjutsu to catch him off guard, but Obito seemed unwilling to use Jinjutsu, only employing the basic abilities of the Sharingan. Fighting me, and you don't even use the true power of the Sharingan. I know the Sharingan's strength lies in Jinjutsu. How much do you look down on me? The moment Obito activated his ability, Kurabi hurled 5 blades at once, aiming to skewer Obito like a pincushion. But when Obito was struck, he turned into countless crows, cawing and scattering, only to gather again, standing behind Kurabi. You've asked an interesting question. Then let me ask you one. When did you get the illusion that I wasn't using Jinjutsu? Tap. Inside Kurabi's consciousness, his head was flicked, and he snapped awake. Looking at the 8 tails, he scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, Hachibi. I fell for his Jinjutsu. This guy's eyes are very peculiar. They give me an uneasy feeling. And his abilities are extremely strange. Don't let your guard down. The 8 tails had never shown such an expression while fighting alongside Kurabi. Even when they faced the yellow flash alongside the Raikage, they had always handled it with ease. What he didn't know was that the discomfort was a physical reaction to the Mangekyo Sharingan, for with these eyes one could easily control tailed beasts through Jinjutsu. The Obito formed of crows vanished as well, and his real body emerged from behind a rock. It seems I'll have to go all out too. Karabi's body began to emit a sound like boiling water. A deep red chakra cloaked the tailed beast mode enveloped him, and several tails made of chakra sprouted from behind. Karabi was not afraid of Obito constantly using intangibility, because Obito's goal was to capture him, so he would have to attack. And if Obito kept using intangibility, time would drag on. Once the Raikage arrived, Obito's chance of taking him away would become even slimmer. Lightning hot knife. Obito tilted his head. Blue and purple chakra flames instantly ignited, enveloping his body, and then a skeletal frame rose protecting him within Susanoo. The skeleton-clad Susanoo raised its skeletal arm and collided with Karabi's lightning hot knife. With the same stance and similar techniques, Karabi flew backward in disbelief, unable to accept that he and his tailed beast cloak had lost to Obito, who had merely imitated his moves. Don't underestimate the Uchiha's ocular powers, kid. Karabi wiped the blood from his lips, a look of incredulity on his face. This guy actually admitted he was from the Uchiha clan. But if Konoha possessed such a powerful warrior, why had he never heard of him? Who are you? Again, I don't want to answer such a foolish question. What use is a dead man knowing my name? Die. Fire-style storm dance. Space warped violently as a torrent of flames spiraled out from Obito's mast, faced the massive fire technique, engulfing nearly half of the lightning cloud gorge. Whoa hey! 8 giant octopus tentacles like blooming flower buds shattered Obito's fire technique with a single sweep. The broken embers scattered onto the lake, slowly extinguishing, sending up wisps of white smoke. So this is the perfect Jinchuriki, tailed beast transformation. I was somewhat expecting more, but this is all the power you have. Obito placed his hands on his hips, looking up disdainfully at the grotesque monster with an ox's head and octopus tentacles. White Setsu, cooperate with me. Oh la la, so you do need my power after all. Heh, mere tailed beast. Let it feel the power of my will of feces. Obito made the hand seal of wood style, puzzled. Will of feces. What's that? Oh, you're interested. It's the strong obsession and spirit for exploring the urge to defecate, forming a will. Abbreviated as the will of feces. Obito spat, thinking he should never discuss anything other than battle plans and orders with White Setsu. Wood style hell's chaos. Obito had only made the hand seal to look cool, but suddenly realized he didn't actually know any wood style techniques. So he simply released the restriction on wood style, letting it spread and suppress the 8 tails over a wide area. The attack's power and range were equivalent to a small-scale tree world. What? Wood style? Gyuki, the 8 tails, opened its massive mouth. A black chakra sphere formed at its lips, then shot out like a cannonball, a wave of golden light that engulfed the forest before it. Pretty capable, huh? That thing's destructive power is immense, but it doesn't look like a tailed beast ball, does it? The 8 tails let out a deafening roar, its tails flailing wildly. The surrounding peaks shattered, the lake water churned violently, and the ground shook as mountains crumbled and the earth split. Well, just a beast. Obito focused chakra in his left eye, locking onto the 8 tails' head. Kimui crush. Divine might strangulation. Have a duck neck. Lightning bomb. Huh. Obito immediately ceased the release of divine might, rendering his body intangible, and gazed at the blue light pressing against his face. No, it was no longer just pressing, it was in negative contact with him. Watching the figure who had passed through his body, failing to retract his strength in time, and sliding awkwardly on the ground with his hands before barely regaining his footing. Who else could it be but the 4th Raikage AI? Obito tapped his mask in mild vexation, and spoke in a low, deep voice, "Well, 4th Raikage. Compared to the yellow flash of Konoha, you are far superior. At least you showed up in time. I'm facing the strongest AB brothers of Kumobikure, you still have the nerve to compare me with Minato. Are you really okay?" Obito rubbed his chin mask, then nodded and shook his head, saying, "It's fine. Because you are very weak." The hot-tempered Raikage instantly turned red like an ignited chili pepper. His hair began to stand on end, and blue lightning crackled all over his body as he entered his lightning armor state. "Let me show you the power of rage." Obito clicked his tongue, crossed his arms, and said, "Your voice is dreadful, like someone whose brain is flooded and cerebellum is atrophied, you black guy." In his past life, Obito had always despised the voice of Raikage AI. It sounded like a lump of coke stuck in his throat, making his ears feel like exploding after hearing too much. Lightning hammer. There was no denying the Raikage's speed. Before the words had even faded, he was already beside Obito, delivering a powerful chop aimed at his neck. But unsurprisingly, the Raikage's confident attack missed again. Obito seemed like an intangible phantom. No matter how he attacked, he could not touch him. The moment the Raikage slid out of his body, Obito extended his right hand, ready to strike his back. "Got you." But the Raikage, without retracting his strength, used the ground to push off again and dodged Obito's grab. Whooshed. A blade swept past his neck. Obito again used intangibility to evade the attack and looked at Killer Bee. Even he found it a bit troublesome. The AB brothers, who were famed alongside the Yellow Flash, made capturing Killer Bee even more difficult. But that alone was not enough to stop Obito. As long as he found an opportunity to suck Killer Bee into the Kimui dimension, victory would be his. Big brother. This guy's ability is very strange. Killer Bee and the Raikage glared at Obito, exchanging information about him. Boring. Obito formed hand seals and said, "Summoning Jutsu." As he slapped the ground with one hand, a massive surge of chakra energy blew both the Raikage and Killer Bee away. They retreated dozens of steps before daring to look at what appeared in the smoke. Roar. A gigantic, gray-shelled turtle appeared in the already devastated Cloud Valley Gorge. Even more horrifying were its 3 constantly writhing tails. This chilling chakra presence. What else could it be but a tailed beast? Obito stood atop the 3 tails, forming hand seals as chakra circulated rapidly within him. Would clone jutsu. Wooden strips split from Obito's body, gradually forming another Obito. Now it's 2 versus 2. That should be fair, right? Obito's main body charged at Killer Bee, who gritted his teeth and entered a partial tailed beast form. Meanwhile, Obito's wood clone stood atop the 3 tails, choosing the Raikage as his opponent. How dare you use only a clone to deal with me? Obito's wood clone watched the Raikage charging at him, smiled lightly, and wrapped his body in swirling blue-purple chakra. The first form of skeletal Susanoo was completed, standing majestically atop the 3 tails. This is a wood clone. With enough chakra, even Susanoo can be activated. Next, it's your turn. You beast. Obito slowly closed his right eye as a massive amount of chakra surged into his left eye. The pattern of his eternal Mangekyo began to rotate slowly, a windmill enveloping a 6-pointed star. Amaterasu. Vast black flames blazed on the enormous body of the 8 tails. Soon the 8 tails shrank, dramatically reverting to the unconscious Killer Bee, who floated on the water like a dead dog. B. The Raikage, unable to quickly deal with the 3 tails and Obito's Susanoo-wielding clone, could only watch helplessly. Obito did not look at the floating Killer Bee. Instead, he pressed his finger against the lake's surface, activating a wide-range sensory jutsu. So you're still down there, huh? Trying to fool me with an octopus leg. Obito bit his finger, quickly formed hand seals, and pressed his hand on the water, summoning jutsu. A thick, bucket-sized snake immediately dove into the water. Strangely, the snake's left eye had the pattern of a 3-tomo Sharingan. After diving to the bottom, it saw Killer Bee hiding underwater, dragging 2 octopus legs behind him. A snake. As Killer Bee looked on in astonishment, Obito crawled out of the snake's mouth, placed a hand on his shoulder, and activated Kimui, sucking Killer Bee into the dimension. 8 tails. Hunting complete. Obito did not immediately return to the surface, but entered the Kimui dimension, pinning Killer Bee to a pillar and beginning to extract the tailed beast from the seal on his abdomen. Madara had taught Obito how to quickly separate the tailed beast from its Jinchuriki, just like in the original story. The time it took to separate the 9 tails from Kushina was as short as the moment Minato returned home to drop off Naruto, no exaggeration. Soon Obito looked at the rampaging 8 tails in his Kimui dimension and sighed. It seemed he could not use intangibility for now. Otherwise, if the 8 tails gave him a big slap while he was intangible, he would be done for. Carrying the unconscious 8 tails, Obito stepped out of the Kimui dimension and casually dismissed the summoning of the 3 tails. I'll return Killer Bee to you. I'm taking the 8 tails. The Raikage was about to charge, but Obito tossed the barely alive Killer Bee to him, stopping his advance. This guy still has an octopus leg left inside him. Even without the tailed beast, he won't die. What a tenacious fellow. Watching the Raikage holding Killer Bee, Obito ignored his roars and threats directed at his back, stylishly entered the Kimui dimension, and left the ruined Cloud Valley Gorge. Yokata, great. Now you've obtained 2 tailed beasts. Becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki is also part of your plan, right? Obito chuckled lightly and patted the white Zetsu on his body. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is to remove the seal on my heart. Madara had placed a seal on his heart while he was unconscious, just like the one in the original story. Although he could not break it himself, Obito definitely had a way to remove it. But breaking the seal, without collecting all 9-tailed beasts, would only lead to death. I heard Minato's kid is about to be born. Obito stretched his stiff shoulders. Thanks to the degraded version of Hashirama cells he had exchanged for the 14-year-old, already towered over his peers, standing as tall as an adult. He pulled out a tiger-striped mask, and while rotating his wrist, spoke to White Zetsu. You don't need to attach yourself to me. The opponent this time might be troublesome. Just provide backup nearby. Since Minato's child, namely Uzumaki Naruto, was about to be born soon, Obito planned to capture the 9 tails only after the delivery. Even at his current state, he could not bring himself to ambush a woman in labor for personal gain. Obito's Kimui allowed him to teleport across both space and time. As long as he had scouted a location, he could appear there directly, meaning he could materialize outside Ichiraku Ramen shop without even crossing Konoha's barriers. As for why Ichiraku Ramen? Simple. He hadn't eaten there in ages and was craving it. Slurp slurp. Obito tilted his mask atop his head, using the black cloth to cover his eyes, while leaving only his nose and mouth exposed to eat. Suddenly, 2 very familiar voices rang out beside him. Kakashi has your mission already concluded. Yes, so I can finally relax and enjoy some ramen today. That guy Obito used to love this place too. Obito slurp slurp. Clearly the 2 who had arrived were Noera Rin and Hitaki Kakashi. Interestingly, Kakashi wasn't carrying his signature fan today. The 2 sat to his right just as they had when he was still a part of Konoha. But now he was no longer that Obito. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Having finished the noodles before him, Obito habitually lifted the bowl and drained the broth in one go, adjusted his mask, and turned to leave. Kakashi seemed to sense something and sprang to his feet, rushing out of Ichiraku Ramen shop to scan the street left and right, but the familiar presence had already vanished. Just my imagination. What's wrong, Kakashi? No, it's nothing. Meanwhile, Obito had already slipped out of a nearby flower shop unseen, having conveniently made off with a bouquet. Each time he visited Konoha, he would stop at his old home and leave flowers beneath that tree. Watching the sky gradually darken, Obito crouched atop a utility pole looking down over the Uchiha district. In the distance, a young boy cradling an infant was making his way home. Uchiha Itachi and the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Uchiha Sasuke, is it? What would happen if I killed Sasuke? Obito tapped his mask and thought to himself, if he killed Sasuke, and Six Paths old man's chakra suddenly erupted from somewhere to deal with him, that would be disastrous. So he abandoned the idea. Kushina and Minato aren't home. With a single Kamui, Obito had already appeared at Minato's residence. Uchiha Itachi holding Sasuke glanced up toward the utility pole, but it was already empty. Looks like today is the day. Obito extended 2 fingers and lightly touched the ground, beginning to sense the terrifying chakra emanating from the 9 tails. Heck, Konoha really is cautious, having Kushina give birth inside a ceiling array. Today I'm just scouting the area, the 9 tails will be mine sooner or later. He recalled how Kushina and Minato had once invited him over for a meal. Though the food hardly suited his taste, under the threat of sandbag-sized fists he and the others had still praised it as delicious. Lost in reminiscence, Obito shook his head. Was he getting old? He found it strange that even something like this could feel heartwarming. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the Sharingan beneath his mask gleamed with a cold, motionless light. Ding! System mission triggered. Recruit Hatake Sasami. Mission reward 100 points. Obito tilted his head, finally recalling that because of the system mission he had altered the storyline of Hatake Sasami's death, causing him to feign amnesia and abandon his ninja life. He had mistakenly thought the system was showing kindness, but it was actually laying a deeper trap to make a powerful figure like Hatake Sasami serve him willingly. Ding host, what are you thinking? Aha, system, you're quite foresight. Laying out a move back, then just to secure a powerful pawn. Obito was currently very close to where Kushina was giving birth. He heard a baby's cry and couldn't help but smile slightly. He turned to leave, but at that moment something unexpected occurred. Or rather something unforeseen, but it posed no threat to his plans. Obito spotted a masked figure cloaked in black approaching the small wooden cabin where Kushina was giving birth. At first glance, Obito nearly thought it was himself. But after confirming he had not summoned any clones, he calmly activated Kamui and teleported beside the cloaked figure. Yo, are you cosplaying or something? Obito deliberately adopted Uchiha Madara's deep, steady voice. Seeing the masked man ahead startle, he opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan beneath his mask and looked down upon him. You are Uchiha Madara. The stranger's voice was also altered and his mask made it impossible to identify him. But beneath the similar single-hole mask, Obito caught sight of a Sharingan. Sharingan, where did you obtain it? If it's best you don't know. It seems our target is also the 9 tails, but fighting you now would be premature. Whoosh! The masked man formed hand seals with both hands, and after roughly 3 seconds his entire figure and aura vanished completely. Space capability. Could it be the flying thunder god technique? Or perhaps a sort of teleportation jutsu? Obito narrowed his eyes. That masked man was definitely suspicious. He was certain the person was not from the Uchiha clan. A strand of white hair visible beneath the hood confirmed it. So this is the contingency you left behind. Black Zetsu. Obito let out a gloomy sneer. If Black Zetsu's backup plan involved another Sharingan user continuing the mission to capture the tailed beasts and resurrect Kaguya, then Obito would face no pressure whatsoever. He believed that with the system on his side, he could never lose to anyone. Activating Kamui, Obito appeared at the Hatake residence. He found the man dressed in casual kimono gazing up at the moon. Yo, Sasami, Konoha's white fanned. Who are you? Seems like the legends differ from reality. You haven't actually lost your memory. I can tell just by your gaze. Obito revealed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan beneath his mask. Noticing White Fang was about to make a move, Obito quickly stopped him with a light smile. No need to panic. I have a proposal. Don't panic. There's a deal here. Even though I'm no longer a ninja, if you threaten the village, I will still kill you. Daito narrowed his eyes, thinking that Chimu Shomao was truly arrogant to believe he could kill him. I thought that during these years of your pretended amnesia you had seen enough of Konoha's darkness, but it seems you're still at this level. I misjudged you. Daito's left eye with 3 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, instantly shifting into Mangekyo, entering a battle stance. Sharingan. And you know I've been faking amnesia? Could it be? Daito suddenly laughed, directly removing the mask from his face, revealing a face that still carried a hint of youthfulness, yet exuded an air of profound maturity and weariness. You are Daito. You really didn't die back then. Wrong. The Daito of that time is already dead. Don't call me by that name. Now the name I use to the outside world is Uchiha. Well, names don't matter. Since it's you, let me hear your plan. Chimu Shomao's face was serious. Ever since Daito saved him that time, he had firmly believed that this child was not ordinary. Do you know the original purpose of Konoha's founding? No, rather, why did the phenomenon of ninja villages appear in the ninja world? Daito asked a question that left one utterly perplexed. Just as Shomao was pondering for a moment and about to answer, Daito directly interrupted. Before Konoha was established during the chaotic warring states period, each clan governed itself. Everything was fought for the clan to protect one's family. However, at that time the 2 strongest clans, the Senju and the Uchiha, endured years of war irreconcilably hostile. But then 2 ninjas emerged. Uchiha and Senju Hashirama. After multiple defeats for the Uchiha clan, Uchiha compromised, and signed a peace agreement with the Senju clan, eventually jointly founding Konoha village. I know that story. Know its history taught in the Ninja Academy. After listening to Daito, Chimusho was still somewhat puzzled. What did this have to do with the present? Daito chuckled and shook his head, continuing, the two strongest clans, Senju and Uchiha, joined hands to establish the ninja village. Other clans, seeking more benefits and wanting to avoid the ravages of war, decided to join Konoha. Yes, the original purpose of founding Konoha was that each joining clan sought its own interests to provide a better life for their children and descendants, and to improve the clan's well-being. Seeing the look of sudden realization on Chimusho's face, Daito smiled. Now, after the third Hokage's indoctrination. No, perhaps it started from the second. Children from infancy are instilled with that so-called will of fire, the absurd idea that the village is everything, even to the point of abandoning one's clan. Especially the phrase, if it threatens the village, even a brother, friend, or my own child will not be spared. It's utterly ridiculous. The mindset has been flawed since the first Hokage. Your goal is to deny the will of fire. That will of fire I once believed in, to fight for the village and protect Konoha. I have long abandoned it. Chimusho rested his forehead on his hand, a bitter smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Aren't you curious why I don't return to Konoha? I already know what I need to know. A mature man like you wouldn't betray the village just because of a close friend's death. If you chose betrayal, it must be because the village betrayed you. Daito's lips curled. As expected of Konoha's White Fang, you guessed right. Don't call me that name anymore. Konoha's White Fang is grating to my ears. Kakashi is already a capable jonin, no need for you to worry. Now there's a path. Join my organization, Senior Shomao. Organization. The organization's name is Akatsuki, an organization that operates for the goal of world peace. I'm not the public leader, so I need you to join. Since you've said that, you must have already planned the next steps. Wear a mask. From now on, you are no longer Konoha's White Fang. I give you a new title, Silver Fang. How does it sound? Silver Fang. That's a fine name. Then next I will assign you your first mission. In 3 days, Konoha will be in chaos. Use that confusion to find the location of Konoha's root and eliminate that man Danzo. Before the words had even faded, the space around Daito began to warp, and with a spatial vortex, he vanished from the spot. Father, was someone here just now? Kakashi pushed open the door, panting, looking at his father, who was admiring the moon. Kakashi, no one's here. Kakashi tilted his head in confusion, feeling that something in his father's aura had changed. The gloominess had vanished, replaced by a sense of vitality. Have you regained your memory? Chimusho scratched his head awkwardly. I can recall fragments occasionally, but my memory still hasn't returned. Back in the Kamui dimension, Daito looked at the wall made of earth release, on which hung a giant shuriken, multiple tachi, and long swords. The only flaw was that from the other side of the space came the faint roars of some beasts. Two-tailed beasts were bound there by sealing techniques. Daito now had 100 points from capturing the encirclement, plus the 50 points left from before, enough to exchange for another eye to turn it into an eternal Mangekyo. But Daito wasn't in a hurry to use the eye. Although the points were a bit expensive, he wanted Sage Mode, or a more powerful eye such as Kotoeme Tsukumi. On the other side, looking at Kushina holding little Naruto in her arms, Minato's face was full of gravity. He gazed out the window at the bright moon. I have a bad feeling that something will happen soon. Relax, the war is over. This is Konoha's strongest era. You're worrying too much. What? Little Naruto in her arms started crying. Kushina immediately showed a loving smile, rocking the little one until he stopped crying and revealed an innocent smile. Recalling the original Ninetales attacked Danzo's root, and the Uchiha clan did not participate. So for Daito, the battle's opponents would only be two Kage-level fighters, Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although a 1v2 would put him at a disadvantage, don't forget they still had two-tailed beasts. If he could first extract the Ninetales from the Jinchuriki, three-tailed beasts would appear in Konoha. That would surely allow him to fight one-on-one with either Minato or Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the opponent was Minato, there was still a risk of failure due to the Flying Thunder God technique being too overwhelming. But if the opponent was merely the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Daito couldn't imagine how he could lose. His chakra reserves were at least 3 times greater, both had all 5 chakra natures, and he had the Sharingan's enhancement against a civilian ninja from the Sarutobi clan. Not to say it would be effortless, but defeating him wouldn't take too long. Ding detected that the host is about to invade Konoha, triggering a mission reward of 100 points, which has been issued. Obito halted his warm-up movements, his eyes widening in disbelief. Hey, are you serious? Could the system really be so generous? Or was it that without this 100-point reward, he was doomed to fail? Obito suddenly let out a cold laugh and stepped out of the Kamui dimension. Gazing at the Konoha gate before him and its fragile barrier, he casually raised 2 fingers, amassing an immense amount of chakra at his fingertips. Bang! Obito mischievously mimicked the sound of a gunshot with his mouth. As the chakra orb flew forth, both the Konoha barrier and the gate were blasted into pieces. This technique was a jutsu Obito had modified from the Rasengan. During the Third Shinobi World War, his enemies had called him a turret, which annoyed him, so he developed this more fitting technique. The night is deep. Disappear quietly. Obito scratched his head, revealing a malicious grin. Are you ready? It seems I can't let you disappear quietly after all. Whoosh! A familiar 3-pronged kunai pierced through his body. Obito casually activated Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, altering the kunai's trajectory and causing the man clad in the Hokage's Haori to appear 5 meters away. Who are you? Daring to smash Konoha's gate. Does that mean you're prepared to die? Hand over the Nine Tails, and I might spare your lives. Otherwise I'll not only take the Nine Tails, but also destroy Konoha. Of course that was just a bluff. Even if Konoha offered him the Nine Tails on a silver platter, Obito would immediately change his tune and still obliterate the village. There are things I must protect, even at the cost of my life. Minato's eyes glinted with cold light. In the next instant a kunai flew past Obito's face, and Minato, charging behind the blade, had already formed a Rasengan with one hand. Fool. Obito instantly pulled a war fan from the void, deflecting the kunai and catching the Rasengan head-on. After a blinding flash, the Rasengan vanished without exploding. The fan in Obito's hand emitted a blue glow. I only drink milkshakes. Uchiha reflection. A powerful light engulfed the entire Konoha gate, and the shockwave like a cannonball swallowed Minato's body. Clatter. But at that moment an explosion suddenly occurred beneath Obito's feet. He had deliberately dropped the fan, triggering the remaining chakra to blast at his own position. It turned out that Minato's second kunai had already flown in. If Obito had continued with the Uchiha reflection, the Flying Thunder God kunai would have struck him. Though it was just a kunai, Minato could use the Flying Thunder God to inflict serious damage, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Decisively abandoning the fan and entering intangibility, Obito walked out of the explosion smoke, picked up the fallen fan, and bore no wounds, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Minato's temple. This opponent possessed exceptionally high combat intelligence and that eerie ability to phase through attacks. For the moment, he couldn't fathom a way to defeat him. Amaterasu. Black flames grazed Minato's ear and ignited the already shattered Konoha gate behind him. That was close. Minato gazed at the Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming red beneath Obito's mask. Every cell in his body screamed in alarm. He could sense the immense source of chakra within the enemy, a terrifying presence surpassing even the tailed beasts. What he didn't know was that Obito was intentionally releasing the materialized chakra of Susanoo. It's about time. Obito didn't want to use exploding clay as it might reveal his identity to Minato. Activating Kamui, he appeared instantly in the center of Konoha. With a red flash from the Sharingan beneath his mask, he pressed one hand to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Watching the Three Tails with its 3 massive writhing tails beneath him, Obito controlled it with his Sharingan, issuing the order to destroy Konoha at will, and made sure everyone saw the 3 Tomo in the beast's single eye. Go Three Tails. Obito's face twisted into a sneer as he observed the Umbu standing on the rooftops, and the third Hokage now clad in battle attire. As expected, Hiruzen, having summoned Enma, transformed him into an adamantine staff, propping against the Three Tails and shoving it out of Konoha. Then, how will you handle the second one? Summoning Jutsu. Go Eight Tails. With bloodshot eyes, the Eight Tails, under the Sharingan's control, let out a roar. Its 7 octopus-like tails wreaked havoc on Konoha's buildings, and its gaping mouth began to form a tailed beast ball. Minato stood on the Hokage monument, biting his lip until it bled. Could it be that Konoha would be destroyed by this one man who could summon 2 tailed beasts? The Eight Tails tailed beast ball was aimed at the Hokage monument. Minato would surely use Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder to redirect it out of the village. So during that time, Obito would extract the 9 tails from its Jinchuriki. A Kamui vortex appeared in Minato's home. Obito looked down at Kushina sitting on the bed. Hand over the 9 tails obediently, and I'll spare the child's life. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. Naruto had somehow vanished from her arms and was now cradled by Obito. Kushina bit her lip and glared at Obito. Fine. Do whatever you want of me, but don't hurt Naruto. Obito's expression softened. He set Naruto aside, grabbed Kushina's wrist, and activated Kamui, transporting them both into the dimensional space. It might get a little rough. Feel free to scream here. Obito removed his tactical gloves, lifted Kushina's clothes with one hand, and pressed down on the sealing formula on her abdomen. Entering the consciousness space, he used his Mangekyo's Jinjutsu to control the 9 tails. Outside, Minato, who had just teleported the tailed beast ball's explosion outside the village, instantly used Flying Thunder God to return home. He found only crying Naruto in his cradle. Kushina's presence was gone. Kushina. When Minato tried to sense the Flying Thunder God seal on Kushina, he was astonished to find her location at an extremely distant coordinate. Reaching it would nearly exhaust all his chakra. Meanwhile, Obito looked at Kushina lying on her back and applied a crude sealing technique, adding another seal over her original one. Well then, sleep peacefully. When you open your eyes, it'll be a new day. Obito covered his left eye from which blood tears streamed. Controlling 3 tailed beasts simultaneously and casting Jinjutsu on Kushina drained his ocular power, giving him a headache. A spatial distortion from Kamui appeared again in Minato's home. Obito threw the Jinjutsu-bound Kushina onto the bed, tilted his head to dodge Minato's kunai, and waved a hand. Hey, calm down. Kushina's not in danger if she just lost the 9 tails. What nonsense are you spouting? A Jinchuriki dies without their tailed beast. Minato seemed frantic. Obito didn't want to argue. He activated Kamui and vanished once more. 9 tails capture complete. Obito scratched his head in exasperation. The ruined Konoha no longer held any trace of the 2-tailed beasts. They had already been relocated to the village outskirts. Just as Obito was about to return to the 2-tailed beasts, a flash before his eyes, and Minato appeared before him. Though I wonder not what means you employed, or what purpose drove you to spare Kushina's life, I will not let you go for seizing Konoha's tailed beasts and attacking the village. The Yellow Flash. The man hailed as the fastest in the ninja world, yet it seems you are never fast enough. How ugly. You spared your wife's life, yet still dare to speak so boldly before me. The Yellow Flash is truly no more than this. Obito mocked Minato without mercy. Back then he had borne the burden alone for so long, felling 100 IWA shinobi, yet Minato never came. Hinata's moonstone had died before his eyes. Konoha coveted his Sharingan betrayed him. Where was Minato then? Now the man who arrived too late tramples upon those victories to claim the Hokage title. At Canopy Bridge when supplies were severed, and during the shinobi war against the hidden sand, when he faced tailed beasts single-handedly. All those deeds bought only Konoha's betrayal. Since Minato has become Hokage, he shall bear this wrath in the Leaf's stead. Those eyes of yours and the power you've displayed. The only person I can think of is, Obito surged forward instantly. A blade sliced past Minato's body, but there was no sense of impact as though the strike had connected with nothing real. Attempting to shift the subject. Very much in character. What is your objective? Have you not already obtained the 9 tails? Obito slowly removed his hood, revealing a mask and spiky hair. If forced to say, it was both a fleeting whim and long premeditated. Not merely for war, but for peace. Perhaps the chaos had grown too great for not everyone had fled to the shelters. He could still sense familiar chakra signatures wandering through Konoha, moving toward his position. Kakashi and Rin. Mato Guy could be disregarded, but could Rin, a medical ninja, intervene in battle of this caliber? The Leaf shinobi brainwashed by the will of fire proved more terrifying than those controlled by Genjutsu. TCH Minato fighting within a village like this leaves me unable to move freely. Susanoo activated, and before long Obito reappeared beyond Konoha's borders. Boom, boom. Obito dispelled the summoning jutsu for the 3 tails and 8 tails. The 8 tails fared poorly. Originally stripped of 1 tail to sustain Kushina's life, now bereft of 2 more at the hands of Hiruzen Sarutobi, its body scarred and seared from fire release techniques. What a nostalgic scene. Obito brushed dust from his shoulder. Minato Namikaze and he had arrived nearly simultaneously. Before him stood the 3rd and 4th Hokage, flanked by dozens of Anbu operatives and nearly all of Konoha's Jonin. It reminded him of that moment on the IWA front when he had faced 100 enemies alone, save that once he had possessed a comrade worthy of trusting his back. Yet Obito felt an overwhelming calm incapable of stirring even anger toward those before him. In this instant he found release. For beyond this world waited far greater adversaries, entities from the heavens themselves, the Otsutsuki, the true opponents. Minato the 3rd Hokage, even Konoha. None of them mattered unless he could wield them as stepping stones. Each blood-soaked footprint would elevate him higher. Only by trampling these people could he ascend. Summoning Jutsu. 9 tails. Roar. An overwhelmingly vast and chilling chakra erupted, sending tremors of dread through everyone present. Before Obito's feet materialized the 9-tailed fox, its crimson form radiating menace. Hiruzen Sarutobi, beholding the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so distinctly visible beneath the moonlight, immediately sensed disaster and cried out, "Separate that masked man from the 9 tails at once. Otherwise we are doomed." But even as the words left his lips, it was already too late. Blue and purple chakra flames ignited above the 9 tails' head, spreading across its body until the final tail was encased in armor of chakra. Obito stood atop the 9 tails, breathing heavily. The beast of men had consumed as much ocular power as the 3rd form's armored Karasu Tengu Susanoo. The burden was especially severe for the right eye, which had not yet evolved into the eternal Mangekyo. Though Senju cells mitigated the side effects, the enormous chakra drain brought excruciating pain to the right eye, leaving a trail of blood tears. This has reached the worst possible scenario. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, offered a bitter smile. To clad the 9 tails in Susanoo armor is unprecedented. Only one has achieved this in history, Uchiha Madara. His battle with Hashirama was meticulously recorded in the Forbidden Scrolls. So you know of me. Well, that was long ago. And I'll tell you now. Only Hashirama could stop me. Obito spoke with Madara's commanding presence looking down upon them. He could not afford to reveal even the slightest weakness from wielding the beast of men. In a full-scale confrontation, no one in Konoha possessed the strength to match him. Thud. Obito's gaze flickered with momentary confusion, and the Susanoo shell destabilized briefly, but within seconds his eyes cleared. Yamanaka clan jutsu. What a troublesome technique. Obito narrowed his eyes at the blond man, gasping for breath, bloodshot veins around his eyes. Likely Yamanaka Inichi, father of Yamanaka Ino. Huff. Huff. That masked man radiates excruciating pain throughout his entire body, especially the tearing sensation in his right eye. No ordinary person could endure such suffering. His mental fortitude is extraordinary. I could only occupy his body for a few seconds because he did not resist. Obito sneered silently. To think mere Susanoo would inflict such agony upon one who had not yet awakened the eternal Mangekyo. But compared to watching his closest friend die before his eyes, compared to the betrayal by the village he had trusted most, this pain was nothing. If he endures such suffering, he cannot last long. As long as we hold firm, there is hope of defeating him. Obito fell silent for a moment, suddenly realizing how foolish it was for these people to always assume the best outcome. Tail Beast Ball. Before the tailed beast ball, a figure flashed forward, hands forming palms, holding a flying thunder god kunai between thumbs. Flying thunder god lightning guidance. That move again. Besides flying thunder god, what else have you got? Obito's disdainful expression hadn't even formed, though hidden by his mask, before he turned his head in astonishment. 5 elements great combo bomb technique. 5 Sarutobi Hiruzans leaped to a high position surrounding his Susanoo Ninetales and spat out 5 different chakra natures from their mouths. Ninjutsu. Although Obito didn't quite understand, he still symbolically manipulated the Ninetales to swing its 9 tails, attempting to block the 3rd Hokage's 5 elements ninjutsu. Unsurprisingly, the ordinary ninjutsu lacking sage chakra and any enhancements was easily deflected and dispersed by the tails of the Susanoo Ninetales. At that moment, a white-haired figure appeared on the battlefield, the very elite jonin of Konoha Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, this is no place for you. Minato shouted at him, anxiously, completely forgetting that the other was no longer his student needing care, but a full-fledged Konoha jonin. Minato-sensei, I am a jonin too. Protecting Konoha is also my duty. Hearing protecting Konoha, Obito felt irritated. Standing atop the Ninetales' head, he unleashed a lightning release toward the newly arrived Kakashi. Kakashi formed hand seals with one hand savage lightning chakra enveloping his right hand, Chidori stream shield. The originally raging Chidori stream became as docile as a well-behaved kitten, twisting and converging into a shield of lightning before him, withstanding Obito's lightning attack. Chidori sharp spear. After blocking the attack, Kakashi gathered the lightning in his hand again, shaping the lightning chakra, and thrust it directly from a distance toward Obito inside the Susanoo. My own technique. I shouldn't have given it to you back then, Obito thought to himself, but he still extended his left hand, and without any hand seals, the Chidori sharp spear in Kakashi's hand instantly shattered and dissipated. Seal-less Ninjutsu Chaos Demon. Within a certain range it releases and precisely controls the user's own emitted chakra, thereby disrupting the opponent's 5 nature chakra ninjutsu. This was a technique Obito was very confident in. After all, making an opponent's ninjutsu fail with a wave of the hand was quite cool. However, it was useless against projectile ninjutsu or taijutsu specialists. Expansion technique. A chubby figure suddenly enlarged, drastically becoming as big as the Ninetales, and forcefully withstood the Ninetales' attack, with its body even sprouting butterfly-like chakra wings on its back. That's Choji's father. Obito wobbled. If not for the chakra adhering to his feet, he would have been shaken off the Ninetales' head by this guy. The Ninetales roared and began grappling with Choza. Obito's view was blocked by the massive body. This was clearly a time-wasting tactic. Had they analyzed that his body couldn't sustain the Susanoo for long? Obito glanced at the system shop. If he exchanged for the Sharingan at this moment, he wouldn't have to fear the side effects of using Susanoo. Obito decisively retracted the Susanoo and leaped down from the Ninetales' head. If he were alone, he needed a quick resolution. A war of attrition was too risky. Minato, leave the Ninetales to you. I'll deal with this masked man. Obito snorted, inwardly thinking, with your strength you dare claim to defeat me? With your old self, it's even a question whether you can hold me back. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was still at his peak at this time, more than a decade younger than when he faced Orochimaru, the odds of winning against Obito, who possessed both Kimui abilities, were very slim. Had that brat from back, then has become Hokage and still thinks he can defeat me. You've lived long, but you're still too naive. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Obito, using Madara's identity and tone, lectured this old man, several decades his senior, feeling a sense of elation. Bringer of Darkness technique. Obito's vision suddenly went black, and he could see nothing. Such a boring trick. Another invention of that useless Tobirama to counter the Uchiha's dojutsu. Obito sneered and closed his Sharingan. With the system's help, he had become a decent sensory ninja. Sensing Sarutobi Hiruzen in the dark was incredibly easy. But at that moment, he sensed something amiss. He did not detect the 3rd Hokage's chakra, but instead Minato's familiar chakra approaching him at high speed. Masaka. Could it be it? This tactic was probably devised by that Shikaka guy, using Yamanaka Inoichi's ability to set up the battlefield, creating the illusion that Minato was dealing with the Ninetales and the 3rd was dealing with him. In reality, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast Bringer of Darkness and immediately switched. Minato's superior sensory ability combined with this technique was nearly invincible, and the 3rd and Enma could handle the rampaging Ninetales under his control without much difficulty. Damn, I've been set up. Obito cursed involuntarily, lowering his hand ready to attack. He closed his eyes to sense while remaining intangible, ensuring Minato couldn't strike his real body. An illusion that alters the environment. Can't disrupt it with my own chakra. Then, Kamui. Shwooshed. Obito immediately stopped releasing Kamui. The moment he used the ability, a gash appeared on his chest. Minato within this environment could act as if he had eyes. Such sensory prowess was likely not inferior to the 2nd Hokage Tobirama. But relying on such tricks to trap him was nothing short of nonsense. Obito's eyes erupted with immense dojutsu power, and blue-purple chakra flames rose again, a skeletal structure enveloping him. Even Minato's Rasengan couldn't break through this Susanoo shell. Just using Susanoo broke this technique. Such was the gap between those with lineage and commoners without. Hey, if you want to resent that you weren't born into a bloodline clan like the Uchiha. But as soon as he could see clearly, Obito was startled. A crying infant had a sealing array on its belly, and Minato's abdominal clothes were torn open, revealing an identical sealing formula. Then behind the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared a death god phantom invisible to ordinary people. Was it the dead demon consuming seal? Why the third Hokage? And this brat? When did Naruto get here? I'm sorry, Naruto. The Uzumaki clan's constitution is suitable for sealing-tailed beasts. Kushina's body has traces of other tailed beasts, so you have to bear this burden. For the village. I'm sorry, Minato, making you and your child endure such pain. The third Hokage showed a benevolent smile and said to Minato, from now on Konoha is in your hands. The village needs fresh blood. Old folks like me. You too. How dare you toy with me like this? Obito grabbed another Minato by the neck and slammed him into the ground, where he turned into a puff of smoke. It was just a shadow clone. Flying Thunder God. Obito suddenly felt weightlessness from behind, and in an instant he vanished from his spot and appeared before the third Hokage, facing the Death God Phantom behind him. Flying Thunder God mark. Obito turned his head in disbelief, looking at Minato. You canceled your intangibility when you grabbed my clone, didn't you? Obito's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He broke off a piece of his mask, revealing his right Mangekyo Sharingan, its pinwheel pattern slowly rotating. Do you really think the Death God's attack will work on me? The dead demon consuming seal is a technique that seals the soul directly. That move of yours won't work, Madara. The third's mouth bled. Even on the verge of death, he still thought Obito was Madara. Intangibility. Doesn't work. Obito watched as the Death God's arm pulled a portion of his soul from his abdomen, dragging it backward, while Minato's kunai slashed his neck, yet caused no damage. Your downfall is underestimating Konoha. Underestimating the power of us, ordinary ninjas. Madara. Seeing the third Hokage's triumphant expression, Obito spat, and said maniacally, too naive. Don't underestimate the Uchiha Stojitsu. Your defeat stems from underestimating Konoha, and underestimating the power of us, ordinary shinobi. Madara. Watching the third Hokage's confident expression, Obito spat, and declared maniacally, defeat. How naive. Don't underestimate the Uchiha Stojitsu. Facing the third Hokage and the Shinigami's binding, Obito strangely crossed his hands behind his back, stretching, as if warming up. The battle has only just begun. The confidence etched on his face made the third Hokage almost believe that it was not Obito but himself who was caught by the Shinigami. He even double-checked to ensure he wasn't under a Jinjutsu. The Shinigami's apparition withdrew its hand covered in sealing talismans, clutching Obito's soul. But Obito smiled as the pinwheel pattern of his right Mangekyo gradually faded to pure white. Izanagi. In the third Hokage's shocked and unwilling gaze, the Shinigami's hand clutched empty air. The soul it had been holding vanished without a trace, and Obito dissolved into smoke before his eyes. Remnants of the era. You shouldn't cling to the Hokage's seat. There is no longer a ship in the new age to carry you, old man. Obito gripped a black rod of Yin-Yang release and thrust it through the back of the third Hokage, who had already used the Reaper Death Seal and was doomed, preventing him from uttering any last words that might shake hearts. So this is Izanagi. Quite an exaggerated Jinjutsu. Half of Obito's mask had broken, revealing both eyes, and a white bandage wrapped around his forehead. His right eye had lost its light. Minato had just sent Naruto, now a Jinchuriki, back home, believing the third Hokage had already dealt with Obito using the Reaper Death Seal. But he returned to the battlefield to find the third lying on the ground, and countless shinobi devoid of life. Bastard. Minato used Flying Thunder God only to realize the mark he had left on Obito had vanished. Such a low-tier space-time ninjutsu requiring a mark to teleport. Obito's tone dripped with disdain. When he used Izanagi, he rewrote the fact of his own death, and also erased the Flying Thunder God mark left on his body. Suddenly Kakashi appeared behind Obito, his Chidori crackling, as if aiming to pierce his back. Obito instinctively ignored it, but just as the Chidori was about to contact his body, he realized the intangibility of his right eye could no longer be used. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Obito drew a long sword also coated in lightning-released chakra, and deflected Kakashi's Chidori. Obito was pondering which eyes to exchange, as he now possessed 350 points. The accumulated low-point missions before coming to Konoha plus the points from capturing the Nine Tails allowed him to exchange for eyes with greater abilities. Although he had been summoned not long ago, the wretched third Hokage had split him in two and sealed him inside Naruto and his father. If he chose Sasuke's Kagetsuchi, it would be somewhat unworthy, as this ability was relatively common among the Uchiha. The second Hokage once mentioned seeing the Kagetsuchi technique, meaning someone in the Warring States period had awakened a similar ability. Looking at Kakashi, who carried the Uchiha fan on his back, and the fierce Minato rushing toward him, Obito felt a hint of pressure. He poured a massive amount of chakra into the longsword in his hand. As a trail of blood tears flowed from his left eye, black flames coiled around the blade. Kamui Raikiri. Watching the crescent-shaped giant slash entwined not only with dangerously black flames, but also with black lightning release chakra radiating intensity nature and the supreme wind release power of the slash itself, capable of cutting everything, Minato did not hesitate to use Flying Thunder God, teleporting himself and Kakashi away. Boom. The massive slash left a deep gash on the distant cliff face, while the longsword in Obito's hand shattered into pieces, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. The combined technique of wind release, lightning release, and Amaterasu released such tremendous power that even the battle-hardened Minato had never seen anything like it. Looking at the scattered blade fragments Obito's side, it had been a decent ninja tool, but it couldn't withstand the energy from the attack. He had indeed poured in too much chakra. That guy is a monster. If he really is Uchiha Madara, then I can somewhat understand why the first Hokage Senju Hashirama was called the god of shinobi. Ninetales, can you lend me some power? Sweat dripped from Minato's brow. If he could use a fraction of the Ninetales' power, he might stand a chance of victory. At that moment the Ninetales was roaring furiously inside Minato's body. Obito had easily controlled it with a single Genjutsu, forcing it to recall its most unwilling memories. The chakra leaking from the enraged Ninetales enveloped Minato's body. Simple whisker-like marks appeared on his face, a characteristic of the Ninetales' chakra cloak. The red chakra cloak bubbled and roiled like boiling water, and a single red tail formed behind him. Obito sneered, trying to seize the Ninetales' power right away. Using the Ninetales' chakra, Minato began to spin and compress chakra, in one hand soon forming a purple Rasengan larger than a basketball. Obito thought catching that with the Uchiha reflection might be difficult, so he returned the fan to Kimui's space. How rude, daring to use such a technique before me. Obito instantly formed a Rasengan of the same size in his right hand. Though the two Rasengans appeared identical in size, anyone with insight knew Minato's was stronger, empowered by the Ninetales chakra. What? Did he copy my Rasengan in that instant? That's beyond human capability. Despite his astonishment, Minato charged forward without hesitation. The two Rasengans collided again, the violent energy blast sending nearby shinobi flying. Around the battle stood the sealing core, the Hokage's direct ANBU, and nearly all of Konoha's Jonin save for Root and the Uchiha. Everyone who was supposed to be there had arrived. After the blinding white light from the clash faded, everyone stared in shock at Minato, who had lost his tailed beast cloak and was clutching his arm on the ground, and Obito, who stood as if unharmed, tearing off his torn sleeve. Beneath Obito's exposed eyes, two strange purple markings had appeared, shaped like the eyeliner of the Uchiha progenitor Indra. Obito rolled his neck. He had spent 200 points to exchange for Sage Mode. Since he had previously signed a contract with the Ryuchi Cave through the system, the purple facial markings were naturally those of Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode. Feeling the two horns that had grown on his forehead, Obito casually tore off the bandage wrapped around his head. After all, he still had half a mask, though it looked more like a mouth cover. With the sage markings and the horns, even he couldn't recognize himself, let alone others trying to identify him. This Sage Mode state resembled Kabuto's, not as flashy as Mitsuki's and Boruto. So it's come to this, has it? If your power is nothing more than this, Minato, I have shed my snake skin and ascended as a dragon. Obito's points had been depleted to 0. His previously blind right eye flickered red again, and 3 Tomo began to rotate slowly. You actually sealed the Ninetales by splitting it into 2 halves. Then I'll have to extract it again. Daito had a bold idea. If he extracted the Ninetales from Shuei Min's body, and then from Ming Ren's body, the 2 Ninetales would be worth 200 points, meaning he would have earned 300 points from the family of 3. Ding, not allowed. System with a tone like that, the previous system prompt sound is almost meaningless. If it weren't for the prompt sound before the system spoke, he would have thought the system was a living human. On the other side, the hidden Konoha Root was attacked by a white-haired man wearing a half-face mask covering the upper half of his face. This man claimed to be a member of the organization called Shao, wearing a black robe with red clouds and wielding a short sword. Who are you? With such things happening in Konoha, you still attack our Root. Are you an accomplice of that masked man? Oh, since we already know about the events outside, yet you still don't go out to join the battle. Root is indeed a dark and filthy place. No, I should say Tuansong is trash. A flash of blade light and over a dozen Root members were instantly sliced into pieces, blood splattering everywhere, staining the entire Root red. Looking at the few ninjas standing in the distance, Shamao sneered and said, "Remember my name. I am the Silver Fang of the Shao organization. This name will resound throughout the entire ninja world." Would release Great Forest Tree. A Root ninja who looked like a child jumped out, and with a wave of his hand, actually unleashed Would Release. Would Release. The first Hokage cell experiments that should have been stopped long ago. Heru Tuansong, none of you are good. Chimu Shamao kicked this Root ninja codenamed A into the air and knocked him unconscious with a chop and threw him aside. This guy was useful and could be taken away later. How dare you intrude into my Root? Are you prepared to die here? An aged voice rang out. Tuansong, with one eye covered by bandages, walked out. His troublesome right hand was also unbound with 3 Sharingan eyes disgustingly embedded in it. It seemed the number of Sharingan was still limited at this time. Wah. T. Heh. Does the 3rd Hokage know about your actions? Yuan Fei's deeds are no less than mine. I am the one worthy of being Hokage, but since you know this, I cannot let you leave here alive. Behind Tuansong, 2 ninjas stepped out. One of them directly removed his outer robe, and his body quickly turned purple. The other, with orange hair, also drew his sword. These 2 were Yu Chujin and Shan Zhongfeng. Although these 2 had troublesome and powerful abilities, if their opponent was the legendary Konoha's White Fan from the original story, they would have no chance of winning. At this moment, Daito stood within blue-purple chakra flames. With massive chakra output, the skeleton and muscles of Susanoo were already constructed. However, Daito did not intend to stop. The chakra giant with two faces continued to expand, then donned a layer of armor, entering the third form of Susanoo, the Karasa Tengu form. This Susanoo represents destruction. A single swing of its blade can shatter all things, its power rivaling a tailed beast. As Daito's words fell, the armored Susanoo gained a chakra blade whose color was extremely inconsistent with the blue-purple Susanoo. It turned out to be a Susanoo's sacred artifact forged from golden chakra. This sword is called the Tian-Tsung-Yun sword. It contains the true power of my eyes. The power of space is the strongest in any world. There is nothing I cannot cut. Not even the causality of this world. The shape of Daito's right eye also changed. It was no longer an ordinary pinwheel pattern, but like the left eye, a pinwheel combined with a hexagram. However, the ability of this eye was not Jia Jutsu Ming. Although Daito had not yet named this ability, he himself believed that if used well it could even rival Shun Wei and be Tian Shun. Just now, when Daito was hesitating over which eye to choose, the system directly opened the shop panel. Before his eyes appeared a Sharingan with a hexagram pattern exactly the same as Zhuju's. Hey, I can't just choose the most useless ability just because the pattern matches right. Ding, spend 150 points to awaken your own Sharingan. This Sharingan is the mirror of the heart, which will awaken abilities based on the host's obsessions. Daito thought for only half a second, and then smiled. Since he was hesitant, he might as well take a gamble. If he got a weak ability, he couldn't blame anyone. If he got a strong one, it would be a reflection of his own heart, and surely the most suitable ability for him. When he felt his right eye, which had lost its light, regain vitality, a warm current flowed into his brain. As he subconsciously used the ability, he fully understood its power, capable of manifesting anything sufficiently reasonable into reality. In other words, as long as something was reasonable in this world, Daito could manifest it. For example, the Susanoo sacred artifact, Tian-Tsung-Yun sword, he had just used. Such an ability and such a weapon were not originally inherent in his eyes. However, Daito activated the ability of his right eye since it was reasonable for the Susanoo to possess a sacred artifact. And it was also reasonable for Daito's ability to be attached to the artifact. He directly created his own Susanoo sacred artifact. Perhaps because it reflected his soul as a time traveler, Daito's ability seemed to grant him a bit of the authority of a certain and Ben, allowing him to enhance his own abilities. The stronger his power, the greater the effect this I could achieve. Because I have the cells of Zhu Jian in my body, and I am a member of the Uchiha clan, I can awaken the Luan Hui Yan. Daito activated the right eye's ability again. He thought that possessing Zhu Jian's cells and Uchiha bloodline made awakening the Luan Hui Yan a perfectly reasonable thing. However, the ability did not activate. Instead, it caused the Susanoo he had just constructed to become unstable. Huff, huff. The backlash is this severe. A line of bloody tears flowed from Daito's right eye. The failed activation consumed a massive amount of chakra and left him dizzy. With such a powerful ability, a greater side effect was only natural. Seeing Daito's movements stall, Shui Min immediately called all the Jonin present to gather and defend Konoha to the death. Due to the intense pain in his head, Daito's swing of the Tian-Tsung-Yun sword went awry, causing no casualties. However, the attack cleanly sliced through the surrounding trees and rocks. This was the terror of spatial power. No matter how hard an object, it would fear the cutting of space. Having activated Susanoo for the second time and employed new ocular powers, the chakra expended, both from successful and failed attempts, was immense. Had it not been for expending all the system's points to exchange for Sage mode, he would likely have met his downfall here. Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. Obito slowly dispelled Susanoo, maintaining only its skeletal form. He clasped his hands in a seal, and the ordinary ground seemed to come alive with earthen spikes rising from beneath to assault his opponent. Adamant sealing chains. Just then Obito, who was maintaining Susanoo's skeletal form, suddenly found himself immobilized. Turning his head, he saw several golden chains emerging from a red-haired woman, firmly binding Susanoo's arms and other skeletal parts. So this is the adamant sealing chains. The Uzumaki clan's unique secret technique used to seal tailed beasts. Obito felt a slight headache. As he once again consumed a large amount of ocular power, Susanoo returned to the armored Tengu form, and with a mere swing of its arm it brushed off the golden chains. Kushina retrieved her chains, panting heavily, and leaned against a large rock, staring at him with a hostile glare. I spared your life, yet you come to me in such a weakened state in such a short time. Is it to repay a debt of gratitude? Minato, what are you doing here? Minato, filled with worry, used Flying Thunder God to appear in front of Kushina. Hey, it's just as well. I'll take care of both of you together. Obito controlled Susanoo to draw the golden chakra greatsword once more, sending out a slash of sword energy. Tiankanjian sword slash. Flash that has fallen into darkness. You have no escape. Minato was about to use Flying Thunder God when he saw Obito had appeared above the two of them, hanging upside down with a blue glowing Rasengan in his hand. Kamui second stage. The slash of sword energy that Obito sent out using Susanoo's divine weapon was actually a medium for Kamui's teleportation. After Minato dodged it, Obito actively released the space-time ability on it, and then Obito used Kamui to teleport to the position of the slash. The two space-time forces doubled the teleportation speed, almost matching Flying Thunder God. Hearing Obito's words, Minato felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard them somewhere before, but it no longer mattered. In such a fierce battle, he could not afford a moment's distraction. Dynamic entry. Suddenly a flash of green light appeared before his eyes, and the shoe sole was about to touch Obito's face. Obito furrowed his brow, his body passively entering an intangible state. After landing in a certain posture, the Rasengan in his hand slowly dissipated. Looking at the green-haired, watermelon-headed man before him, Obito truly had a headache. He had thought that this attack could directly finish Minato, so he had used Kimui's second stage to exit Susanoo. Now reopening Susanoo would consume chakra and ocular power, and he estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer before being worn down by the continuous attacks of these people. Burn, youth. After making his entrance, Might Guy still turned to give a thumbs up to Kakashi, who was standing nearby, his big teeth shining. This guy shouldn't be that strong yet. As long as he doesn't open the gate of shock, he's meaningless to me. Obito knew that using a weapon like the fan was only suitable for wide sweeping attacks. Against someone like Might Guy, who was proficient in taijutsu, he needed either stronger taijutsu or more agile sword techniques. 8 gates. The 6th gate. The gate of view open. Watching Might Guy, whose entire body was glowing green, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Obito's face. Starting with the 6th gate. Just like Rock Lee back then, but he shouldn't be able to open the 7th gate directly right. Obito drew a long sword, intending to first test with swordsmanship how strong Might Guy's taijutsu was at this moment. Whoosh. Obito didn't dare blink for a moment, but even with his Sharingan activated, he only saw a flash of green light streak through the air, and then the sound of something cutting through the air came from behind his head. So fast. His first thought was that if he didn't learn the 8 gates, he would never achieve such speed in taijutsu in his lifetime. But Obito didn't move an inch. He simply triggered the passive intangibility, allowing Might Guy to pass through his body. Die. The moment the last part of Might Guy's body left him, Obito's sword was already against Might Guy's neck. This strike would be fatal even if a god came, because it was aimed at the carotid artery. However, Might Guy changed his body shape in midair with a movement incomprehensible to ordinary people and kicked towards Obito's neck in a scorpion tail whip motion. If Obito insisted on slashing at Might Guy, the attack might not be fatal due to the body rotation, but his own neck would be kicked by a gate of view activated Might Guy. Which was more lethal was obvious. Obito triggered passive intangibility, causing the long sword in his hand to pass through Might Guy's body, and Might Guy's leg also passed through his own body. But at the moment they separated, another spinning sword fell from the air, and the point where the blade landed was exactly aimed to pierce Might Guy's nuchal region. Guy, watch out. Minato, having redirected two-tailed beast balls and fought Obito for so long, had consumed a lot of chakra, and was catching his breath on the side, but his eyes never left Obito. Might Guy looked up and saw the sword. The moment his hand touched the ground, he assumed a quadrupedal stance like a canine, and with a burst of power he caused the spinning blade to miss and embed itself into the ground. Such reflexes. Hey. Obito couldn't help but click his tongue. What use was his Sharingan then? If only in the 3-tomo state Obito felt he couldn't defeat this green kappa in front of him. At that moment the medical unit also arrived, led by none other than Rin Noara. She was the first to reach Minato's side, and began to treat his injuries. Glancing at the sky that was turning white, he hadn't expected the battle to last this long with dawn approaching. Forget it, let's stop here. Obito's feet slowly left the ground, his body gradually fading. Keep the 9 tails here for now, while I'll come back for it later. And this is a farewell gift. As Obito's words faded, everyone saw a Rasengan imbued with wind-released chakra, emitting a piercing sound as it tore through the air, descending from the sky. This was the incomplete Rasen Shuriken that Obito had created using his right eye's new ability. Hey, wait. Might Guy wanted to chase after him, but Obito had already vanished into the dimension of space-time. Minato also left Rin's treatment, and facing the Rasen Shuriken that was about to explode into a large-scale attack, he once again used Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder to redirect the power of this attack to a farther place. This guy is probably the strongest man in the current ninja world. The nature transformation of the Rasengan, I couldn't even complete the infusion of wind release. Minato had always thought that Obito had learned his Rasengan in just one glance, and in battle, he had mastered the control of nature transformation for the Rasengan, creating that wind release Rasen Shuriken just now. He simply never considered that Obito already knew how to use the Rasengan, because Minato knew everyone who could use the Rasengan, so he never thought in that direction. Daito, back in the Kamui space, finally removed his disguise and collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. The purple face paint under his eyes also faded, and he exited Sage mode. So tired. And the 9 tails was sealed back by that old man, 3rd Hokage. Whatever, one death is one death. That old dog Tuanzong should also. Daito stared strangely at the body parts that appeared intermittently before him. The outfit looked somewhat familiar. The sensation from his right eye told him that the blood transfer seal he had implanted on Chimu Shimao when they secretly met had been activated. He had set it so that as soon as he sensed Tuanzong using the power of Izanagi, Chimu Shimao would directly activate the intangible ability of Kamui to prevent being ambushed. Daito helplessly rubbed his forehead, then activated Kamui to teleport directly to Chimu Shimao's side. Haven't you dealt with him yet? When Daito arrived, he saw countless root members lying on the ground. Tuanzang's 2 proud subordinates, Unv Chu Jin and Shan Zhongfeng, were also sprawled there like dead dogs, not dead, but unconscious from excessive blood loss. To use the eyes of my clan to perform forbidden techniques. What audacity, Tuanzong. Daito's half-shattered mask only covered the lower half of his face, revealing an eye with the pattern of the eternal Mangekyou's demon wing, which startled Tuanzang, who immediately lowered his head to avoid eye contact. He glanced at the genuine Sharingan still on Tuanzang's arm, and the one in his eye socket beneath the removed bandages. It seemed he wouldn't be able to take down this guy anytime soon. Let's go. I'll take this old bastard's life next time. Daito focused his left eye on Tuanzang's head. Since you won't meet my eyes, I'll give you a blast of Kamui. Bang! The spatial tear caused Tuanzang's skull to burst with blood splattering. Daito smirked as he watched droplets of blood pass through his own body and scatter on the ground. Then he grabbed Chimu Shuomao and also took the masked kid lying on the ground nearby. From the moment he appeared here, he could sense the Hashirama cells within the boy. If he used this kid as a gift, the rogue ninja Shiwan would surely be delighted, and then he would have another ninja world scientist under his command. With one last glance at Konoha, Daito left in triumph with Chimu Shuomao. Soon, within just a few days, the entire ninja world knew that a masked man claiming to be Yuzhibo Ban had attacked Konoha, taken the 8 tails from the Cloud Village and the 3 tails from the Mist Village. He failed to capture the 9 tails in Konoha, but caused the death of the 3rd Hokage. After hearing the news, Daito was exercising in his underground base. The white-haired man sparring with him in swordsmanship was exactly Chimu Shuomao. Senior Shuomao, is the Sharingan in your right eye suitable? Chimu Shuomao touched his face and smiled. Although I can't turn it off thanks to it, I can feel my strength has increased a notch. The Chimu clan itself had low chakra reserves. For example, Kakashi in the original story became exhausted after using Kamui twice. So after transplanting a Sharingan into Chimu Shuomao, Daito also captured a Baiju and implanted Hashirama cells into him. Although Hashirama cells would run rampant in ordinary bodies because the pure Yang chakra and the Uchiha's In chakra merged with the balance of these two energies, Shuomao's strength became very powerful. There were some rejection reactions at first, but after adapting for less than a few days, he was able to control the Hashirama cells very well and had become proficient in using the Sharingan. If not for being short on resources, Daito would have transplanted 2 Sharingan into Chimu Shuomao. The eye he gave him was the 3 Tomo Sharingan recovered from Ban's corpse. Daito-kun, I think you had the ability to spend a bit more time to finish off Tuanzang back then. Why did you spare him? Daito sneered. The Sharingan on Tuanzang's arm are all the result of cooperation with the Shiwan. My next move is to cooperate with the Shiwan. Without the Shiwan, no one will help him continue transplanting Sharingan. But with his strength, he is still too weak. Leaving him with one Izanagi in his right eye, he will certainly target the Uchiha openly this time, and will also shake the 4th Hokage's position, leading to the Uchiha's rebellion or extermination. Daito narrowed his eyes. Such an outcome was exactly what he wanted, so he temporarily spared Tuanzang's life. After all, the Uchiha clan had too many people, and that would bring more variables. Then what's next? You go directly to the Akatsuki base in the Rain Country. There may be few members now, but just say you were recommended by me. Take this ring. Saying that, Daito took out a ring engraved with the character Qing Blue, which was originally meant for Daito later. After presenting Hanzo's head as a gift to Changmin and Xiaonan, Daito told them the need to collect tailed beasts to gain powerful strength, and officially began collaborating with them. And Daito obtained 3 Akatsuki rings, Qing Blue, Kong Sky, and Zhu Vermilion. After parting with Chimu Shuomao, the swirl-faced Baiju emerged. Its concealment ability was indeed formidable. Even Chimu Shuomao, known as the White Fang of Konoha, had not sensed its presence. You told that old man your true identity. Is he a new partner? Daito extended his hand, letting Baiju slowly envelop his body. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Knowing each other's identities is just to gain his trust. After all, such a powerful pawn is rare. And I will not have any partners, including Yue Fei. Era, I don't want to know about partners either. I'm only curious about Bento. Before he finished, Daito cast a Genjutsu on him. Although this level of Genjutsu had almost no effect on him, it still made Baiju obediently shut up. Let's go. Destination: the basement on the border of the Land of Fire, Shiwan's temporary base. Because he had never set foot there, he couldn't directly teleport using Kamui. Daito had to travel like ordinary ninja, heading in the general direction. In the Rain Country, Xiaonan, who was standing in the rain pondering something, extended her hand. A black crow landed on it. She untied the string and took a letter. Sent by Ban-san. Is there a new member? Xiaonan carried Daito's letter toward the building in the rain, where Changmin's real body was hidden. Ollie, give big pineapple grandma strokes you. A highly oppressive background music sounded. The Deva Path Tendo Pain, sitting in front of a demonic statue with its tongue sticking out, raised his head. Is this the place? This gloomy atmosphere. I thought it was a snake den. Obito curled his lips, his face full of disdain as he looked at the cave entrance before him. The white zetsu draped over Obito also emitted a disgusted voice, choosing this damp and dark cave as a base truly fitting for that slimy snake. Oof, you're starting to sound more and more like me. I'll give you credit for that, Afe. Just as Obito was about to step into the cave, he heard the sound of something reptilian crawling through the grass behind him. Turning around, he saw a long-haired man with an extended tongue and purple eyeshadow, his lower body slithering like a snake, as he swiftly crossed the lawn, reaching out toward Obito, aiming precisely at the eye beneath his mask. Who else could this be but Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin? Hey Madara-sama, do you think you can gouge out an eyeball through the mask? Don't ask such stupid questions. Obviously not. Obito nodded with satisfaction. In the presence of others, White Zetsu was finally able to address him correctly. Indeed, borrowing Madara's name like a fox leveraging the tiger's might carried a certain intimidation. No, it wasn't borrowing, it was authorized by the original himself. Facing the aggressively approaching Orochimaru, neither of them, well, one person and one Zetsu, took him seriously. Whoosh! Orochimaru passed straight through Obito's body. Obito's current eyes contained 4 abilities. The left eye possessed Amaterasu and the offensive long-range Kimui, while the right eye held the defensive Kimui and the divine authority, which could turn any rational idea into reality. Obito named the dojutsu in his right eye divine authority, symbolizing the power of a deity, a jinjutsu surpassing even Koto Amatsukami in potential. Its target was the world itself, making it both an illusion and reality. Orochimaru is it, a worthy junior. Obito revealed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan beneath his mask. The eerie, enchanting, and mysterious pattern made Orochimaru, who had just risen from the ground, light up with interest. What are you staring at? Obito muttered under his breath, disturbed by the perverted and lecherous gaze Orochimaru fixed on his eyes. One of the Sannin, the contractor of Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru, you are worthy of becoming my subordinate. Orochimaru licked his lips with his elongated tongue and let out a sinister laugh. I've heard that you're the masked man who attacked Konoha and killed my teacher, the third Hokage. Obito's Sharingan glinted coldly beneath his mask as he sneered. What? Seeking revenge? If you have the strength, you can certainly try. Then what benefits will I gain by becoming your subordinate? True to Orochimaru's nature, he still sought to extract advantages. Of course, joining Obito would not come without rewards, but Obito had to ensure that Orochimaru did not perceive their relationship as an equal partnership. Don't misunderstand. You have only 2 choices: join or die. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Obito crossed his arms and lightly raised his index finger, releasing a dense and immense chakra that manifested into a tangible force, pressing down on Orochimaru. Even the ground beneath them cracked under the pressure. Just a moment earlier, Obito had secretly activated the ability of his right eye divine authority, granting himself the power to become intangible for 15 minutes. With a single eye, the Kamui intangibility lasted 5 minutes. Given his inferior Hashirama cells the possession of 2 eternal Mangekyo and the enhancement of Sage Mode, acquiring a 15-minute intangibility was reasonable. He activated his dojutsu under this premise, and the technique succeeded, altering the total duration of intangibility to 15 minutes. Although Orochimaru maintained his smile, the cold sweat trickling down betrayed his inner fear. You flatter me. I would be more than delighted to become your subordinate. As expected, Orochimaru capitulated, just as in the original plot, where he joined the Akatsuki only after witnessing true power. Seeing Orochimaru's compliance, Obito continued with satisfaction. As long as you follow me, you'll have access to any research equipment or experimental subjects, even those unattainable in Konoha. Obito tossed a ring and a set of black robes with red clouds. Thus, Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki, but as Obito's direct subordinate. Now it was time to give a carrot after the stick. Obito instructed White Zetsu to partially remove the mask, revealing the upper half of his face, including his eyes. Within our organization there exists a dojutsu called the Rinnegan, an eye that surpasses even my Sharingan. Does that pique your interest a little? As Obito spoke, a purple facial pattern emerged beneath his eyes, and 2 horns grew on his forehead, giving him a dragon-like appearance. This is that familiar aura, the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave. Seeing Orochimaru's astonished expression, Obito smirked slightly. The bait had been taken. Sage Mode, or rather Senjutsu Chakra. It's so easy to control. Ultimately, it's merely a power of this level. Obito's disdain for Senjutsu Chakra made it clear that he possessed power surpassing it. Since you are now my subordinate, allow me to give you a welcoming gift. Obito retrieved a youth bound like a twisted rope from the Kamui dimension. The familiar chakra and immense vitality emanating from the boy made Orochimaru's eyes light up. He had studied Hashirama's cells extensively. Is this an experimental subject with Hashirama's cells? Exactly. This is the experiment you and Danzo conducted. I happened to acquire it that day. Orochimaru's demeanor turned reverent. Then Madara-sama, may I call you that? What do you need me to do next? Obito once again covered his entire face with the white Zetsu mask, turned around, and slowly activated a spatial vortex, leaving behind one sentence. Go to the Akatsuki base in the Rain Country and meet the new members. I will personally assign your subsequent missions. Back in the Kamui dimension, Obito let out a long sigh. He had finally convinced the ninja world's scientist Einstein Snake. This man must never be allowed to stand against him. He was quite eager to meet Kabuto Yakushi, but today didn't present the opportunity. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The next step was to find a suitable area to establish a small ninja village. This village would serve as his tool for external communication, and Obito had already decided who its residents would be. Since the Warring States period clans had governed independently, if the Uchiha clan was destined for annihilation, he needed to take some useful clansmen with him. He couldn't let those bloodlines and eyes go to waste. He had made a grand display of killing Danzo, yet left the old man alive. No doubt Danzo's wariness toward the Uchiha would deepen. Without the third Hokage, and with the fourth's authority unstable, Danzo held great power. The night of the Uchiha massacre might come sooner than expected. In the grass country, a man clad in a black robe with a hood revealing half of a white mask sat resting by a tree. Hey Obito, we've almost gathered all the Akatsuki members, and you're still scouting the terrain here. How much longer will it take? Obito spat, you're such a nage-fei. Isn't this precisely to find a suitable location for establishing our hidden village? How can we settle for anything less than perfect? This place is utterly unsuitable. The grass country is truly a terrible spot. Fei also saw at a glance that this area was not fit for building a ninja village. Walking across the grasslands, one could often see craters left by ninjutsu, traces of shinobi battles everywhere. Upon closer inspection, rusty kunai and discarded ninja tools could be spotted hidden in the deep grass. Sometimes one could even see bloodstains not yet fully dried on the blades of grass. This is the tragedy of small nations. They become vassals of great powers or turn into battlefields. Even after the Great Ninja War ended, peace remains elusive here. Even during rest, Obito continued to practice sealing techniques. With his exceptional sealing skills combined with the ability of his right eye divine authority, he could now flexibly apply preset seals in battle. Holding a scroll, Obito looked up in surprise as a spinning ninja blade flew closer and closer. It triggered the passive intangibility of his right eye, passed through his body, and embedded itself into the tree behind him. TCH, what kind of lowlife dares to greet me with a ninja blade? Obito dusted off the dirt from his pants and stood up, gazing toward the direction from which the blade had come. After seeing the situation there, Obito began to reflect on his own problem. He had been studying too intently and hadn't even noticed the battle breaking out around him. It turned out to be a clash between Grass Ninja and Fuma Clan Ninja. Both sides had a dozen or so shinobi, a small-scale skirmish that, while not a war, was a common occurrence here. By the time Obito saw them, the fight was already at its end. Almost every Grass Ninja was wounded, yet they still managed to repel the Fuma Clan through sheer numbers. Once the enemy had left, the tense shinobi all showed pained expressions. Some sat on the ground, others leaned against trees, utterly exhausted. Many were injured, some with fatal wounds, yet not a single medical ninja was in sight. Without treatment, many would die. None of these people look afraid. Are they not afraid of death? After following Obito, Baiju seemed to have become much sharper, noticing the oddity of these individuals. I don't know, but it seems they might have some plan. Hey, hurry up. At that moment, a Grass Ninja barked, shoving a woman with red hair toward the injured shinobi. The red-haired woman had a gentle face, appearing somewhat delicate, but Obito could sense the immense and vibrant chakra within her body. That woman's chakra is so strong. But why does her physical condition look so unhealthy despite having such chakra and vitality? Baiju's perception was also very keen, so he couldn't understand why a woman with such powerful life force and chakra could be in such poor health. Obito pinched his chin, the mask, watching the scene with a sardonic gaze. The red-haired woman was pushed down, and a Grass Ninja crawled onto her, opened his mouth wide, and bit down. Miraculously, the wound that had been gushing blood began to heal, emitting white smoke, and the lost vitality was instantly restored. At this time, a woman with such abilities. Who else could she be but the mother of Uzumaki Karen? Obito formed a single hand seal, then strode coldly toward the group of Grass Ninja. His body crackled with blue-black lightning, and immense chakra radiated outward, crushing the already injured Grass Ninjas' will to resist. Hey, you little Grass Ninja brats. Though it's not dignified for an adult, I really do despise you. The released lightning and overwhelming chakra pressure paralyzed the dozen or so Grass Ninja, their faces twisted in terror. The lightning numbed their already wounded bodies, while the sheer pressure from Obito's chakra, slightly more intense than that of Tobirama in the original story, shattered their mental defenses. What do you want? We'll give you anything, just spare us. One of the less injured Grass Ninja, likely the leader, forced himself to stand and speak. Hand over the woman. Before Obito could finish, the red-haired woman was kicked over by the man who had bitten her earlier, as if she were a worthless object, completely forgetting that she had saved his life moments ago. Very cooperative of you. Obito withdrew his aura, and the crackling lightning faded, allowing the Grass Ninja to breathe a sigh of relief. In that case, I'll let you off this time, since I'm in a good mood. Obito pulled the woman along the ground. After taking a few steps, he noticed the ninja blade still stuck in the tree. He abruptly turned his head, revealing a crimson Sharingan beneath his mask, as if, you interrupted my training and ruined my mood. How could I possibly let you live? After dragging the red-haired woman away from the charred land, he tossed her casually to the ground. Listen, I don't care who you are. Your special ability is what I need. From now on, you're my subordinate. Sir, thank you for saving me, but I'm afraid I cannot follow you. Because I have a baby daughter still in the Grass Ninja's custody. I cannot abandon my daughter. Just then the ground beneath Obito's feet began to writhe, and a snow-white creature with green hair emerged, holding a red-haired infant in its arms. Obito had already used his Sharingan to learn the location of this woman and Karen. Since she had been brought here, it meant they were not far away, so he had Baiju use a clone to retrieve the baby. Karen. The woman clutched the infant to her chest, then looked at Obito. I'll do anything you want. My body has a special ability, healing wounds with a single bite. But please don't harm my daughter. The corner of Obito's mouth beneath the mask twitched slightly. What kind of person would harm a baby in swaddling? What I'm interested in is not your healing ability. Well, you'll find out in due time. Obito didn't intend to explain too much to a test subject. This ability, along with the mind's eye of the Kagura and the sealing techniques unique to the Uzumaki clan, would be extremely useful. Perhaps having Orochimaru study it combined with his right eye's power might allow him to acquire these abilities. After subduing Shiwan, this damn system didn't give me any points. Sure enough, I have to complete the tasks assigned by the system to get rewards. After Daito's invasion of Konoha, the ninja world began to grow restless. The death of the third Hokage and the mysterious disappearance of Konoha's White Fang plunged Konoha into an unprecedented period of weakness. Although Konoha's White Fang pretended to have amnesia and was allowed to rest freely, having resigned from his position as a ninja, Konoha never publicly announced this. Thus other villages believed that Konoha's White Fang remained in the village to protect it, and they greatly feared his power. Besides Konoha's unprecedented weakness, a mercenary organization named Akatsuki rose rapidly. All major nations could hire this organization. Although it was a rogue ninja organization, their services were clearly priced in the ninja world. Currently, Akatsuki's manpower was not complete, but it had already displayed several members with strength surpassing the Kage level. Pain was the leader along with Xiao Nan and Daito. These individuals did not take external missions except for recruiting members. Although Daito had an Akatsuki cloak, he never wore it, always donning a mask and an Uchiha robe. He was already Uchiha Madara, did he need the title of Akatsuki member? The members recruited at this stage were sufficient. There was the rogue ninja Xia from Sunagakure, and Xiao Du, who was lured by Akatsuki with benefits. To fill the ranks, there were also two unfamiliar faces members with strength at most at the Jonin level. Next were the members inserted by Daito, Shiwan, and Chi Mu Shuamao. Chi Mu Shuamao always wore a half mask covering the upper half of his face, revealing a scarlet Sharingan through the animal-shaped eye hole. Thus everyone speculated that he was from the Uchiha clan. No one knew his true identity was the legendary Konoha's White Fang, whose name alone struck awe. But Daito gave him a new title, Silver Fang. Due to his immense strength, others in the organization respectfully called him Mr. Fang. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were also a formidable force at this stage. However, when Daito scouted the terrain, he had already gone with Pain and Xiao Nan to take over the Land of Rain. They encountered Goju Shirt Song, who had not become a Jinchuriki, but still became a Kage. Unexpectedly, the famed 4th Mizukage was controlled merely by the Mangekyo Jinjutsu. Under Daito's control, the 7 ninja swordsman organization was on the verge of dissolution, as they were all dissatisfied with Shirt Song's sudden change. Daito did not consider himself utterly evil because the village hidden in the mist was itself called the Blood Mist Village. Even in relatively peaceful times, it was chaotic with frequent small-scale local wars. He merely pushed slightly, achieving the Blood Mist, causing these talents to flee. These individuals who no longer trusted the village were the best candidates to strengthen Akatsuki. Having controlled the Mizukage with Genjutsu, he left the rest to Pain. Daito believed that Pain's talent could recruit Gon Shirgui Jiao and Pai Pa Shirzong into the organization. The reason he did not go personally was that Daito had more important matters to attend to. As for Daito, he set up a fully equipped laboratory in the Akatsuki branch, his personal base. Even using Kimui to steal it took a long time to assemble. A Hemischolar. No, a scientist's actions cannot be called stealing. Daito had taken to Shiwan. Since in the original story Do could use Dahi's cells to enhance White Zetsu, then Shiwan could certainly do the same. Because there were many White Zetsu clones, Daito generously gave 2 White Zetsu to Shiwan for research. Daito also fully supported Shiwan in studying and enhancing the impure world reincarnation technique. Although the living corpse reincarnation was a powerful forbidden technique that could make one nearly immortal after using it, one's soul became incomplete and thus unable to inherit sage techniques. In the original story, Shiwan could have trained in the Ryuchi Cave Sage mode, but because he used this forbidden technique, his incomplete soul could not withstand the power of Sage mode, so he gave up. The ultimate In release chakra, a sealing technique called In Seal, was currently known only to Gangsho in the entire ninja world. Daito had studied it when he researched sealing techniques under Gangsho and knew the general theoretical knowledge. Therefore, to perfect the In Seal training, Daito entrusted the task of training and researching the In Seal, as well as the In Release Seal Release and the 100 Healings technique, to Shiwan. Daito only needed to share the results with him without any need to research himself. At this moment, Shiwan, who had just excitedly moved into the lab, suddenly sneezed. His snake-like face instantly fell, and he muttered in a hoarse voice, "Indeed, the human body is too fragile. Madara has lived so long, his body must have already surpassed humans. As long as I take his techniques. Hee hee. SSSSS, the sound of a snake hissing. And Daito, who had just finished mentally discussing Shiwan, couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if he was being stared at by a sinister snake. Several months had passed since the assault on Konoha, and Daito had not returned to take a look. To understand the current situation in Konoha, Daito activated Kimui and once again infiltrated Konoha village. This time his purpose in coming to Konoha was to inspect the Uchiha clan to see how many were qualified to follow him, and to determine both Feng Shui men's current status in the village, as well as the relationship between the village and the Uchiha. Just arriving in Konoha, Daito found it somewhat laughable. The once lively and upward-looking village had become deeply gloomy after merely being subjected to the baptism of 3-tailed beasts and his own Susanoo. The destroyed houses, due to the absence of that carpenter who could build houses in an instant, showed many workers repairing and rebuilding them. Moreover, not a single Uchiha clan member could be seen on Konoha streets. Oh, it turned out the Uchiha clan had been relocated to the very edge of the village. Fortunately, Daito was not wearing Uchiha clothes. He combed his hair back, wore a pair of black sunglasses, and without even using a transformation technique, he swaggered down Konoha's streets. Arriving at the familiar Ichiraku ramen shop, Daito habitually ordered a bowl of noodles and sat down to begin eavesdropping. This Ichiraku ramen shop was deliberately spared by Daito. Due to some irresistible reason out of caution, he had intentionally avoided this shop during the chaotic attack on Konoha. Just then Daito overheard the conversation of several ninjas passing by outside, and couldn't help but sneer, causing Uncle Ichiraku to cast a strange glance, though his squinty eyes made it impossible to see his eyes. Daito finished the soup in his bowl with a cold laugh, and ordered another bowl. These passers-by who weren't even ninjas had the audacity to criticize Konoha's heroes based on hearsay. Konoha has really lost its vitality. After being attacked by that masked man called Uchiha Madara, we can't live a stable life anymore. Who says otherwise? Even the third Hokage, whom I've admired since childhood, died heroically, while that fourth Hokage did nothing, and even became the helper of the demon fox. Exactly. I heard that Hokage advisor Danzo bravely fought against Madara's subordinate in the shadows and successfully repelled him. I know that. It's the Silver Fang from the recently risen mercenary organization. Hearing these ridiculous conversations, he knew exactly who was spreading these rumors. It was indeed that old man who was always eyeing the Hokage position. Spare his life was the right choice, exposing the ignorance and stupidity of Konoha's villagers. After finishing his noodles, Daito patted his butt and stood up. He paid casually and walked toward the location of his former home. Although his house was gone, the tree under which his grandmother was buried still stood. He placed the flowers he had stolen from a flower shop using long-range Kimui at the base of the tree, then headed toward the current Uchiha clan grounds. Along the way, he now roughly understood Shuei Men's situation. Although as the fourth Hokage, he was ostensibly the highest authority in the village, only those ninjas who had participated in the battle supported him. The ninjas who hadn't fought, and the civilians, were all dissatisfied with him due to the rumors spread by Danzo. Some even blamed Shuei Men for the third Hokage's death. Naturally, Shuei Men had also heard these rumors. He had never imagined that the village he would risk his life to protect would turn against him with harsh words. But fortunately, his wife Xian, Wujio Xian Nai, and his son Bo Feng Ming Ren brought him happiness, and were the greatest motivation supporting Shuei Men. Danzo not only spread rumors, but also praised himself. He had appropriately enhanced Chi Mu Shua Mao, who had attacked the root, thus making the Silver Fang of Akatsuki so famous. Danzo's power was growing day by day, which was very unfavorable for the Uchiha clan. Not only were they relocated to the edge of Konoha, but Shuei Men also did not step in to stop it, and they were made scapegoats. Because controlling tailed beasts was something only the Uchiha Sharingan could do, and during the attack on Konoha, the tailed beasts summoned by Daito had such large three-tomo Sharingan in their eyes that anyone with eyes could see them. Therefore, when Danzo moved the Uchiha clan to the edge of Konoha, no one opposed it, and other villagers even thought Danzo was acting for the people. This, however, incited the anger of many Uchiha Hawk faction members who thought about rebellion all day, wanting the Uchiha clan leader Fu Yue to become Hokage. Even Konoha's interior was beginning to fall into chaos. If another village were to wage war against Konoha at this time, there was a high probability that Konoha would collapse directly. With a smile on his lips, Daito left the Uchiha. After just a brief observation, he had taken a liking to those Hawk faction members. Because these people actually took pride in his attack on Konoha, and without even needing to invite them, they kept talking about him, saying that if Madara were to come to Konoha again, they would follow and support him, and together destroy Konoha. Of course, those who made such statements were verbally reprimanded by the Uchiha elders, but it was only verbal reprimand. How could a spirited person, especially a proud Uchiha, submit to such a weak and stubborn Konoha? The ones Daito looked down upon most were Uchiha Ji Shuei and Uchiha Yu. Although they were still children, one had already achieved 3 tomo at a younger age and had mastered the body flicker technique, while the other, though not yet awakened his Sharingan, was already pondering strange questions at such a young age, and even jumped off a cliff. Although their talent was indeed high, their mature beyond years demeanor greatly displeased Daito, especially their foolish thinking, which was praised as having the mindset of a Hokage. These foolish fellows should be recommended to read about Marxist thought. Ahem, their stubborn will of fire and Hokage ideology were nothing but self-gratification. Although he was annoyed by these 2 talented brats, Daito still got what he wanted. He confirmed that Shuei Men's reputation was poor, and that old scoundrel Danzo was plotting against the Uchiha again. Moreover, there were quite a few Uchiha who supported him, so his plan could proceed. Ding, takeaway Uchiha clan members. Task reward 150 points. Just then the long-lost system voice rang in Daito's head again. Hey, I didn't get any reward for subduing Deshiwan, but you give me 150 points for taking a few Uchiha. Then wouldn't I become a clown if I capture the 9 tails? Huh, speak up. However, the system fell silent as if it had never appeared. Although Daito was displeased, there was nothing he could do. After all, having a system was already good, and 150 points was not a bad thing for him. As Daito was about to leave Konoha, he encountered several people walking toward him. Yi Yuan Lin Ka Ka Shimai Te Kai A Si Ma Shi Ri Hong, and Yu Guang Ji Feng, all ninjas of the same period as him. Their direction seemed to be toward the dumpling shop. While the 3-colored dumplings there were indeed delicious, and the tea and takoyaki were also tasty. Daito swallowed his saliva while thinking, but he did not turn toward the dumpling shop. Instead, he pushed his sunglasses, wore a casual kimono, and walked past these ninjas with his hands in his pockets. But after only a few steps with his back to them, he was suddenly called out by two voices. Hey, wait a moment. This familiar voice. Was it Kakashi? Daito. Daito's eyes widened in surprise. This voice. Was it Lin? How did she recognize him? No, why did she call his name directly? He should have been like a completely different person in terms of physique, aura, and even chakra. Even someone with the Kagura heart, I could not perceive such a drastically changed acquaintance from a mere passing glance. Daito took his hands out of his pockets and turned to face the group. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Daito he already. Shi Rihong looked at Yi Yuan Lin beside her with concern, and also glanced at the turning Daito. This person is a ninja, right? Just from his stance I can tell. This guy is terrifyingly strong. Yu Guangji Feng raised his eyes, his instinct telling him that he must never engage this person in combat. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, quickly formed hand seals, and pressed his hand to the ground, summoning technique ninja dogs. Summoning technique ninja dogs. As Kakashi performed the summoning technique, several dogs appeared on the ground, though they looked somewhat incomplete. Seeing that familiar-looking mangy dog wearing a vest, Obito knew exactly who it was. Kakashi's famous summoning beast, the ninja dog Pakin. Obito's heart skipped a beat. Could this guy be using the ninja dogs to identify his scent? No, Obito reasoned that he had never let Kakashi's ninja dogs catch his scent before. As everyone stared at Obito with serious expressions, Pakin twitched his nose a few times, then widened his eyes and spoke. That's right. It's this guy. Obito's heart jolted. How did it manage that? His scent should have been altered by Hashirama's cells, completely different from his original aura. By now Kakashi's face had turned cold. He stepped forward, even pulling out a kunai. I felt a strange familiarity, and I wondered what it was. So it's you, the masked man who killed my ninja dog. Obito suddenly froze. He remembered that at the end of the Third Shinobi World War, when he went to the Hidden Mist Village to capture the Three Tails, he encountered Rin about to be made into a Jinchuriki. After stealing the Three Tails, he not only cast a Genjutsu on Rin, but also casually burned a dog on the roadside with Amaterasu, never expecting that dog to be Kakashi's summoning beast. Rin remained silent, frowning as she studied Obito. Although his face was only hidden by a pair of sunglasses, Obito was completely unflustered. If even the ninja dog couldn't recognize him, then humans definitely couldn't. Phew, that scared me for nothing. I almost thought my identity was exposed. If it were exposed, how would I explain that? I'd have no choice but to forcibly convince him with force that staying in Konoha has no future, and that becoming a rogue ninja with me is more rewarding. While thinking this, Obito tilted his head and spoke in a roguish tone. Hey, what are you all doing in broad daylight? You bastard. Who do you think I am? Is this really a ninja? He looks more like a thug. Yuhi Kurenai covered her mouth and whispered, unable to see how strong the man before her was. At that moment, a beardless Asuma wore a bored expression, spreading his hands. Kakashi, it's just a dog. Deaths during wartime are normal. And this guy looks unfamiliar, probably from another village. Huh. Kakashi glanced back at Asuma. Ever since his amnesiac father disappeared, Kakashi's mood had become extremely foul. If anyone provoked him further, he would lose his temper. But in the split second they were talking, Obito had already vanished from his spot, silent and without a trace. Hey Kakashi, that guy's gone. Pakin frowned and alerted Kakashi. Its gaze never left Obito, but after Obito formed a strange hand seal his entire body, turned into a shadow, and swiftly moved away into the distance. Strangely, as he moved, his aura vanished into thin air. When Pakin reported this to Kakashi, Kakashi was the first to shake his head and refute. Can't track his aura. In the ninja world, I only know two people with such ability. One is Master Minato, who can use the Flying Thunder God technique, and the other is Uchiha Madara, who attacked Konoha that day with his spatial dojutsu. Madara. No way. If he were here, why wouldn't he just attack directly? Kakashi recalled that day when he had briefly fought the masked man. Both height and build were similar. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He should report it to Master Minato. But Rin clenched her fists, hesitating to speak. That masked man, Obito, had once saved her life in the Hidden Mist Village. Just as she was about to be sealed as a Jinchuriki, he had effortlessly eliminated all the enemies. Although he cast a Genjutsu on her, she was indeed rescued. Obito had gathered all the information he needed. Despite a small hiccup, as long as his identity wasn't exposed, everything was fine. Activating Kimui, Obito returned to his hideout. The hideout was relatively secret, built near an ordinary village, and currently only Orochimaru was there. By this time, Orochimaru had already taken Kabuto Yakushi as his apprentice, but he didn't keep him by his side. He had probably sent him to infiltrate Danzo's ranks as a spy. Obito returned to his hideout in good spirits, only to sense something off about the atmosphere. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but this sixth sense made him uneasy. Obito, who possessed powerful perception abilities, closed his eyes and placed one hand on the ground, yet he detected nothing unusual. Although this was a temporary hideout, it wasn't far from the Akatsuki headquarters. The weather was also affected by the rain country constantly in the rainy season. It seemed he would have to learn the Rain Tiger at will technique from Pain. Obito took off his sunglasses, tilted his head back, and let the heavy rain wash over him. He used to hate rainy days, but now he had come to enjoy this weather. Taking a deep breath, he put on his mask and pulled up the hood of his black robe, heading toward his hideout. What he didn't notice was a toad with wide-open eyes not far behind him, observing him from the mud. As soon as he returned to the hideout, Obito saw Orochimaru walking out to meet him. Madara-san, you've done something quite remarkable again. Obito tilted his head in confusion. He had only scouted the terrain and taken a spin around Konoha, nothing major. Could it be that Orochimaru, driven mad by unpaid labor in his experiments, was trying to be sarcastic? If possible, I'd like you to give me a portion of the 5 tails as research material. My. Obito was baffled. When had he gone to capture a tailed beast? Having to capture so many tailed beasts in just 2.5 years, wouldn't that be exhausting? Sensing Obito's confusion, Orochimaru also showed a puzzled expression. I received intelligence that a masked man attacked the Iwa Jinchuriki and took the 5 tails. Could that masked man not be you? Obito frowned. Who was meddling behind the scenes? What level were they at to be capturing tailed beasts at the same time as him? But the 5 tails Jinchuriki was not inside the Hidden Stone Village. It seemed he had defected after the Third Shinobi World War and had been living in solitude, making him one of the easiest tailed beasts to capture. Madara-san, you've been careless. It's not good to have a rat sneaking in here. Obito turned his head, his gaze turning cold as he stared at a small toad eavesdropping on their conversation from a distance. Well, Orochimaru, this is a toad. Vankuin is quite humorous too. Orochimaru licked his tongue. This toad with its chakra aura could only be Jiraiya's summoning beast. Who else? Only one summoning beast. It seems the main body is not here. After expanding his perception range and not detecting Jiraiya's chakra, Obito raised his right hand, at the same time Orochimaru raised his left hand. 2 snakes, one patterned and one white, emerged from their sleeves and lunged at the toad on the ground. This technique was the hidden shadow snake hands, originally a ninjutsu created by Orochimaru. Seeing Obito use the same move, Orochimaru suddenly became uncertain. Was this really a technique he had developed himself? Obito retracted the white snake that had emerged from his sleeve. This was a technique that converted the summoning jutsu into a sealing technique in advance. During battle, one only needed to directly inject chakra to release the sealing technique, and the summoning beast would be directly summoned from a prearranged formula. Thus this technique could almost be considered a seal-less ninjutsu. Orochimaru indeed possessed genuine talent. His practical combat understanding was terrifyingly formidable. However, after a puff of white smoke, the toad disappeared from Orochimaru's snake hands that seemed to have been reverse summoned away. As expected of one of the 3 ninja, Jiraiya so cautious. Is he trying to gather information on me to defeat me? Orochimaru turned to glance at Obito, then shook his head. No, this guy is probably here for me. Meanwhile, under a tree 5 kilometers away from the duo's base, Jiraiya wore a solemn expression and murmured, Orochimaru, have you truly betrayed the village like this? Even to the point of colluding with those who wish to destroy Konoha in pursuit of what you desire. Obito had never imagined that Jiraiya would come to trouble him and Orochimaru. After all, he had already killed the 3rd Hokage, and the strength he displayed had likely been acknowledged by the ninja world. His name, Uchiha Madara, would also be recognized. How could mere Jiraiya have the audacity to challenge the former Shura of the ninja world, the man who was called the twin heroes of the warring states alongside the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju? What gave Obito a headache was that unidentified masked man who not only stole his tailed beasts, but also wore a similar mask to his, framing him for all the crimes he committed. As a result, because the tailed beasts were captured, almost every village suffered losses. The Wagakure and Kumogakure had already begun discussing the convening of the 5 Kage summit to prioritize dealing with the matter of Uchiha Madara. As for Konohagakure, that old man Danzo was pulling strings behind the scenes. Minato's own faction was still too young. His subordinates included Gekko Hayate, Shizuku Izumo, and Reito Namishi, all of whom were ninjas roughly from the same era as Obito. The safest could be said to be Sunagakure because their village had no Jinchuriki. Shikaku had gone missing after its battle with Obito during the 3rd Great Ninja War. The 3rd Great Ninja War had barely ended. With the current turmoil, the 4th Great Ninja War would likely come soon. Jiraiya-sensei. In the Hokage's office, Minato looked at the solemn-faced Jiraiya. Jiraiya had come to tell Minato about the cooperation between Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara, Obito, and the location of their base. He hoped that Minato, who had fought Obito, would tell him about Obito's abilities in detail, and together they would research and find a way to defeat him. The scene returned to Obito's base. After parting with Orochimaru, he took out a well-preserved life substance from a sealing scroll, which he had extracted from the wound of Hyuga Uesher. Once Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation technique was perfected, he would use his ability to learn this ninjutsu and summon his close friend from the afterlife. His target was only the rotten Konoha, represented by the high-ranking officials, led by Danzo. If he were to turn back and join Konoha now, it might still be possible if no one exposed him. But staying in Konoha would not allow him to grow stronger quickly, nor would it be conducive to development. In just a few years, the Otsutsuki clan, surpassing the highest combat power of the entire ninja world, would descend. Yet he would be entangled in internal and external conflicts of the village. Wasn't that somewhat laughable? Orochimaru's research was mainly focused on the impure world reincarnation and the study of the Sage Mode from the Ryuchi Cave. Although the original story's Yugo had not yet appeared, simply researching the power of Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode to develop the curse mark Obito's Senjutsu chakra was already enough to inspire Orochimaru. Since the base's location had been discovered, it could no longer be used. It was time to relocate. So Obito planned to move all important things to the vicinity of where he had already chosen to establish a village in the future. At this moment, however, something unexpected happened. He discovered the annoying frog again. It seemed that Jiraiya, having learned their location, had been keeping watch to obtain more information. Since you want it so badly, I'll oblige and give it to you directly. Jiraiya's mission was to investigate the true identity of the masked man and the recently risen Akatsuki organization. He hadn't expected that both Orochimaru and the masked man were connected to this organization. Although this investigation mission was extremely dangerous, it was because Konoha was shorthanded that Jiraiya, as Minato's teacher, voluntarily took on this task. Jiraiya's investigative ability was indeed formidable. In just half a month, he roughly pinpointed the location of Amigakure in the Land of Rain. After Hanzo was killed by Obito, no news leaked out, because the actual ruler of Amigakure had become Nagato. He sealed off the information, leading everyone to believe that the man called the demigod was still alive. In the pouring rain, a frog suddenly opened its mouth wide on the water's surface. A hand wearing a ninja gauntlet reached out from the frog's mouth, followed by a tall figure with white hair. This person was Jiraiya. He had set his sights on Amigakure through channels related to Obito. Found him. Found Jiraiya. Who would have thought that one of the three ninja Jiraiya would appear here? A lively voice rang out. It was Tobi, dressed in an Akatsuki cloak, looking like a fool. Standing beside Tobi was another man wearing a swirl mask, who was Obito. Unbelievable. Just kidding. Everything went as I expected. Obito's originally high-pitched voice, similar to Tobi's, suddenly changed, becoming deep and magnetic. That was the voice of Uchiha Madara. The Sharingan revealed beneath the mask had already fixed its gaze on Jiraiya, who still had his back turned to him. What a bad start. Jiraiya flicked his hair, stepped forward with one leg, and extended his palm. I am the Toad Immortal of Mount Mayaboku, the Sage of the Toad, the great Jiraiya. An evil path like you who destroys Konoha. Before Jiraiya could finish, Obito raised his hand and unleashed a fierce fire style at Jiraiya. Just as the intelligence said, possessing enormous chakra and mastery of all 5 nature transformations, arrogant and overbearing. To release a fire style in a place full of water with heavy rain. Jiraiya climbed out of the water, soaking wet. It turned out he had directly released the chakra from his feet and submerged into the water to counter the fire style attack. You seem to know a lot about me. Obito smiled. Was this the legendary Jiraiya of the intelligence? Regarding your intelligence, though we do not know who you are or what your goal is, I am quite clear about the analysis of your abilities. For now, let me call you Ban. A puff of white smoke emerged from beneath Jiraiya's feet as he stood atop a massive red toad. This toad was none other than the Toad Boss Wantai. Jiraiya looked down at Obito, his palms pressed together, emitting a faint golden light, as if preparing something. Are you trying to buy time to enter Sage Mode? Obito found it somewhat amusing. Such an incomplete Sage Mode was far inferior to his own Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode. Is it true that the Tsuchikage and Reikage are joining forces to hold a 5 Kage summit to deal with me? Wishing to witness the power of Mayaboku's Sage Mode, Obito placed his hands on his hips, not interrupting Jiraiya's technique, but instead engaging in casual conversation. Is that so? Well, such matters might be kept confidential first. At least I haven't received any intelligence. Jiraiya pressed his palms together, wearing a foolish grin. He was always such an idiot. Don't lie to me. As one of the 3 ninja, and the 4th Hokage's master, how could you not know such a trivial thing? You call Minato the 4th Hokage, so I can confirm you are from Konoha, but whether you are Uchiha Ban is uncertain. Could you be a fanatical follower of Ban? Boring. I abandoned such a mere name long ago. Obito, realizing he was looking up at Jiraiya, which felt undignified, raised 2 fingers in front of his chest as he spoke. Summoning technique 8 Tails. As the massive cloud of smoke dissipated, Obito stood atop a giant beast with a bull's head and an octopus body, the very 8 Tails Gyuki that had recently destroyed Konoha. Now the 8 Tails had lost its usual tailed beast ferocity, crouching like an obedient dog. A closer look at its simple sketch-like eyes revealed 3 slowly rotating tomo marks. It had been controlled by Obito's dojutsu. This is the 8 Tails. Jiraiya's mouth fell open. Would his Sage Mode even be effective against a tailed beast? No, his opponent was that Uchiha Ban. The Susanoo used that night. Though he hadn't participated in the battle himself, just from hearing others' accounts and Minato's evaluation of its power, he knew how terrifying it was. Don't worry, I won't interrupt your laughable Sage Mode. In fact, if you don't enter that mode, you won't even pique my interest. Obito spread his hands, his expression and words dripping with condescension and disdain for Jiraiya's power. That was Sage Mode. After mastering this power, one was no longer an ordinary ninja. It was a level beyond the Kage. To be dismissed as worthless, even Jiraiya felt a surge of anger. Seeing the 2 marks drawn beneath Jiraiya's original red tear-like markings beginning to emit a faint red glow, Obito sighed and controlled the 8 Tails to raise one of its tails. Boom. The 8 Tails attack was blocked by the Toad Wantai's massive sword. Jiraiya, is that technique ready yet? I don't have confidence in dealing with something like this. Leaping down from the Toad's head, Jiraiya ran with long strides, dashing into the hidden rain village. Hey! Obito left the 8 Tails to bully the Toad Wantai while he followed Jiraiya closely. If Jiraiya made it deep into the rain village, it would be troublesome, especially if he saw Pain and Konan. Don't run. Seeing Jiraiya's swift pace, Obito directly activated the second form of Susanoo. The 2-faced giant roared its 4 arms, wreaking havoc on the surrounding buildings. Spotting Jiraiya about to disappear into a structure within the rain village, Obito's Susanoo immediately conjured several spinning chakra shuriken, hurling them fiercely. They struck Jiraiya head-on and obliterated the building. This should keep him quiet for a while. Right. Suddenly Obito could no longer sense Jiraiya's chakra. Staring at the rubble he had created, Obito's heart jolted. That cunning Jiraiya had used a shadow clone. Uchiha ban. Is there really a human who can live that long? A voice like an old woman's chattered. He might have mastered some peculiar technique. Anything is possible, it's not beyond reason. Almost time for you to transform into sage mode on your own, little Jiraiya. This was a voice like a little old man's. Compared to you two, I'm still just a baby. So please put in some effort during this time. Alright, here we go. Thud. The sound of a heavy object landing, and the ground behind him began to crack. There 3 pairs of glowing white eyes appeared. So that's your pathetic sage mode. You still need toads to maintain it during battle. Now I'll replace ninjutsu with senjutsu. Looking up at the sky, Jiraiya the gallant. Jiraiya, still exaggeratingly swinging his head, hopped forward on one foot, then immediately formed hand seals, and launched a combined senjutsu, with the 2 frogs on his shoulders. Sage Art Gomen. Obito stood still. Toad oil fire release and wind release. Though the technique was powerful and wide-ranging, Obito could perfectly evade it by using his right eye's passive intangibility. Watching Obito stroll leisurely within the river-like torrent of Gomen, as if bathing, Jiraiya analyzed. He has an intangibility ability lasting about 10 minutes. The countermeasure is to exhaust the time with large-scale attacks or counterattack at the moment of his attack. Obito sneered, only 10 minutes. Your intelligence is worthless. My intangibility lasts 20 minutes. Such arrogant words made it impossible to tell that Obito was actually bluffing. His intangibility only lasted 15 minutes, but out in the world one could wrap themselves in words. Obito tossed a seemingly ordinary kunai tied with white bandages toward Jiraiya. Is that guy really Uchiha banned? Using a kunai, a weapon with no attack power, in a battle like this? The Toad couple clearly did not believe that the masked man before them was the legendary Uchiha ban. Clang. The kunai was deflected by the Toad's long tongue, spinning twice in the air before striking the ground. But then Obito raised 2 fingers, vanishing in an instant, reappearing as he grasped the kunai. That space-time ninjutsu. So fast. Jiraiya showed a surprised expression, turning his head to see Obito behind him. Kamui 2-step. By using the Kamui seal prepared on the kunai in advance, combined with the accelerated transfer of his own eyes, the transfer speed almost matched Flying Thunder God. It was nearly impossible for Jiraiya to react to this technique. Mortal Strike. Obito extended his right hand, clad in a combat glove. The moment he touched Jiraiya, the battle would end. He would be instantly sucked into the Kamui dimension. As Obito was about to touch his body, Jiraiya's initial expression of surprise faded, replaced by a smug smile. I've studied this technique carefully. After all, it's the one that made Minato struggle. Jiraiya's voice suddenly came from behind Obito, a Rasengan swirling in his hand as he closed in. Damn, was the one standing here from the very beginning just a clone? Obito hadn't expected Jiraiya to be so cunning, waiting for him to expose a weakness before attacking with his real body. Sage Art Wild Lion's Mane. Obito tried to halt his attack in that instant, but it was too late. Jiraiya's clone released a technique that used his hair, a prehensile mane that ensnared Obito, forcing his materialized body to act. No way. Obito's Sharingan widened beneath his mask, but Jiraiya's Rasengan had already struck him. Whooshed. Yet Jiraiya's Rasengan still failed to hit Obito. The moment it touched his body, it passed through. The hair that had bound him also phased through. Just kidding. Obito raised his right hand again with confidence. The earlier Kamui Phase 2 had never been intended to attack. He had merely made his body tangible. He deliberately let Jiraiya's clone bind him with hair, then lured Jiraiya into attacking, because he had long suspected that Jiraiya had already analyzed the Kamui Phase 2 technique. The moment Jiraiya's attack passed through his body was when Jiraiya was most vulnerable. If he struck, then even if his body were tangible, no one could harm him. Boom. Just as Obito was about to touch Jiraiya, a violent explosion erupted between them, sending both leaping back several paces to create distance. A quarter of Obito's mask was blown off, revealing a crimson Sharingan and the bandages covering his forehead. Jiraiya was only slightly dusted. Under Sage Mode with the cover of the 2 toads, he remained unscathed. Explosive tags. So that's when it happened. When Jiraiya's clone wrapped Obito in his hair, he had also planted explosive tags on him, and one on the mask. One had to admit Jiraiya's intelligence was indeed terrifying. His numerous battlefield experiences had granted him unparalleled combat wisdom, experience, and reflexes. Obito began tearing off his tattered clothes, revealing a muscular physique accentuated by the tight black combat suit. Though half his robe was blown away, he still draped it over his body. Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin. I underestimated you. Obito reached for his mask, snapping off the piece covering his right eye, leaving only half a mask to conceal his face. Then I suppose I'll get a little serious. Obito grabbed the bandage on his forehead and slowly began to unwrap it. Jiraiya, of course, would not waste time. He immediately unleashed Sage Art Hair Needle Senbon, sweeping Obito with a barrage of needles. But it was all in vain. Obito shed his skin like a molting snake. The outer layer of his torn robe slipped off, revealing a strange posture as he cast off his previous skin, leaving a trail of mucus. His aura had changed completely. The tattered robe seemed to have renewed itself perfectly, but the broken mask now only covered the lower half of his face. The forehead that had been wrapped in bandages was now exposed, bearing 2 pairs of horns. Beneath the revealed eyes, a purple facial pattern appeared like eyeshadow, resembling Indra. Little Jiraiya. This aura. This is very bad. Fukasaku Sage's expression warped in shock, a cold sweat beading on his green frog face. He recognized this aura. It was the sage mode of the Ryuchi cave. That strange molting technique, and this sage chakra energy. Ryuchi cave. What is your relationship with Orochimaru? Still concerned about Orochimaru. Your bond is touching, but I suggest you worry about your own situation. Obito raised one hand, gathering an immense amount of chakra in his palm, compressing and spinning it into a massive Rasengan. Jiraiya kicked off his sandals, leaping onto the wall like a toad. His nose developed frog-like spots, his teeth sharpened, and most of his face turned red, covered by the Sage Mode pattern. Sage Art Massive Rasengan. Sage Art Massive Rasengan. The two identical techniques clashed, unleashing a devastating force that reduced the already crumbling buildings to rubble. If it were pain, he would have used the Preta path to absorb it. Then I wouldn't have the thrill of a real fight. Obito cradled his slightly aching right hand, using the healing palm technique to treat his wounded arm. Jiraiya's feet had transformed into frog-like webbed appendages. This was the imperfect Sage Mode. Though it greatly enhanced his power, his appearance grew disturbingly toad-like. In contrast, the Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode gave Obito purple eyeshadow, making him resemble the Uchiha ancestor Indra, and two horns sprouted from his forehead. His dragon-like transformation was far more handsome than the frog-like one. Madara, what are you doing here? A cold, clear female voice rang out. Obito looked up with a dead-eyed glare. Hey Conan, can't you see I'm in the middle of a fight? Could you keep your distance? No. Conan's reply was succinct, but Obito was deeply annoyed. Nagato had always respected him and obeyed, but Conan seemed to distrust him and didn't even use honorifics. Did pain send you? Obito clicked his tongue. He guessed that Nagato couldn't sit still seeing his mentor being tormented. No. Pain, trust your plan. I came on my own. Conan spoke, controlling countless sheets of paper to wrap around her body, forming a massive pair of wings behind her back. Conan, why are you here? Have you also stooped to colluding with someone like Madara? Obito rubbed his forehead, as if he were some heinous villain. He had attacked Konoha, extracted the Nine Tails, and even left a piece of the octopus tail to keep Kushina alive. Wasn't that practically a saint? Conan looked down at Jiraiya from above, her eyes glimmering with a complex emotion. Conan, go back. I'll handle this. Conan nodded and dispersed her wings, but she didn't leave. She sat nearby, showing no intention of departing. Meanwhile, Obito's enhanced perception in Sage Mode detected a single Pain standing far off, watching from a distance. Conan, you've become more impressive. But you used to call me master. Obito rolled his shoulders, and the three tomo in his eyes began to connect into a pinwheel, then transformed into a six-pointed star pinwheel. Enough reminiscing. Are you ready to meet your end here, Jiraiya? Jiraiya. The kaleidoscopic patterns in his eyes spun rapidly, and a vast sea of chakra flames blazed around Obito. Using the Susanoo without any side effects was the most gratifying experience. When Jiraiya saw the Susanoo, built layer by layer from a skeletal frame, finally forming a half-body armored Tengu form, he realized his own insignificance. He had thought that summoning the two sages and mastering Sage Mode made him powerful enough, but before this ultimate Uchiha ocular technique, Jiraiya once again felt the frailty of his own strength. Oh, using the Susanoo in the Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode. It feels even easier. Around Obito's half-body, Susanoo, unstable chakra particles drifted upward. He could sense that by increasing his ocular power output with his current chakra reserves, he could directly manifest the complete body Susanoo. Farther from the battlefield, a masked man lurked in the shadows, observing the fight. In the gloom beside him, a cloaked figure was also hidden. So this is Uchiha Madara. As I am now, I lack the power to contend with him. The masked man touched his mask. The shadow behind him spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. No, if it's you. It won't be long before you gain power surpassing his, perhaps even exceeding the two legends of the ninja world. Yet whatever secret technique these two used, even Pain's Rain Tiger Owl technique failed to detect their presence. Go retrieve the 8 tails. Madara is so careless, leaving a tailed beast exposed like this. The two dark figures had already left the bounds of Amigakure and arrived at the nearby water surface. The 8 tails was still thrashing about on the water with reddened eyes, while the toad Gamabunta, who had been fighting it, had vanished, likely returning to Mount Myaboku. At this moment, Obito stood within the third form Tengu Susanoo, immersed in his own overwhelming power. Facing Jiraiya, who was dodging left and right, he decided to use a large-scale combination technique. Sage Art Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation. Standing inside the Susanoo, Obito lifted his mask, revealing his mouth, and spewed forth a sea of flames. Hey, is he trying to destroy this place? Pain of the Six Paths stood on a distant building, frowning. Although this was the outskirts of Amigakure and sparsely populated, destroying it would still require him to rebuild. Faced with such an assault, Jiraiya chose not to defend with water style, but instead wove between buildings, evading the massive fire attack. However, Obito had anticipated that Jiraiya would not confront his fire style head-on. As the Susanoo's hands formed seals, clusters of blue-purple chakra took the shape of Magatama, piercing through the flames like homing bullets, precisely tracking Jiraiya's escape trajectory. That's a combination technique of Susanoo and fire style. Jiraiya was now in a sorry state. Half his clothes burned away, his wooden clogs kicked off somewhere. But due to the fire style and the rain country's weather, thick smoke filled the area. Obito temporarily lost track of Jiraiya's movements. His Sharingan spun rapidly in their sockets, searching for Jiraiya's figure. Demonic illusion, toad confrontation chant. Wah 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 wah. Suddenly Obito heard an extremely piercing croak. He turned in confusion and saw two toads crouching behind him. Damn, I never considered that Jiraiya would separate from those two frogs. Because Jiraiya's sage mode was imperfect and required the two sages to gather natural energy, Obito had not considered that they would leave Jiraiya's side. Doing so would drastically reduce Jiraiya's power. Unexpectedly, to execute this Jinjutsu, Jiraiya had the two toads circle behind him, while he himself acted as a decoy to draw Obito's attention. But he had to listen to the entire melody before falling under the Jinjutsu, so there was still a way to eliminate those two toads immediately. Amaterasu. Black flame shot toward the two toads, but they were too small, and aided by Mount Myaboku's sage arts, they easily dodged the first wave of Amaterasu. Earth-style swamp of the underworld. Obito's feet suddenly sank into the mud. Jiraiya from a distance had launched an earth-style at the lower half of his Susanoo. Indeed, the weakness of the half-body Susanoo had been discovered by Jiraiya. By then the scene before him had completely changed. He appeared in an unstable square barrier seemingly submerged in water, while four enormous toads pressed their palms against the barrier. Each of those four toads had a character on its belly which together read, Immobile King of Hell. A sound Jinjutsu capable of penetrating the Susanoo. I must commend the power of this technique. Though Obito was the one caught in the technique, he showed no sign of panic. Meanwhile, outside, Obito did not collapse despite being affected by the Jinjutsu. His head drooped, but his body remained standing. But the Susanoo enveloping him began to peel away layer by layer, finally stabilizing into a shaky, nearly vanishing skeletal form. Seeing this golden opportunity, Jiraiya instantly created a clone and used a scroll to summon a huge cleaver. In his other hand, he formed a Rasengan, striking the skeletal Susanoo with full force. The last remnants of the Susanoo shattered and dissipated, but the cleaver in the other Jiraiya's hand passed straight through Obito's body. This technique. It's triggered passively. At that moment, Obito suddenly lifted his head. Beneath his half-broken mask, both Sharingan glowed with crimson light. Jiraiya, do you really think the clan most adept at Jinjutsu in the ninja world would fall for it so easily? Obito claimed it was due to the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu superiority, but in truth he had used the power of Ryuchi Cave's sage mode to shut off his sight and hearing, feigning ensnarement. The Jinjutsu had not taken effect, and he had cast a Jinjutsu of his own, making Jiraiya believe that the toad's Jinjutsu had succeeded. Seeing both toads perched on the Jiraiya holding the cleaver, Obito reached out and struck the Jiraiya's back as he passed through his body. Gotcha. But as Jiraiya vanished from his hand, in an instant Obito wore a puzzled expression, for the two toads were not sucked into the space along with him. You let your guard down. I deliberately left the two sages on the clone's shoulders. The other Jiraiya formed a Rasengan with one hand and struck Obito's body hard as he attacked. Full intangibility is not my only ability. Before the words faded, the Susanoo reappeared, its hand forming a blade of chakra that pierced straight through Jiraiya's body. Poof! Jiraiya turned into white smoke and vanished. It was then that Obito realized Jiraiya only wanted intelligence and had no reason to fight him to the death. In truth, Jiraiya's real body had been caught in the Kamui dimension. Upon entering this other space, he instantly understood Obito's various abilities, and he also saw the three tails securely trapped within a sealing array in that dimension. The shadow clone outside has disappeared. Jiraiya formed hand seals, summoned a toad, and crawled inside, using the reverse summoning technique to vanish from the Kamui dimension. Having obtained intelligence, Jiraiya returned directly to Mount Myaboku. When the two sages saw Jiraiya's clone shatter, they also turned into white smoke and disappeared, returning to Mount Myaboku to rejoin the real Jiraiya. Well done, Jiraiya. Obito had not expected to be outwitted by such a low-level trick as a shadow clone, allowing Jiraiya to take away information about him. Though he wasn't sure exactly what intelligence Jiraiya had gained. Ban, you let him go. Xiaonan drifted down beside Daito, and together they gazed at the battlefield that was now a sea of ruins. Daito adjusted his half-mask, dispelled the sage mode, and cast a strange glance at Xiao. He escaped on his own. Ooh, I was careless. He turned and walked toward the distant water surface, muttering to himself. That ox-headed octopus was unusually quiet today, no commotion. But when he arrived, he was dumbfounded. The calm sea surface held no trace of the eight tails. Good thing Daito could still sense the binding of the summoning contract, or he would have thought someone had killed the eight tails. Summoning technique. Daito cast the summoning technique, trying to retrieve the vanished eight tails, but even after the summoning mark disappeared on the ground, the eight tails showed no sign of appearing. This was like when Uchiha Ban tried to summon the nine tails, but it failed because the nine tails had been sealed inside a Jinchuriki. Daito frowned, then erupted in rage. The eight tails shouldn't have been able to break his Jinjutsu or free itself from the forced summoning contract. That meant someone else had tampered with his summoning beast. The Devapath and Xiaonan arrived beside Daito. They exchanged glances, watching Daito exude killing intent, unsure how to speak. Who could suppress a tailed beast so easily and take it away? Daito turned to look at Pain. When the Akatsuki acts, watch out for a masked individual. His methods are very strange, and his identity is unknown. Whoa, you scared me. A ridiculous and exaggerated voice came from beneath the water. A Fae emerged from the water and came to the trio's side. A Fae, you're here. Did you see who took the eight tails? Seeing that a Fae's black robe had been torn, Daito felt a hint of confusion. That masked man suddenly ambushed me, defeated me in an instant. and then subdued the 8 tails in a short time. He also has the ability to teleport objects. Fei told the truth. It turned out that after Daito left, Fei had intended to watch over the 8 tails, but was ambushed by the masked man. Pei, and I'm handing the 3 tails over to you now. Seal it into the ghetto statue first. Our plan to collect the tailed beasts needs to be accelerated. As Daito's words fell, he vanished with Baiju. At this critical moment, a masked man emerged to disrupt his plans. The more Daito thought about it, the angrier he became. He had finally managed to capture the 8 tails, but in a moment of inattention, it was stolen. Wasn't he just working for someone else and taking the blame? He had to devise a way to make that masked man suffer. Although the opponent's abilities were still unknown, the only ones who had fought him and knew his capabilities were Jiraiya and Minato, and they would certainly keep it secret. So the masked man didn't know the strength here, and thus dared not confront him directly. Daito removed his mask, revealing a youthful face. He said to Fei walking beside him, "Let's build our ninja village first." The location Daito chose was the country of fields. This was where Dashiwan had founded the Sound Village in the original story. Daito thought this place was very suitable, close to the country of fire not far from Konoha. If he brought some Uchiha clan members here to establish a village, things would become very convenient. Speaking of the Sound Village, it was originally a collection of multiple bases set up by Dashiwan, not a fixed location. The country of fields was just his largest experimental base there. Dashiwan had other experimental bases scattered across various regions. If one were to call it the Sound Village, his hidden villages were spread throughout the entire map of the ninja world. A Fei you can use would release right. Daito arrived at the location of the country of fields and found only a few scattered rundown settlements around with no proper village or decent houses. I even created my own. Don't bother telling me about your creations. Daito's face darkened. He remembered the new technique Fei had invented the other day, using wood release to coil human feces into a spiral, protecting himself inside. Fei called it toilet release absolute defense technique. Can you use wood release to build houses? If Yamato could build houses, then Fei should have no reason not to be able to. I haven't tried. But a toilet? Shut up. Forget it. I'll wear you and try. If we can build a house, we'll use wood release together to create the foundation of our ninja village. Daito's mouth twitched. He really didn't want to wear this guy. A Baiju whose mind was full of feces, who might have actually inspected a toilet up close, and who wouldn't notice if he was smeared with filth to disgust him. Wood release continuous house building technique. Daito mobilized his chakra to activate wood release. Compared to his own inferior Hashirama cells, cooperating with Baiju made it much easier to use wood release. One by one, branches full of life burst from the ground, shaping into the form of a house according to the chakra manipulation. Fei, your architectural talent is quite mediocre. Daito removed the Baiju coat and sat under a tree to cool off. Even someone with his vast chakra reserves had nearly exhausted himself. Fei put his hands on his hips, looking down at the lush forest before him, nodding. No, the one who molded the chakra from the beginning was you. But your goal was to create a forest, right? Yokata, great, you achieved your goal. Hey, are you mocking me, Baiju? Well, Daito, you're so smart. Get lost. Don't ever call me Daito again. Daito's eye twitched. He had clearly said they were going to build a house. Fine control of wood release was extremely difficult. From now on, no one should say that Yamato's wood release is just for landscaping. Building a house with precision is no simple task. While the two were bickering, a small patterned python came to Daito's feet and poked his wrist with its tail. Daito, sitting on the ground, picked up the snake. The little snake opened its mouth and spat out a scroll covered in slime. TCH, that bastard Dashiwan. He casually plucked a few blades of grass to wipe the slime off the scroll, then unrolled it. Bankuin, I have used the cells of the little wood release brat to enhance the wood release test subject Baiju and completed the impure world reincarnation technique. I am currently researching a sealing technique to inscribe the power of the Ryukido Sage mode into a curse mark and seal it inside a human body for experimentation. I hope you can bring me some test subjects. Daito casually burned the scroll, then stood up and brushed the grass blades off his pants. Let's go, Fei. It's time to see Dashiwan's experimental results. Long time no see. Slurp slurp, the sound of a snake's tongue, Lord Ban. Orochimaru greeted Obito with his signature eerie voice and sinister smile. This time Obito wore a simple spiral mask, while Fei, clad in a black robe, followed behind him. The research on impure world reincarnation seems to be complete. Could you demonstrate it for me here? As he spoke, Obito unleashed a spatial vortex, retrieving 2 grass country ninjas under Genjutsu. Orochimaru approached the 2 ninjas, casually stabbed one of them to death with a kunai, and then began forming hand seals. A complex summoning array appeared on the ground, overwhelming Obito with its intricate and numerous sealing techniques. The impure world reincarnation was far more elaborate than he had anticipated. As the living matter glowed and chakra began to transmit through the seals into the other living body, the ninja started screaming. Soon dust rising from the ground enveloped him completely, eventually forming the likeness of the slain ninja. Arriving in this world, Obito witnessed this miraculous technique for the first time, a flicker of amazement passing through his Sharingan beneath the mask. Well, Lord Ban, the strength of this impure world reincarnation can only unleash about 50 of the ninja's former power. It's not yet perfected. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he extended his long forked tongue, then smiled and proposed another condition. I hope you can give me more living subjects as well as those white Zetsu created from the first Hokage's cells. I'd like a few more for experiments. Obito glanced at Afe beside him, then asked in a cold tone, "Are you trying to teach me what to do?" Orochimaru raised his chin, speaking arrogantly, "We have always been partners. This is just a small request I'm making." At that moment White Zetsu finally spoke. "Lord Ban, the presence of those two clones has completely vanished." Obito knew Orochimaru intended to dissect the White Zetsu, but he didn't take it to heart. He was merely curious about what gave Orochimaru the audacity to be so arrogant. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru clasped his hands together, and the ground began to tremble. Two coffins burst forth from the earth, one marked with the character first and the other with second. Could it be a? Obito's Sharingan widened as an ominous premonition surged within him. These two are special. They can unleash nearly 80 of their former power. If only one of them were here, I wouldn't dare to negotiate with you. As the coffin lids fell, two very familiar figures emerged, their faces and bodies marked with the cracks of impure world reincarnation. "Is this the capital you used to bargain with me?" Although cold sweat had already soaked his back, Obito's tone remained arrogant, as if he didn't care about the two at all. He was gambling that Orochimaru wouldn't dare to activate these two ultimate zombies. But at that moment a third person suddenly spoke. "Huh? Where's this? Hey, Tobirama. And you three strange people. Who are you?" Orochimaru's expression turned to shock. The speaker was none other than Hashirama, who hadn't been activated yet. "Hey, you're using White Zetsu as a living sacrifice for impure world reincarnation, right? That thing is full of Hashirama's cells. You want to resurrect Hashirama and still bind him?" Obito instantly retreated 3 steps, a war fan already in his hand. If any sensory ninja were present, they would have noticed the visible natural energy beginning to surge into his body. "Orochimaru." Obito turned to look at Orochimaru, who was already forming hand seals, sweat dripping from his temple. "No good. I can't control him." Orochimaru found himself unable to restrain the man before him. "Big brother. This feeling. It seems we've been revived using the impure world reincarnation I developed." At that moment Tobirama also awakened, curiously examining his own hands. His first words were to reclaim the copyright. Daring to misuse a forbidden technique. Tobirama was about to scold Orochimaru, but his words abruptly stopped as he turned to look at the masked Obito. "Who are you?" "This evil chakra, and those eyes remind me of a detestable person." Obito shrugged. He couldn't maintain the identity of Uchiha Madara in front of these two, as they were both very familiar with him. "Well, who I am isn't important. Being summoned here was a misunderstanding." Although Obito's tone remained domineering, his words seemed less forceful. "That voice. Are you Madara?" Hashirama's eyes lit up as he stepped forward, but was immediately stopped by Tobirama. "Hey, big brother, sense it carefully. This guy isn't Madara." Orochimaru finally found an opportunity to slip away from the two ultimate zombies and stood beside Obito. "It seems they don't know you. Lord Ban." Orochimaru seemed to have shifted the blame onto Obito, even having the leisure to mock him. But it appeared that Orochimaru had long suspected that he wasn't Uchiha Madara. Obito stepped forward, revealing one eternal Mangekyo Sharingan beneath his mask, epitomizing the pride and confidence ingrained in the Uchiha clan. "So this is the legendary god of shinobi. I am indeed not Uchiha Madara, but he entrusted everything to me." "Madara." Hashirama looked intrigued, never expecting that someone like Madara would entrust matters to another. That Madara actually entrusted his legacy to someone else. No, that's not the issue. Madara should have died in that battle with Big Brother. Tobirama suddenly fixed Obito with a hostile gaze, suspecting he was lying. "No, you who have studied the Uchiha deeply should be most familiar with our dojutsu Tobirama, the forbidden technique known even to outsiders capable of bringing the dead back to life." As Obito finished speaking, Tobirama slapped his forehead in frustration. "Evil Uchiha. I forgot about Izanagi. I should have confirmed Madara's corpse back then." He shot a dissatisfied glance at Hashirama, who had forbidden him from studying Madara's body. "Then may I ask you one question, Junior?" Hashirama, a man of immense power, showed no arrogance, speaking even to a potential enemy with a gentle demeanor. "Go ahead." Obito narrowed his eyes. If Hashirama asked whether he intended to destroy Konoha, the answer would certainly be no. He had no confidence in defeating Hashirama. Even with the formidable power of Kimyui in both eyes and his knowledge of Hashirama's techniques, while Hashirama lacked information about him, Obito couldn't devise a surefire strategy with this information gap. "Young man, are you a rogue ninja?" Obito was taken aback, staring at the serious expression on Hashirama's face, which was a stark contrast to his earlier airhead demeanor. "Young man, are you a rogue ninja?" Obito's back was already drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if the person before him could see through him. How did he know he was a youth, even though he was wearing a mask? "Hashirama. The current Hokage is the 4th, and the 3rd Hiruzen is dead." Tobirama was extremely dissatisfied with Obito's attempt to change the subject, but he couldn't interrupt, because Hiruzen Sarutobi was the Hokage he had appointed, and also his student. At least he needed to understand this matter. "Hiruzen. How did he die?" Hashirama, upon hearing a familiar name, reverted to his absent-minded expression. "Killed by me." As these words fell, even Orochimaru, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Saying such a thing in front of these two would bring death upon oneself. The inherently evil Uchiha, I'll personally. Tobirama maintained his cross-armed stance as he raised his index finger, azure chakra, radiating from his body, the wind pressure alone enough to sap the fighting spirit of ordinary ninja. Obito let out a contemptuous snort, raising his own index finger, as well a far more sinister and vast chakra pressure pressing down on Tobirama, accompanied by arrogant words. The inherently evil old Senju, I'll personally. Boom. As the two faced off, Hashirama Senju moved. His chakra aura, far stronger than both of theirs, enveloped his body in a layer of purple chakra. The sheer volume of chakra released caused the ground beneath him to crack, like a spider web. Both of you speak properly, and put your fingers down. Tobirama closed his eyes, turned his head, and clicked his tongue, withdrawing his aura. Obito then lowered his finger and looked at Hashirama. With only 80% of his former strength, as long as he didn't summon the giant Buddha, there should still be a chance. Obito sensed the vastness of Hashirama's chakra, even greater than his own after awakening the eternal Mangekyo and receiving multiple chakra enhancements from the system. Alright, now tell me why you want to defect from Konoha, young man. Obito found it strange, wondering why Hashirama would ask this first. Wasn't he concerned about why Hiruzen Sarutobi was killed by him? Hashirama, after you, the one who inherited the Hokage position was Tobirama Senju. That would inevitably lead to the eradication of the Uchiha. That's exactly why I chose to leave the village. But it wasn't me who left the village willingly. Konoha betrayed me. Obito glanced at Orochimaru nearby. The fact that he wasn't Uchiha Madara was already known to him, but his true identity as Obito still needed to remain secret. Please don't resist, you two. I'll show you everything that happened. Mangekyo Sharingan. Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged a glance, then both looked into Obito's eyes, entering his Jinjutsu world without resistance. Obito removed his mask at that moment, revealing his original face. First Hokage-sama, it's truly impressive that you could tell at a glance that I'm just a youth. Tobirama also showed a shocked expression. Mangekyo Sharingan. To be so young yet. Obito manipulated the Jinjutsu, transforming the surroundings into a battlefield. This was the most critical battle of the Third Great Ninja War, the Canopy Bridge. My best friend died protecting me, awakening these eyes. With these eyes I have the confidence to defeat any opponent, no matter how powerful, and my goal has always been to become Hokage. The second Hokage watched Obito, who even after losing his best friend still chose to complete the mission and fight to the end for Konoha, and a complex expression appeared on his face. But that day, even after I had slain almost all the enemies, no reinforcements from Konoha ever came. The Jinjutsu space shifted again, showing Obito exhausted and weakened, his chakra depleted from activating Susanoo and repeatedly using his abilities. At that moment, several figures in black robes appeared. Upon closer inspection, beneath the robes were Umbu masks. They were Konoha ninja. These ninja paid no attention to Obito's condition. Instead, they reached directly for his eye sockets, intending to extract his eyes, but their hands passed through him due to his ability. This is Danzo. Tobirama showed an incredulous expression because Obito had directly destroyed the opponent's brain to extract information, revealing Danzo's identity as the mastermind. While the two were still processing this, Obito further revealed that Danzo had targeted the war hero White Fang of Konoha, and that the third Hokage had turned a blind eye. Obito dispelled the Jinjutsu space and looked at the two Hokage. Because I am an Uchiha, possessing great power means being feared by the village. I predicted that the Uchiha would be eradicated within 5 years. Hashirama fell into deep thought, while Tobirama merely said coldly, Danzo. Then he turned back to Obito. You can't betray the entire Konoha just because of Danzo's behind-the-scenes machinations. You still have family friends. To protect something, you have to sacrifice something. Even if that someone is a best friend, a brother, or even your own child. As Obito's words fell, Hashirama looked at him with a complex gaze, clearly remembering that he himself had once said those words to Madara. Even if the current Konoha is not right, there will surely be the right person to guide it. You still have a chance to turn back. Shallow. Your vision is only on the village, Hashirama. Obito clenched his fist. With your strength, unifying the shinobi world is the true dream, isn't it? Don't be bound by the naive thoughts of your childhood. Besides, I can no longer go back. Flying Thunder God Slash. Obito saw the flying kunai, knocked it away with his hand, and then grabbed at Tobirama's wrist. Got it. Tobirama's body vanished in an instant, caught the deflected kunai, and stabbed down from above Obito's head. Tobirama. Just as Hashirama was about to reach out to stop him, Obito let out a cold laugh. As Tobirama passed through his body, he pulled out a product of yin-yang release created from the ghetto statue, and stabbed it into Tobirama's back. Do you remember the year you killed Uchiha Izuna? Someone like Madara, who loved his brother so deeply, could never easily forget. He deciphered this technique of yours countless times in his dreams. Recalling the aged Madara, he had taught him how to counter the Flying Thunder God. On the surface, Madara's reasoning was that the Yellow Flash would use this technique, and if he were to fight him, he needed to know more ways to deal with it. But Obito knew that Madara's true intention was to use it against Tobirama. Yes, that was the technique that had killed his brother. Even if he had deciphered it 100 times in his dreams, he could never forget. Big brother. He will only threaten Konoha. He has already become like Uchiha Madara. Tobirama shouted at Hashirama. Obito turned his head, but didn't see Orochimaru. That guy had already silently retreated to a distance, leaving the mess of his impure world reincarnation for Obito to deal with. Hashirama recognized the product of yin-yang release. The black rod embedded in Tobirama's back was problematic. Cloaking his hand in golden chakra, he didn't touch it directly, but instead shattered the black rod. There was no killing intent in his eyes. He even looked at Obito with a hint of pity. I don't want to kill you. Obito's blood began to flow rapidly throughout his body, the surge of hot blood rushing to his head. This was the Uchiha's warlike bloodline. Are you implying that you could kill me anytime? You're a bit reckless, but hey, I'll give you a hand. Afyu emerged from the ground like a plant full of vitality, spiraling and wrapping around Obito's body like a battle suit. Oh, thanks. If it threatens the village, I will not spare even my own brother's friends or my own children. Hashirama declared that famous line with resounding conviction while Obito formed hand seals and a serpent of fire spiraled out from the warped space. Fire-style storm dance. Such a large-scale fire style directly devastated the entire base. Yet Hashirama calmly pressed his palms together without even a flashy technique name as thick branches surged from the ground forcibly dispersing the fire style, heading toward him. Hey, is this a joke? Fire style should have an elemental advantage over wood style. Obito watched as the wood style effortlessly broke through the flames, and then with undiminished momentum rushed toward him as a massive forest. He decisively became intangible to evade the attack. Did I get him? Hashirama maintained his hands-clasped posture, gazing at the battlefield now transformed into a sea of trees. At that moment Tobirama appeared beside him, using the flying thunder god, frowning as he said, "Big brother, don't be careless. This guy's abilities are even more bizarre than Madara's. His chakra signature has completely vanished." Suddenly the two brothers turned their heads in unison. Obito emerged unscathed from a spatial vortex, rolling his joints with a nonchalant air. "It seems you truly deserve the title of God of Shinobi." There was even a hint of admiration in Obito's tone. This condescending attitude instantly irritated Tobirama. How dare a mere Uchiha Jr. speak to them like that? Hey, forget about me for now. Challenging Big Brother is commendable courage, but that's the only thing worthy of praise. Frowning, Obito thought the words sounded oddly familiar, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Madara's lines. "Rome, I'm not challenging you. Don't you understand yet? You are the challengers." Obito's left Mangekyo spun slightly, and several giant shuriken, as large as a person, flew out heading straight for the Senju brothers. However, Obito's gaze never left the flying shuriken for a single moment. Tobirama, true to his reputation as the master of forbidden techniques, instantly recognized the peculiarity of these giant shuriken. The strange sealing formula on them matched the pattern in Obito's eyes. In a flash he deduced that these shuriken likely possessed the same space-warping power as Obito's ocular jutsu. He immediately formed hand seals and expelled a water style from his mouth. Water-style water formation wall. Obito raised an eyebrow. Only 3 hand seals. This was far more simplified than the water formation wall he had learned, and being able to conjure a vast amount of water like an ocean in a place without water, Tobirama's chakra reserves were on a monstrous level as well. However, Obito merely contracted his pupils, and those giant shuriken passed through the water formation wall, without any obstruction, still flying toward the two. Kamui Shuriken modified second stage? Yes, as long as he didn't let go of the shuriken beforehand, they would possess the same ability as Obito, relying on the resonance between the sealing formula attached to them and the Kamui in both eyes, enabling penetration and spatial distortion. Shadow clone technique. Tobirama employed the simplest and most direct method, creating a dozen clones and using their bodies to block the Kamui Shuriken's assault, allowing the clones to be torn apart by the spatial power. TCH. Obito was forced into an intangible state, dodging a heavy punch from Hashirama, a punch that shattered the ground itself. It seems Tsunade's monstrous strength was hereditary. Approaching so recklessly with mere taijutsu, the god of Shinobi's intellect is nothing but mediocre. After Hashirama passed through his body, Obito immediately extended a hand covered in a tactical glove, aiming for his back. If he could pull him into the Kamui dimension, the battle would be over. Flying Thunder God Slash. The Hashirama before him suddenly vanished, replaced by Tobirama stabbing a kunai toward him. The two had already marked the area with the Flying Thunder God, waiting for the moment he materialized. Jinjutsu Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito's pupils contracted, and the Jinjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan made Tobirama freeze for an instant. Although the illusion was immediately broken, Obito had already knocked the kunai away and placed his hand on Tobirama's shoulder. One down. After Obito sucked Tobirama into the Kamui dimension, Hashirama showed no sign of panic. Instead, he stepped back several paces, creating distance. "Your eyes were only on Big Brother, and you underestimated me too much. That will be the cause of your defeat. Look at yourself." Tobirama's voice came from behind Hashirama. It turned out that what had been sucked into the Kamui dimension was merely a clone. As the second Hokage pointed, Obito's eyes widened slightly. His own clone had stuck several explosive tags onto his body. Seeing the explosive tags still fluttering in the air, Obito gritted his teeth. Having explosive tags attached to him was not a good thing. "I too have a forbidden technique that can be used in conjunction with the impure world reincarnation. Mutually multiplying explosive tags. A fate." Obito shouted as he saw the tags about to detonate, and then he was engulfed by countless explosions and a thick cloud of smoke. Did I get him? Tobirama's damaged impure world body slowly regenerated. This technique could theoretically explode infinitely, but it was more like a summoning jutsu, continuously summoning explosive tags. Explosive tags were quite expensive, so this technique was not recommended for the poor. "Dodge, Tobirama," Hashirama shouted, and the two vanished from their spot instantly. On the ground where they had stood, an abysmal chasm now appeared. "Seriously, why didn't you use this move from the beginning?" White Setsu's complaining voice came through as he materialized beside Obito in human form. Obito had already removed his mask, revealing his extremely youthful face, and the two stood within the Susanoo that had entered its third armored form. The Susanoo's weapon, whose color stood out jarringly, was a Susanoo artifact made of golden chakra, the very weapon Obito had used to launch the attack moments ago. Wood-style, all-embracing forest technique. Hashirama clapped his hands together, and whatever he called forth appeared. Several enormous wooden hands rose from the ground, grabbing at the Susanoo. Ridiculous. Obito controlled the Susanoo, gripping the artifact tightly and slashing horizontally. The powerful space-rending ability cut all those giant wooden hands in half. Amano Murakumo's sword slash. Tobirama, leave the rest to me. Hashirama clasped his hands together, unleashing a massive amount of chakra. Countless branches sprouted from the earth, eventually forming a vibrant sea of trees that surged toward Obito. Wood-style tree world birth. At this moment, Obito had once again donned the white Zetsu cloak. Thanks to a phased timely detachment from his body, he had escaped the explosion from the tags attached to him. Wood-style tree world birth. Obito also clapped his hands together, and countless roots emerged from beneath his feet, charging head-on toward Hashirama's tree world. This guy, he can use Big Brother's wood style. Tobirama's face showed astonishment. He had never heard of anyone besides Hashirama being able to use wood style. Better not use wood style. Afei concluded, gazing at the vastly different scales of the tree world. Yes, I agree. Obito stood within the Susanoo, slowly releasing his hands. Wood style was not something to be used before Hashirama Senju. Silently manipulating the Susanoo, he raised the divine sword Ama no Murakumo in its hand and swung a slash toward the site. Space was torn apart, and the tree world that was about to engulf him was shattered by his spatial slash. I never thought I'd witness a battle of this caliber. Slurp slurp. Orochimaru hid behind a tree in the distance, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he watched the two clash. Using forbidden techniques to resurrect deceased Hokages. You're a rogue ninja too. Tobirama's cold voice sounded from behind Orochimaru. He hadn't intentionally sensed Orochimaru's presence, it was just that this tree offered the best viewing spot, and he happened upon him. Hashirama turned to look at the shattered tree world, amplifying his chakra output. A vast forest descended once more, but this time, strange giant flower buds appeared on the branches. Wood-style flower tree world. As he spoke, the giant buds began to bloom, releasing pale golden pollen that enveloped the entire battlefield, including Obito within the Susanoo and Tobirama and Orochimaru observing from afar. TCH, is this still too close? Tobirama was forced to retreat to a distant cliff, the highest point, where he could barely make out the battle. Since you've used that technique, I'll have to get serious too. Susanoo. Complete body. The half-armored Susanoo clasped its hands, its helmeted head revealing glowing red eyes. A surge of unstable chakra began to rise, and the Susanoo expanded to the size of a small mountain. But this was not the end. Obito's body slowly lifted off the ground, floating upward until it settled at the Susanoo's head. The Susanoo's size then grew even larger, and as massive wings sprouted from its back and enveloped the body, the cold immense chakra gradually stabilized. When the Susanoo unfurled its wings, Obito stood atop the head of a colossal blue-purple chakra warrior clad in armor with wings on its back, majestic and awe-inspiring. This is the true Susanoo. It was Obito's first time activating the complete body Susanoo. At a height of several hundred meters, he looked down at Hashirama on the ground like a mere ant. This guy. Tobirama in the distance broke into a cold sweat. This Uchiha possessed a more sinister dojutsu than Madara could use the same Susanoo, and he felt it. That familiar natural energy. It was unmistakable, sage art chakra. In Tobirama's eyes, Obito was now an even greater threat than Madara. Meanwhile, Orochimaru wore a stunned expression. He murmured to himself, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. I actually dared to scheme and make demands of someone like this. This battle was beyond his comprehension. The strongest fight he had ever witnessed was against tailed beasts, the so-called weapons of war. This Susanoo is the embodiment of destruction. Its single blow has the power to shatter all phenomena, rivaling a tailed beast. Even that technique. Then I'll get serious too. Let's go. Hashirama clasped his hands together again, and whatever he called forth appeared. Wood-style wood golem. A grotesque, giant wooden golem emerged beneath Hashirama, and even standing atop its head, he was still shorter than Obito. Obito drew another chakra tanto from the Susanoo's waist. Though the Susanoo's divine weapons were highly effective, each use of spatial slash consumed immense chakra and dojutsu power. Hence, using ordinary Susanoo weapons was the most efficient. Do you think such a wooden golem can defeat my Susanoo? Ridiculous. Obito controlled the Susanoo to swing the chakra blade, aiming to slice Hashirama off the golem's head. Wood-style wood dragon. To Obito's astonishment, Hashirama made the golem punch, its fist wrapped in golden chakra with a wooden dragon roaring and coiling around it, charging straight at Obito. Boom. Swoosh. Clang. The Susanoo's tanto was knocked from its hands, spinning through the air before plunging into the distant ground. Damn you, Hashirama. Obito's eyes hardened. He flapped the Susanoo's wings, unleashing a tremendous wind pressure. Unprotected by the Susanoo, Hashirama had to raise his arms to shield himself. Seizing the opportunity, Obito lifted off the ground and soared into the air. The Susanoo's wings are not mere decorations. Obito raised one hand, gathering immense chakra energy in the Susanu's right palm, slowly condensing into a dark shimmering chakra sphere. Susanu. Spiral cannon. Boom. A spiral of scorching energy erupted from the Susanu's palm. Startled Hashirama raised the golem's hands to block, but the sheer force pushed both him and the golem back dozens of meters, carving two deep trenches in the ground. It's not over yet. Obito had a Fei remove the mask covering his face, revealing his features. Horns had grown on his forehead, and purple eyeshadow patterns appeared beneath his eyes. He had clearly entered the Ryuchi Cave Sage mode. That Ryuchi Cave Sage mode. No matter how many times I see it, it's so beautiful. And why does that face look familiar? Orochimaru flicked his tongue as he squinted at Obito atop the Susanu, but the distance was too great to make out his features. Tobirama gritted his teeth and punched the tree beside him in frustration. That evil Uchiha brat mastering such power. I must find a chance to strike him down before he becomes a threat to Konoha. Taste the power of this technique. Hashirama. Obito's blood was boiling. For the first time, he felt the sheer exhilaration of battle, especially shouting his opponent's name and bombarding him with powerful jutsu. Chakra rapidly spun and compressed in his right palm, forming a Rasengan. Then Wind Nature Chakra was infused, changing its shape into a shuriken-like form. Obito had partially mastered the Rasen Shuriken during his fight with Minato and had since perfected it through his own training. Swish! He hurled the Rasen Shuriken, covering his face with one hand, his left eye fixed on the flying projectile. Immortal Technique Blaze Release Light, Wheel Gale, Pitch Black, Arrow Zero. Accompanied by the piercing sound of the wind release Rasen Shuriken tearing through the air, the unique audio of the Amaterasu activation echoed simultaneously. Pitch black flames engulfed the Rasen Shuriken. What kind of technique is that? Even a top-tier powerhouse like Hashirama could sense the lethal threat this move posed. What is that thing? Even without using sensory abilities, one can tell. Its power rivals that of a tailed beast ball. Tobirama furrowed his brow. He had no choice but to join the fray. Even if he couldn't meddle in the battle between these two monsters, he had to do his part to aid Hashirama. Flying Thunder God. In an instant, Tobirama appeared before the black flame-enshrouded Rasen Shuriken, followed by a roaring, colossal water dragon. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet. Hey Tobirama, you're still trying to ruin my fun. Obito taunted, for he actually believed Water Release could suppress his black flame Rasen Shuriken. How utterly laughable. The massive water dragon opened its maw and swallowed the Rasen Shuriken whole, as if intending to continue charging toward Obito. A trail of blood tears slowly trickled from Obito's left eye. The black flames clinging to the Rasen Shuriken erupted instantly, forcibly dismantling the water dragon, formed from a torrent of water release. In mere moments, the dragon, comparable in size to a half-formed Susanoo, was incinerated to nothing. Tobirama. Hashirama clasped his hands together, controlling the wood golem, which suddenly reached out and seized the incoming Rasen Shuriken. This maneuver left Obito's mind momentarily blank, but soon a look of delight spread across his face. Was he voluntarily sacrificing the wood golem? Catching the Rasen Shuriken barehanded would not only bring immense damage to the golem, but also allow the inextinguishable Amaterasu to directly incinerate it. Yet his joy was short-lived. The sight before him nearly made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Was this something a human could achieve? Hashirama, after catching the Rasen Shuriken with the wood golem's single hand, switched to kneading it with both hands, then spun around and hurled it back. What was even more infuriating was that to prevent the black flames from spreading to other parts of the golem, Hashirama casually severed its arms, then summoned chakra to grow two new ones, effortlessly nullifying his own technique. Obito immediately flapped the wings of his Susanoo, evading the rebounded attack. Watching the violent explosion in the sky behind him, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But not long after, Obito regained his confidence. Initially engaging in a giant mecha brawl between his complete Susanoo and Hashirama's wood golem, he had been at a disadvantage. Now, however, he was gaining the upper hand, and the Susanoo's power and agility were steadily increasing. This was not due to his adaptation to the complete Susanoo, but rather because the entire Susanoo's external form had undergone some changes. Tobirama had once again withdrawn from the fight, biding his time for another opportunity to intervene. He was analyzing Obito's abilities. So the Susanoo is ultimately just a technique. Can it incorporate Sage Mode chakra? Tobirama frowned, observing the complete Susanoo, whose very appearance had transformed. The once majestic helmet now bore a pair of chakra-formed horns on its forehead, while the Susanoo itself seemed to have become a vessel brimming with surging natural energy. Is this the chemical reaction between Sage Mode and the Susanoo? Even Obito was somewhat astonished. Previously, repairing the damaged parts of the Susanoo required chakra and ocular power. Now, however, the aggressive natural energy autonomously mended the Susanoo's broken sections almost without any active expenditure. I always thought the Susanoo was clearly superior to the wood golem. So why did Madara lose to you back then? So you secretly mastered Sage Mode, even then, didn't you? Obito stared at Hashirama, upon whose forehead a black ring appeared, and between his eyes and face the distinctive markings of Hashirama's Sage Mode emerged. Your activation speed is remarkably fast. Your wood release is also related to the divine tree, isn't it? That ability to absorb chakra helped you enter Sage Mode quickly. Obito's crimson eyes fixed on Hashirama, coveting his sage body and the wood release that might be connected to the divine tree. Stop this. A prodigy of such talent is a once-in-a-century existence. It's not too late to cease now, and return to Konoha. Hashirama still tried to dissuade Obito, but what use was it? You cannot stop me, Hashirama. Controlling the Susanoo, Obito raised its right hand. The Susanoo's right hand clenched into a fist while its left hand formed a palm from which it drew a golden chakra-formed Susanoo artifact. Sword of Totsuka. Then I have no choice. Sage Art would release, true, several thousand hands, thousand-armed cannon. The ground trembled violently. The wood golem, which had seemed immense, now appeared minuscule, seated atop the head of a giant cannon statue. Behind the statue stretched thousands of enormous hands. Even Obito, standing within the Susanoo, had to look up at Hashirama. Although not as colossal as when he fought Madara with the Nine Tails, compared to Obito's Susanoo, it was like an adult facing a child. Oh my, such power. Though I lack precise data, I am quite satisfied with the impure world reincarnation of the first Hokage. Judging from the actual combat, he should possess 90% of his living strength. Even before the immense thousand-armed cannon had moved, the terrain had already been unrecognizably altered. You are still young, your thinking is immature. I forgive you for that. I will give you a severe lesson, and then guide you back to the right path, back to Konoha. Hashirama's expression was stern, but he clung to his belief. Deep down he felt that this youth was inherently good, and did not deserve such a fate. Guide me back to the right path. Ha! Are you kidding me? Obito burst into laughter, displaying the bravado of a true madman. Even facing such a vast disparity in power, he showed no intention of retreating. If I bowed to power, I wouldn't be a man. Wiping away the blood tears from his eyes and the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, Obito wore a confident smile. He whispered to the white Zetsu, encasing him, "Thank you for everything along the way." The colossal Susanoo rose from the ground, flapping its wings and brandishing the golden greatsword in its hand, charging, without hesitation, toward the seemingly insurmountable thousand-armed cannon. Countless gigantic fists rained down like hailstones. Obito madly maneuvered the Susanoo, swinging the sword of Totsuka. Though the weapon's immense power sliced through the fists like a knife through butter, wherever the blade touched it severed instantly. This still consumed a massive amount of his chakra and ocular power. Crack! The blade of the Kusanagi sword held in Susanoo's hand began to show fissures, and the bright golden chakra aura started to fade. Obito's face, not covered by the white Zetsu mask, was etched with disbelief. The Susanoo artifact in his hand had collapsed due to overuse, his chakra could only sustain the normal form of Susanoo, and his dojutsu power had been greatly depleted. After all, the Kusanagi sword as Susanoo artifact was a product of his imagination. It was brought to reality only through the ocular jutsu awakened in his right eye. Once his dojutsu power was exhausted, it could no longer be used. Cutting off more than half of the arms was already Obito's limit. In the next moment, the ordinary Susanoo longsword he had conjured became coated in black flames. It severed only 2 arms before Susanoo was shattered by other fists, and Obito was flung out of it rather ungracefully. However, his passive intangibility kept him from injury, though he was severely drained of chakra, and the immense depletion of his dojutsu power made it impossible to maintain the Mangekyo, receding to the shape of 3 tomo. Now, Tobirama took a single step, intending to ambush Obito, who was in an extremely poor state, but in the next instant his body was bound by an invisible force, unable to move another step. You? Orochimaru. Hehehe. I cannot bind that one for now, my esteemed second Hokage-sama, but binding you is not too difficult. Under Tobirama's resentful gaze, a coffin emerged from the ground and absorbed him. Edo Tensei. Truly a jutsu that should never have appeared. Obito struggled to support his body. Hashirama's attacks did not cease. Just because his Susanoo had shattered, he was still testing the limits of Obito's intangibility duration. Originally summoning the Thousand-Hand Buddha consumed a vast amount of chakra. In the original story, after the Thousand-Hand Buddha shattered Madara's armored Nine Tails, Hashirama chose to engage in taijutsu, because controlling the Buddha's movements also consumed substantial chakra. However, the emergence of the Edo Tensei Jutsu brought infinite chakra. That is, unless the Thousand-Hand Buddha could be destroyed, Hashirama would remain undefeated. He would not be unable to control the Thousand-Hand Buddha due to chakra exhaustion. Hashirama looked at Obito still in his intangible state and narrowed his eyes, a trace of confusion and melancholy in them. It feels like history repeating itself. You remind me of Madara back then. Obito panted heavily. His 15-minute intangibility was almost up. If he had no countermeasure, he would have to sacrifice one eternal Mangekyo and use his Anaji. Lifting his face covered in blood, Obito's confidence and defiance had not vanished despite being defeated by Hashirama. He shouted at Hashirama. History only repeats itself, but it cannot return to the past. Hashirama. Your conviction has never been carried through your life. You even value the village more than your family. You are beyond saving. I can't understand, but I think what Obito says is right. Feeling utterly isolated, Obito's lips curled slightly. He had no comrades left, but white Zetsu, who should have been emotionless, valued bonds more than humans. Sorry, Afe. My intangibility time is up. Obito released all his strength, unable even to stand steadily. But a force rose from beneath his feet, supporting his body. Then that confident voice rang out. You're called the god of shinobi, so you probably know what it's like to have to take a dump. Facing the enormous wooden fist descending like a meteor from Hashirama's would release, Afe fearlessly controlled Obito's body, raised his right fist, and struck back. Boom. Obito closed his eyes, but after a long time no other sounds came. He cautiously opened his eyes. Before him was not the giant Buddha that blotted out the sky, but only a beam of bright sunlight, and his own fist still raised high wrapped in white zetsu. Am I dead? Or saved? Edo Tensei release. Orochimaru's hoarse voice came along with his characteristic licking sound, slurp slurp. Uchiha-kun no Obito-kun, I hope you can agree to the earlier terms since I did save your life. Obito touched his face. White zetsu had not recovered his face. He smiled and said, Orochimaru, regarding the fact that you saved my life. I am grateful, but I will not reveal your identity. I am very curious about you. I propose a new cooperation. Obito looked puzzled, but at that moment Hashirama's voice rang out again. Ha ha ha, you released the Edo Tensei, and it seems your intangibility time is up. Young man, how about we sit down and have a proper chat? Both Obito and Orochimaru were astonished. The Edo Tensei had been released. Hashirama should not still be here. Chat. Obito revealed his Sharingan, warily staring at Hashirama. Are you talking about how to dispose of me afterward? Or about what method Konoha will use to annihilate the Uchiha? Also, the Senju clan is gone. Your Senju are doing even worse than us Uchiha and Konoha. With one hand supporting himself, Obito used white zetsus would release to probe underground, rapidly absorbing and condensing chakra. Entering Sage mode would be even better, but he had already exited it when Susanoo was broken. Hashirama was now covered in a white glow, clearly in the state of having the Edo Tensei released. Yet for some reason his soul did not drift away, but clinged firmly to the sacrificial body, which only had some impurities slowly flaking off, without any overall collapse. Facing Senju Hashirama, he could not defeat him for now. He needed to leave. Clenching his hand into a fist, Obito covered his left eye and blood began to seep through his fingers. Aya! Obito gasped violently, crying out in pain. Orochimaru and Hashirama exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was happening. Hashirama. Huff. We can have a proper talk, but I hope you'll give me time to recover. If the second Hokage hadn't been controlled by Orochimaru and sealed back into the coffin, he would certainly have stopped it. But the absent-minded Hashirama agreed to Obito's request. Before long, Orochimaru brought a red-haired woman from near the experimental base. This was the mother of Karen of the Uzumaki clan. Red hair. The Uzumaki clan. Obito kept his left eye tightly shut while his right eye shifted to a three-tomo Sharingan. He exchanged an extremely brief gaze with her, and the three-tomo receded, reverting to black pupils. Do it. Now. Upon hearing the command, the red-haired woman immediately responded. Chakra erupted from within her, and golden chains composed of chakra burst forth, wrapping around Senju Hashirama. That's Kangasenki. Even Senju Hashirama, renowned as the god of shinobi, wore an expression of shock and alarm on his face at that moment. He was intimately familiar with this technique, for his wife Uzumaki Mido had used it to seal the Nine Tails. Every detail of the plan had been communicated to her in the brief instant when Obito locked eyes with the red-haired woman. Obito had rescued this woman for two reasons: first, for her daughter Calibi; second, for the Uzumaki clan's secret technique. Happily, he already understood Kangasenki, and she possessed sufficient talent to master it in no time. However, just as Hashirama seemed about to take some countermeasure, Obito had already materialized behind him like a wraith. The chakra she had released earlier surged forth, and his hands rapidly formed hand seals. No way. If I recall correctly, that seal is... Orochimaru's golden slit pupils contracted, and the previously impassive expression on his face, unshaken even when his Edo Tensei subjects broke free, now showed a flicker of alarm. Soon a ghostly apparition bearing the visage of a divine spirit manifested behind Obito. That was the Shinigami, Shiki Fujin. Wait. Using that technique will kill you. Orochimaru reached out in an attempt to stop him, but Obito wore a deranged grin. Laughing, he shouted at Hashirama. I've sealed away the god of shinobi. Not sure whether anyone would believe that. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman had already activated Kangasenki. For golden chains erupted from her body, and taking advantage of Hashirama's astonishment, they bound him tightly. At that moment, the Shinigami behind Obito moved. A chakra hand inscribed with sealing talismans pierced through Obito's abdomen, seized Hashirama, who was restrained by Kangasenki, and began violently pulling, extracting Hashirama's humanoid chakra form from within his body. Yet Hashirama at that moment wore an expression of pity. Sighing, he said to Obito, "You could have been a good person. In fact, you had the potential to become Hokage, but you walked the wrong path, wasting such extraordinary talent." Hashirama offered almost no resistance. As the Shinigami dragged his soul from his body, his Edo Tensei shell crumbled into dust, and a small sapling emerged from where he had stood, then grew wildly, in mere seconds, into a towering, magnificent tree. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully sealing the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama. Triggering special reward 150 points. By this time the system, silent for an eternity, finally reappeared and spoke. Mr. Obito. Obito spat a mouthful of blood and glared resentfully at Orochimaru. Don't ever address me like that again. Outside of you, only one other person knows my true identity. If you leak it, I will personally end you. Thud. Obito collapsed to the ground, his life force ebbing away. Mr. Obito. Orochimaru immediately pulled out a sealing scroll from his person, withdrew test tubes and various instruments, and crouched beside Obito's body to collect vital samples from him. Hey, are you trying to Edo Tensei me out? How inauspicious. Obito's voice came from behind Orochimaru while the corpse before his eyes dissolved into white mist and vanished. As his words faded, Obito's left eye slowly lost its luster, becoming a lifeless white pupil. Izanagi. There is no fate in this world that Izanagi cannot alter. Even if my soul is sealed by the Shinigami, I can still revive using this technique. Obito watched Orochimaru's expression carefully. Indeed, those golden slit pupils gleamed with greed. Yet Obito simply plucked that blind eyeball from its socket as casually as unscrewing a light bulb and tossed it aside. When he opened his eyes again, both had returned to their original, eternal Manjikyu Sharingan form. When he had been defeated by Hashirama covering his eyes and weeping blood, that had all been Obito's acting. In truth, he had merely swapped in a 3-tomo Sharingan. From this moment on, the number of people who could exploit loopholes with the Shinigami increased to 2. I'll take her back. Obito gestured toward the red-haired woman who had collapsed unconscious on the ground. Honestly, she had only been able to restrain Senju Hashirama for a few seconds before exhausting herself completely. Truly disappointing. Hashirama's cells were truly miraculous. A corneal transplant that normally required mastery of medical ninjutsu had connected the optic nerves automatically in merely an instant. Moving on. Orochimaru, you're impressive. You dared to Edo Tensei 2 Hokage, and you discovered my identity. Then, as you said, let us form a new partnership. Calmly, Obito drew a mask from the void and covered his face, his voice shifting back to the steady, commanding tone of Madara. Has your mole gathered any important intelligence for you? Obito asked cautiously, hoping to extract some useful information. Yes, there is, and it concerns you. The 5 great ninja villages have agreed to convene the Kage Summit. The primary agenda is how to handle the missing tailed beasts and the masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara. It will be held in the Land of Lightning in 4 months. Secretly cursing under his breath, Obito thought, don't let that other masked man get caught. I'm being forced to carry such a massive false accusation, and I only have 1 3-tails right now. With a sweep of his sleeve, Obito left Orochimaru with a parting instruction. The Kage Summit sounds intriguing. And Orochimaru, you should be able to contact that old man Danzo, correct? Let him know that the Uchiha will rebel under Madara's leadership. Before the words had even finished echoing, Obito had already vanished into the Kamui dimension. Hey, do you have another plan? What are we doing now? White Setsu had long been waiting in the land of fields for Obito's arrival, circling around him curiously, though his excrement-shaped round face made it impossible to read any expression. Well, you'll find out in due course. Right now I need to master the multi-person creation seal and complete our preliminary ninja village construction within 4 months. Here, Obito, look what I prepared for you. White Setsu turned mysteriously and produced something from his chest, handing it to Obito. This is a mask. Gazing at the mask in his hand, it was a peculiar design, half carved with a dragon-like creature, the other half bearing a single eye hole. The white base was adorned with bold and striking patterns, and more importantly, while the mask appeared to have only one opening on the opposite side beneath the animal pattern motif, the other, I could also clearly perceive the outside world. This mask not only allowed Obito to see clearly with both eyes, but also let him reveal his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan through the eye hole, serving as proof of his identity. After all, whenever he appeared under the identity of Uchiha Madara, he wore a single-eye mask. It wasn't that he couldn't wear a 2-eyed mask. He had already prepared a 3-tomo white mask intended for when he obtained the Rinnegan, which he would then don instead. Why are you giving me this mask? Obito was genuinely pleased with the new mask, but curious as to why White Setsu would offer it to him. Because you promised me you'd let me feel the urge to defecate. Come now, don't you love making deals with people? So I figured I'd give you a mask. Pahaha, Afe, you're becoming more and more like a human every day. You've even learned to negotiate. Very well, I'll accept this mask. Obito himself did not notice that this was the first genuine smile he had shown since leaving Konoha. Almost time to move, Obito. A white setsu that looked like an aloe vera spun out of the ground, mimicking the blooming of a flower, though it was more akin to a plant itself. Has that guy Minato already set off? Obito sat on a cliff with a giant war fan placed behind him. He was stretching his aching shoulders. Below him lay a small village surrounded by dense forest. Are you fantasizing about becoming Hokage? Did you even use Earth Release to create this cliff, trying to replicate the Hokage rock? Orochimaru walked up to Obito with his hands behind his back, joining him in overlooking the currently uninhabited village. Wrong, Orochimaru. It's just that this terrain is easy to defend and hard to attack. Obito brushed the dust off his pants, unwilling to say more to Orochimaru. He took out the white mask given to him by Tobi and put it on next. It's time to act. Meanwhile, Minato was followed by 2 ninjas in white robes heading to the location of the 5 Kage Summit. Minato-sensei, I've heard that the Uchiha have been plotting a rebellion. Is it really okay to leave for the 5 Kage Summit like this? The silver-haired ninja following Minato spoke. This masked ninja was none other than Hitaki Kakashi. On his back was a large weapon wrapped in white cloth. Although wrapped in white cloth, those familiar could recognize it as a weapon shaped like a war fan, the very weapon of the deceased Obito from his lifetime. Kakashi had already developed multiple techniques to use with this fan. It's fine, isn't it? Lord Danzo and the Root will protect Konoha during the summit. The other ninja beside Minato turned out to be a Kunoichi. With 2 purple markings on her delicate face, she was indeed Noera Rin. No, Danzo is not trustworthy. He has always advocated for the extermination of the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha truly rebel, he will likely push for battle rather than reconciliation. Minato frowned. The 5 Kage summit was unavoidable, but he couldn't trust Danzo either. He wasn't an idiot. He was well aware of Danzo's ulterior motives. Danzo held the power of the entire Root organization, and he had once suggested that young Naruto join Root for training to become an excellent ninja. In truth, he knew it all. The Nine Tails had been split in half and sealed separately within himself and Naruto. Danzo coveted the Nine Tails' power, and had his eyes on Naruto, who housed the other half. Just as always, not a shred of caution. Obito, crouching on a tree, watched the three figures of Minato and his companions pass by. He held a branch with one hand, seeing them off until they left his sight. Then it only means your ability to conceal your presence has grown stronger, Obito. The spiral-headed white Zetsu stood beside him with arms crossed, looking pleased. Because when this guy wanted to hide his presence, even a sensory ninja would only perceive a particularly vigorous plant. But that's the 5 Kage summit. Didn't you say you wanted to go see it? Toby asked Obito, curiously wondering why he suddenly changed plans, abandoning direct entry to the summit, and instead sending Akatsuki members. Because compared to those 5 useless Kage, I have something more important to do here. Obito's Sharingan flickered with a dangerous light. He was going to lead the Uchiha clan in a rebellion. This was the perfect opportunity. And I'll take out that guy on the side. He had let Danzo live long enough. It was time to repay Minato for his time as a teacher by removing a political nuisance. It's fine. Although Kimui hides tears, Obito has already forgiven Minato and his wife. White Zetsu and Obito vanished from the tree branch simultaneously. They didn't choose to act immediately because traveling to the land of lightning and convening the 5 Kage summit would take some time, so they were in no hurry. Maybe when they finished here they could still catch the tail end of the summit and give an acceptance speech. Phew. Telescope technique. A red eye with 3 tomo was magnified by a lens blinking innocently. Oh, it was Obito holding a cylindrical magnifying glass, hiding in the forest and peeping at Konoha. Era, I think you're even dumber than me. Can you really call this a ninjutsu? Toby's movement speed was much slower than Obito's while using Kimui, but both could infiltrate Konoha without being detected. Shut up. This is called science. Obito finally finished focusing. In his view appeared an old man with one eye wrapped in bandages and an X-shaped scar on his chin. The old geezer was sitting smugly in the Hokage's office seat. Minato just left, and you old dog are already showing your ambition. Obito put down the makeshift telescope made from the lens and swaggered into Konoha, using his intangibility to pass through everything. Not a single person noticed anything unusual. At the same time as Obito's action, a man with silver white hair tied in a small braid, wearing a half-face mask and a black cloak with red clouds, leaned against a tree at the border of the land of lightning, resting his hand on his straw hat. Beside this man stood a shark-faced man in the same attire. Yar. I never expected my first mission partner to be you. Silver Fong Senpai. Ahaha, Silver Fong, and all that title is too arrogant. The white-haired man laughed and lowered his hat. He thought the title suited him well, at least better than his original title, Konoha's White Fang. The man carried a large sword wrapped in bandages on his back. It was Hoshigaki Kisame. Although Obito didn't personally recruit Kisame, they ultimately brought this shark-faced honest man into the organization. As the two were chatting, a small silver-white snake slithered to the white-haired man's feet and spat out a scroll, which seemed to contain some message. Kisame, the operation is about to begin. TCH. At a time like this, and they're sending kids like you on a mission. Obito's teasing voice rang out. He had never imagined he could infiltrate Konoha so effortlessly, only to be discovered by 3 brats, and one of them happened to be an Uchiha. Uchiha. Madara. Obito narrowed his eyes as he looked at the kid before him. Why did he look so familiar? Wasn't this the legendary Madara of the Senju line? No, the filial prodigy Uchiha Itachi himself. What right did this brat have to drag him into the night of the Uchiha massacre? The more he looked at the kid, the more irked Obito became. He drew a Nodachi from thin air and revealed his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, its pattern intricate and mesmerizing. Uchiha's ultimate dojutsu, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Since fate has brought us together, I'll bestow upon you a pair of Sharingan eyes. Itachi, run. I've told you. I will repay the favor you owe me. The fiery-haired boy standing nearby shouted defiantly, drawing his kunai and short sword before charging straight at Obito. You it is then. Obito watched the weapon pass through his body as if he were made of mist, then lazily raised his Nodachi. With a casual flourish, he sent the boy's blood spraying into the air before vanishing gracefully. He could feel the chakra shift in the boy behind him. Itachi had already awakened his Sharingan. This was merely a minor interlude. The real show had yet to begin. Obito had already leaked intelligence to the Konoha High Command. The Uchiha planned to seize the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and launch their rebellion that very night. With Minato absent, the only person who could respond was Danzo, head of Root. The other 2 elders were little more than figureheads, completely ineffective. Kushina was no longer the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Half of the beast had been sealed within Naruto. Danzo had wanted to take Naruto directly, but feared Minato's wrath as Hokage, so he instead deployed a large contingent to establish a perimeter around Kushina and her son. Why has Minato's house been surrounded like this? Obito had assumed Danzo would try to whisk Naruto away. He hadn't expected the older man to be so wary of Minato that he opted to station troops instead. Meanwhile, Obito's other hand maintained a hand seal, and one eye remained tightly shut beneath his mask. Through a breakthrough in sealing jutsu, he had developed the ability to share vision with his summoned creature. A small white snake secretly summoned by Obito had crept into the Uchiha family meeting. Led by Fugaku, they were gathered around the ancient stone tablet handed down through generations of the clan, discussing their planned rebellion. None of them noticing a white serpent with a 3-tomo Sharingan carved into its left eye peering from the shadows. While sharing vision through the serpent, Obito simultaneously used Kemui to slip into Minato's home. The dozen Umbu guarding the exterior were utterly useless, not a single one detected his presence. He spotted Kushina clutching the sleeping Naruto close, while looking visibly tense. As Obito moved to snatch the baby, Kushina suddenly turned, wrapping Naruto tightly against her chest, as golden chains erupted from her body, aiming straight at him. What? She possesses such acute perception. The Tensigan. Obito immediately cast a genjutsu, locking eyes with Kushina and dragging her into his illusion, rendering her body unresponsive. He then lunged forward and snatched the wailing Naruto from her arms. Hey, shut up. You're over a year old, act like it. Obito, who knew nothing about childcare, smacked the boy's bottom. Remarkably, Naruto actually fell silent. His plan had nothing to do with helping the Uchiha defect. His true objective was to make all of Konoha believe the Uchiha Sharingan could control the Nine Tails and to turn the entire village against Naruto. Then from the shadows, Obito would quietly orchestrate the next phase. If Minato ever discovered his son had gone dark and intended to destroy Konoha, the look on his face would be absolutely priceless. The commotion caused by Obito's abduction of Naruto had not gone unnoticed by the root agents outside. They stormed into Kushina's home and found her collapsed on the floor deep under genjutsu, while Naruto was nowhere to be found. Alarm! Quick, inform Lord Danzo. The Uchiha are launching their rebellion. Beneath his mask, Obito's crimson Sharingan gleamed as he stood atop a tall tree, looking down upon the frantic ninja scrambling about. He sighed. Come on now, the Uchiha were holding their meeting in peace, and you're already throwing blame around. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan meeting, a guard posted outside burst in. Great news. Well, bad news. The Uchiha district is surrounded by countless Konoha ninja. Danzo is leading them, demanding we hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. What? Why would they ask us to surrender the Nine Tails? Fugaku's brows furrowed. His family meeting had been interrupted, and now this. Being ordered to hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, with so many clansmen surrounding their district. What was the meaning of this? Rohair. At that moment, a roar erupted. A sound that struck terror into the hearts of every Konoha ninja. That night, the same terrifying cry, the same Nine Tails. Every member of the Uchiha clan poured out of their homes, staring in disbelief at the beast towering not far from their district, its 9 massive tails lashing about. Though slightly smaller than before, there was no mistaking it. It was the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails. It's rampaging again. Everyone clearly saw the 3-tomo pattern in the Nine Tails' eyes. It was unmistakably under the genjutsu control of an Uchiha. The mastermind behind it all, Obito, made no grand appearance atop the Nine Tails. Instead, he remained concealed in the nearby trees, watching everything unfold. Fugaku, what do you think you're doing? This is outright armed insurrection. No, you're instigating a war. No, this isn't. Fugaku watched the Nine Tails' claws tear through buildings, but the Sharingan pattern in its eyes was undeniable. Only a Mangekyo wielder could control it like this. Obito controlling the Nine Tails limited the destruction to mere symbolism. Not even a single-tailed beast bomb was unleashed. He had no intention of destroying Konoha. Prolonged Nine Tails mode endangered the Jinchuriki's life, and he needed Naruto alive. But just then Obito sensed someone attempting to seize control of the Nine Tails from him. Who? He leapt coldly to another tree, looking down at the standoff between the Uchiha clan and the various Konoha elder clans. He spotted a teenager of about 12 or 13 far from the main crowd, crouched in the shadows and attempting to lock eyes with the Nine Tails. Though a few years younger than Obito, the 4-pointed pinwheel pattern in his eyes filled him with unprecedented unease. Amaterasu, Shursue is it? Watching the boy, who appeared to be only about 11 years old, Obito acknowledged truly the Uchiha prodigy. At this age, already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and mastered Amaterasu, the most potent genjutsu of all. Though Obito's eyes were not specialized for illusion jutsu, his eternal Mangekyo surpassed Shursue's in rank. Nevertheless, Shursue's exclusive mastery of genjutsu gave him the capability to wrest control of the Nine Tails away. Obito willingly entered the Jinchuriki's inner world, using his Sharingan to suppress the Nine Tails' chakra surges, and began laying down additional sealing formulas to reinforce the existing barrier. He had already achieved his immediate objectives with the Nine Tails. Now that the beast had been subdued back into the Jinchuriki's body, it was time to call it quits and move on to the next phase of his plan. Boom! A cloud of white smoke dispersed, and the massive nine-tailed body vanished into thin air. Hey, is this a deliberate move to calm the Nine Tails, knowing the plan has been exposed? Fuyaku. Danzo's expression flickered with momentary surprise, but he still pointed at Fuyaku's nose and began to levy unfounded accusations. If it were as you say, we would have seized Konoha long ago. Why go through all this trouble? Fuyaku's face darkened as he glared at Danzo with hostile eyes. He could see clearly that Danzo was deliberately targeting them today, though he had no idea what was going on with the Nine Tails. Hey, are you picking a fight? It's because you fear the power of the Uchiha. A brown-haired, spiky-headed ninja named Uchiha Hizuru leaped forward, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan. At this, the Uchiha clansmen behind Fuyaku could no longer hold back, all of them activated their Sharingan. Under the cover of night, countless glowing red eyes sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Briefly controlling a tailed beast without causing major damage to Konoha. You must have used some means to control the Jinchuriki. Another middle-aged Uchiha with black hair stepped forward, his cold tone drawing a clear line between the Uchiha and Konoha. Hey! Fuyaku tried to stop him, but the Hawk faction members were clearly in the majority. The Uchiha were proud and confident. How could they tolerate being framed like this? The Uchiha and Senju built Konoha, and now you come here to interrogate us. Are you declaring war on the Uchiha? A muscular young man named Uchiha Mizuyari flexed his brawny frame and unhesitatingly drew his ninja sword. His Sharingan eyes began to spin rapidly, analyzing the positions of the powerful clans present. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. I hope all Uchiha will cooperate with us for an investigation and statement. A pineapple-haired middle-aged man tried to ease the tension on both sides, but Narakuya was too naive. Both sides were on the verge of exploding. How could they settle down so easily? Since when did Konoha belong only to the Uchiha and Senju? It was built by the joint efforts of all clans, and now the Senju clan is practically extinct. A young man from the Sarutobi clan spoke up. Indeed, the Sarutobi clan was numerous. Just the combatants present here far exceeded half of the entire Uchiha population. The clan with the fewest members present, and the one that had remained silent throughout, was the Hyuga, who seemed to take a neutral stance. The Uchiha can stand on their own. Even alone, they are the strongest existence in the entire ninja world. Just as the two sides were on the verge of conflict, a steady domineering voice rang out from above. Everyone looked up to see a masked figure descending, slowly landing between the two factions. You are Uchiha. Madara, what are you doing here? This is Konoha's internal affair. You're not planning to destroy Konoha again, are you? I'm here to end this farce. Obito spread his hands, indicating he had no intention of destroying Konoha. Because of his overwhelming presence, his ability to easily handle two Hokage at once, and his feat of killing the third Hokage, no one dared to interrupt him or make a move. Obito rested his hand on the sword at his waist, his black robe fluttering in the wind. He walked from the Uchiha side to Danzo, then finally to the center. If this continues, it will only cause unnecessary casualties on both sides. Please do me a favor. Let me take those clansmen who are willing to follow me. If anyone still wants to fight, come on, I'll be your opponent. Everyone in the vicinity fell silent. No one dared to speak first. Even Danzo shrank back into the crowd, for he could feel the vast gap in strength between himself and the masked man. Oh, one misstep, and he would be annihilated in an instant. Yes, Lord Madara, I will follow you. What are you saying? We will always follow you, clan leader Madara. The first to celebrate were the Hawk faction members of the Uchiha, who had long harbored resentment toward Konoha. After Madara's attack on Konoha, some had already decided to follow him. Now that they heard Madara was willing to take those who wished to follow him, some immediately disregarded Fuyaku's presence and addressed Obito as clan leader. Clan leader. That's a nostalgic title. Last time I heard it was before my battle with Hashirama Senju. Obito, having received the authentic authorization from the real Uchiha Madara, naturally assumed Madara's identity. So we've misunderstood the Uchiha. It was you who released the Nine Tails. Narakuya frowned at Obito, seeking to clarify the Uchiha's stance. Of course, I am the only one who can control the Nine Tails. Obito glanced at a young man who had just returned to the clan, covering his eye and panting, with another youth speaking to him. Those were Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. I won't let you pin the label of villain on me. Konoha, are you so afraid of the Uchiha? The overwhelming chakra radiating from Obito pressed down on the entire crowd. Some shinobi who lacked courage and had not participated in the Third Great Ninja War fell to the ground, while even the strong took a step back, cold sweat streaming down involuntarily. Walking step by step toward Danzo, who was hiding behind several people, Obito casually raised his blade and placed it at his throat. I hope you return what belongs to the Uchiha. Those things. What are you talking about? I don't know. Danzo had already discarded his cane and was clutching his arm. It seemed the seal on his arm had been undone. Though I don't care about Konoha's affairs, I will still restore justice to the Uchiha. You have all been kept in the dark. Obito grabbed Danzo's wrist and lifted it high. Everyone was stunned, and even Obito showed a look of surprise. On Danzo's pale right arm, 6 Sharingan eyes were still spinning. Obito was astonished. How had Danzo obtained these Sharingan when the Uchiha clan had not yet been wiped out? Although he had not prevented Orochimaru and Danzo from cooperating, he knew that Orochimaru did not possess Sharingan. He could only have helped Danzo transplant them. Sharingan. Danzo explained this. Fuyaku's face grew darker and darker. As the current clan leader of the Uchiha, it was unacceptable for clan members' eyes to be taken. This was an outright theft of a bloodline limit. The other clans present all looked at the leading Danzo with suspicion, their trust in him seemingly lost. Protect Lord Danzo. Countless shinobi in ANBU attire surrounded Danzo. Obito casually let go of Danzo's hand and watched the scene with a mocking expression. Konoha was about to fall into internal strife, but he was determined to personally kill that treacherous old fox Danzo. In a vast meeting chamber, 5 seats were arranged, each occupied by a Kage from a different nation. Behind them, white banners bore the characters representing their respective countries. A large fire symbol stood behind Minato. The other 4 seats were taken by Reikage, Atsukage, Inoki, Mizukage, Jigura, and Kazukage Raza. Regarding the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara, Konoha has engaged him directly. His individual combat prowess is extraordinary and his chakra reserves rival that of a tailed beast. I believe only the combined might of the 5 Kage can hope to defeat him. Minato's expression was grave. As the legendary Yellow Flash renowned throughout the third great ninja war, his high appraisal of the masked man compelled the others to take the matter seriously. Bang! Reikage slammed his fist on the table, his booming voice cutting through the tension. Then we shall declare war on Uchiha Madara alone. He has stolen tailed beasts from multiple nations. Outside the very building where the summit convened, the masked Hatake Tsukumo and Hoshigaki Kisame, bearing a massive blade, crouched together. Before them squatted a white Zetsu clone relaying intelligence, having infiltrated the meeting room through a hidden corner using the spore technique to eavesdrop. Those are the 5 Kage. Do we truly have the strength to face them? Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, his expression lacking any fear, but instead flickering with excitement. No problem. He received only a terse reply from Hatake Tsukumo, yet the tone brimmed with calm and unwavering confidence. As the 5 Kage deliberated, 2 dark figures had already silently infiltrated the building. Hello, I've come to deliver an important piece of intelligence about Madara-sama. Under the astonished gazes of the 5 Kage, a giant green plant sprouted forth, and from it emerged a white Zetsu, with green hair, greeting them in a comical pose. You're Madara's underling. Minato frowned. He had encountered the spiral-patterned white Zetsu before, and this green-haired one exuded a strikingly similar aura, a natural plant-like essence. Bang! But before the white Zetsu could speak, Reikage swung his arm, cleaving off its head. Huh. The white Zetsu blinked innocently, its spinning head witnessing its own limp body collapse to the ground. Now calm down, Reikage. A calm, steady male voice rang out. The others turned, realizing they had not even sensed the man's presence until that moment. A man with silver-white hair wearing a half-mask that concealed his eyes, yet a faint red glow could still be glimpsed through the mask, a Sharingan. His cloak, resembling a naval admiral's coat with black clouds and red lining, marked him as the silver Fong of the Akatsuki. Empowered by Hashirama cells, and the left Sharingan, Hatake Tsukumo had grown even stronger. Even Minato, who once knew him well, could not perceive his aura, for the Hashirama cells made his presence more akin to that of a white Zetsu. The white banners behind the 5 Kage fluttered, and 2 bodyguards emerged from behind, each Kage having hidden there from the start. A Sharingan and a mask. Are you Uchiha Madara? Without waiting for an answer, Reikage, his body crackling with lightning, launched a fist directly at Hatake Tsukumo. Shush! A flash of blue light and a faint line of blood appeared on Reikage's neck, a single drop trickling down to the floor. Didn't I tell you to calm down? In the instant Reikage attacked, Hatake Tsukumo drew his short blade, coating it with immense chakra, and actually sliced through Reikage's lightning armor, wounding him. What? A single ordinary slash penetrated the lightning armor. Inoki, who had been lounging nonchalantly, widened his eyes and grew alert. He had once clashed with the third Reikage and knew well the devastating speed of those who inherited the name, and the formidable defense of their lightning armor. To breach such defense with a single strike indicated strength, at least at the peak of Kage level. Reikage casually wiped the trace of blood from his neck, the lightning around his body fading. Having suffered a slight setback, he seemed inclined to be more restrained. I was merely entrusted with a mission to deliver a message at your 5 Kage summit. Hatake Tsukumo placed one foot on the table and announced in a clear voice, Uchiha Madara will establish a new ninja village named the Akatsuki Village. This will be the first collaboration between the Akatsuki and Madara. The village will be located in the land of rice fields, and this also signifies that Madara and the land of rain have become allied nations. The land of rain. What is Hanzo doing? Who? Hatake Tsukumo tilted his head, feigning ignorance, as if not understanding Minato's question. We're asking about what happened to Hanzo of the Salamander. Raza, equally curious, frowned, and looked at Hatake Tsukumo, demanding an explanation. That old man who played with poison. He was probably killed by Madara long ago. By the time I joined the organization, Hanzo was already dead. Then why was not a single word of this leaked? Minato began to doubt. Could a powerhouse like Hanzo of the Salamander really be eliminated without a trace? Fool, the news was naturally suppressed by us. The land of rain has long been Akatsuki territory. Then why tell us this? It doesn't seem to benefit you in any way. Minato was the first to notice that revealing this information here offered no advantage, and even risked a combined assault from the 5 Kage leading to death. There's another matter that I was actually sent to convey. That was just a side note. Hatake Tsukumo continued, this matter is meant for you alone, Minato. The villagers of the village Madara is building are mostly Uchiha, so he will go to Konoha to take those clansmen willing to follow him. What did you say? Minato slammed the table, a flying thunder god kunai already in hand. He spoke coldly. The Uchiha are a part of Konoha. I will not allow him to take our comrades. Oh, is that so? Then you will be disappointed. Hatake Tsukumo raised 2 fingers and pressed a device resembling an earpiece etched with the pattern of Obito's Mangekyo, a 6-pointed windmill shuriken. He removed it, pressed a button, and Obito's voice emerged. Is your mission there complete? I've brought back over 30 Uchiha clansmen. Danzo has been killed. Did you hear that? Madara-sama took away over 30 clansmen. It seems you're doing well. At least some Uchiha chose to remain in the village. Danzo was killed. What is the meaning of this? Hatake Tsukumo turned with a cold laugh, his Akatsuki cloak billowing with a sharp rustle. Haha, that I wouldn't know. Stop right there. Minato, brandishing a flying thunder god kunai, vanished in a flash and aimed for Hatake Tsukumo's neck. Behind him, Rin and Kakashi followed, encircling Hatake Tsukumo. Clang. That won't do. A shark-faced man also clad in the Akatsuki cloak wielded a massive bandaged weapon and blocked Minato's attack. As Daito was conveying information to Chimu Shimao, he had already returned to the Akatsuki's hidden village in the Land of Fields, and was directing more than 30 Uchiha clan members to settle there. The device, resembling a Bluetooth headset that he used, was a product crafted jointly by the puppet master Sia and Orochimaru, then assembled personally by him, using sealing techniques. Because Daito and Sia were inherently incompatible, the appearance of the headset he requested was designed freely by the puppet master Sia, while the internal components, general theoretical ideas and blueprints were provided by Orochimaru. The subsequent sealing techniques and assembly were completed jointly by him and Sia. This convenient communication tool amazed even Sia, the foremost puppet master prodigy of Sunigakure, who rarely acknowledged Daito's artistic flair. The construction and usage of this long-distance communication tool were not complicated. To use it, one simply needed to inject chakra and speak, and the sound would be transmitted to the other side. Although it had a range limit, that range could span the entire territory of the Land of Fire, so there was no need for concern. One day earlier, after Daito exposed the Sharingan on Danzo's arm in front of everyone, the Uchiha clan members instantly erupted in fury. At this moment, the most astute was Lugio, who instantly attributed all the Uchiha's troubles to Madara. Of course, this was exactly what Daito wanted, because in this way the Uchiha could almost be forgiven and others would realize that the Uchiha had been wronged and targeted by the higher-ups. In this way he could take only those clansmen willing to follow him, while the conservatives, believing the misunderstanding had been resolved, chose to remain in Konoha. Daito had no need for such bloodless and prideful fools. Daito, realizing that the strategist Lugio leading the Inoshikacho trio had already taken the dominant voice aside from Danzo, then negotiated with him. Lugio, you are a smart man. If I act here, Konoha will be destroyed. I only want to take Danzo and my clansmen. Just don't interfere. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately met opposition from the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. Yara, what makes you think you are worthy of speaking to me on equal terms? This is merely a reason for me to allow you to live. Daito stretched his body, and an extremely sinister and terrifying chakra burst forth, forming a double-faced chakra giant. After the giant enveloped its skeleton with a layer of skin, it stopped shaping further. With a wave of his hand, dozens of Sarutobi and Shimura clan members lost their life force, turning into bloody, mangled flesh. Don't listen to this man who wants to destroy Konoha. My Sharingan eyes were all contributions to Konoha's experiments. Leave me alone. I'll handle this. This Danzo, even at this moment, was still pretending to be a hero. Did he really think the 6 resurrection coins on his arm could save him? Lugio and the members of the Inoshikacho families began to follow Danzo's orders, directing everyone to retreat, leaving the battlefield to Danzo and his root organization, as well as all the Uchiha clansmen present. Hey Junior, are you the current Uchiha clan leader? You don't look decisive at all, lacking in courage. Daito immediately listed all the shortcomings of Uchiha Fuyue, then discussed with him in a commanding tone. I'm taking all the clansmen willing to follow me, no problem, right? No problem, but at least let me join in dealing with Danzo. Well, now we represent the Uchiha and are fighting. Daito took a step forward, and everyone automatically made room. The Uchiha members proactively went to intercept the Umbu members, leaving a space for a one-on-one duel between Daito and Danzo. Quite the courage. Are those eyeballs on your arm your capital to confront me? The eerie pattern of Daito's eternal Mangekyo slowly rotated, and the short sword in his hand was covered with a layer of rotating wind blades coalescing into a wind sword. Danzo also tore off the bandage on his forehead, revealing a Sharingan in his eye socket. At this moment, the only one who can stand up to stop you and protect Konoha is me. Even if it means sacrifice, I will do it for Konoha. What a nice line. I hope you won't flee the battlefield in disgrace. Uchiha-style wind release vacuum blade. Daito swung the wind blade in his hand, releasing a massive flying slash of wind nature chakra. However, Danzo remained unfazed, pulling out a kunai and gathering wind nature chakra onto it, forming a wind blade of his own. Daito used wind release against Danzo merely on a whim, wanting to defeat him in his own area of expertise. If he had used Susanoo to chase him down and directly destroy all 5 of his resurrection coins, it would have been easier, but doing so would have been no fun. Wind release, sexy sunbro. Vacuum great sphere, ha, what a pathetic display. Unfazed by Danzo's wind release, Daito casually formed a Rasengan with one hand. As he infused it with wind-natured chakra, the Rasengan took the shape of a shuriken, accompanied by the sound of tearing air. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Danzo stared in shock at the Rasen Shuriken flying toward his face. His wind release was like paper before dye, too utterly fragile. Boom. The Rasen Shuriken erupted in a violent explosion. The spinning massive chakra sphere tore through Danzo's body and left a spiral-shaped crater on the ground. Such terrifying wind release. No, should I say worthy of Uchiha Madara. Danzo stood on a higher ground looking at the enormous crater below and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Was this still within the realm of wind release? Yo, still alive. Daito turned his head to stare at Danzo behind him, revealing a sinister smile. Although his mask concealed his expression, it did not prevent Danzo from feeling the chill. Amaterasu. Black flames suddenly ignited beneath Danzo's feet, instantly engulfing his position. An opening. Suddenly a wind blade pierced through Daito's heart. Daito turned to see Danzo appearing behind him at some unknown time, while the Danzo in the Amaterasu flames had turned into a log. Did you think I would be tangible when I activated Amaterasu? Take a good look at yourself. Daito hadn't used intangibility to dodge, he simply wanted to waste one of Danzo's eyes. Danzo suddenly shuddered, spitting out blood. He realized that his position had somehow been swapped with Daito's, and his heart was pierced by the wind blade in Daito's hand. The second Sharingan on his arm slowly closed. Blood oozed from the corner of Tuanzang's mouth. He turned his head in disbelief, looking at Daito, who had stabbed through his heart from behind. Such a powerful illusion. How can it be possible? I was looking directly into your eyes with my Xiaolun Yin. Daito remained in the posture of piercing Tuanzang's chest, speaking from behind with heartfelt words. Ha, with such ordinary Xiaolun Yin, you have no qualifications to challenge the Wan Hua Tong. That's not necessarily true. Two sword beams came from behind. Daito perfectly dodged the attack using his Suhua. Watching Tuanzang release a wind release slash from afar, the second Xiaolun Yin on his arm slowly closed. For the sake of Mu Yi, even if I die here today, I will not let you leave alive. Tuanzang's hands flew through hand seals, conjuring a spinning shuriken in his hand. However, the shuriken was surrounded by wind blades, increasing its attack range and significantly enhancing its damage. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Three massive wind release shuriken flew toward Daito. Relying on his Suhua, he showed no intention of dodging. You may truly want to protect Mu Yi, and you may truly fear the Uchiha seizing Mu Yi. But just hand over your power obediently. The new era has no ship that can carry you anymore, old man. Daito drew a war fan from the void. Facing Tuanzang's new round of vacuum bullets, he casually waved the fan, and a purple chakra barrier rose from the ground, instantly blocking Tuanzang's wind release attack. I'm experimenting with my new ninjutsu. Interrupting me will make me angry. Daito slung the war fan onto his back, formed several hand seals, then pressed his hand to the ground. At the same time, a trail of blood tears flowed from his right eye. Kekai Jutsu, Shunwei Lingyu. Suddenly a faint red glow appeared on the ground. The red light formed a huge circle with a radius of 1 kilometer. If someone were watching the battle from directly above, they would see that the red light on the ground composed a strange hexagonal great windmill shape. I thought it would take a while to prepare, but I didn't expect it to be so successful. Daito's right eye possessed two abilities. The first was his inherent Shinwei, and the second was the Shun Quan he had awakened. Using his expertise in sealing techniques and barrier techniques, he simulated the feasibility of this move, and with the aid of his right eye's ability, he successfully created this barrier technique. The eerie red light on the ground, and the chakra pervading the air. This doesn't seem like an ordinary barrier technique. Tuanzang narrowed his eyes and decisively threw two shurikens to see what Daito was up to. Ujibo fan ten shurikong, Jin Yesyong. Daito raised the war fan in his hand. A strange thing happened the moment the fan touched the shuriken. The entire fan emitted a blue light. Then two spatial vortices appeared simultaneously. In an instant, Daito appeared behind Tuanzang, and the fan burst forth with wind nature chakra, sending the off-guard Tuanzang flying. Tuanzang rolled twice on the ground in a sorry state, wiped the blood from his mouth, and couldn't understand what had happened. Originally directly releasing Shun Wei had a startup time, he could perceive the speed of its activation. Even if Daito wanted to teleport behind him, he should have been able to react. Suddenly Tuanzang had a strange conjecture. Had Daito learned Fei Lei Shun? Daito slowly withdrew his hand. Within this range he could freely use Ujibo Fantan. It was not an ordinary reversal, but one combined with Shin Wei. His Shin Wei could automatically track the chakra trajectory left by the opponent's attack, then automatically teleport his body behind the attacker. Daito stepped back 2 paces. As if to confirm Daito's technique, Tuanzang took a deep breath and began spewing his wind release vacuum jade. Countless tiny vacuum bullets shot out like a machine gun. Daito instantly produced 5 shurikens and threw them straight at Tuanzang's wind release. Oomph! Tuanzang showed a contemptuous smile. His wind release could easily pierce through rock. Shurikens were like paper before it. Shunwei Shuriken Reversal. Daito pressed his hands together, injecting invisible chakra into the shurikens from a distance. Only upon close inspection could one see that these shurikens had been pre-carved with strange sealing formulas identical in shape to the Wan Hua Tong in his eyes. The moment the shurikens touched Tuanzang's wind release, they all emitted a blue light. In Tuanzang's incredulous eyes, several spatial distortions appeared, and the shurikens suddenly materialized behind him, tearing his back to shreds. Injured like this, you still intend to save Ishianachi and endure more damage before activating it. Daito's hand emitted a piercing screech of lightning. The lightning, as if guided, shot straight toward the seemingly weakened Tuanzang. Mudida. Tuanzang's voice sounded from behind him, and a hand landed on his shoulder. However, Daito allowed only 0.1 seconds of contact, then immediately retracted the Chidori sharp spear in his hand. In a non-attacking state, his body automatically became intangible. But he felt something was wrong. His body could not move freely. It seemed firmly bound. Fortunately, the passive Su Hua of Shun Wei still existed. The kunai in Tuanzang's hand still pierced through his body, but failed to cause any damage. It seems I underestimated you, Tuanzang. This level of sealing technique skill is somewhat commendable. The mere moment of touching the opponent's body was enough to implant a copying technique, curse mark. If Daito were not wearing a mask, he would have seen black curse mark patterns and vertical stripes appearing on his face and body. Tuanzong realized that although he had applied the curse mark, he still couldn't attack Daito's physical form. He immediately stepped back and began forming hand seals again. As his hands came together, the rubble around them began to tremble, then slowly floated up into the air. Are you trying to summon a tornado to blow me away for 15 minutes with such a petty trick and undo my Suhua? Daito sneered. Such a petty trick wanted to break his Suhua. How laughable. Because the curse mark he had just applied on him was completely ineffective. The Wan Huatong in both eyes began to spin. Icy chakra rose from his body's surface. First a skeletal frame of chakra enveloped his body, then the skeleton grew meridians and arms. The form with 2 faces and 4 arms was filled with an eerie presence. Roar, roar, roar. The second form of Su's Wenung, whose eyes blazed with golden light. The curse mark Tuanzong had used was forcibly broken in an instant, and Daito regained his mobility. What is this? Tuanzong inserted a finger into the hole at the back of the kunai's handle, spun it around, then stabbed at the Su's Wenang who. Bang! With a crisp sound of metal breaking the kunai and Tuanzang's hand snapped in two. Daito using the Su's Wenang, who punched him into a bloody pulp. But aside from the shattered traces on the ground, there was no corpse of Tuanzong. He once again turned into smoke and appeared further away. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Tuanzong looked down at his right hand. The 4th eye on it had already closed. Only the last 2 eyes remained on his arm.